Chapter 1 Talent Awakening. Blue Star, Cloud City. The ferocious beasts are rampant, and our human race has retreated halfway across the land. Our survival depends on the martial arts. The magnificent voice echoed over the playground of Yunqing Martial Arts University. The principal stood on the podium with a solemn expression and a sharp gaze. He was wearing a black martial arts uniform, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and he exuded a powerful aura. Today, you, freshmen, will awaken your talents and embark on the journey of martial arts. Talent is the foundation of a warrior and the turning point of fate. I hope you will live up to your youth and your country. Jiang Yi stood in the crowd, listening quietly. Black hair, black eyes, and a pretty face. He is a time traveler. I traveled to this world called Blue Star since I was a child. This place is extremely similar to the Earth in the previous life. The only difference lies in martial arts. Decades ago, countless ferocious beasts emerged from the cracks in the abyss, devouring the world. The human race was defeated and its living space was compressed to less than half. Martial arts came into being and became the only hope for mankind. Therefore, martial arts is supreme. Jiang Yi's parents were both martial arts masters of their generation. In order to protect their homeland, they both died on the battlefield while resisting the beast tide. Jiang Yi became an orphan just like that. Fortunately, he has a childhood sweetheart, Ding Ruanxi. Brother Yi, what level of talent can we awaken? A soft and pleasant voice came from beside me. Ding Ruanxi, wearing a white dress, outlines her graceful figure. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyebrows are picturesque, and she has a pair of big watery eyes. The girl gently held Jiang Yi's arm, and her coquettish words were full of longing for the future. I don't know either. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. However, my Ruanxi is so beautiful, she must have a lot of talent. He, Brother Yi always makes me happy. Ding Ruanxi's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and her eyes curved into crescents. Oh, Brother Yi, my dad said that after my talent awakening is complete today, he will agree to our. Her voice became lower and lower, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. What? Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. He likes Ding Ruanxi. They grew up together and are childhood sweethearts. They are in love with each other. He said that we are both adults and already engaged, so we can make our own decisions on this matter. There was a hint of shyness and sweetness in Ding Ruanxi's voice. Jiang Yi nodded gently and held her hand tightly. In this life, he has no relatives or friends, and Ding Ruanxi is the most important person to him. Some things just happen naturally. Wow, look, isn't that Jiang Yi and Ding Ruanxi? Jiang Yi is the top talent of our Yunqing class. He was already a 9th level martial artist when he entered school. Ding Ruanxi is also incredibly powerful. I heard she's about to break through to the 8th level of martial arts. I heard that they have already been engaged and will get married as soon as they reach the age. I'm so envious. I wish I had such a beautiful girlfriend. Alas, our school's two most beautiful girls, Su Yuli is too cold, and Ding Ruanxi is already taken. What a pity. All around, there were waves of envious discussions, coming like a tide. Jiang Yi and Ding Ruanxi were undoubtedly the focus of the entire audience. One is a young genius, enjoying great success. One is a stunningly beautiful woman, stunningly beautiful. Humph, that's nothing great, it's just some shitty luck. A discordant voice suddenly sounded, filled with strong sourness and jealousy. Chenzene, the eldest son of the Chen family in Yunqing, is a typical playboy. He was tall and handsome, but there was a sinister and arrogant look between his brows. He is Ding Ruanxi's fanatical pursuer, or in other words, a persistent and stalkerish dog. Even though he knew that Ding Ruanxi was already taken, he still had evil intentions and harassed her every now and then. However, he was afraid of Jiang Yi's strength and did not dare to be too presumptuous. Just wait. When this young master awakens his S-level talent, I will definitely make Jiang Yi, that pretty boy, look bad. Chenzene gritted his teeth, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He secretly vowed that he must surpass Jiang Yi in talent awakening and win back his goddess. Quiet. The principal shouted, interrupting everyone's discussion. The talent awakening ceremony begins now. Talent is the foundation of martial arts. It determines your upper limit and also determines your future. I hope that you can all awaken powerful talents, become the pillars of the human race, and protect our homeland. His voice was sonorous, powerful, and resounding. Now, please enter the awakening room in order according to your student numbers. The students lined up in a long queue and walked into the awakening room one by one. The awakening room is a special room built by the academy specifically for students to awaken their talents, which can maximize the potential of students. Li Ziming, C-level talent, Iron Arm. Wang Chang, D-level talent, Bull Power. Zhao Qianqian, C-level talent, Lightning Fast. The teacher in charge of awakening kept calling out names and talent levels. Most people's talents are C and D level, and the occasional B-level person will cause a small sensation. After all, B-level talent is already considered very excellent. Next, Ding Ruanxi. Finally, it was Ding Ruanxi's turn. She took a deep breath, calmed her excitement, and walked into the awakening room. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. Everyone wanted to know what kind of talent this beauty could awaken. Chenzene clenched his fists nervously and prayed silently in his heart. After a moment, the door of the awakening room slowly opened. Ding Ruanxi, a level talent, Eternal Karma Fire. The teacher's voice was filled with a hint of shock that was hard to conceal. Grade A. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone was stunned by the result. A level talent is already extremely rare, enough to make Ding Ruanxi a hot commodity that all major institutions are vying for. Her future path can be said to be smooth sailing, and she is expected to achieve the legendary state of unity between man and nature in this life. As expected of my goddess, she has awakened an A-level talent. That's amazing. Chenzene jumped up excitedly and cheered loudly, as if he had awakened an A-level talent. Ding Ruanxi slowly walked out of the awakening room with undisguised pride on her face. She walked to Jiang Yi, took his arm, and smiled like a flower. Brother Yi, am I super awesome? Yeah, very impressive. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, praising him. Next, Jiang Yi. The teacher's voice sounded again, drawing everyone's attention to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, the #1 genius in Jiangcheng, was a 9th-level martial artist when he entered school. What kind of talent will he awaken? Everyone held their breath and waited to see what would happen. Jiang Yi slowly stood up. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Yi walked into the awakening room. This is a completely sealed room without any light, except for a huge crystal ball in the center. Place your hand on the crystal ball, relax your mind, and guide the energy in your body to resonate with the crystal ball. A gentle voice sounded in the room, guiding Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did as he was told and gently placed his hand on the crystal ball. The cool touch coming from the crystal ball made him feel refreshed. He closed his eyes and began to channel the energy in his body. He could clearly feel weak streams of energy flowing slowly through his meridians like a trickle. With his guidance, these energies began to gather and gradually grow stronger. The crystal ball began to emit a faint light, which became brighter and more dazzling. Begin to awaken. That gentle voice sounded again. Jiang Yi felt that the surging energy, like a flood bursting through a dam, broke through some invisible shackles and entered a whole new world. His body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, madly devouring all the energy around it. The light from the crystal ball grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire room. Even people outside the room could feel this powerful energy fluctuation. What's going on? Such a powerful energy fluctuation, could it be an S-level talent? That's impossible. S-level talent only exists in legends. Everyone was shocked by this astonishing vision and began to speculate about Jiang Yi's talent level. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and the crystal ball also showed his talent. SSS-level talent, never swallowed. Chapter 2 My system is rebellious. When the big words SSS-level talent, never swallowed came clearly into view, Jiang Yi's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. SSS-level. What is the concept? On Blue Star, the talent levels from low to high are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. There is a huge gap between each major level. S-level talent is already rare, 1 in 10,000, enough to make the possessor a super genius that all major forces are vying to win over. The future achievements are limitless, and reaching the realm of the god of war is almost certain. SS-level talents only exist in legends. Every possessor is a legendary figure in human history. All of them are existences that suppress an era. The realm of Martial Saint is not out of reach. As for SSS level, this has never happened in the recorded history of Blue Planet. You know, the level of talent determines how far a person can go on the road of martial arts. At the martial arts apprentice level, people's talents have not yet fully manifested, and some people have even achieved perfection before their talents are awakened, such as Jiang Yi, so its effect is not obvious. Therefore, most people, as long as they have enough perseverance, put in enough effort, and are willing to work hard, can cultivate to the 9th level of martial arts. This is not difficult, it is just a matter of time. But when a disciple advances to a warrior, the situation becomes completely different. Being a martial artist is just the entry stage of martial arts, it is the initial tempering of the body and the simple use of strength. As for warriors, they have truly stepped into the door of martial arts, started to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, and started to control more powerful forces. This step is a qualitative leap. It is also a huge watershed. It completely distinguishes mediocre people with average talents from martial arts geniuses with unlimited possibilities. At this moment, the strengths and weaknesses of talent began to truly show their power. Low-level talents, such as F and E grades, will face huge obstacles when breaking through the warrior realm. The possessors of these talents often need to put in several times, or even dozens of times, more effort than ordinary people to break through the shackles and successfully become warriors. Moreover, even if they manage to break through by chance, their cultivation speed will lag far behind those with higher talents. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. One step behind, every step behind. In the realm after warrior, the gap in talent will be further magnified. It can be said that the transition from a martial artist to a martial artist is a screening and a reshuffle. Talent determines whether you can continue to stay at the poker table and also determines your position at the poker table. Chenzene took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. He slowly raised his hand, his mind moving. In the palm of his hand, a dark vortex slowly emerged. This vortex is only the size of a fingernail, but it emits a heart-pounding aura. Never devour. This talent is truly powerful. Chenzene muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could clearly feel that this tiny black hole possessed an extremely terrifying devouring power that could devour all energy, even matter. Moreover, as his strength increases, this devouring power will continue to grow stronger and stronger, without end. This is the true meaning of never swallowing. Infinitely become stronger. There is no limit. As expected of an SSS-level talent, it's truly heaven-defying. Chenzene was ecstatic. With this talent, his future path in martial arts will be smooth. The martial arts levels on Blue Star are divided from low to high into apprentice, warrior, martial artist, master, grandmaster, unity of man and nature, martial god, and martial saint. Martial saint? Maybe he can go further. He will surpass everything. Just as Chenzene was immersed in joy, a sudden voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Host detected, system binding in progress. Chenzene was stunned. Yo-ha? Double happiness. Not only has the SSS talent been awakened, but there is also a system? This future path is not invincible yet. Congratulations to the host, the useless counterattack system has been successfully bound. Chenzene? He almost vomited blood. Loser counterattack system? What the hell? Who is the loser, me? Chenzene, come here and say something. What do you mean? Host information binding completed. Name, Chenzene. Age, 19. Cultivation, 9th level of martial apprentice. Talent, F level garbage. You awaken a useless F rank talent and are ridiculed by everyone. Feeling disheartened, your childhood sweetheart also gradually turns cold towards you. Chenzene? He looked at the lines of introduction on the system interface and fell into deep thought. Etc. What is going on? F level talent? Rubbish? Chenzene, what nonsense are you talking about? He subconsciously looked at the crystal ball. On it, the big words SSS-level talent, never swallowed, are still clearly displayed, shining brightly. He tried to activate his talent again. In the palm of his hand, the dark vortex reappeared, emitting a heart-pounding devouring power. That's right. It's an SSS-level talent. Guaranteed genuine. Come on, Chenzene, open your eyes wide and see this. Is this called an F-level talent? Chenzene shouted in his heart. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the black hole in his palm, wishing he could pull the system out and rub it on the ground. What upset him the most was not that the system said he had awakened an F-level garbage talent, but that the system said his girlfriend was also cold to him. Be cold to your sister. Is there something seriously wrong with your system? You awaken a useless F-rank talent and are ridiculed by everyone. Feeling disheartened, your childhood sweetheart also gradually turns cold towards you. The system's cold voice sounded again, without any emotion, like a ruthless repeater. Jiang Yi. Is this system deaf? Or is there something wrong with its brain? Why are you so rebellious? He doesn't listen to anyone at all. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Forget it, I won't bother with a stupid system. Anyway, what I awakened was SSS-level talent. This is an ironclad fact and no one can change it. As for this system, just pretend it doesn't exist. Whatever you want. However, just when Jiang Yi was about to ignore this system and walk out of the awakening room, something strange happened. Ding! The actual situation is detected to be different from the system detection, and correction is being made. Under revision. The system's cold voice sounded again. Jiang Yi sneered in his heart. It's okay, I finally realized I was wrong. There is no greater virtue than to admit one's mistakes and correct them. You will still be my good son in the future. Correction completed. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He was surprised to find that the words on the crystal ball began to become blurred and distorted, as if they were forcibly erased by an invisible hand. The words SSS-level talent, never swallowed, flashed violently before changing into another few words. F-level talent, gluttony. Jiang Yi. I fuck you. It turns out that the correction you are talking about is not changing the description of your system, but changing the reality. It's you who's wrong, okay? What kind of shit system is this? Can you go back to school and be retrained, and repair at least one of your brain, eyes, and ears before running out? Jiang Yi only felt a surge of anger rising straight to the top of his head, almost making him fume. He quickly looked inward, examining his body carefully. Not bad, not bad. The powerful devouring force in the body did not disappear. He could still summon a black hole with just a stretch of his hand. It turned out that the system only modified the display on the crystal ball and did not actually change his talent. You are just trying to cover up your mistakes. A false alarm. I almost got tricked by this stupid system. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and felt secretly relieved. At the same time, he was completely speechless about this system. This is simply the most deceptive system in history, no doubt about it. He decided that he would never pay any attention to this system again. He would treat it as shit and ignore it completely. Chapter 3. Our engagement is cancelled. The atmosphere on the playground was a bit depressing for a while. The whispers, like the chirping of insects, spread among the crowd and penetrated into everyone's ears. What's going on? Why hasn't Jiang Yi come out for so long? Yeah, there was such a strong energy fluctuation just now, I thought he had awakened an S-level talent. Could there be some kind of accident? Don't talk nonsense. The awakening room is the safest place in the academy. What kind of accident could happen? The students were whispering and talking to each other, their eyes focused on the closed door of the awakening room, full of curiosity. Humph, playing tricks. Chenzene snorted coldly. Maybe he failed in his awakening and became a useless person, too embarrassed to come out. He hoped that something would happen to Jiang Yi, so that he would have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and take Ding Ruanqi away. Ding Ruanqi stood in the crowd, her brows furrowed, her face full of worry. Brother Yi, please don't get into trouble. She clasped her hands tightly and prayed silently in her heart. She and Jiang Yi grew up together, are childhood sweethearts, and have a deep relationship. She believed in Jiang Yi's strength and talent. However, this long wait made her feel uneasy. Inside the awakening room, the teacher in charge of awakening looked at the crystal ball in front of him with disbelief written all over his face. He rubbed his eyes and checked several times before he was sure that he was not seeing things. How is this possible? He muttered, his voice trembling. F-level talent. Gluttony. This result was completely beyond his expectations. You know, Jiang Yi is the #1 genius of this class in Yuncheng. He was already a 9th-level martial artist when he entered the university. He was hailed as the genius with the greatest hope of breaking the record of Yuncheng Martial Arts University. How could such a person only awaken an F-level talent? F-level talent is the worst talent, no different from having no talent at all. It is almost impossible for people with this kind of talent to break through the realm of warriors, and they can only remain at the stage of warrior apprentices throughout their lives. Something must have gone wrong. The teacher was unwilling to give in, so he checked the crystal ball again. After confirming that it was correct, he slowly opened the door of the awakening room. Zhang Yi, F-level talent, gluttony. His voice, through the loudspeaker, spread throughout the playground. The sound was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The entire playground fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the result, their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. What? F-level talent? Did I hear correctly? Zhang Yi is the #1 genius. How could this happen? This is impossible. Is there something wrong with the awakening room? After a brief silence, deafening noises erupted on the playground, like a boiling oil pan, exploding in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Chenzene couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he almost cried. Zhang Yi, you have come to this day. He pointed at the door of the awakening room and shouted proudly. F-level talent, trash. You are a complete waste. Still want to compete with me for Ruanxi? Are you worthy? The pride and joy in his heart were simply indescribable. Ding Ruanxi's face turned pale in an instant, as if all the blood had been drained away. She stood there blankly, her body trembling slightly, her face full of disappointment. At this moment, the door of the awakening room slowly opened. Zhang Yi walked out. His face was calm, showing no emotion. But his eyes were deeper and sharper than before, like a sword drawn from its sheath, its edge fully exposed. The playground fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Yi. There are doubts, shock, regret, and sympathy. More often than not, there is schadenfreude and cynicism. Look, that's Zhang Yi, the former #1 genius, now a waste. F-level talent, how ridiculous. He still calls himself a genius, what a disgrace. From now on, he will be the laughingstock of our school. Zhang Yi understood immediately when he saw the situation. The crystal ball was changed to an F-level talent by the stupid system. This group of people must have known about it. But he didn't care. Having lived 2 lives, he has long seen through the fickleness of human nature and the vicissitudes of the world. He only cares about himself and the people he loves. He has genuine SSS talent and strength that he can be proud of, so he doesn't need to care about these people at all. He walked quickly towards Ding Ruanxi, wanting to explain to her what had happened when he awakened just now. Although he could not reveal the existence of the system, he believed that Ding Ruanxi would understand and support him. Ruanxi, I. Zhang Yi had just opened his mouth when he was coldly interrupted by Ding Ruanxi. Let's break up. Her voice was cold and resolute, like frost in the dead of winter, without any emotion. Zhang Yi was stunned. He stared at Ding Ruanxi blankly. He couldn't believe that these words actually came out of Ding Ruanxi's mouth. Ruanxi, what did you say? Ding Ruanxi's eyes were cold and distant, as if she was looking at a stranger. I said, let's break up. She repeated, her tone more firm. Zhang Yi, you and I are not from the same world. My Ding family needs a strong alliance, and you are destined to be a waste in this life. You can't give me the future I want. She took out a piece of paper from her bosom with 2 names written on it. This is the engagement between Zhang Yi and Ding Ruanxi. Today, in front of everyone, this engagement is annulled. A ball of fire ignited in Ding Ruanxi's palm. This flame is not an ordinary flame, but her awakened A-level talent, the eternal fire of karma. Under the burning of the eternal fire, the marriage contract that symbolized the bond between the 2 people instantly turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. Zhang Yi stared at the scene blankly. He never dreamed that the woman he loved so deeply would be so heartless and cold. From childhood to adulthood, he and Ding Ruanxi grew up together, played together, and practiced together. He has always regarded Ding Ruanxi as the most important person in his life, protecting and caring for her in every way, and even sacrificing his own training time to help her improve her strength. He thought that their feelings were indestructible and could withstand any test. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. You're not worthy of me, trash. The cold voice sounded again, hammering down on Zhang Yi word by word. Zhang Yi finally woke up. He laughed, a somewhat sad and self-deprecating laugh. So, this is you. He looked at Ding Ruanxi with only disappointment in his eyes. It's good that an accident allowed him to see a person clearly. There were bursts of discussion all around. It's so pitiful. Zhang Yi is such a bootlicker, but in the end, everything is for nothing. Ding Ruanxi is so shameless. Zhang Yi has sacrificed a lot for her. I heard that Zhang Yi was seriously injured many times while trying to save Ding Ruanqi, and even nearly lost his life. For Ding Ruanqi, Zhang Yi even slowed down his own cultivation speed. Otherwise, how could Ding Ruanqi have broken through to the 7th level of martial arts so quickly? These discussions naturally fell into Ding Ruanqi's ears, making her feel upset. "Shut up!" she shouted angrily. "That was all Zhang Yi's own will. I didn't force him. Besides, he's a waste with an F-level talent. He probably won't even be able to break through to the martial arts level in his lifetime. It's better to give up early to avoid going crazy and dying suddenly. So, I was the one who saved him, and he should be grateful to me." Zhang Yi watched Ding Ruanqi's performance quietly, with no more nostalgia in his eyes. Chapter 4. I'm just a talent loser, I'm not weak. Inside the awakening room, there was another flash of light. The teacher in charge of awakening showed a look of surprise on his face. Chenzene, a level talent, violent combat body. Grade A. Another A-level talent. The students were suddenly excited. What day is today? Our Yuncheng Martial Arts University's A-level talents appear one after another as if they are free. Chenzene walked out with a look of ecstasy on his face, his head held high and his chest puffed out. He enjoyed the envious looks from those around him and felt like he was floating in the air. A-level talent. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Chenzene, was no ordinary person. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, becoming carried away by success. Although it is not as rare and stunning as Ding Ruanqi's previous A-level talent Immortal Fire, the violent battle body is also a real top-level combat talent. Once awakened, the physical strength will far exceed that of peers. The more you fight, the braver you will become, and the potential is unlimited. When he turned his gaze and saw the mess in the middle of the playground in Ding Ruanqi's resolute figure, his heart was even more moved. Broke up? Zhang Yi and Ding Ruanqi broke up? Chenzene's head buzzed, and a wave of ecstasy surged into his heart, almost drowning him. Chance! His chance has come! He quickly walked over to Ding Ruanqi and couldn't contain his excitement. "Ruanqi, what happened? You and Zhang Yi." Ding Ruanqi was in a low mood. When she heard Chenzene's voice, her eyebrows slightly furrowed and she said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Chenzene didn't care about her indifference at all, but became even more attentive. His instinct of licking a dog was already ingrained in his bones. "Ruanqi, don't be like this. If you have anything that makes you unhappy, you can tell me." As he spoke, he carefully observed Ding Ruanqi's expression and had a vague guess in his mind. It must be because Zhang Yi awakened his crappy talent that Ding Ruanqi broke up with him. He seemed oblivious to Ding Ruanqi's indifference as he approached Zhang Yi and taunted him, "Hey, isn't this our former genius from Jian University? What's going on? Awakening an F-level talent is such a huge blow that you can't even speak? TSK, how pitiful. Back then, you, Zhang Yi, were so glorious, entering the 9th level of martial arts apprenticeship, the #1 genius in Yuncheng. And now? F-level talent, garbage. Absolute garbage." He paused, then deliberately raised his voice to attract more attention, then continued tauntingly, "I thought you, Zhang Yi, were so amazing, but after all this time, you're just so-so. No talent means no talent, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. Unlike me, I'm a natural-born genius. A-level talent, violent combat body. Destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Ruanqi, look, I've awakened an A-level talent, and I have a bright future ahead of me. Unlike some losers who can only roll in the mud and never get up." Ding Ruanqi frowned slightly. Although she felt somewhat pleased with Chenzene's words, her face remained reserved and cold. When she heard him mocking Zhang Yi, she actually felt a little pleased in her heart. This young man who once shone brightly in her eyes was now like a pearl covered in dust, dull and lifeless, even annoying to her. Chenzene became even more proud. He turned to look at Ding Ruanqi and said as if to take credit, "Ruanqi, ignore trash like him. Being with someone like him will only lower your status. Don't worry, I'm here with you. No one can bully you. I've awakened my A-level talent, the violent combat body. I'm sure I'll become a strong man in the future. I will protect you well." Ding Ruanqi glanced at him, her expression still cold and emotionless. "Chenzene, you have quite a talent. However, it's too early to say that now. You still have a long way to go. If you really want to prove yourself, then take action. If you perform well enough, perhaps I can consider giving you a chance." "Really?" Chenzene was overjoyed, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Don't worry, Goddess Ruanxi. I, Chenzene, will definitely not let you down. Unlike some losers who will only drag you down. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have everything you need, and become a leader in the future. He turned to Jiang Yi again with a smug look on his face and said provocatively, Jiang Yi, do you hear that? Goddess Ruanxi no longer has eyes for you. Trash like you is not worthy of her at all. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't get in the way. Faced with Chenzene's chattering like a fly, Jiang Yi remained silent. His gaze was as calm as water, without ripples. He just stood there quietly, so calm that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It wasn't because he really wanted to let this idiot jump around in front of him, but because just now, the system's voice rang in his head again. Bite. You awaken a useless F-rank talent, and are ridiculed by everyone. Feeling disheartened, your childhood sweetheart also gradually turns cold towards you. The familiar panel popped up again. However, this time, there is finally a new follow-up. Your girlfriend breaks up with you and tears up her engagement with you in public. At this moment, a clown jumps out. Jiang Yi was almost speechless. This system seemed to be dead just now, but now it seems to be active? So you succeeded in impersonating the prophet and took credit for it, right? Here's your chance. Still feeling discouraged? Does Jiang Yi look like someone who would be discouraged just because of a rubbish talent? Not to mention that what he awakened was not an F-level talent at all. Ding! Loser counterattack mission released. Improve your strength and defeat the clown in front of you within a month to avenge today's shame. Quest reward, 9th grade Great Rejuvenation Pill X1. 1 month? Jiang Yi almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Does this system have any misunderstanding about his strength? It takes another month to beat this kind of stuff? He could crush him to death with just one finger. However, when he saw the mission reward, his eyes lit up slightly. 9th grade Great Rejuvenation Pill. This is a good thing. The 9th grade Great Rejuvenating Pill has extremely strong medicinal effects. Even for masters at the Grandmaster level, it is a rare healing elixir. It is said that as long as there is still a breath left, it can instantly heal all injuries and bring the dead back to life. Although he can't use it now, it's always good to keep it for a safer future. Jiang Yi's disregard made Chenzene even more angry, and he felt greatly insulted. Why are you pretending to be so profound? Trash is trash. How dare you put on such a face in front of me? Or, are you too scared to even say a word? Chenzene approached Jiang Yi step by step, his tone becoming more and more sarcastic. What? Are you stupid because of the blow? Yes, from a genius to a waste, this gap is really hard for most people to bear. But this is your fate. Who made you awaken such a rubbish talent? Ha ha ha. He became more and more evil. Relying on his awakened A-level talent, he felt that his strength had greatly increased and his courage had also grown. He suddenly stretched out his hand, wanting to push Jiang Yi and teach him a lesson so as to show his masculinity in front of Ding Ruanxi. However, he found that he could not move Jiang Yi at all. Jiang Yi's body was as if rooted in the earth, motionless, and no matter how hard Chenzene tried, he couldn't shake it. Chenzene was stunned for a moment, a look of surprise flashed across his face. That's impossible. He is now a warrior with A-level talent. His strength is several times stronger than before. How could he not be able to push a piece of trash with F-level talent? Chenzene suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't believe it and roared angrily. The internal energy in his body surged, and the innate power of his violent fighting body also began to work, and he pushed hard again. A violent force instantly surged through the body, muscles bulged, veins popped, and strength increased dramatically. However, Jiang Yi's body remained as solid as a rock, while Chenzene himself shook slightly because he exerted too much force. At this moment, Chenzene's expression changed completely, from pride to shock, and then to anger. He was so angry that he wanted to use force to teach this loser a lesson. Jiang Yi, you piece of trash, today I will let you know how insurmountable the gap in talent is. Chenzene roared, clenched his fists, and was about to hit Jiang Yi in the face. However, before he could swing his fist, his eyes blurred and Jiang Yi moved. Quick! Too fast! Chenzene felt his eyes go dark, and before he could react to what was happening, someone grabbed his wrist. Then, a huge force came from his legs. He felt his calves go numb, his knees go soft, and his body instantly lost balance. Crack! Ah! There was a clear sound of bones dislocating. Chenzene let out a shrill scream, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! Jiang Yi kicked him on the back and pressed him to the ground, with his cheek pressed tightly against the cold ground, looking extremely miserable. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and Chenzene's face made close contact with the ground, causing stars to appear in his eyes, blood to flow from his nose, and he was completely stunned. Hiss! The students around gasped, stunned by the sudden change before their eyes. Chenzene, who was so arrogant and domineering just now, was pinned to the ground so easily by Jiang Yi, without any ability to fight back. Ah! Jiang Yi! You dare to hit me! Chenzene struggled to get up, but was pinned down by Jiang Yi and could not move. Jiang Yi sneered and looked down at him with cold eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. I'm just a little less talented, not weaker. Where do you get the confidence to challenge me just because you've awakened an A-level talent? He had completely given up on explaining his talent. Well, let these people think that they have awakened some F-level garbage talent. Chapter 5. I'm not only going to beat him, I'm going to beat you too. Chenzene was shocked by Jiang Yi's aura, and the arrogance in his heart was instantly extinguished. But he still refused to admit defeat, and roared fiercely, You dare to hit me. I'm the eldest son of the Chen family. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're completely finished. From now on, the Chen family will never let you go. Later? Jiang Yi sneered, the future is the future. Now, kneel down. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yi's elbow suddenly thrust downwards. Crack! There was another teeth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other. Plop! Chenzene couldn't bear it any longer, and his knees fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Yi's thunder-like methods. Chenzene, who was so arrogant and domineering just now, was suppressed so easily by Jiang Yi and was even forced to kneel on the ground. Only then did they suddenly remember that although Jiang Yi in front of them had awakened an F-level talent, he was still a genuine 9th-level martial artist. He was once the top freshman at Yuncheng Martial Arts University. When he entered the university, he showed strength far beyond his peers and even had the experience of going out of the city to fight ferocious beasts. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if you have poor talent, you still have a solid foundation. It is not comparable to Chenzene, who has just awakened his A-level talent and has not yet fully mastered his power. Jiang Yi's strength should not be underestimated. Ding Ruanqi's face suddenly became extremely ugly. She didn't expect that Jiang Yi would be so bold and hit Chenzene in front of so many people. Chenzene had just shown his goodwill to her in public, but in the blink of an eye, he was beaten by Jiang Yi to his knees and begged for mercy. This was simply a slap in her face in public. Jiang Yi! Are you crazy? Ding Ruanqi shouted angrily, This is school. No matter how angry you are about awakening your useless talent, you can't hit anyone. Let Chenzene go quickly. Jiang Yi slowly turned his head and looked at Ding Ruanqi coldly, Angry? Why should I be angry? It's just an F-level talent, what's there to be angry about? He smiled, a smile that was a little cold, a little sarcastic, and a little relieved. He released his grip on Chenzene, stood up and shook his hands. Chenzene felt as if he had been pardoned and tried to get up from the ground in a panic. But his legs were aching and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get up in a short time. He had no choice but to cover his aching neck and stare at Jiang Yi with resentment, wishing he could eat him alive. But he didn't dare. Ding Ruanqi saw Jiang Yi let go of Chenzene, and a hint of pride appeared on her face. She became even more sarcastic, Jiang Yi, you are sensible. Considering our previous relationship, I can give you a chance. From now on, don't appear in front of me again, I can consider. Before she finished speaking, suddenly, a crisp slap sounded throughout the venue. Bang! Ding Ruanqi's voice stopped abruptly, and a bright red slap mark instantly appeared on her face. Her fair cheeks became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was stunned, covering her face, and looked at Jiang Yi in disbelief. You dared to hit me? Ding Ruanqi's voice trembled. By the way, I'm going to hit you. You just said that I was angry and hit him because I awakened a rubbish talent. I tell you that's not the case. Jiang Yi looked at her calmly, Now, I'm not only going to beat him, but I'm going to beat you too. As he said that, he raised his fist again and hit Ding Ruanqi's abdomen without hesitation. Bang! A dull crashing sound was heard, and Ding Ruanqi groaned in pain. Her body arched up like a shrimp, her face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead. Plop! She could no longer stand, and she fell to her knees in pain, holding her stomach. Her body twitched slightly, and she couldn't even scream. The strength of a 7th-level martial artist was completely vulnerable in front of Jiang Yi, and he couldn't even do the most basic self-protection. Jiang Yi's 9th-level martial arts training was achieved through repeated battles with ferocious beasts outside the city. It is far beyond the reach of these greenhouse flowers. He looked down at Ding Ruanqi, who was kneeling on the ground, with only a hint of disappointment. What a pity, it took me so long to realize that you are such a person. He sighed, feeling as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his heart actually felt a lot lighter. It feels great. It feels so fucking good. If Ding Ruanqi hadn't jumped out to ask for a beating, he would have disdained to hit a woman. Since she likes dancing so much, Jiang Yi will of course satisfy her. He turned around, no longer looking at the two clown-like men and women behind him, and walked straight out of the playground. Just as he turned around, the system prompt sounded again. Bite. After a month of arduous training, you finally overcame the immense obstacles presented by your F-rank talent, unleashing astonishing potential. You toiled day and night, forgetting to eat or sleep, mastering the fundamental techniques to perfection, elevating your strength to a terrifying level. In the end, you relied on your immense strength and unwavering faith to defeat the powerful enemy, winning this crucial victory, washing away the previous shame and completing a magnificent counterattack. Congratulations to the host for completing the Wastewood counterattack mission. Reward, 1 9th grade Great Rejuvenation Pill. Please check in the system space. Jiang Yi. He was speechless as he listened to the system's battle report, which was full of loopholes. Another month of arduous training? A thrilling battle? Still using the weak to defeat the strong? It was clearly just a kick, but they had to force it into a drama and create such an awkward plot. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with this stupid system. Anyway, as long as I get the reward, it's fine. Chenzene and Ding Ruanqi knelt together, staring at Jiang Yi's back with eyes full of resentment and viciousness. At this moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of awakening sounded again, unable to conceal his excitement and shock. Su Yuli, S-level talent, Tianqin magic. The appearance of S-level talent was like a bolt from the blue, completely detonating the playground of Yunqing Martial Arts University. If the reversal of Jiang Yi's awakening of his F-level talent and the subsequent farce were just small-scale ripples, then Su Yuli's S-level talent was a magnitude 12 earthquake that made everyone dizzy and disoriented. S-class. It's really S-class. Did I hear it right? Oh my god. S-level talent. I've never seen such a thing before. I actually witnessed an S-level talent with my own eyes. Heavenly Heart Magical Method? It sounds so noble. This name, this aura, it's definitely a divine gift. Su Yuli. It's Su Yuli. My iceberg goddess. She usually looks so cold and aloof, but I didn't expect that she is actually a hidden genius. It's over, it's over. I've completely fallen. Who can resist a goddess with S-level talent? I want to confess my love. I want to pursue Su Yuli. Forget about it. S-level talent, are you worthy of it? His future goal is to become a martial god or martial saint, and you may not even be able to break through to become a martial saint. You're a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Wow, the goddess is too dazzling, it feels even more out of reach. I'm so jealous. Why don't I have an S-level talent? If it were me, I would have taken off right now. Just as the whole audience was going crazy for the S-level talent, Jiang Yi, who had already walked to the edge of the playground, paused slightly. S-level talent, Tianqin Miaofa. He repeated the name in a low voice. He didn't expect that Yunqing Martial Arts University would have so many talented people this time. After his SSS-level talent awakened, another S-level talent would emerge. You know, in the past, Yunqing Martial Arts University was considered lucky to have an A-level talent. It's no wonder that Chenzene was so complacent just now. He felt that he was invincible after awakening an A-level talent. In previous years, a level talent would indeed be enough to make him a celebrity in the school. But this time, he offended the wrong person. Shaking his head, Jiang Yi continued walking out of the school. He and Su Yuli were not very familiar with each other, so the level of talent Su Yuli awakened had nothing to do with him. Chapter 6, Are you going to log in? Jiang Yi returned home, and the sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty room, making it seem particularly deserted. This was the place he had saved money for over the years, risked his life to hunt ferocious beasts, and bought with beast cores stained with blood and sweat. Although he became an orphan with no one to rely on after traveling to this world called Blue Star, the memories and experiences of his previous life made him far more mature and resilient than his peers. He understood since childhood that in this world where humans and ferocious beasts compete for living space, weakness and dependence are deadly poisons. He started training early, honing his body into a sharp knife. At an age when his peers were still in their parents' arms, he had already raised his martial arts skills to the 9th level of martial arts. Only. Thinking of Ding Ruanqi, Jiang Ye's eyes dimmed for a moment, and a self-deprecating smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. For so many years, I have always misjudged people and given my true heart to the wrong people, and in the end. Heh, woman. Jiang Ye murmured softly. He walked to the sofa, sat down, and sank into the soft sofa. I turned on the TV as usual, and the familiar noise immediately filled the room. This sound can dispel some loneliness and make this cold home a little more lively. The sunlight shines through the beige curtains, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. Jiang Yi raised his wrist and tapped it twice. Buzz. A pale blue virtual light screen popped out from the silver terminal on his wrist and hovered in front of him. This is the crystallization of Blue Star technology, called Personal Terminal. Every Blue Star human wears it since birth, and it has almost become a part of the body. For hundreds of years, the war between humans and ferocious beasts has never stopped. The two sides are evenly matched and neither can completely destroy the other. After humans were completely unable to compete with the martial arts in terms of technology and armaments, they simply shifted the focus of the technology tree back to the civilian and entertainment industries. Personal terminals were born in this context. In addition to basic communication and entertainment functions, personal terminals also have a simulated combat function that was only developed in recent years and is highly praised by warriors. It can scan the user's physical data and restore it 100% in the virtual world, allowing the user to fight ferocious beasts in the virtual world. Most importantly, even if you lose in the virtual world, you won't actually die. This greatly reduced the risk of warrior training and allowed humans to accumulate a lot of valuable experience in fighting ferocious beasts. The simulated combat supports single-player mode and multiplayer online matching. As soon as Jiang Yi opened the terminal, a profile picture of a beautiful 2D girl with blue twin tails and big watery eyes popped up. Her ID was Leelu. On the number? 2 concise and clear words. Jiang Yi looked at the screen and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This Leelu was the teammate he met when he tried multiplayer matching for the first time after fighting hard many times in the single-player mode. Leelu is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much, but he has excellent skills and his fighting style is surprisingly compatible with Jiang Ye's. When the two of them work together, the sum of 1 is greater than 2, and they are invincible. Since then, they have become a fixed duo partner, fighting together in simulated combat and making a name for themselves. Jiang Yi opened the chat box between the two people, and all he saw were extremely brief conversations. Are you going to get on the number? Go. Open 1? Open it. There was no nonsense, no greetings, and no communication about real life. The two knew nothing about each other's real identities, but they formed a deep fighting friendship in the virtual world and became brothers who could trust each other with life and death. The only thing Jiang Yi could be sure of was that this Leelu, like him, had not awakened any talents in the previous matching battle. In other words, he is not older than her. Faced with the invitation from his good brother, if it were any other time, Jiang Yi would definitely respond without hesitation, and then rush into the simulated battlefield with Leelu. But today, he really couldn't muster the interest. He now wants to go outside the city and fight those damn beasts with real weapons. Only real blood and roars can make him forget what happened today. Moreover, he also wanted to test the actual combat effect of his new talent Never Devour as soon as possible to see how much he would be strengthened after absorbing the power of the ferocious beast. Jiang Yi didn't reply for a long time, but the message showed read. Lyle seemed to have noticed something as well and sent another simple question mark. Immediately afterwards, a huge 2D beautiful girl emoticon package popped up, occupying the entire chat box. Jiang Yi. He rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little headache. My good brother is good in every way except that he is too two-dimensional. Not only does she use 2D beautiful girl avatars, she also likes to send these cute emoticons. Every time he chatted with him, Jiang Yi found it difficult to keep calm. When I think of the image on the other side of the screen, Jiang Yi couldn't help but shiver, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. As for why he was so sure of Li Li's gender. First of all, it is Lyle's fighting style. Jiang Yi boasted that he was bloody enough in virtual combat, with ruthless and deadly moves, showing no mercy at all. But compared to Lyle, he is just a gentle little lamb. Leelu was so brutal on the virtual battlefield, like a human meat grinder, with broken limbs flying everywhere and blood and flesh all over the place. Jiang Yi felt his scalp tingling just watching it. He even wondered if this guy had any special fetish. Secondly, it is Lyle's personality. Be it the decisiveness in killing shown in virtual combat or the concise and straightforward style in daily chatting, it was hard for Jiang Yi to believe that there was really a beautiful girl on the other side of the screen. Last but not least, the most important point. Jiang Yi is a time traveler after all. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of monsters and demons on the internet. He has seen too many netizens like this. Without giving it any more thought, Jiang Yi sighed and typed into the chat box, "Something happened in real life, I don't want to log in today." The other party replied almost immediately, "Okay." Still so concise, and so frugal with words. Jiang Yi stared at the ceiling with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. After a moment, a miniature black vortex slowly emerged in the palm of his right hand. This is the talent he awakened today, Never Devour. He stood up and walked to an old cabinet, opened the drawer, and took out a beast core the size of an egg with cracks on its surface. This was what was left over from his previous hunt for ferocious beasts. The quality wasn't very good, but it was better than nothing. Jiang Yi held the beast core in his palm. The black hole slowly rotated, and an invisible suction force surged out from his palm, enveloping the beast core. Click, click. The beast core collapsed and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a pure energy that was completely swallowed by the black hole. Jiang Yi closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. He could clearly feel that his physical fitness was improving in all aspects. His muscles, bones, meridians were all becoming stronger under the nourishment of this energy. Even the perception has become a little stronger. It really works. Jiang Yi opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 7 Meet Offline. Originally, after reaching the 9th level of martial artist, Jiang Yi's cultivation speed had slowed down significantly. If he wanted to break through to the realm of warrior, it would take a lot of time and energy. His original plan was to wait until his talent was awakened and then use the power of his talent to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Now it seems that with the talent of Never Devouring, he can completely rely on devouring beast cores to improve his strength, which is much faster than simple practice. Originally, his path to becoming stronger could rely on that stupid system, but on this journey back, no matter how Jiang Yi tried to call the system did not respond. Jiang Yi had no idea what this thing was used for. If the system space could not be opened and the 9th grade Great Rejuvenation Pill was not still there, Jiang Yi would have suspected that the system had automatically uninstalled after he completed the first task. No matter how you look at it, this thing is bound to the wrong person, right? So now, is there a loser in the corner that no one cares about, waiting for the golden finger to be shattered silently? He. It seems that I have to find a way to save some money and go out of the city. Jiang Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. He almost spent all his savings to buy those flashy gifts for that ungrateful bastard Ding Ruanxi. Now, the money he had left was not enough to even leave the city. Ever since those damn beasts descended on the blue planet, human living space has been ruthlessly compressed and divided. The prosperous cities that were once spread all over the world are now only isolated cities left, like chess pieces scattered on a chessboard, isolated from each other and looking at each other from afar. Outside the city is a paradise for ferocious beasts and a forbidden zone of death. Endless wilderness, dense forests, steep mountains, are all occupied by various powerful and brutal beasts. They reproduce and grow there, always coveting human cities. Every city is ruled by one or several peerless masters who have reached the state of unity between man and nature. With their own powerful strength, they maintain the city defense formation covering the entire city. This formation is humanity's last line of defense, isolating it from the attacks of ferocious beasts and also isolating ordinary people from the outside world. Therefore, the only way to leave the city is through the teleportation array within the city. These teleportation arrays were not set up randomly, but were built bit by powerful people of all generations at great cost and through countless bloody lessons. Moreover, the teleportation array does not allow for arbitrary teleportation. For security reasons, each city's teleportation array is only connected to a few fixed teleportation points. These teleportation points are located in different areas around the city. Even different cities can be teleported to the same place on Blue Star. After hundreds of years of exploration and fighting, the ancestors of mankind have gained a very detailed understanding of the distribution, strength, and danger level of the ferocious beasts around these teleportation points. They named these areas in detail and divided them into danger levels based on the situation of ferocious beasts in different areas. This information about the teleportation points and surrounding areas was recorded in detail and became a compulsory course for every warrior before leaving the city. Because of this, the price of using the teleportation array to leave the city is not cheap. For Jiang Yi, going outside the city not only allows him to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain beast cores to devour and strengthen himself, but he can also sell the beast cores for money. He is in urgent need of some startup capital. At this moment, the personal terminal suddenly vibrated and a new message popped up. It was sent by Lyle. Did something happen when awakening your talent today? Jiang Yi was slightly stunned and a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Leelu guessed the reason for his bad mood so quickly. It was related to the awakening of his talent today. Does he know so much about the days when freshmen awaken their talents? Could it be him too? Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and typed directly into the chat box, "Are you also awakening your talent today?" The other party replied almost instantly, "Yes." Then, another message came, "Are awakened talents rubbish?" Jiang Yi looked at the screen and couldn't help but smile. He replied, "That's not the case. It's because of some other reasons." Leelu was silent for a moment, then sent a message, "Understood." Jiang Yi's heart moved. He had never thought before that Leelu, like himself, was also a freshman participating in the awakening ceremony this year. It's so rare to meet someone who looks so much like me online. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Although the two had never met before, the tacit understanding and trust established in the virtual world made Jiang Yi feel a little warm. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the two of them had really developed a relationship over the years through actual combat and were friends for life and death, Jiang Yi would have suspected that the other side was trying to trick him into going to northern Myanmar. At this moment, Lyle sent another message, which made Jiang Yi's eyes widen instantly. "Do you want to go outside the city and hunt real beasts to vent your anger?" Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, feeling an indescribable surprise in his heart. Unexpectedly, Leelu even thought of the same thing as me. He was about to reply, but hesitated. He really wants to go out of the city now, but the problem is, he is short of money. Before he could figure out how to reply, Lyle sent a message first. "It's my treat." Jiang Yi looked at these 3 words and his eyes lit up instantly. "Good brother." Jiang Yi replied excitedly. "Call me daddy." Leelu replied immediately. "Jiang Yi." Lyle sent another message right after, "Let's decide on a location. How about Gumming Cargo Port?" When Jiang Yi saw the words Gumming Cargo Port, information about that place quickly emerged in his mind. Before the arrival of the ferocious beast, the bone-sounding cargo port was one of the most prosperous trading ports on Blue Star. It was brightly lit day and night, and goods from all over the world gathered and transited here. It was once the lifeline of Blue Star's economy. However, with the arrival of the ferocious beast, this once glorious port was completely reduced to ruins and occupied by the ferocious beast. However, precisely because the Bonening cargo port is highly industrialized, there is nothing other than steel, concrete, and cold mechanical equipment that can attract powerful beasts. Therefore, most of the ferocious beasts lurking there are of low strength, and even third-level ferocious beasts are rare. This is simply a natural testing ground for those martial artists who have not yet reached the realm of martial artists. You can hone your combat skills and accumulate practical experience without having to worry about encountering overly powerful enemies that could put your life in danger. Jiang Yi had been to the Gumming cargo port many times to hunt ferocious beasts. He knew the terrain there, the distribution of ferocious beasts, and even some hidden safe spots. This guy chose a very reliable place. Jiang Yi nodded secretly in his heart. Although I have never been in a real fight with Leelu before, this guy really makes me feel at ease. He replied with 1 word in the chat box, "Okay." Leelu quickly sent another message, "I'll be waiting for you at the teleportation array exit at 1 p.m. Then, a red envelope icon appeared in the chat box. When Jiang Yi saw the red envelope, he immediately became excited and opened it without hesitation. After a closer look, the amount in the red envelope was neither too much nor too little, just enough to cover the transportation fee to the Gumming cargo port and various related handling fees. This guy has even calculated this. Jiang Yi couldn't help but grin. He thought about it and typed in the chat box, "Love you," and added a blowing kiss emoji. The other party replied almost immediately, and a huge 2D beautiful girl emoticon with a look of disgust on her face took up the entire chat box. Jiang Yi looked at this emoticon and couldn't help laughing out loud. Chapter 8, My good brother is actually an icy school beauty? Cloud City, Teleportation Hall. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and lifted the backpack onto his shoulder. The air was filled with the unique, slightly burnt smell of the teleportation array. He stretched his stiff neck and glanced at his personal terminal. It was almost time. The Cloud City Teleportation Hall was bustling with people. The warriors were either walking in a hurry or talking in low voices in groups of 2 or 3. The air was filled with the sound of various equipment rubbing against each other and the faint smell of sweat. Jiang Yi stood in the team and slowly moved forward. With a casual glance, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure came into view not far ahead. Su Yuli? The well-deserved campus beauty of Yuncheng Martial Arts University, an icy beauty. That cool and elegant temperament, even in this noisy teleportation hall, is as eye-catching as a crane standing out among chickens. Jiang Yi was not familiar with her. To be precise, in the entire Yuncheng Martial Arts University, there are only a handful of people who can say a few words to Su Yuli. The only thing they had in common was that they were both freshmen in the martial arts department and had taken a few of the same classes. As for private communication? That has never happened before. Before leaving school today, Jiang Yi learned that she had awakened an S-level talent. I think a lot of things must have happened to Su Yuli at school after he left. I guess even the principal must have been alarmed. Do you want to go up and say hello? A hint of hesitation flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. After all, the two are classmates. But then he dismissed the idea. Su Yuli's cold aura that keeps people at a distance is really intimidating. Forget it. It's better to have less trouble than more, so as to avoid getting yourself into trouble. Jiang Yi silently looked away, pretending he saw nothing. Su Yuli was at the front of the line and soon it was her turn. She walked towards the teleportation array with graceful steps. Her tall figure and cool temperament attracted the attention of many people around her. The middle-aged man in charge of the transfer looked up and asked in a routine manner, "Where to?" "Bone-ringing cargo port." Su Yuli's voice was cold, like a flowing ice spring. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Bone-Ming cargo port. Isn't that where he's going? Did she also go there to kill monsters? He couldn't help but prick up his ears and listen carefully to the movement over there. Su Yuli showed her ID, and the uncle skillfully operated the system to check the information. Destination confirmed, bone-ringing cargo port. The purpose of leaving the city is to gain experience, right? Yuncheng Martial Arts University, Combat Support Department, freshman, Su Yuli. The uncle read out her name and confirmed it again. Identity is correct. Pay the transfer fee and you can enter. Su Yuli opened her personal terminal, scanned the code and paid with quick and efficient movements. Then, she walked into the teleportation array, and with a dazzling light, her figure disappeared instantly. Jiang Yi stood there, feeling a little weird. Unexpectedly, this aloof school beauty also chose Gumming Cargo Port as her training location. Finally, it was Jiang Yi's turn. Where are you going? It was the same middle-aged man who asked without even raising his head. Bone-ringing cargo port. What's your purpose for leaving the city? Experience. Proof of identity. Jiang Yi handed over his ID. The uncle took a quick look and said, Yuncheng Martial Arts University, Giant Beast Countermeasures Department, freshman. Jiang Yi? The uncle worked quickly on the system, inputting information while saying, first time out of town? No, Jiang Yi replied. He was already familiar with the process of leaving the city. Oh, that's good to have experience. The uncle nodded. According to regulations, you must purchase an out-of-town insurance policy when you first leave the city, just in case. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, forced? He didn't worry much about money before, so he didn't pay much attention to this aspect. But now we are poor after all, so we should save as much as possible. Yes, this is a mandatory rule of the league, the uncle explained. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and accepted it. You need to undergo a physical examination to confirm whether your physical condition is suitable for leaving the city. The uncle pointed to the testing equipment next to him. Jiang Yi walked over and put his arm into the cold metal ring. After a moment, the instrument made a beep and the green light came on. I am in good physical condition and meet the criteria for leaving the city. Finally, pay the transfer fee. The uncle gestured for Jiang Yi to scan the code to pay. Jiang Yi opened his personal terminal. The money in the red envelope given by Leelu was just enough to pay for the transmission fee and various miscellaneous handling fees. Ding, payments successful. Jiang Yi walked into the teleportation array and felt a familiar dizziness. In a flash of light, he was already in a completely different world. The exit of the teleportation array of the Bonning cargo port is an abandoned warehouse. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust and decay, mixed with the salty smell of the sea breeze, making people feel nauseous. The broken walls were covered with moss and cracks, and various discarded mechanical parts and construction waste were scattered on the ground. The sunlight shines through the broken roof, casting mottled shadows, adding a sense of eeriness and desolation. Jiang Yi looked around, searching for Leelu. No one. Where are the people? Etc. Not far away, in the corner of the warehouse, stood a man. That back view. Su Yuli? Jiang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? This is the only teleportation array exit of the Bonming cargo port. Apart from Su Yuli, there is no one else here. The time has come. Excluding Leelu being late, the only remaining possibility is... Could it be that Leelu is Su Yuli? My online best friend is actually an icy school beauty? Jiang Yi's mind went blank, and this idea seemed extremely absurd to him. He subconsciously took a step forward and walked towards Su Yuli. The heavy footsteps were particularly clear in this silent warehouse. Su Yuli turned around slowly. He still had that frosty expression. Jiang Yi felt his heart was about to leap into his throat. He swallowed nervously and asked tentatively, You are Leelu? Su Yuli did not deny it. She nodded slightly, which was considered an admission. Are you the Lord of Night? She spoke slowly, her cold voice echoing in the empty warehouse. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning. Awkward. Incomparable embarrassment. It's the ultimate scene of social death. Being called by my online name offline. And it's such an embarrassing online name. What's even worse is that the other party is the aloof school beauty Su Yuli. Jiang Yi felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, and his cheeks turned red instantly. He coughed frantically, trying to hide his embarrassment. Cough, 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 cough. Even if he had lived 2 lives, he couldn't save his face anymore at this moment. Well, can you change your name? Jiang Yi spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling. He would rather come out and face the beast directly. Su Yuli raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she found the scene in front of her quite interesting. But she still maintained her expressionless look and said calmly, Lord of the Night, I'm fine. Jiang Yi. He even wanted to die. Chapter 9 called Ad. Jiang Yi felt like he was about to suffocate. Why didn't you tell me earlier who you were? Jiang Yi hesitated. He really couldn't say the 3 words Su Yuli, let alone the name Iceberg School Beauty, which he silently complained about in his heart. This is even more uncomfortable than asking him to face 10 ferocious beasts directly. Normally when I come here, I'll just wait at the teleportation array exit for a few minutes before a tide of beasts arrives. Why is it so quiet today? Su Yuli tilted her head in confusion, her cold eyes falling on Jiang Yi. Then, she followed Jiang Yi's line of sight and looked down at herself. The light in the dilapidated warehouse was dim. Her white school uniform jacket was stained with dust, and the originally meticulous hem of her skirt was slightly wrinkled. Other than that, nothing seems to be wrong. Su Yuli raised her head and looked at Jiang Yi in confusion, her clear eyes full of questions. Me? What's wrong? She asked softly, her voice still cold and emotionless. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say a word. Su Yuli looked at Jiang Yi, who seemed to be hesitant to speak and was on the verge of collapse, and finally understood something. She raised her eyebrows slightly, but it was so fleeting that it seemed like an illusion. You didn't ask me. Su Yuli said lightly, besides, you didn't tell me about your affairs. We're even. Jiang Yi. Can this even out? Well, in a sense, it's even. He sighed silently in his heart and accepted his fate. Su Yuli looked at him, remembered something, and suddenly asked, Does talent really have no impact? Jiang Yi was silent. He knew what Su Yuli was referring to. When he awakened his talent in the morning, Su Yuli must have been there. Presumably, she, like everyone else, thought that he had awakened an F-level talent. Jiang Yi scratched his head, sighed, and said, There's a slight discrepancy. Actually, his talent isn't F-level, it's SSS-level. He thought it would be better to explain this matter to his teammates. After all, they will face the ferocious beast together next and entrust their lives to each other. He cannot let his concealment affect his teammates' judgment of the situation. However, he didn't know how to bypass the existence of the system and explain this matter. However, to Jiang Ye's surprise, Su Yuli did not show any surprise or suspicion. She just nodded slightly and said calmly, "I understand. Then it'll be the same as before. You attack, and I'll support." Jiang Yi was stunned. She just accepted it like that? He had prepared a lot of explanations, but in the end, not a single word was used. However, this is also a good thing. It saves him a lot of trouble. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded, feeling a lot more relaxed. Only. Jiang Yi looked at the expressionless and cold girl in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is she really Leelu? Thinking back to the interaction between the two when they met online. Isn't the contrast too big? The two of them sat in silence, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. That, Su, Lyle, classmate. He stuttered, but found that he didn't know how to address the other person at all. Su Yuli? That sounds too unfamiliar. Call her Lyle? That feels weird again. Calling him classmate? That doesn't seem appropriate either. Su Yuli looked at him quietly, waiting for his next words. Yuli, Jiang Yi said carefully, discussing, can we not call each other by our online names from now on? The title Lord of the Night is so embarrassing when it comes from Su Yuli's mouth in real life. He felt like he could dig a castle out of his shoes with his toes. Upon hearing this, Su Yuli stopped organizing her equipment and looked up at Jiang Yi. Her eyes were still cold, but seemed to have a hint of playfulness. What's that called? She asked calmly, without any emotion in her voice. Just call me by my name. Jiang Yi said quickly, Jiang Yi, Jiang is in river, Yi is in night sky. Su Yuli did not answer immediately, but just looked at Jiang Yi quietly. Jiang Yi felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. He subconsciously touched his nose and his eyes were wandering. Just when Jiang Yi was about to speak again, Su Yuli finally spoke. Call me Daddy. Jiang Yi almost choked to death on his own saliva. He jerked his head up, his eyes wide. You. He couldn't believe his ears. Su Yuli looked at Jiang Yi's exasperated look, tilted her head slightly, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a very faint, slightly provocative smile. Although the smile was faint, it was indeed a smile. It is very different from the usual iceberg image. This made Jiang Yi recall the feeling when the two of them played duo queuing online before. Although Leelu didn't talk much at that time, she would occasionally do this, using a seemingly calm but actually joking tone to make him speechless. However, at that time, they were separated by a screen, so he couldn't see Leelu's expression. And now, he was standing in front of Su Yuli, and he could clearly see the fleeting smile on her face. Good boy, stop making trouble. Jiang Yi finally felt relieved. He decided not to worry about the name issue for the time being and to solve the current dilemma first. What do we do now? He asked. Su Yuli's gaze passed him and went deep into the warehouse. She said lightly, let's leave here first. It's not safe here. Jiang Yi nodded. He also noticed the strange atmosphere around him. There seemed to be a dangerous atmosphere in the air, making people feel uneasy. Based on Jiang Yi's previous experience here, there are probably many ferocious beasts lying in ambush around. Are you familiar with this place? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask. Su Yuli shook her head, not familiar. First time here. Jiang Yi. So you choose this? Fortunately, I am familiar with it. Then we. Jiang Yi wanted to say something else. Su Yuli interrupted him, don't talk, just follow me. After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the depths of the warehouse. Jiang Yi had no choice but to follow. The two walked one in front and one behind in this ruin full of unknown dangers. Jiang Yi felt a mixture of emotions. There were quite a few things that happened today that shocked his three views. I originally thought that the stupid system that was full of nonsense was the ceiling. Unexpectedly, masters came out of the awakening room one after another. The two walked in the dilapidated warehouse, and the surroundings became increasingly quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. There was only the soft crunch of gravel and rubble beneath their feet. Jiang Yi became more alert. He felt that something was secretly watching them. Be careful, he said to Su Yuli. Although he was very confident in Su Yuli's ability, it had been tested online. But since this was her first time in such a place, it would be better to give her a reminder. Su Yuli did not respond, but her pace slowed down significantly. Sudden. A rustling sound came from the ruins ahead, getting closer and clearer. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli stopped at the same time, staring at the direction where the sound came from. There's something. It's coming out. Chapter 10, Rusty Rats. Rustle. The tiny sounds became clearer and clearer, like countless claws scratching the ground, making people's scalps numb. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the ruins. It was a huge rat, as long as a forearm, and its body was covered with a layer of rusty bristles, like rusty iron armor. A pair of red eyes flashed with ferocity, sharp teeth were exposed, dripping with sticky liquid and emitting a disgusting stench. Rust rat. Jiang Yi's heart trembled. He is familiar with this stuff. Although it is only the most common first-level ferocious beast, the rust rat is definitely one of the most difficult to deal with among the ferocious beasts of the same level. Not only do they have sharp claws, but their highly corrosive saliva makes them hard to guard against. Once it is stained, even a minor abrasion will quickly expand and ulcerate, causing excruciating pain. What's more, rust rats always appear in groups and rarely act alone. Squeak squeak. Sure enough, after the first rust rat appeared, the second, the third. More and more rust rats emerged from the shadows, their red eyes flashing bloodthirsty light in the dim warehouse, surrounding the two men. There are a lot of them. Su Yuli's voice was still cold and without any ripples. Let me try it first. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and moved his wrist. When he came here alone before, he already had rich experience in dealing with rust rats. Moreover, when he and Leelu were duo queuing online, they killed a lot of these rats. By then, they had already figured out a perfect tactic to deal with the rust rats. He remembered that Leelu could always accurately predict the attacks of the rust rat and react in advance. What he had to do was to seize the opportunity created by Lyle and deal a fatal blow to the rust rat. Superior. Almost at the moment Jiang Yi rushed out, Su Yuli's voice rang out, short and powerful. Jiang Yi's feet moved quickly, he squatted slightly, slid sideways, and narrowly avoided the attack of the first rust rat. The rust rat's claws dug into the ground fiercely, and several deep scratches instantly appeared on the hard cement floor, making a sizzling sound from the corrosion. Jiang Yi didn't pause at all. He took advantage of the momentum and turned around to the side of the rusty rat. Now is the time. He heard Leelu whispering in his ear. Su Yuli took action. A light blue light flashed and hit the rust rat's head accurately. Although it did not cause direct damage, it did cause the rust rat's movements to pause slightly. Jiang Yi has been waiting for this moment. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his right fist. A strong airflow condensed on his fist, faintly emitting a black light. Die! Jiang Yi growled and punched the rusty rat hard in the eye socket. Crack! The sound of bones breaking can be clearly heard. The rust rat let out a shrill scream, its body twitched a few times, and then it fell limply to the ground. Call! Jiang Yi let out a long sigh, feeling a surge of refreshment in his heart. Sure enough, it's the same as online. Although this was the first time they met offline, this kind of tacit cooperation had been practiced countless times. He turned to look at Su Yuli, and his originally nervous mood relaxed a lot. It seems that there is no difference between actual combat and online combat. Shut up and concentrate. Su Yuli's answer was still cold, without any emotional fluctuations. However, Jiang Yi saw subtle admiration in her cold eyes. He. Jiang Yi scratched his head, and before he had time to think about it, more rust rats rushed over with roars. Squeak! Squeak! The shrill cries came one after another, and at least a dozen rust rats attacked simultaneously from all directions. Left! Jiang Yi shouted, reminding Su Yuli to pay attention. Good! Su Yuli's response was still concise, but her movements were not slow at all. The light blue light flashed again, accurately hitting several rust rats that tried to attack from the left. Jiang Yi is in charge of the front battlefield. He was like a nimble cheetah, moving through the rat swarm and constantly dodging the attacks of the rust rats. The sound of bones breaking and the screams of rust rats continued to ring out. 1, 2, 3. More and more rust rats fell to the ground and disappeared in white light. Su Yuli's assistance was just right. She can always create excellent attack opportunities for Jiang Yi or resolve fatal crises at critical moments. The cooperation between the two became more and more tacit and smooth. They were born to fight side by side like this. Finally, Jiang Yi smashed the head of the last rust rat into pieces with a punch. Call! Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief again, feeling relaxed all over. The warehouse returned to calm, with only the dead rats scattered on the ground as proof of what had just happened. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and corrosive odor. Jiang Yi walked to the dead rat, squatted down and began to examine it carefully. Rust rat carapaces, 3 intact and 5 damaged. Well, these can be used to make armor or shields. Although they're only first-tier materials, they're tough and somewhat resistant to corrosive attacks. The market value of intact ones is around 5,000 credits each, and the damaged ones can fetch around 2,000. As he counted, he skillfully assessed the value of the materials, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with them. And these, rust rat teeth, 27 in total, fairly intact. They can be used to make sharp weapon blades, or ground into powder and used as medicine. They're quite effective for healing wounds. Each one sells for about 1,000 credits. Jiang Yi continued to search and dug out a gray-white crystal the size of a pigeon egg with a bumpy surface from a pile of rubble. Oh! A beast core actually exploded. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. This is a first-level rust rat's beast core. It contains a small amount of energy, which can be used to enchant equipment or absorbed directly to improve cultivation. However, the energy contained in a first-level beast core is too small, so directly absorbing it is a bit wasteful. It is generally used for training by low-level warriors. This one is of good quality and can be sold for at least 15,000 credit points. Jiang Yi collected the beast core separately. This thing is hard currency and there is no problem selling it. At worst, he can still absorb it himself. After all, he has an SSS talent that can strengthen himself. After he counted all the spoils, he had a rough estimate in his mind. The shell, teeth, and the core, the total value is about 80,000 credit points. Jiang Yi raised his head and looked at Su Yuli. As usual, 50-50. You choose first. Su Yuli stood aside, quietly watching Jiang Yi skillfully handle the spoils, a hint of surprise flashing in her cold eyes. She didn't expect that his knowledge of these ferocious beasts' materials was so thorough, just like an experienced hunter. No need, you choose first. Su Yuli said lightly. Then I won't be polite. Jiang Yi smiled. He didn't act pretentiously and directly picked up the beast core of the first-level rusted rat. I want this beast core. Su Yuli nodded, indicating that she had no objection. Chapter 11, Good Shrimp Head System. Jiang Yi picked out a few more good quality shells and 10 teeth, which together barely reached half of their value, and left the rest to Su Yuli. After all, the most useful thing for him here is actually this beast core. The beast core contains the purest energy, and unlike other parts, he needs to use his talent to decompose it into pure energy and then absorb it. You can sell these materials or use them yourself, Jiang Yi said. As for him, he planned to use his new talent to consume all the spoils at home at once after returning to the city, and see if he could break through to the warrior realm in one fell swoop. Su Yuli didn't say anything, but just silently put away the remaining materials. By the way, you really haven't been here before? Jiang Yi asked casually while packing up his spoils. Never been here. Su Yuli's answer was still brief. Then you. Jiang Yi hesitated to speak. Su Yuli saw his confusion and added lightly, I have been to other places, and I chose it randomly this time. So that's how it is. Jiang Yi suddenly realized. He said that Su Yuli's fighting skills and awareness were not like those of a novice who was leaving the city for the first time. There are many things in actual combat that cannot be perfectly simulated in the terminal. Now it seems that although she has never been here, she must have experienced a lot of actual combat in other places. This time, Jiang Yi finally understood why Leelu always seemed so at ease when he was online. Just as Jiang Yi was sighing inwardly, a familiar voice that made his scalp tingle suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. You were just ruthlessly dumped by your girlfriend, and now you're being treated coldly by the icy school beauty. Your life has hit rock bottom. It's heartbreaking to hear about it, and it makes anyone who sees it cry. Release the loser counterattack mission, make the icy school beauty Su Yuli kiss you. Mission reward, S-level martial arts Kai Tianjin. Jiang Yi. He almost vomited blood. This broken system is really haunting me. What does it mean to be ruthlessly abandoned by your girlfriend? What does it mean to be treated coldly by an icy school beauty? What does this have to do with anything? Jiang Yi was so angry that he wanted to curse. But S-level martial arts Kai Tianjin? Although Jiang Yi had never heard of this martial art, since it was an S-level martial art, its strength was naturally self-evident. This reward. He was really moved. But let Su Yuli take the initiative to kiss him? Well. Jiang Yi glanced at Su Yuli secretly. She still looked as cold as ice, and her whole body exuded an aura that kept strangers away. What a stupid system. Jiang Yi couldn't help but complain in a low voice. He had never seen such an outrageous system in his 2 lifetimes. However, the temptation of S-level martial arts is too great. Jiang Yi fell into deep entanglement. What did you say? Su Yuli suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Yi, with a flash of doubt in her cold eyes. Nothing. Jiang Yi quickly waved his hands to cover up. I was thinking, what should we do next? Su Yuli looked at him deeply, somewhat unconvinced, but did not ask any further questions. She cast her gaze into the depths of the warehouse again and said lightly, keep going deeper. Oh, okay. Jiang Yi responded absent-mindedly, still thinking about the task in his mind. The 2 men, one in front and one behind, continued walking deeper into the warehouse. The further you go in, the dimmer the light becomes. The air is filled with a stale, damp smell, mixed with a faint smell of rusted metal, and the atmosphere becomes increasingly depressing. Ha! Jiang Yi shook his head lightly, temporarily putting the unreliable system task in his mind out of the window. That task is ridiculous. Let Su Yuli kiss him on her own initiative? It's outrageous to think about it. Right now, it's more important to focus on exploration. Squeak! The heavy sound of metal friction echoed in the empty warehouse, which was particularly harsh. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli worked together to push open a huge warehouse door. The door hinges made a teeth-grinding protest because they had not been used for a long time. A long-buried smell blew in my face, making me cough. Ahem. Jiang Yi waved his hand to dispel the dust in front of him. What appeared before the 2 was a more spacious warehouse, with dozens of huge containers neatly stacked inside. The surfaces of these containers are rusty, and some are even damaged, revealing the cargo inside. On the side of the container, there are blurred logos from the old civilization era, but it can be vaguely identified that it belongs to a port company. We have the goods. Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with light and he said excitedly. Su Yuli looked around, her eyes swept over the dilapidated containers, and her brows furrowed slightly. Bang! Jiang Yi walked to a container that looked relatively intact, grabbed the latch with both hands, and pried the door of the container open with a sudden force. The door hinge made a crisp crackling sound and could break at any time. Inside the container, rows of black electronic equipment are neatly stacked. Su Yuli walked closer and found that these were computers from the old era. There were bulky monitors, boxy computers, and something that looked like a server. This is... Su Yuli picked up an old, dusty monitor with some confusion. Electronic products from the old civilization, Jiang Yi explained. Back then, these things were very valuable. A single computer might cost an average person 1 or 2 months' salary. He shrugged and continued helplessly, but now, everyone has a terminal, and the materials inside are no longer suitable for today's technology. Apart from recycling some scrap metal, they are basically useless. Su Yuli carefully looked at the old monitor in her hand. It was covered with scratches and stains, and the screen was old and yellow. She shook her head slightly and said calmly, the energy sources are incompatible, and the technology is far behind. Yes. Jiang Yi agreed. These things might have been treasures in the old civilization, but in our time, they are just a pile of junk. The 2 continued to search and opened several containers one after another. Some containers are empty, some are filled with rusty mechanical parts, and some are filled with weapons? Su Yuli picked up an ancient-looking gun from a container and looked at it carefully. The gun body was rusted and the trigger was stuck, making it completely unusable. These guns are useless, Jiang Yi said. The gunpowder has long been damp and unusable. Even if they were usable, the power is too weak to pose any threat to the ferocious beasts. They continued their search. Finally, some special alloy materials were found in a container. These alloy materials are a dull silver gray in color. Although there is some rust on the surface, one can still feel their tough texture. This is good. Jiang Yi picked up a piece of alloy material and weighed it. I can sell it on the black market. Many people will use it to make weapons or protective gear. Su Yuli nodded in agreement, yeah. Chapter 12, Cracked Steel Mantis. In another container, they found some high-strength fiber materials. The material comes in rolls, is dark in color, and feels very tough. This is also possible. Jiang Yi said, "It can be used to make armor or some special equipment." The two began to collect valuable materials. Due to limited storage space, they can only select the materials with the best quality and highest value to pack in. "It's almost done, let's go." Jiang Yi clapped his hands, signaling Su Yuli that she could leave. The two prepared to go deeper to find an exit, or see if they could find more valuable heritage. Jiang Yi walked in front to lead the way, and Su Yuli followed closely behind. "Be careful." Jiang Yi suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, "There's something ahead." Su Yuli was stunned. She didn't feel anything unusual. "What is it?" "A second-level beast." Jiang Yi's voice became serious. "It's not far ahead. I encountered it before when I came here." Su Yuli stopped and stared at Jiang Yi with a sharp gaze. There was a hint of confusion in her cold eyes. "Have you been here before?" "Yeah, I've been here solo a few times before." Jiang Yi answered easily, not noticing the strangeness in Su Yuli's tone. "Any questions?" Su Yuli narrowed her eyes. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Jiang Yi scratched his head and said innocently, "You didn't ask me." The air suddenly became quiet. "The boomerang hit me." Su Yuli didn't say anything, just stared at Jiang Yi quietly. Her eyes made Jiang Yi feel a little guilty, as if he had done something wrong. This subtle atmosphere did not last long. Su Yuli was the first to look away and said lightly, "Let's go." Jiang Yi felt relieved and quickly followed. The two of them walked lightly in this dim and unknown warehouse. He deliberately lowered his breathing to an almost inaudible level, fearing that he might disturb the danger lurking in the darkness. In the narrow passage, Jiang Yi followed Su Yuli closely. The distance was very close, so close that Jiang Yi could clearly smell a faint fragrance. The fragrance was faint, yet it lingered clearly around his nose, refreshing his heart. It's not a strong floral scent, nor does it smell like any artificial perfume. Su Yuli didn't wear any makeup today, and based on Jiang Yi's understanding of her, she was definitely not someone who would use perfume. So, this is body odor? Jiang Yi's heart moved slightly. He felt a little confused and inexplicably distracted. Wrong. Now is not the time to think about these things. Click, click. Suddenly, a subtle but clear sound came from the front, like something hard being chewed and crushed, which was particularly harsh in this silent environment. The two of them stopped almost at the same time and looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance. They slowed down their pace more cautiously and slowly approached the direction where the sound came from. After turning a corner full of debris, the scene in front of me suddenly became clear. This was a warehouse that was much larger than the previous ones. In the open space in the middle, a huge ferocious beast suddenly appeared. It was a second-level ferocious beast, the steel mantis. It was more than 2 meters tall, covered with a dark green shell that gave off a cold metallic luster in the dim light. The most eye-catching thing is its pair of huge and sharp forelimbs, like two carefully polished sickles, flashing with a terrifying edge. At this moment, the steel-cracked mantis shrimp is eating with full concentration. Its prey was a first-level ferocious beast, the poisonous miasma spider. The poisonous miasma spider seemed so small and fragile in front of the steel-cracked mantis shrimp, and had no ability to fight back at all. You know, the level of the ferocious beast represents the absolute difference in power. For the vast majority of martial artists, even those who have cultivated to the 9th level, when facing a first-level ferocious beast, they need to be cautious and work as a team to have a chance of victory. The second-tier beasts, like a natural barrier, stood between the apprentices and the warriors. Their physical fitness, attack power, and defense far surpassed those of the first-tier beasts. What's even more terrifying is that some second-level beasts possess special abilities that are enough to instantly kill any unsuspecting warrior. A lone 9th-level warrior facing a second-level beast would have almost no chance of winning, and even escaping would be extremely difficult. But Jiang Yi is different. Over the years, he has no idea how many second-level ferocious beasts he has hunted. Crack! The steel mantis wielded its sharp sickle and effortlessly cut the poisonous miasma spider into 2 pieces. Dark green juice splashed everywhere, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Su Yuli's eyes instantly became sharp, and she quickly gestured to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi immediately understood. This is a tactic they have practiced online countless times before. Countless days and nights of playing together in pairs had already formed an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Su Yuli was responsible for attracting the attention of the steel mantis shrimp, while Jiang Yi was responsible for attacking from behind and delivering a fatal blow. Su Yuli quietly walked around to the side of the warehouse and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. She aimed at a metal container in the distance and threw the stone out. Whoosh! The stone cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Bang! The stone hit the container hard, making a loud noise that echoed in the empty warehouse, deafening. The steel mantis shrimp's eating was interrupted, and it immediately became alert. It turned its head suddenly, and a fierce light flashed in its pair of compound eyes. It was not fooled by the stone, but directly discovered Su Yuli standing not far away. Hiss! The steel mantis shrimp let out a sharp and piercing hiss, which was its warning. Now is the time. Jiang Yi rushed out from the shadows where he was hiding like an arrow. His speed was so fast that he almost turned into an afterimage, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. His target is the back of the mantis shrimp's neck. That's where its defense is weakest. However, the reaction speed of the steel mantis shrimp far exceeded Jiang Yi's expectations. It actually sensed the threat from behind at the critical moment. The mantis's body suddenly turned, and the huge sickle was swung at lightning speed. Swish! A cold light flashed and went straight to Jiang Yi's waist. Jiang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong sense of crisis instantly swept through his body. Too fast. The side swung so fast that he had no time to dodge it completely. He could only rely on his fighting instinct to twist his body forcefully, trying to avoid the vital points. Sizzle! The sharp sickle scraped past the edge of his clothes, tearing a long hole in his combat uniform. He could even feel a hint of coolness on his skin. Very dangerous. Chapter 13 White Poles, Purple Umbrellas. Jiang Yi's sneak attack failed, and the steel mantis shrimp rushed forward without any hesitation. Its pair of huge sickles, carrying suffocating wind pressure, swung towards Jiang Yi madly. Swish! 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 The sickle broke through the air, making a sharp scream. The attack was extremely fierce, blocking all of Jiang Yi's retreat routes. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly froze. Instead of retreating, he advances. In a situation that seemed impossible to everyone, he actually made a bold and crazy move. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the extremely sharp sickle of the steel mantis shrimp. Crack! A crisp sound was particularly clear in the fierce battle. Accurate. Firm. Jiang Yi's hands, like two pairs of pliers, tightly grasped the scythe that the steel mantis was swinging towards him. The steel mantis's movement suddenly stopped, and an unbelievable light flashed in its huge compound eyes. It had never seen a human dare to catch its sickle with bare hands. You know, this pair of sickles has been tempered and polished countless times, and is extremely sharp, able to cut iron like mud. Even hard rocks and steel can be cut through easily by it. This human being before me. How dare he? The steel mantis came to its senses and instinctively wanted to pull back its sickle. It pushes harder and harder. Hiss! It let out a low roar, and all the muscles in its body were trembling, trying to break the sickle out of Jiang Yi's hand. However, not moving at all. Jiang Yi's hands were like two unshakable mountains, tightly clamping the sickle of the steel-cracking mantis shrimp. No matter how it struggled, it could not be shaken at all. This is a crushing defeat in absolute strength. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint mocking smile. He looked at the mantis shrimp that was still struggling in vain and said lightly, "That's it?" The steel mantis was completely enraged. It felt an unprecedented shame. It roared wildly, and suddenly raised the other sickle that was originally used to maintain balance, and chopped it down towards Jiang Yi's head with lightning speed. Swish! The sickle broke through the air, bringing with it a sharp cold light, vowing to cut Jiang Yi in half. Facing this fatal blow, Jiang Yi's eyes remained calm, without any panic. He released the hand that was holding the cracked steel mantis shrimp and reached out directly. Bang! There was another crisp sound. Jiang Yi's other hand, in the same way, accurately and firmly grasped the other sickle of the steel mantis shrimp. Now, the two sickles of the steel mantis are firmly in Jiang Yi's hands. The cracked steel mantis was in complete despair. It struggled frantically, twisting its huge body and uttering weak wails. Hiss! The weapon it was proud of has now become its bondage. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He suddenly exerted force with both hands. Crack! Crack! Two crisp breaking sounds echoed in the empty warehouse, extremely harsh. The pair of extremely hard and sharp sickles of the steel mantis were actually broken by Jiang Yi. Crush! Jiang Yi casually threw the two broken sickles to the ground, making a clanging sound. He took a step forward and approached the steel mantis that had no power to resist. He slowly raised his right fist without using any fancy moves or any unnecessary movements, only pure strength concentrated in his fist. Then, he punched out. Bang! This punch hit the head of the cracked steel mantis shrimp hard. There is no suspense. The hard head of the steel mantis shrimp exploded instantly under Jiang Yi's powerful punch. The dark green juice mixed with the broken shell splashed everywhere. Its huge body, as if all its bones had been pulled out, fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. One hit. Flash sale. Jiang Yi slowly retracted his fist and blew gently, even his breathing was not disordered at all. He turned his head and looked at Su Yuli, who was standing aside, still in a support posture, and grinned. Easy. Stop pretending. Su Yuli's cold voice sounded. She walked slowly to Jiang Yi, looked him up and down, and after confirming that he was not injured, she spoke lightly. Jiang Yi touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He was indeed a little, carried away. The main reason was that this steel mantis was weaker than he had imagined, while the bonus it gained after awakening his SSS talent was stronger than he had imagined. Su Yuli didn't say anything else. She walked to the body of the cracked steel mantis shrimp and began to check the spoils. Jiang Yi hurriedly followed. Compared to the previous rust rat, the corpse of this second-level ferocious beast, the steel mantis shrimp, is obviously much richer. There are 6 complete pieces of the cracked steel mantis shrimp's shell, and 2 damaged pieces. This thing is much harder than the rust rat's shell, has stronger defense, and is more valuable. A complete piece can be sold for at least 15,000 credit points, and a damaged one can be sold for around 5,000. Jiang Yi skillfully assessed the value of these materials. And this pair of sickles? Although they're broken, they're made of special materials. They can be melted down and reforged, or used to make blades for other weapons. A pair can also be sold for 20,000 credits. Wow, the beast core is quite intact. Jiang Yi found an egg-sized, smooth, dark green crystal from the head of the cracked steel mantis shrimp. The beast core of a second-level cracked steel mantis shrimp contains much more energy than a first-level beast core and is more valuable. This one is of good quality and can be sold for at least 50,000 credit points. The total value is about 180,000 credit points. Jiang Yi raised his head and looked at Su Yuli. As usual, 50-50. You choose first. Su Yuli was still not polite. I want the shell. Jiang Yi nodded and gave the 6 complete shells and 2 broken shells to Su Yuli. The value of these shells has exceeded half of the total value. Then the rest belongs to me. Jiang Yi said. The 2 men finished distributing the spoils and were about to move on when Su Yuli suddenly stopped. What is this? She pointed to a corner next to the body of the cracked mantis shrimp, where a mushroom was growing. That's a very strange mushroom. Its entire body was a strange purple-black color, its canopy was covered with dense black spots, and it emitted a faint, indescribable smell. Jiang Yi also noticed this mushroom. Mutated mushrooms? He frowned, a little uncertain. Can I eat it? Su Yuli asked. I don't know. Jiang Yi shook his head. I've never seen this kind of mushroom before, and it's not mentioned in the illustrated manual. However, generally speaking, the brighter the color of the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. He paused and added, this purple-black mushroom, it's best not to try it lightly. Su Yuli glanced at him and said lightly, coward. Jiang Yi immediately exploded, who's scared? I'm being cautious. Do you understand what I mean by cautious? Su Yuli still had that aloof look. She raised her chin slightly and said lightly, boring. Jiang Yi choked and rolled his eyes. It's a provocation, right? You thought I was a child. Chapter 14, is indirect kissing considered kissing? Jiang Yi doesn't take any provocation. It doesn't mean that he suffers in silence. Su Yuli, I'm telling you, this color is extremely poisonous. If you take a bite, you might ascend to heaven right here, your soul will leave your body, and you'll see the black and white impermanence coming to pick you up. Then, if you drink Mengpa soup, you'll be reborn as a pig in your next life. Su Yuli looked at him expressionlessly. Jiang Yi winked and continued, really? I'm telling you, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is, and that goes for mushrooms. Look how enchanting it looks, it must be poisonous. Maybe it's a chronic poison. You might be fine after eating it today, but tomorrow you'll start bleeding from all 7 orifices, and the day after tomorrow you'll die suddenly. It's a horrible death. The corners of Su Yuli's mouth twitched slightly, as if she wanted to laugh, but she finally held it back. She glanced at Zhang Yi calmly and uttered two words, childish. Zhang Yi chuckled, knowing that she was not scared at all. He shrugged and continued, okay, no more jokes. However, this mushroom really has an unknown origin, so it's best not to touch it. What if it's really poisonous? Su Yuli suddenly asked back, are you scared? Ah. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Su Yuli to suddenly say this, with a hint of provocation. He immediately straightened his chest and said, afraid? I'm afraid of mushrooms? What a joke. I, Jiang Edian, am fearless. A mere mushroom, what the hell is that? Su Yuli glanced at him indifferently, really? I don't believe it. Zhang Yi felt a little guilty when she looked at him, but he refused to admit defeat. Ahem, I just don't think there's any need to take the risk. Do you dare to eat it? Su Yuli asked suddenly. For some reason, Zhang Yi could see a provocation in her expressionless face. Forget it if you don't dare. I don't dare? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, raised his eyebrows and smiled. He leaned closer to Su Yuli and lowered his voice, saying with a hint of joking, I'm doing this for your own good, you know? The effects of this mushroom are unknown. You see, we're alone, a man and a woman, in this empty warehouse. If we eat this stuff, what if something, unspeakable happens? What then? Su Yuli looked at him calmly, like a lake, without any emotional fluctuations at all. It's not impossible, she said lightly. Zhang Yi was suddenly choked, his smile froze on his face, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Oh shit. He originally just wanted to tease Su Yuli and liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't expect. He touched his nose, laughed dryly twice, and quickly waved his hands, just kidding. This mushroom doesn't look good at first glance. The color is so weird, it must be poisonous. We'd better not eat it carelessly. He quickly changed the subject, pointing at the mushroom and saying, look at the color, it's almost black-purple, it must be extremely poisonous. How can a normal mushroom grow like this? Su Yuli snorted coldly, still a coward. Zhang Yi looked at Su Yuli's eyes that were as clear as water, and suddenly an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. If you dare to eat it, I dare to eat it. He blurted out almost without thinking. But as soon as he said it, he immediately regretted it. What is this? Are you angry? Whose child is this? So childish? Su Yuli didn't say anything, but just looked at Zhang Yi deeply. Then, in Zhang Yi's shocked eyes, she actually walked to the mutant mushroom, bent down, stretched out her slender white fingers, and gently pinched the root of the mushroom. With a swish, she actually pulled the purple-black mutant mushroom up from the ground. Hey! You! Zhang Yi was startled. He subconsciously wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Su Yuli put the mutant mushroom, which was still covered in mud, into her mouth without any hesitation. Take a bite. Chew. Swallow. The whole action was done in one go, without any drag. Zhang Yi was stunned. He was completely shocked by Su Yuli's sudden action. This woman is too fierce. You're crazy. Zhang Yi said subconsciously, but he stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. Because Su Yuli was actually fine. Her complexion was normal, her breathing was steady, her eyes were clear, and there was no sign of poisoning at all. Ha! Su Yuli wiped the corner of her mouth gently. She said calmly, my awakened talent is Heavenly Heart Mysterious Method. S rank. Zhang Yi knew this, but he didn't know what Su Yuli's talent was used for. Heavenly Heart Mysterious Method can transform the invisible into the visible, and the visible into the invisible. Simply put, it means that I can change the form of energy by my own will. She paused and continued, toxins are essentially a form of energy. I can use the Heavenly Heart Magic Method to break down and transform toxins into substances that are harmless to the body, or even absorb them directly. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded after hearing this. He finally understood why Su Yuli dared to eat the mutated mushroom directly. As expected of an S-rank talent, he couldn't help but sigh. This ability is simply too incredible. Being able to freely change energy forms means that all martial arts can be freely edited and even recombined in your hands, while still exerting 100% performance. You can even create entirely new martial arts according to your needs. Su Yuli did not deny it, but just nodded slightly. She handed the mushroom in her hand to Jiang Yi. That was what was left after she took a bite. Eat? She said calmly, without any emotion in her voice. Jiang Yi looked at the purple-black mushroom, on which was still a trace of Su Yuli's faint saliva. He felt his throat was a little dry, and he felt a little nervous. At this time, what he was thinking was, is indirect kissing considered kissing? My life has been harmed by the dog system. What? Su Yuli raised her eyebrows slightly, a flicker in her cold eyes. Do you dislike me because I've already eaten? She paused and added, or, you don't dare to eat it? Provocation. This is definitely a provocation. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. Isn't it just eating a mushroom? What's the big deal? Who dares to eat it? He snatched the mushroom from Su Yuli's hand, stuffed it directly into his mouth, chewed it in big mouthfuls, and then, with a gulp, he swallowed it. A real man should keep his word and never give in front of a woman. After the mushroom entered his stomach, Jiang Yi immediately activated his SSS-level talent, Never Devour. A strange energy instantly spread throughout his body, flowing through his limbs like a warm current. Jiang Yi could clearly feel that some subtle changes were taking place in his body. The most obvious is the improvement of poison resistance and mental resistance. Although the improvement is not huge, it is indeed a real improvement. This thing is really poisonous. Chapter 15. Can you kiss me? Obviously, indirect kissing doesn't count as kissing. At least Jiang Yi's loser's counterattack mission was not completed. The humid sea breeze carried the unique metallic smell of rust, rustling the loose hair on Jiang Yi's forehead. He reached out and pressed the rusty iron door, feeling a rough touch on his palm, and dark red iron filings fell with the vibration. Squeak! The dilapidated warehouse door made a teeth-grinding sound. As the girl's white skirt swept over the threshold, 3 bone spurs suddenly flew through the air. Zhung! The sound waves created visible ripples in the air. 3 pale bats crashed into the blue barrier, their bony wings shattered into pieces and turned into powder that fell to the ground. Howling bone bat. Su Yuli's cold voice sounded, and her dark pupils reflected the dense scarlet spots of light in the distance. Southeast 37, northwest 52. Jiang Yi followed her gaze. In the open space outside the warehouse, nearly 100 bat-like beasts were hanging upside down on a rusty crane, their scarlet eyes looking particularly creepy in the gloomy sky. The spurs on the edges of their wings gleamed metallically, and an unsettling low growl emanated from their throats. There are quite a few of them. Normally, there shouldn't be so many gathered here, but they are just a group of people who came to my door. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and moved his wrist. Dealing with first-level ferocious beasts has long been a daily routine. Su Yuli didn't say much and started moving. The cyan sound blade and the blue light intersected in the air, accurately crushing the oncoming bone bat. Jiang Yi turned around and shot down 3 bone bats that were trying to launch a sneak attack, and suddenly felt a warm breath on the back of his neck. Left side. Su Yuli's voice sounded almost next to his ear, and the smell of blood lingered around his nose. Jiang Yi instinctively jumped up and kicked sideways, the crisp sound of his bone wings perfectly matching the screams of the beast. The battle was over quickly. When the last piece of bone fell to the ground, Jiang Yi shook his numb wrist. The moonlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the broken bones on the ground, reflecting a fierce phosphorescent glow. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, which was quickly blown away by the sea breeze. Let me see, materials, bone wings, and beast core. Jiang Yi squatted down and skillfully cut the body of the ferocious beast, peeling off the valuable parts. It's still 50-50. He said without looking up. Su Yuli nodded slightly, glanced at the materials in Jiang Yi's hand, and expressed her agreement. She was a man of few words but very active, and quietly put her share of the spoils into the storage space. The 2 men quickly dealt with the battlefield and continued on their way. The sea breeze suddenly became violent. The 2 looked up at the same time. The sky, which was dusk just now, was now filled with thick asphalt clouds. The salty sea breeze was mixed with a certain rotten sweetness. In the distance, the muffled sound of the tide hitting the shore came, as if a giant beast was beating a drum on the seabed. The harbor was dead silent, even the cries of seagulls had disappeared, only the howling sea breeze, carrying the disturbing sound of the tide. Something's wrong. Jiang Yi pressed his hand against his suddenly throbbing temple. The rusted steel frame of the harbor crane swayed in the wind, casting a distorted shadow. The air was thick with the faint smell of rust, not warehouse rust, but a deeper, more violent scent. Su Yuli's skirt was blown up by the strong wind, and she said softly, "The sound of the tide." That's definitely not true. The rising and falling sound of the tide was mixed with the sound of fine gnawing. Jiang Ye's pupils shrank suddenly, and a bloody dusk in his memory suddenly flashed before his eyes. Waves dyed red by rust, schools of fish gnawing at steel plates, and those crawling out of the rusty water. It's the rust tide. He stopped and looked serious. Su Yuli also paused and looked at him with a questioning look. It's a phenomenon unique to the bone-ringing cargo port, Jiang Ye explained. Low-level beasts will be disturbed by some kind of magnetic field, becoming frenzied and attacking en masse. Su Yuli frowned slightly. The atmosphere at the port was indeed not right. It was depressing and restless, like the calm before the storm. It's not safe here anymore. Jiang Ye looked around. The abandoned warehouses, rusty machinery, and deserted streets were filled with a dangerous atmosphere. Go back to the city. Su Yuli spoke concisely and made a direct judgment. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, his eyes sweeping across the two people's bulging storage space. The harvest from this exploration was indeed rich. Various materials and animal cores filled the space, which exceeded expectations. Let's explore for a while longer. Jiang Ye was still a little greedy. Let's see if there are any good things. When we're done, we'll retreat. Su Yuli did not object, but just followed him silently and continued to move forward. After walking a few steps, Su Yuli suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Jiang Ye. Is there something wrong? She asked, her tone firm, not a question, but a statement. The sea breeze blew rusty debris between the two people. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed a little absent-minded along the way, and the S-level martial arts for the mission kept circling in his mind. Su Yuli was very perceptive and could always easily detect his abnormality. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment. How to explain it? The system is too unbelievable. Speak. Su Yuli urged again, her tone still calm. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. S-level martial arts are crucial to their subsequent exploration, especially when the rust tide is about to come. Improving strength is also to better protect Su Yuli's safety. Well, that's right. He found a very reasonable reason for himself. At least he could convince himself. Jiang Ye stammered, I have a martial art. Need. Very special conditions. Su Yuli looked at him quietly, her eyes clear and without a trace of ripples. Can you? Jiang Ye mustered up the courage and finally said, kiss me. The air seemed to freeze. After Jiang Ye finished speaking, he felt that it was a bit ridiculous. But the words have been spoken and cannot be taken back. He stared at Su Yuli nervously, waiting for her reaction, feeling uneasy. Su Yuli's expression did not change at all, she still looked cold and aloof, but her eyes seemed a little deeper, as if she was thinking about something. Jiang Ye's scalp tingled when she looked at him, and he stammered as he tried to explain, it's not that, what you think. Really, it's a martial arts condition. Really, there's an S-rank martial art, it's very powerful, but... Before he could finish his words, Su Yuli moved. Not words, but actions. She tilted her head slightly, her movements quick and decisive. The soft lips, with a hint of coolness, instantly touched Jiang Ye's lips. Jiang Ye's mind went blank, all the words were stuck in his throat, and his breathing stagnated. Soft touch, cool temperature. It's very light and short-lived, just like a dragonfly touching the water and then disappearing. Su Yuli took a step back, as if she had just completed a simple and ordinary task. Her cold gaze fell back on Jiang Ye's face, waiting for his follow-up instructions. Jiang Ye's brain slowly restarted. The blank moment just now almost made him lose the ability to think. He raised his hand, and his fingertips unconsciously stroked his lips. There seemed to be a hint of coldness left there, but it was so unreal as a dream. Chapter 16 First Kiss. You. Jiang Ye opened his mouth, but found his voice a little hoarse and didn't know what to say. He wanted to ask Su Yuli why she was so direct, wanted to ask if she had misunderstood something, wanted to explain that he was actually motivated by martial arts skills. However, when the words came to my lips, I felt that everything seemed pale and powerless. Su Yuli's eyes were too calm, so calm that he felt that his previous nervousness and panic were a bit unnecessary. Just when Jiang Ye was speechless, a familiar mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Host. You. Actually. Succeeded. Jiang Ye? It scared me. What's going on? Think back to the days when the icy school beauty Suyuli was so aloof. How unapproachable. She was like the cold moon in the sky, cold and aloof, keeping everyone at a distance. And you, host. You are just a loser who has awakened an F-level talent. Everyone thinks you're a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Everyone laughs at your overestimation of your abilities. Even this system once doubted whether you could truly complete this nearly impossible task. Congratulations to the host for completing the loser counterattack mission. Reward, S-level martial arts skill Chenzene. The system's voice continued to talk to itself, completely ignoring Jiang Ye's complicated mood at the moment. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, and he really wanted to complain about the system's train of thought, but then a huge stream of information poured into his mind, instantly occupying all his thoughts. Countless images flashed before my eyes. The fist shadow is like a mountain, the palm wind cracks the stone, the power penetrates the body, and shatters the void. A blurry figure was practicing a set of fierce and domineering boxing techniques in the chaos. Jiang Yi seemed to be in another dimension, feeling the trajectory of that power firsthand, and the blood in his body began to boil. S-level martial arts, Chenzene. Just the demonstration in his mind made him feel the power and terror of this martial art. This is definitely not comparable to the low-level martial arts he had learned before. The flow of information gradually subsided, and Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes. He subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, and the infinite potential waiting to explode. Is that all right? Suyuli's voice rang out again, breaking Jiang Yi's contemplation. Or do you want to continue? Jiang Yi came back to his senses and looked at Suyuli with complicated eyes. He didn't know what Suyuli thought of the kiss just now. Yeah, that's fine. Jiang Yi nodded, trying hard to suppress the throbbing in his heart, and pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Thank you." Suyuli did not respond to his thanks, but just said him lightly, then turned around and continued walking forward. Jiang Yi followed behind her, feeling a little weird. Having acquired S-level martial arts, his strength has been greatly improved, which should be something to be happy about. However, the kiss just now left an indelible ripple in his heart. He couldn't help wanting to break the silence and say something, but he didn't know how to start. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say, "Actually, that was my first kiss." He and Ding Ruanqi have been childhood sweethearts, but in reality, they have only hugged each other and held hands. Suyuli's footsteps paused slightly, but soon returned to normal and continued to move forward. Jiang Yi felt a little disappointed, but not surprised. Suyuli has this kind of personality. Just when Jiang Yi thought Suyuli would not respond, a cold voice suddenly came from the front. It was very light and faint, but it reached his ears clearly. "Me too." The sound was so small that it was almost blown away by the sea breeze. But Jiang Yi heard it clearly. The humid sea breeze suddenly became sticky. Jiang Yi stumbled. He stared at the ends of Suyuli's hair that were blown by the sea breeze, and in a trance he saw that the white jade-like earlobes seemed to have turned a very light crimson. "You." His Adam's apple rolled as he tried to say something, when the rusty crane in the distance suddenly made a harsh sound of metal twisting. Suyuli had already turned and walked towards the ruins of the container. As her skirt swept across the phosphorescent fire on the ground, she suddenly said, "Wait." "Ah?" Jiang Yi was stunned and didn't react. "You." Suyuli said simply and clearly, "You're always slow in speaking and doing things." The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. Could it be that she was disgusted with his hesitation just now? He scratched his head and said helplessly, "I'm not." Suyuli glanced at him and said, "Now, online, it's different." Jiang Yi was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. This made him even more speechless. In a simulated combat? What is he like in the simulated combat? For the sake of team efficiency, he of course gave instructions as concisely and quickly as possible to strive for victory. But is this the same as the reality? Besides, he had never seen her real appearance online. Who would have known through the screen that the good brother with whom I chat every day is actually the aloof school beauty? The words were stuck in his throat, and Jiang Yi didn't say them in the end. Suyuli suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Yi, her cold eyes becoming serious. "If you want to repay me for what you just did, then call me Dad." The cold voice was calm. Jiang Yi looked at the eyelashes so close to him, and his CPU was a little overwhelmed. What? The air seemed to freeze. The whistling of the sea breeze and the sound of the tide crashing on the shore became distant and blurred. Online. Su Yuli scratched 2 marks on the container with her bloody fingertips. You owe me 27 times. Years of memories flashed through my mind. Jiang Yi naturally recalled the interactions between the two since they met. No. His voice cracked, those don't count. That's fighting. I don't care. Su Yuli tilted her head, and her bloody fingertips suddenly touched his Adam's apple. Now, pay the debt. Silence. The sea breeze, carrying the smell of rust, swirled between the two of them. Su Yuli did not urge him anymore, but just looked at Jiang Yi quietly, his conflicted expression reflected in her dark pupils. Don't want to scream? Su Yuli spoke, her voice still cold. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know where to start. No, Su Yuli paused and added, then don't hesitate from now on. She dropped her eyes. Trust me, just do it. Just a few simple words. Jiang Yi looked at her, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He knew that Su Yuli was right. In this environment, nagging would only do harm. He took a deep breath, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and said, okay. In one word, clean and neat. Su Yuli raised her head, looked at him, turned around and continued walking forward without saying a word. Jiang Yi followed her, silent for a while, and finally couldn't help but speak. Actually, I never thought that after knowing each other online for so long. He paused, choosing his words carefully. It will be Su Yuli, you. That, such a beautiful girl. Su Yuli did not look back and did not stop. She responded softly, not seeming surprised. You have good vision. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. He took a few quick steps and walked side by side with Su Yuli. Of course, that's quite insightful indeed. Chapter 17 Hidden Road. Dark clouds rolled in the lead gray sky, and the rusty gantry cranes at the port groaned and creaked like the gnawed skeletons of giant beasts in the salty sea breeze. Jiang Yi stepped on the broken shells on the ground, and the soles of his boots made a crackling sound as they rolled over the dark red rust. The two walked side by side on the road in the harbor, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed than before. Some words, once spoken, can actually relieve the burden from your heart. After all, the two had fought side by side on the brink of life and death, and they had a tacit understanding and had no grudges against each other because of what had happened before. This trust was honed through countless dangerous situations. Puff! A black shadow wrapped in the smelly waves rushed towards him. Jiang Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He punched out with a backhand, and the fist blew up the black shadow directly. Magnetic scale fish, a first-level ferocious beast, has magnetic scales that can interfere with electronic equipment. Jiang Yi casually spoke out the information about the attacking monster with disdain. A ferocious beast of this level could not threaten him at all. Su Yuli nodded slightly and said nothing. She has always been like this, cold as an iceberg and thrifty with words. The two continued forward and soon came to a fork in the road. The 3 roads lead to different directions. There are rusty signposts at the intersections, and the words on them have long been blurred. Choose one of the classic 3. Su Yuli stopped, leaned against the rusty container with her arms folded, and turned to look at Jiang Yi. Tell me about it, tour guide Jiang. After all, Jiang Yi has been here. She has always trusted Jiang Yi's judgment, especially in such an unfamiliar environment. Jiang Yi looked around, his eyes scanning back and forth on the 3 roads, recalling his past experiences. I've walked 2 of these 3 roads. Jiang Yi pointed to the one on the left, where mechanical debris could be vaguely seen among the drooping vines. This one leads to the core loading and unloading area, where it's mostly infested with first-level ferocious beasts, so there's not much to gain. But it's safe, so newcomers who come here to try their luck usually choose this road. He paused, then added, a few years ago, when I was just a 5th-level martial artist, I could walk across this road with ease. Now, I can probably kill people with my eyes closed. Su Yuli said softly to show that she understood. Jiang Yi pointed to the middle path again. This path leads to the underground storage area. There's poisonous miasma inside, and it's much more dangerous than the first path. I've been there a few times, but I only wandered around the periphery and didn't dare go deep. If you encounter a 2nd-level beast, you have to run away quickly. He scratched his head, recalling some unpleasant memories. I once came here with a group of martial artists. That was my first time facing a level 2 beast. The result was... He was silent for a moment. Su Yuli immediately understood what he meant. Completely annihilated? Jiang Yi nodded, then added with a smile, however, with our strength, if we encounter a lone second-level beast, we might be able to fight it. If that doesn't work, we can just run away. Who doesn't know that running away is the best strategy? Su Yuli still said Jiang Yi took a deep breath and pointed to the road on the right. His expression became serious. As for this road, I haven't been there. From the thick fog at the end of the road came the shrieking of twisted metal, and the shadow of some giant creature roaming appeared and disappeared. He paused, his voice deepening. I only know this path leads deep into the dock. I've tried to go in and take a look several times, but was always deterred by the terrifying aura emanating from within. I'm afraid there are a large number of second-level ferocious beasts, and even. Jiang Yi didn't continue speaking, but Su Yuli already understood what he meant. It will definitely be more dangerous there during the rust tide, Jiang Yi added. I'll listen to you. Su Yuli spoke, her voice still cold and without any emotional fluctuations. Jiang Yi grinned, revealing his white teeth. I'm truly flattered that the campus beauty of Suqiao University trusts me so much. Then, shall we try the third way? He paused deliberately. What do you think? Do you dare? Don't say I didn't give you a chance to choose. Su Yuli raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Yi with cold eyes, without any ripples in her eyes. The girl suddenly reached out and grabbed his clothes, and their noses almost touched. There was a bloodthirsty madness in her eyes that Jiang Yi was familiar with. Who's a coward? Su Yuli said slowly, her voice still level. Who's the sun? The salty sea breeze carried the fragrance of her hair. Jiang Yi's Adam's apple rolled and he smiled. Then just wait for me to call you daddy. Just don't owe it for the 28th time. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli walked side by side into the third road. The road was unexpectedly narrow, flanked on both sides by towering metal walls that were rusted and looked like they could collapse at any moment. There were bumpy stone slabs on the road beneath my feet, and with every step I took, I could hear the sound of the stones breaking. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust, more pungent than outside, mixed with a hint of decay, like the smell of dead fish. Jiang Yi used a branch to pick up the hanging cables, and spiderweb like blue arcs of electricity jumped on the tip of the knife. The visibility here is less than 5 meters. Every step will startle the fluorescent mayflies hiding in the rust. These creatures, the size of a fingernail, explode into phosphorescent fire, weaving a dark green halo around the two people. Su Yuli suddenly grabbed his wrist. The girl's fingertips were cold, and the branch stopped in front of a corrosion mark. It was a clear tooth mark, with an eerie silver-blue edge. A second-level ferocious beast. She touched the tooth mark slightly. The bite force is terrifying. The two men walked forward in silence. Apart from the sound of their footsteps, the surroundings were dead silent. After walking for a long time, nothing happened. There were no ferocious beasts, no traps, not even a mouse. This strange calmness makes people even more uneasy. Something's wrong. Jiang Yi frowned and stopped. Su Yuli also stopped, turned to look at him, and waited for his explanation. It's too quiet here. Jiang Yi looked around with a serious expression. It's a bit too quiet. Su Yuli didn't say anything, but her tense body showed that she also agreed with Jiang Yi's judgment. Suddenly, Jiang Yi took out a white bone stick from his arms. The bone stick was about 1 foot long and covered with strange patterns. This was previously removed from a sonic bone bat. It is made of a special material and can sense certain special sound wave frequencies. Jiang Yi raised the bone stick to his ear and tapped it gently. Buzz. The bone stick made a low humming sound, which was very small, but it was particularly clear in the silent environment. As Jiang Yi continued to adjust the frequency and strength of the knocks, the buzzing sound of the bone stick also changed, sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of the bone stick reached a peak, and the entire bone stick began to vibrate violently. At the same time, a circular entrance about 1 meter high slowly emerged on the metal wall in front of the two people. The inside of the entrance was pitch black and bottomless. Hidden path. Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. This bone stick is really useful. It was just a special skill he had learned during his previous exploration. Su Yuli's eyes were still cold, but if you looked closely, you would find that her pupils had shrunk slightly, and she was obviously shocked by this sudden change. Jiang Yi was about to step in when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. There are a pair of cold eyes watching them secretly. He turned around suddenly and looked behind him. Nothing. There was only the whistling sea breeze and the faint sound of waves in the distance. Chapter 18 Hockey Rabbit. What's wrong? Su Yuli noticed that Jiang Yi was acting strangely and asked, "I feel like someone is watching us." Jiang Yi frowned, a little uncertain. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly, closed her eyes, and sensed her surroundings. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. "No." Jiang Yi didn't say anything, but just looked around again, his eyes full of vigilance. His intuition has always been accurate, and this feeling of being spied on is definitely not an illusion. "Something's wrong." Jiang Yi whispered, "There must be something wrong here." But he changed his mind and grinned again. However, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The more dangerous it is, the more it means there are good things in it. He turned to look at Su Yuli, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Let's go. Go in and take a look." He took the lead and stepped into the hidden entrance. Su Yuli followed closely behind without saying a word. The two of them, one in front and one behind, disappeared into the darkness. The cave was not completely dark. The walls were inlaid with some unknown minerals, which emitted a faint blue light, allowing us to barely see the road. The air was filled with a damp, cold atmosphere, mixed with a faint smell of blood. "Be careful," Jiang Yi warned in a low voice, and his voice echoed in the narrow passage. Su Yuli nodded slightly and walked even more slowly. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind rang in my ears. "Coming! Too fast! As fast as lightning!" There was no time to react. Bang! At the critical moment, a light blue light shield appeared in front of Su Yuli, barely blocking the attack. The light shield vibrated violently and was almost broken. Su Yuli groaned and her face turned slightly pale. The attack flashed by, so fast that even the afterimage could not be captured, and it was impossible to see what it was. Jiang Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't even see which direction the attack came from. "Be careful. It's still there." Su Yuli's cold voice sounded, a little hurried. Before he finished speaking, another sharp sound of wind was heard. This time, the target of the attack was Su Yuli's back. A cold light flashed in Su Yuli's eyes. Instead of dodging, she stepped forward to meet the attack. She actually wanted to exchange injury for injury. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and Su Yuli was hit hard on the back, and her body suddenly fell forward. But at the same time, she seized the opportunity and kicked back with her right foot. Crack! With a crisp sound of broken bones, the attack was kicked away by Su Yuli and hit the wall hard. A dent suddenly appeared on the wall, and gravel flew everywhere. Hiss! Jiang Yi took a breath and felt pain for Su Yuli. Cruel. Really cruel. But he was more accustomed to Su Yuli like this. In virtual combat, when fighting side by side online, Su Yuli has always been like this, fearless and fighting for her life. Su Yuli didn't say anything, just breathing slightly, but her eyes were unusually bright, and even faintly excited. A blush appeared on her cheeks. It was the passion for battle and the long-lost blood. Call. A heavy breathing sound came from the hollow in the wall. Then, a scarlet eye slowly emerged from the darkness, emitting a bloodthirsty light. The eyes were as big as fists, with cloudy whites and erect pupils, looking very much like some nocturnal animal. "It's a rabbit head." A name flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. He had only seen the introduction of this creature in the Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts, a second-level ferocious beast, the red-fanged mad rabbit. The red-fanged crazy rabbit is known for its speed, swift attacks, and bloodthirsty nature. Their heads are as hard as iron and their teeth are so sharp that they can easily bite through steel. What's even more terrifying is that they have extremely strong self-healing abilities, and as long as the injuries are not fatal, they can recover in a short period of time. Hiss, ha! A furry head slowly emerged from the recess in the wall. The head was as big as a basketball, with a pair of long ears and a tuft of black hair at the tips. Its eyes were bloodshot, its nose twitched, and two huge front teeth were exposed, which were stained with blood. It bared its teeth and let out a low growl from its throat, as if it was demonstrating or preparing for the next attack. Whoosh! Without any warning, the red-fanged crazy rabbit attacked again. It shot out from the wall like a cannonball, at an extremely fast speed, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Target, Su Yuli. Come on! Su Yuli shouted, and instead of retreating, she advanced and rushed towards the red-fanged crazy rabbit. Bang! The red-fanged crazy rabbit's head hit Su Yuli's blue light shield hard. The blue light shield vibrated violently, making a cracking sound, and it could break at any time. But Su Yuli did not retreat. She gritted her teeth and took the blow. Die! A cold light flashed in Su Yuli's eyes, and she clenched her right fist and punched out. Her fist was covered with a thick layer of frost, and she smashed it hard on the red Fang Crazy Rabbit's head. Crack! There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. The red Fang Crazy Rabbit's head was hit by Su Yuli's punch, causing it to cave in and blood to splatter. Ouch! The red Fang Crazy Rabbit let out a shrill scream. Its body flew backwards and hit the wall again. This time, it did not attack immediately, but lay on the ground, its body trembling slightly. Good opportunity! A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. He knew this was a perfect opportunity to attack. He kicked his feet and rushed out like an arrow. He is also very fast, but still a bit behind the red Fang Rabbit. However, Jiang Ye did not intend to compete with the red Fang Crazy Rabbit in speed. His target was the wall. He jumped high and punched the dent in the wall made by the red Fang Crazy Rabbit. Boom! With a loud bang, the dent on the wall instantly expanded several times, with rubble flying everywhere and smoke and dust filling the air. Ouch! The red-fanged Crazy Rabbit screamed again. Although it is fast and powerful, it also has a fatal weakness: its eyesight is poor. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and the red Fang Crazy Rabbit couldn't find its opponent for a while. This move is extremely insidious. Jiang Ye held his breath and suppressed his breath to the lowest level. The red-fanged Crazy Rabbit was looking around, its scarlet eyes looking particularly creepy in the smoke and dust. It had no idea that danger was imminent. Getting closer. Closer. A cold light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. He exerted force suddenly, clenched his right fist, and slammed it towards the waist of the red Fang Crazy Rabbit like a cannonball. That is the weakest point of the red Fang Crazy Rabbit's defense. Bang! With a dull thud, Jiang Ye's fist hit the red Fang Crazy Rabbit solidly. Ouch! The red-fanged Crazy Rabbit let out a shrill scream, and its body flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall heavily. This time, it did not struggle, but collapsed directly to the ground, its body twitching continuously, blood gushing out of its mouth and nose, staining the ground red. Success! Jiang Ye was delighted, but he did not let his guard down at all. He knew that the red-fanged Mad Rabbit had extremely strong self-healing abilities, and if it wasn't dealt with completely, it would recover quickly. Whoosh! Jiang Ye flashed and rushed towards the red Fang Crazy Rabbit again. Kill it while it's sick. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The red Fang Crazy Rabbit, who had collapsed on the ground, suddenly kicked his legs and shot backwards like an arrow. It was actually fake. Humph, you want to escape? Not that easy. Jiang Ye snorted coldly, exerted force on his feet, and chased after him relentlessly. Chapter 19, the third-level ferocious beast, the furnace-burning iron rhinoceros. Su Yuli also reacted. She didn't say anything, but just followed Jiang Ye silently. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased in the direction where the red Fang Crazy Rabbit escaped. The red-toothed Crazy Rabbit was extremely fast, dashing left and right in the narrow passage. Jiang Ye and Su Yuli chased after it relentlessly, but they were unable to catch up with it. As we chased, the passage suddenly became wider. The two came to a huge open space. The light in the open space was dim, with only a few unknown minerals emitting a faint blue light, allowing one to barely see the surrounding environment. The figure of the red Fang Crazy Rabbit disappeared. Jiang Ye and Su Yuli stopped and looked around. There was nothing on the open space except for a few huge rocks scattered everywhere, which looked particularly desolate. Something's wrong. Jiang Ye's heart was filled with alarm. He felt a strong sense of crisis, as if something terrible was watching them secretly. Trap! Su Yuli said concisely. The first and second level ferocious beasts that the two had dealt with before had basically no intelligence and relied purely on survival instincts to hunt. The two of them never considered that the ferocious beasts they were dealing with had brains. But it shouldn't be. A second-level beast simply couldn't possibly have the intelligence to lure the enemy deeper, unless... Jiang Ye and Su Yuli stood back to back, feeling each other's body temperature and heartbeat, their hearts full of vigilance. Boom boom boom. Jiang Ye's heartbeat was particularly clear in the silent open space. Boom boom boom. Su Yuli's heartbeat was also clear. Both of them could feel each other's tension and anxiety. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, heavy footsteps came from the darkness, breaking the silence of the open space. Hoo 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 hoo. Then, a heavy gasp was heard. Something huge is approaching. Jiang Ye and Su Yuli's bodies tensed up instantly. They slowly turned around and looked in the direction where the sound came from. A group of ferocious beasts slowly walked out of the darkness. A dozen red-fanged rabbits, their scarlet eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light in the darkness, bared their teeth, let out low roars from their throats, and approached Zhang Yi and Su Yuli step by step. Behind these red-fanged crazy rabbits, a huge monster slowly appeared. It was a huge rhinoceros, more than 5 meters tall and 8 meters long. Its body was covered with a thick black keratin layer, as hard as steel. On its head, there is a huge horn with a blazing flame burning on it, emitting a hot breath. The iron rhino of the burning furnace. A third-level ferocious beast. Beside the burning furnace iron rhino, there are 2 slightly smaller burning furnace iron rhinos, which should be the burning furnace iron rhino's cubs. The appearance of the iron rhino in the incinerator made the air seem to freeze. Zhang Yi looked at the behemoth, his throat rolling, and he said dryly, "This is too big." Su Yuli still had no expression. She just narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at the burning iron rhino. She was unbelievably calm, level 3. Nonsense, even a blind man can see that. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, then grinned with a hint of self-mockery. "Looks like I'm going to be roasted this time." Su Yuli glanced at him, and the corners of her mouth seemed to move slightly, as if she was smiling, but she didn't laugh. "It's still uncertain who will roast whom," she said lightly, with a strong fighting spirit in her cold voice. Zhang Yi laughed out loud and felt relaxed. He liked Su Yuli's confidence and ruthlessness. "That's right. Just a few pieces of iron. I'm going to break off all their horns." While he was speaking harsh words, he was secretly assessing the situation. 3 burning iron rhinos, one of which was a full-grown third-tier beast, and the other 2 cubs were probably at the peak of the second tier. Add to that a dozen or so second-tier red-fanged mad rabbits. This lineup is indeed a bit tricky. That's a third-level ferocious beast. This is not comparable to the first and second-level stuff before. A third-level ferocious beast already possesses considerable intelligence. Think about the escape route of the red-fanged crazy rabbit just now, and then look at the lineup in front of you. This is not an accidental encounter, it is clearly a carefully planned attempt to lure the enemy deeper. This open space is the grave prepared for them. When ordinary warriors encounter a third-level ferocious beast, there is only one word for them to do: escape. If you don't escape, you will die. Even someone like Zhang Yi, who grew up on the edge of a knife and hunting ferocious beasts, could only stay away from third-level ferocious beasts when he encountered them in the past, and did not dare to even think of confronting them. The iron rhino has thick skin and flesh, is extremely powerful, and is surrounded by flames, making its attack power extremely terrifying. Based on his and Su Yuli's current strength, under normal circumstances, they would definitely be in danger of death. But Zhang Yi's eyes gradually brightened, and excitement flickered in his eyes. It's different now. He is different now than before. The newly awakened SSS talent constantly strengthened his body, allowing him to possess a physique and strength that surpassed those of his peers. There is also the S-level martial arts, Kai Tianjin, rewarded by the system, which is extremely powerful. Not to mention, he also had a 9th-grade Dahuan pill on him, which was enough to save his life at the critical moment. These are his trump cards, and they give him the confidence to face the third-level ferocious beast. Distribution? Su Yuli went straight to the point, skipping all the nonsense. That's exactly what I meant. Zhang Yi nodded. He knew Su Yuli's fighting style and trusted her strength. He took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "Leave those 3 to me." Su Yuli tilted her head slightly, her cold eyes fell on Zhang Yi's face, and asked with doubt, "Is it possible?" "Don't worry." Zhang Yi grinned, patted his chest, and said confidently, "When have I ever boasted before? This time, I promise to give you grilled rhino meat." Su Yuli looked at him intently for a few seconds. She didn't question it anymore, but just nodded and chose to believe it unconditionally. This is a tacit understanding between them that does not require any further words. Red Fong Crazy Rabbit, Su Yuli's cold voice sounded again, and she took the initiative to take on the task. "I will hold it back for 2 minutes. "That's enough," Zhang Yi said without hesitation. He was also confident in Su Yuli's strength. 2 minutes is enough for me to deal with them." The 2 looked at each other again, no more words were needed, everything was said without words. "That's it. I'll come help you after I deal with those 3. Zhang Yi smiled. "Yeah." Su Yuli was very frugal with words, and one word represented her affirmation and confidence. "Don't die, you can do whatever you want. If you can help me contain him, that would be great." If not, just take care of yourself first. Put yourself first. Su Yuli added. She naturally understood that only when both of them were alive could they fight better. I understand. Zhang Yi grinned and patted Su Yuli's shoulder vigorously. Don't worry, I still like eating roasted rhino meat. Su Yuli did not respond, but just nodded slightly, as if to agree with his joke. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other's meaning and determination. Start? Zhang Yi asked in a low voice, eager to try. Su Yuli nodded slightly, her cold eyes locked on the group of red-fanged crazy rabbits. Her slender figure moved slightly, and like an arrow from a bow, she instantly rushed towards the rabbit group. Zhang Yi also took a deep breath, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, pointing directly at the three iron rhinos. Chapter 20: Underestimating the Enemy. Inside the dark and damp passage, the air was filled with a faint earthy smell and a cold breath peculiar to the depths of the rocks. An adult furnace rhino is as big as a small mountain. Its red keratinous shell is like red-hot steel, emitting a heart-pounding high temperature. Especially its huge horns, like two scimitars, shining with a metallic luster, which makes people feel scared just by looking at them. Its lantern-sized eyes were full of mockery and contempt, as if it was looking at two tiny ants. Roar! The iron rhino in the burning furnace suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar, and the sound waves spread out like a substance, carrying a scorching breath, and slammed heavily into the body of Zhang Yi, who was rushing towards him. Puff! Zhang Yi felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed heavy truck. His body flew backwards uncontrollably, and his feet plowed two deep marks on the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. He stared at the behemoth in front of him, anger rising in his heart. The strength of this iron rhino was far beyond his expectations. Just a roar made him so embarrassed, and that was when the opponent didn't attack seriously at all. Damn it! This beast is deliberately playing tricks on us. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. He felt the undisguised mockery in Fan Lu Tieshi's eyes. The other party was not in a hurry to kill them, but was enjoying the thrill of cat and mouse. Watching the prey struggling in despair seemed to be a pleasure for it. Fan Lu Tieshi really enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. As one of the overlords of the bone-ringing cargo port, it has not encountered a decent human being for a long time. These two humans who broke into its territory were pitifully weak, yet they struggled desperately. This contrast made it feel very interesting. It raised its huge head and blew out a cloud of hot air from its nose, signaling the two cubs beside it to go and play with the human. Don't kill it all at once, play it slowly. The two cubs let out excited growls. Although they were smaller than adult furnace rhinos, they were also muscular and full of explosive power. They can't wait to show their strength and perform well in front of their father. Roar! Roar! The two cubs moved their sturdy limbs like two moving hills, rushing towards Zhang Yi with heavy footsteps. The ground trembled under their running, and gravel flew everywhere. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the surging blood and energy in his body. He knew that now was not the time to retreat. If they retreated, only death would await them. Call! He held his breath, his eyes fixed on the cub that was rushing in front. Even the cubs cannot be dealt with easily. Their strength and speed far exceed those of ordinary second-level beasts, and are even close to some weak third-level beasts. Here I come. Zhang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the two cubs rushed over like two heavy tanks. The first cub arrived first, and its huge horns made a sharp sound of breaking through the air as it slammed into Zhang Yi's waist. Bang! Zhang Yi narrowly avoided the head-on collision of the horns by turning sideways, but the sharp tip of the horn still grazed his waist, and his tough clothes were torn in an instant. That was a close call. Zhang Yi's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. The strength and speed of this cub are so terrifying that you will be knocked away if you are not careful. After dodging the attack of the first cub, the second cub followed closely. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its saw-like sharp teeth, and bit towards Zhang Yi's neck. Brute! Zhang Yi roared angrily and suddenly lowered his body, narrowly avoiding the cub's bloody mouth. At the same time, he suddenly exerted force with his right leg, lashing the cub's jaw like a whip. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and the cub's head jerked sideways, its huge body shaking involuntarily. However, the defense of the furnace iron rhino was so amazing that Zhang Yi's full-strength attack only caused the cub to shake slightly and did not cause any substantial damage. Hiss so hard! Zhang Yi took a deep breath and felt a sharp pain in his arm. The cub felt pain and the ferocity in its eyes grew stronger. It roared angrily and stomped down hard at Zhang Yi with its huge hooves. Bang! The ground shook violently, gravel flew everywhere, and Jiang Yi quickly jumped backwards, narrowly avoiding being trampled by the cubs. A deep hoof print was left on the ground. Whoosh! Jiang Yi flashed and retreated, putting some distance between himself and the two cubs. Seeing this, the two cubs became even more excited. They roared excitedly and took huge steps to chase Jiang Yi again. Roar! Roar! The cubs roared excitedly. They regarded Jiang Yi as an interesting prey and wanted to have some fun with him. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he heard the cubs roar. After showing weakness for so long, he finally took the bait. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. What I'm waiting for is for you two guys to put some distance between you and the big one. He suddenly stopped and instead of retreating, he rushed towards one of the cubs. I'll start with you. Jiang Yi roared, and all the strength in his body burst out instantly. His muscles were as tight as steel, and a powerful aura emanated from him. The target he chose was the cub whose jaw he had just kicked. This cub seemed to be more reckless than the other one. Bang! Jiang Yi exerted force with his feet, and the ground cracked instantly. His body shot out like an arrow from a bow, at an extremely fast speed. The cub obviously did not expect Jiang Yi to suddenly counterattack. It was stunned for a moment, then let out an angry roar and rushed towards Jiang Yi. Just in time. Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance. He swayed his body, avoiding the cub's head-on collision and going around the cub's side. Take my punch! Jiang Yi roared angrily, and gathered powerful strength in his right fist. With a whistling sound, he hit the cub's waist and abdomen fiercely. Bang! A dull crashing sound was heard, as deafening as a drum. The cub's huge body shook violently and it let out a painful roar. Roar! Although Jiang Yi's punch could not cause fatal damage to the hard shell of the incinerator iron rhino, the huge impact force still caused the cub to feel severe pain. Come again! Jiang Yi took advantage of the situation and threw another punch. The cub obviously did not expect that the tiny human in front of it could burst out with such powerful strength. Seeing this, the other cub immediately became angry. It roared angrily and rushed towards Jiang Yi, wanting to help its companion out of trouble. Roar! Roar! Jiang Yi sneered. He had anticipated this, so how could he possibly give the other cub a chance to launch a sneak attack? He stomped his feet hard and disappeared from his original position in an instant, avoiding the charge of the other cub. At the same time, he used the force to turn around and launched an even more fierce attack on the cub he had suppressed. Get down! Jiang Yi roared angrily, and all the strength in his body gathered in his right fist, pouring out like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 21, One Punch Opens the Sky. Bang! Jiang Yi gathered all his strength and punched the cub hard on the back. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, and the cub's originally violent movements instantly stiffened. Its huge body seemed to have lost all its support and collapsed, hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Crack! Jiang Yi hooked his 5 fingers around the cub's horns, sparks of metal colliding flew between his fingers. He twisted his waist suddenly, and his whole body spun 3 times like a top, using centrifugal force to throw the giant rhino towards the rock wall of the cave. Boom! Spider web-like cracks exploded on the rock wall, and gravel fell to the ground. Just as the cub was about to struggle to get up, he saw Jiang Yi's feet stepping into the air, and the energy in his body turned into a storm. His right fist glowed with brilliant golden light, and the tip of his fist plowed a vacuum track in the air. Boom! The combined force of the fists hit the cub's throat, and the red scales instantly shattered. With a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, the cub's lantern-sized eyeballs popped out, and dark golden blood gushed out from its 7 orifices like a fountain. The huge body twitched and collapsed to the ground, shaking the ground so much that the ground within a radius of 100 meters sank 3 inches. Roar! The cub let out one last wail, its limbs twitched a few times, and then it was completely silent. Kill with 1 blow, clean and neat. The other cub watched helplessly as its companion who came to save it fell down, and was furious. Ouch! It roared even more violently and rushed towards Jiang Yi like a madman. Now, it's your turn. Jiang Yi's eyes were cold as he walked forward without fear. Bang! Roar! There was another shrill scream. Jiang Yi seized the opportunity and kicked the cub hard on the neck. Crack! There was another crisp sound of broken bones, and the cub's huge body fell to the ground again. Jiang Yi approached slowly. The rhinoceros felt the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Yi, and was instinctively frightened, involuntarily retreating a few steps. The adult iron rhino, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Moo! A deafening roar echoed in the narrow passage like thunder, making people's eardrums buzz and their blood boil. The violent airwaves swept out like a hurricane, and the stone walls on both sides of the passage seemed to be shaking, and countless pieces of gravel fell down. The adult furnace-burning iron rhino was completely furious. Originally, it just wanted to play around and watch the cubs playing with humans. But it never expected that this tiny human being would be so cruel. Not only did he injure its cubs, but he even killed one of them in front of it. This is a naked provocation and a trampling on its dominant position. Anger erupted within it like a volcano, its crimson shell seemed to burn even redder, and the air around it became distorted. Hold head high. The entire cave suddenly shook violently. A lava fireball with a diameter of 10 feet condensed between its horns, and the terrifying high temperature caused the air to distort into ripples. The surrounding rock walls began to melt, and red magma flowed along the cracks. Zhang Yi sneered in the face of this world-destroying pressure. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and rushed straight towards the last cub. Seeing this, the iron rhino of the burning furnace became even more furious, and the fireball exploded into a rain of fire all over the sky. Are you serious now? It's too late. He inserted his 5 fingers into the cub's crown, and the powerful true energy flowed into the beast's head along its meridians. The scales all over the cub's body suddenly lit up with a strange red light, and then exploded with a loud bang. At the moment when the rain of fire was about to touch Zhang Yi's hair, a deep crack suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. It was a darkness deeper than eternal night. Never swallow. The crack in the palm of his hand suddenly expanded into a vortex hundreds of feet long. Countless burning meteorites suddenly froze in the air, like fireflies caught in an invisible spider web. The entire rain of fire began to fall in the opposite direction, flowing back towards the vortex of the abyss that swallowed everything. The world-destroying flames spewed out by the iron rhino of the incinerator struggled wildly at the edge of the vortex, but as soon as these energies touched the edge of the vortex, they were torn into red light threads. Roar! The adult beast was shocked and furious to find that the connection between itself and the rain of fire was being abruptly severed. Those flames containing the essence and blood of his life have now become nutrients to nourish the enemy. Boom! The violent energy was completely absorbed by Zhang Yi's eternal devouring, without hurting him at all. The adult iron rhino of the burning furnace went completely crazy. Its huge body suddenly moved, like a moving mountain, rushing towards Zhang Yi. Boom! The ground shook violently as it ran, with gravel flying and dust flying everywhere. Wherever it passed, all obstacles were crushed into powder, and cracks even began to appear on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. The space was burned with charred cracks, the dome of the cave collapsed, and countless tons of boulders vaporized into red mist before they even hit the ground. This is the true strength of a third-level ferocious beast. Compared to the 2 cubs just now, they are in completely different dimensions. There is an insurmountable gap between the warrior and the third-level ferocious beast. So strong. This kind of power is simply beyond human power to contend with. However, there was no fear in Zhang Yi's eyes, instead he was burning with fighting spirit. Call! In the red light all over the sky, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. All the noise from the outside world was far away from him. His consciousness sank into his body, feeling the power surging within him like a tsunami. The acupoints all over the body lit up with starlight at the same time, and the sea of chi in the dantian surged like a galactic vortex. When the iron rhino of the incinerator rushed over with a torrent of lava, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. The vast nebula was reflected in his pupils. The power in Zhang Yi's body completely boiled over at this moment. This is an S-level martial art. Open heaven power. Zhang Yi murmured softly, his voice was not loud, but it shook the air around him. He slowly raised his right fist, and an indescribable terrifying power began to gather on his fist. The air around the fist began to twist violently, and even faint cracks in space appeared that were visible to the naked eye. The adult furnace iron rhino had already rushed forward, its huge horns like 2 scimitars, with a sharp sound that tore through the air. It slammed towards Zhang Yi fiercely. Boom! Just when the horns were about to touch Zhang Yi's body, Zhang Yi moved. He took a step forward suddenly, and his right fist was like a sharp blade that cut through the chaos, with a terrifying power like the creation of the world, and it blasted out. The moment the fist touched the rhino horn, the entire space fell strangely into absolute silence. The next moment, bang! There was a deafening roar, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The dazzling white light engulfed the sky and earth, and the shockwave swept across the wilderness in a circular shape. Jiang Yi's fist and the horn of the burning furnace iron rhino collided fiercely. There was no flying blood and flesh as imagined, no crisp sound of broken bones. At the center of the collision, space twisted and collapsed, forming a brief vacuum zone. The violet energy spread in all directions like a tsunami. The stone walls on both sides of the passage could no longer withstand the impact of such terrifying force and collapsed with a loud bang. Countless huge rocks fell like raindrops. The entire passage was completely destroyed by this punch. One punch opens the sky. Chapter 22: A Rich Harvest. Boom! The deafening roar still echoed in the passage. The entire space shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Crack! Crack! The rocks above our heads began to peel off in large chunks, and the debris fell like rain, filling the air with smoke and dust. The adult furnace-burning iron rhino, with its huge body as big as a mountain, stood stiffly in place, motionless. Its red stratum corneum shell is now covered with dense cracks, like broken porcelain, and a dark red light can be seen faintly among the cracks. Plop! With a dull thud, the huge body of the burning iron rhino fell to the ground with a loud bang, like a mountain collapsing, and the ground shook. One punch. Just one punch. The power of opening the sky is so terrifying. In the smoke and dust, Jiang Yi slowly walked out and patted the dust off his body. Not more, not less, just 2 minutes. Easy. This is just the status of a level 3 beast. Jiang Yi couldn't help but grin, feeling proud. Fuck you. Jiang Yi, you dead man. If you're any later, I'll have to collect your body. Just as Jiang Yi was immersed in the joy of victory, an angry girl's scream instantly brought him back to reality. Su Yuli. Jiang Yi suddenly woke up and remembered that Su Yuli was still being attacked by the red fawn crazy rabbit. The battle was so intense just now that he actually forgot about her for a moment. Damn! I almost forgot. Jiang Yi cursed in his heart and rushed towards Su Yuli. As he ran, he shouted, "I'm coming. I'm coming to help." When he arrived, the scene before him made him gasp. Su Yuli's pretty figure was now completely surrounded by densely packed red-fanged crazy rabbits. The rabbits had red eyes and sharp teeth, and they bit her madly. The scene was extremely dangerous. Su Yuli was obviously exhausted, her dress was torn and stained with blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was her own or the rabbit's. Get out of the way! Su Yuli roared, and pierced a rabbit's head with her palm. Blood splattered, staining her cheeks red. Her movements were already a little slow, and there were many wounds on her body, with blood constantly oozing out, which was shocking to see. Yuli! Here I come! Jiang Yi roared and rushed into the rabbit group like a tiger descending from the mountain. Boom! He punched out with a powerful force, and the violent force swept out like a hurricane. In an instant, the 3 red-fanged rabbits around were blasted away and slammed heavily into the wall. The sound of broken bones could be clearly heard. The remaining rabbits, seeing their overlord, the iron rhino of the burning furnace, being killed instantly, and seeing Jiang Yi being so ferocious, were already frightened out of their wits. How could they dare to fight anymore? They screamed and fled in all directions, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Su Yuli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her delicate body softened and she leaned weakly against the wall, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. She was covered in blood, her dress was torn, and her originally delicate face was stained with blood. But even so, it could not conceal her cold temperament and peerless beauty, but instead added a bit of wildness and poignant beauty. Give me a hand. Su Yuli's voice was a little weak. Jiang Yi hurried over and carefully helped Su Yuli up. The girl's delicate body was almost completely leaning on him, with a faint smell of blood and the unique fragrance of a young girl. Don't move, let me rest for a while. Su Yuli said softly, showing a rare weakness. The two leaned against each other in silence, feeling each other's body temperature in the dim and damp passage. 2 minutes later, Su Yuli moved slightly and moved away from Jiang Yi. A faint blue light appeared on her body. Those originally hideous wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the torn dress slowly returned to its original state. After a moment, the blue light dissipated and Su Yuli returned to her previous cold appearance. Jiang Yi looked at Su Yuli's changes and once again marveled at the power and convenience of her talent. Unfortunately, this ability can only utilize its own energy and cannot absorb external energy. Compared with his own eternal devouring, it is still slightly inferior. I'll go count the harvest. Jiang Yi said to Su Yuli, breaking the silence between them. Su Yuli nodded without saying anything, but just signaled him to get busy with his work with her eyes. Jiang Yi walked to the corpses of the burning furnace iron rhinos. He first dragged the corpses of 3 burning furnace iron rhinos and the corpses of 7 or 8 red-fanged crazy rabbits on the ground together and piled them into a small hill. His movements were very skillful, and soon, he had dismantled the corpses of the ferocious beasts into piles of materials. Jiang Yi squatted down and began to carefully count the spoils of war. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, but for a warrior who had been walking on the edge of life and death for years, the smell was not disgusting at all, but instead brought a hint of joy of harvest. First are the 3 incinerator iron rhinos. The carcass of an adult incinerator is the largest and most valuable. Jiang Yi skillfully peeled off its steel-hard cuticle shell, revealing the muscle tissue underneath that was as hard as a red-hot iron. Wow, the skin of this adult rhino is definitely the top material for making advanced defensive armor. Jiang Yi exclaimed in amazement. Incinerator rhinoceros skin is extremely tough, fire-resistant and high-temperature resistant, and is the core material for advanced defensive equipment. A complete adult rhino skin can be sold for at least millions, or even tens of millions of credit points on the black market. You have to know that in the downtown area, the monthly living expenses for an average family are only a few hundred credit points. Next is the incinerator rhino horn. The scimitar-like horns of an adult incinerator iron rhino have a metallic luster and feel heavy and cold to the touch. This thing is very valuable, and it can be sold for 1,000,000 credit points conservatively. The flesh of the burning iron rhino is firm and contains rich energy and blood. Although the taste is a bit rough, after special cooking, it can become an excellent food for warriors to replenish chi and blood. The meat of an adult rhino weighs thousands of kilograms. According to the price on the black market, 1 kilogram can be sold for tens of thousands of credit points. Rhino meat alone can bring in tens of millions of credit points. The material value of the cubs is slightly lower, but it should not be underestimated. In addition to these conventional materials, what makes Jiang Yi most excited is naturally the beast core. He carefully dug out the beast cores from the heads of the 3 incinerator iron rhinos. The beast core of an adult incinerator iron rhino was crimson, like a burning flame, emitting scorching energy waves that felt warm in the hand. This was a genuine 3rd-level beast core. Its value is simply inestimable. 3rd-level beast core. It's released. It's really released. Jiang Yi was so excited that his hands were shaking. A 3rd-level beast core is a strategic resource in a small place like Yuncheng. If it were taken to an auction house, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. According to conservative estimates, a 3rd-level beast core can buy a luxurious villa in the upper city of Yuncheng. Jiang Yi has been struggling in the lower city for 10 years, constantly hunting 1st-level ferocious beasts, just to settle down in the lower city. But now, a beast core is enough for him to gain a foothold in the upper city. The beast cores of the 2 cubs are of the 2nd level, orange-red in color, with slightly weaker energy fluctuations, but still very valuable. After counting the harvest from the burning iron rhino, Jiang Yi turned to the corpse of the red-fawn crazy rabbit. The value of the red-toothed rabbit is relatively low, but a little bit of it can add up to a good income. After a rough estimate of all the gains, these alone were more than the rest of their gains on this trip combined. It is true that wealth and honor can be found in danger. This does not include the potential value of the 3rd-level beast core. If the 3rd-level beast core can be auctioned at a higher price, the total revenue may even. This is an astronomical figure for a martial artist at the apprentice level. That's how you get rich overnight. Chapter 23 Return to the City. A huge amount of wealth that I had never seen since I was a child was right before my eyes. Jiang Yi's heart was pounding and his breathing became rapid. He looked at Su Yuli, who was leaning against the wall, and asked excitedly, "Still 50-50? Su Yuli's cold eyes swept over the spoils on the ground, shook her head, and said calmly, "The rabbit, 50-50. The rhino, yours." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Yuli with some surprise. According to previous practice, they have always split all the profits 50-50, and this time should be no exception. In particular, the expenses for his trip to the Bone Ming cargo port this time were all paid by Su Yuli, and Su Yuli was obviously injured in the battle just now, but he was almost unharmed and was full of energy. Now all the valuable things that Finlu Tieshi had divided up belonged to him, and he always felt a little guilty. "This isn't good, is it?" Jiang Yi scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "We were able to win this time thanks to you for holding those rabbits back, and you were injured." A faint ripple flashed across Su Yuli's cold eyes. Her words remained concise, but her attitude was firm. You killed the rhino. I'm responsible for the rabbit. It's fair. She paused and continued, if it weren't for you, I might have died. The rhino core is what you deserve. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. He knew Su Yuli's character. Once she made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Su Yuli continued, we've been working together for so long, and it's always been a 50-50 split. This is a special case, so we need special treatment. If this sets a precedent, and we end up having conflicts over distribution in the future, it won't be worth it. Although her words were brief, every word made sense. Su Yuli looked at Zhang Yi and added, are you sorry? Zhang Yi looked at her and nodded. Su Yuli, call me daddy. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's face was filled with black lines. Is this matter impossible to get over? Su Yuli shrugged, don't want to? Change. Zhang Yi was as if he had been granted amnesty, change my profession. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Yuli, be my dog. Zhang Yi? Su Yuli tilted her head, looking at Zhang Yi's shocked expression, and said, when we were chatting on the terminal, you often posted pictures, wanting to be someone's dog. I can't do that? She pointed at herself. Zhang Yi collapsed, that's different, on the internet. Su Yuli frowned slightly, forget it. Remember, 28 times. Zhang Yi was completely speechless. Okay, then let's do as you say. Zhang Yi finally nodded and accepted Su Yuli's distribution plan. I want all the beast cores from the rabbit. I'll give you the rest of the materials. Zhang Yi pointed at the corpse of the red-fanged crazy rabbit on the ground and said to Su Yuli. Although the beast core is priceless, the other materials added together are also valuable. Moreover, for Su Yuli, those animal skins, meat and other materials can have more uses besides selling them for money. Su Yuli nodded slightly to show her agreement. She doesn't have much obsession with material things, and she doesn't care as long as it is distributed fairly and reasonably. So, the two began to divide the spoils. Soon, the mountain of spoils was divided up. The storage space for the two of them was just full. Let's go, this place is about to collapse, we have to leave quickly. Su Yuli said lightly and took the lead to walk towards the depths of the passage. Zhang Yi nodded and followed. The vibrations in the passage became more and more violent, and rubble from the rock wall above poured down like a rainstorm. Without holding back, both of them increased their speed to the extreme, their figures moving like arrows from a bow, rapidly shuttling through the narrow passage. Behind him were the collapsing rocks and the roar that was getting closer and closer. Death is approaching. Finally, a ray of light appeared in front of me, and the cave exit was just around the corner. Zhang Yi was delighted and accelerated his pace again, rushing out of the cave first. The outside world was still the dim and damp bone-ringing cargo port, and the air was filled with the lingering smell of mold and decay. The rust wave is over. From the depths of the ruins in the distance, the low roar of a ferocious beast could be faintly heard, which seemed particularly creepy in the silent environment. However, after experiencing the battle with the furnace-burning iron rhino, these remaining low-level beasts are no longer a threat. Zhang Yi looked back at Su Yuli, who was following closely behind him. Without stopping for a moment, the two of them quickened their pace again and rushed towards the direction of the dilapidated warehouse in their memory. On the dilapidated streets, apart from the occasional roars of ferocious beasts, there was only the whistling cold wind. They passed by some abandoned buildings, occasionally encountered a few scattered waves of low-level ferocious beasts, and even met other adventurers. But no matter whether they were ferocious beasts or adventurers, when they saw Zhang Yi and Su Yuli, who were covered in blood and full of murderous intent, they avoided them from afar as if they had seen a ghost, for fear of getting into trouble. Now, they still have the aura of fighting with the third-level ferocious beasts on their bodies. The smell of blood and the feeling of oppression are enough to scare most low-level creatures. The dilapidated warehouse finally came into view. Zhang Yi walked to the iron gate, took a deep breath, and pushed the heavy iron gate open with force. The squeaking sound echoed in the empty warehouse, raising a cloud of dust. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, with only a few faint rays of light coming through the holes in the roof, barely illuminating the scene inside. In the open space in the center of the warehouse, a circular magic circle was faintly visible, emitting a faint light. It was the target of their trip, the teleportation array. Zhang Yi walked to the front of the magic circle and took out a first-level beast core from his backpack with swift movements. This is considered a toll. He embedded the beast core into the groove in the center of the magic circle. With a light click, the beast core fit perfectly. The magic circle suddenly lit up with a faint light, and the line seemed to come alive, starting to flow slowly, and energy began to surge in the magic circle. Jiang Yi walked to the center of the magic circle and stood still. Su Yuli followed closely behind and stood on the magic circle. The light of the magic circle suddenly became brighter, enveloping the two of them. A low buzzing sound echoed in the warehouse, the space began to distort, and the surrounding scenery became blurred. A strong feeling of dizziness came over me, as if the world was spinning. I don't know how long it took, but the dizziness gradually subsided and the scenery in front of me became clear again. When Jiang Yi opened his eyes again, he was already in a completely different world. It is no longer the dark, damp, dilapidated and desolate bone-ringing cargo port. Instead, there is a huge space with bright lights and bustling crowds. Bright lights illuminate every corner, the air is fresh, with a faint energy fluctuation, warm and comfortable. Various sophisticated instruments are running, guards in uniform are patrolling, and everything is full of order. Cloud City. They are back. As the two walked out of the teleportation array, they were immediately greeted by two uniformed guards. Routine inspection, please cooperate. The guard spoke in a formal tone, with no expression on his face, and glanced sharply at Jiang Yi and Su Yuli. Especially Jiang Yi, he smelled strongly of blood and his clothes were tattered. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli were both very cooperative, skillfully completing identity verification and accepting item scanning. When the guard took out the crystal-clear third-level beast core from Jiang Yi's storage space, there was an obvious flash of surprise in his eyes. Third-level beast core. This is a priceless and precious item. Anyone who can bring back a third-level beast core alive from the dangerous bone-ringing cargo port is definitely not an ordinary person. But the inspection results showed that everything was normal, the identities of the two were innocent, and the items they carried were in compliance with the regulations of Yunqing. Inspection completed, you can pass. The guard put away his equipment, his attitude softened considerably, and he looked at the two men with more awe. Chapter 24 Black Market. Walking out of the teleportation hall, the moonlight fell on me. It was noon when we arrived, and now it is late at night. Jiang Yi felt a long-lost sense of comfort and relaxation. At the entrance of the teleportation hall, there was a bustling flow of people, and everyone was rushing for their own goals. The two stopped and turned to look at each other at the same time. This was their first real offline meeting. The codenames on the internet and the images in virtual combat have now turned into real flesh and blood. Under the moonlight, Su Yuli still looked cold and indifferent. Her grace is like a flower reflecting in the water, and her movements are like a willow swayed by the wind. She stood there, isolated and aloof, cold and noble. His facial features were as delicate as a meticulous brushstroke, his eyebrows were like distant mountains, his eyes were like rippling autumn water, his clear eyes carried a sense of aloofness that kept people at a distance, yet he inadvertently revealed his fatigue after the battle, like a green mountain shrouded in mist and rain, adding a bit of hazy temptation. Her nose is straight and as straight as jade, which perfectly outlines the three-dimensionality of her face. Her lips are thin and rosy, like buds about to bloom on the branches in early spring. A few strands of hair fell from her ears, gently swaying in the breeze, further highlighting her slender white neck. Although she had experienced a fierce battle, her dress had been restored to its original state. However, if you looked closely, you could still find some minor damage, which were the marks left by the battle. A brief silence stretched between the two of them, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Thank you. Su Yuli broke the silence first, her voice still cold and concise, with a familiar sense of alienation. What are you thanking me for? Jiang Yi smiled. We just helped each other. Besides, I want to thank you for helping me make a lot of money. The beast core has been installed. Su Yuli pointed at Jiang Yi's storage bracelet and reminded him. Yes, it's packed. Jiang Yi nodded. Your share is enough to buy a lot of good things, right? Su Yuli shook her head slightly, and said with great care, it's enough. It was still the same concise answer, but Jiang Yi was already used to her style. This time it was really dangerous. Jiang Yi restrained his smile and looked at Su Yuli seriously and said, be careful when you encounter such a situation next time. Yeah. Su Yuli responded, paused, and her cold eyes seemed to have become a little softer. She added, you too. Don't worry, I'm very lucky. Jiang Yi patted his chest, grinned, and showed a confident smile. Su Yuli looked at his smile, and the corners of her cold mouth seemed to rise slightly, although the amplitude was very small and almost imperceptible. It's a pleasure to work with you. Su Yuli stretched out her hand, her fair and slender little hand was so cute. Jiang Yi held her hand without hesitation. It felt cool to the touch, yet surprisingly soft. Happy cooperation. A brief handshake and a quick separation. Su Yuli withdrew her hand and put it behind her naturally. I'm leaving. Su Yuli turned around and left. She took a step forward and blended into the bustling crowd, and her cold figure quickly disappeared. Jiang Yi stood there and watched her leave. The moonlight shone on him, and he felt a special kind of comfort. The trip to Gumming cargo port is finally over. Dangerous, exciting, but also hugely rewarding. His cooperation with Su Yuli also became closer. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He turned around and walked towards the downtown area. Late at night, the abandoned industrial area on the edge of Yunqing was shrouded in thick darkness. Only sporadic neon lights and dim street lights flickered among the dilapidated factories and twisted pipes, barely outlining the contours of this dark corner of the city. This is the black market. Warriors need resources to practice. The materials of ferocious beasts are the most important and direct resources. The beast's core, bones, blood, fur, and internal organs. Even certain special glands contain powerful energy that can be used to make potions, forge weapons, and assist in cultivation. However, obtaining materials from ferocious beasts is extremely dangerous. Resource allocation often favors the strong. It is extremely difficult for low-level warriors and those individual warriors without background or connections to obtain sufficient resources. On the other hand, the processing of ferocious beast materials is also extremely professional. Different beasts and different parts require completely different treatment methods. If you are not careful, the medicinal properties of the materials will be destroyed and even cause danger. Ordinary warriors have neither the time nor the skills to process these materials in detail. Demand gives birth to the market. Danger breeds huge profits. Taboos give rise to secrecy. Thus, the black market came into being. The air was filled with a mixture of smells, the strong smell of blood, the pungent smell of rusted metal, rotten wood, and various potions of unknown origin. Various sounds echoed in the darkness, low hawking sounds, rude bargaining sounds, the hum of machinery, as well as faint roars of animals and whispers of humans. Deep in the black market, in a relatively remote corner, Lao Dao was seeing off a customer who had just completed a transaction. Lao Dao, your price is really unfair. A burly warrior in black combat uniform stuffed a sealed metal box into his backpack while complaining with a grin. Inside the metal box was a broken, bloody giant horn. The horn was covered with complex patterns and emitted a faint fluorescence. Lao Dao chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The scar on his face, which extended from the left corner of his eye to the right lower jaw, looked even more hideous as he twisted his smile. He was short and stocky, with a shiny bald head that reflected a faint glow in the dim light. Hey, man, this is fresh stuff from the wild desert outside the city. Why don't you go out of the city and try it? I paid for this with my life. The burly warrior snorted, obviously knowing the rules of the black market. All right, you're being ruthless. Come back to me next time you need something good. After saying that, he turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the alley. Lao Dao watched the strong man leave, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a shrewd and vigilant look. He casually stuffed a few crumpled bills into the purse at his waist, then dragged out a tattered iron cage from under the stall. Inside the cage were a few squeaking gray mice. He skillfully picked up a mouse with an iron rod and threw it into a larger cage next to it. In the cage, a red-bellied snake as thick as an arm suddenly raised its head and swallowed the mouse in one gulp. Eat, fatten up, and your venom sac will be valuable. Lao Dao muttered to himself, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Just then, a slight sound of footsteps was heard. Lao Dao suddenly raised his head and swept his eyes like a knife towards the person who came. A young man stood in front of the stall. His eyes were sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, flashing coldly in the darkness of the black market. Young man, what would you like to order? Lao Dao asked alertly in a low and hoarse voice. He looked the young man up and down, feeling an indescribable sense of familiarity. The young man stood in front of the stall, his eyes sweeping over the various beast materials laid out on the table, tusks, claws, bones, fur. And those organs soaked in unknown liquids. Finally, his eyes fell on Lao Dao's face. Lao Dao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the young man, and he looked at him carefully again. Under the dim light, the young man's face gradually became clear. You are. Lao Dao's voice suddenly became trembling, and surprise appeared in his eyes. You are. Jiang Yi? He finally recognized the young man. That once childish face has now become mature and resolute. Those clear eyes were now as deep as an ancient well, impossible to see through. Jiang Yi. Long time no see. I heard that you were admitted to Yunqing Martial Arts University? Lao Dao's voice rose 8 octaves. He remembered this young man, who used to be a frequent visitor here, a young hunter with a generous heart and a unique vision. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, with a slight smile on his face. Lao Dao, long time no see. Business is still so good. Ha, thanks to you, I made a lot of money from you in the past. Lao Dao laughed heartily, and the scar on his face trembled. He patted his bald head and greeted enthusiastically, Why, are you here at the black market for business today? Or are you just passing by and want to see an old friend? Chapter 25 Old Knife. The black market is a shady place, but it is also the place most frequented by hunters like Jiang Yi. The prices here are naturally not as good as those in regular channels, especially when they pass through the hands of middlemen like Lao Dao, they will be severely skimmed off. But it is convenient. The key is fast and economical. There is no need to sort out the materials stripped from the beasts by yourself like those novice hunters, no need to look for buyers like a headless fly, and no need to waste precious time trying to understand the ever-changing market conditions. For a wealthy man like Jiang Yi, who often goes out of town hunting and always returns with a full load, packing and selling the prey to people like Lao Dao is undoubtedly the most time-saving and labor-saving option. It was also because of this that Jiang Yi, who was short of money, got in touch with Lao Dao after returning from his first hunting trip many years ago. Later, Jiang Yi gained a foothold in the lower town, bought a house, saved enough money to marry a wife, had a stable future, and his life got back on track. He gradually bid farewell to the days of living on the edge of a knife and being insecure at every moment. But fate is so cruel. Who could have thought that a few years later, Jiang Yi would appear in Lao Dao's shop again? After not seeing him for a few years, Lao Dao hasn't changed much. He still looks as cunning and sly as a ghost, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seem to be deeper, and there is a slight tendency for him to become bald on the top of his head. Jiang Yi, don't just stand there. Please come in, please come in. Lao Dao's greasy and wrinkled face immediately filled with a smile the moment he saw Jiang Yi. That smile was so sincere, as if he had seen his biological father. He greeted him warmly, and took out a pack of crumpled cigarettes from under the counter, took out one and handed it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi waved his hand, indicating that he would not smoke, and sat down on a worn sofa in the store, crossing his legs. It's been a few years since we last met, old Dao, and you're still the same. You haven't changed at all. There's nothing we can do. In our line of work, if we are thin-skinned, how can we make a living? Lao Dao rubbed his hands, but his eyes never left Jiang Yi. Okay, Lao Dao, stop with all this nonsense. I went out of town today and got a lot of good stuff, and that's why I thought of you first. Jiang Yi didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. When Lao Dao heard the word good stuff, his eyes suddenly lit up. He has a deep understanding of Jiang Yi's strength. When others were still in their parents' arms begging for pocket money, Jiang Yi already dared to go out of the city alone to hunt ferocious beasts. This guy, when he was still a young boy, dared to go out of the city to hunt alone, and he always brought back a lot of good stuff. You know, Jiang Yi was only a 5th-level martial artist back then. You can often bring back a bunch of corpses of 1st-level ferocious beasts, and occasionally you can even see materials of 2nd-level ferocious beasts. What the hell is this concept? You know, even now, among those college students who are just hanging around in Yunqing Martial Arts University and are at the martial arts apprentice level, how many dare to leave the city? Not to mention dealing with those ferocious beasts. I'm afraid that if any few mutant creatures come, they can scare the flowers in the greenhouse to death and make them cry for their parents. Brother Jiang Yi, you are so kind. Lao Dao rubbed his hands excitedly, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Come on, let me see what good things you have. Jiang Yi didn't waste any words with him. With a thought, the storage bracelet on his wrist flashed a faint light. Immediately afterwards, everything except the beast core poured out from the storage space. A pile of ferocious beasts' bones, fur, claws, and fangs. Various materials related to ferocious beasts were instantly piled up into a small mountain in this small shop, emitting a strong smell of blood and the unique fishy odor of wild beasts. These things are of too little value to Jiang Yi. Instead of taking the trouble to deal with these scraps, it would be more practical to use your talent to devour the beast core directly. It would be better to sell them all to Lao Dao and get some money so that he can purchase some materials for making spiritual weapons in the future, or buy some rare martial arts secrets on the black market. Lao Dao just smiled at first, but when he saw the mountain of ferocious beast materials, he was dumbfounded. His eyes, which were already bright and sparkling, were now even wider, with his eyeballs almost popping out of his sockets, and his mouth was wide open enough for a fist to fit in. Fuck. Lao Dao stuttered out a curse word. He really couldn't find other words to describe his feelings at the moment. This, so much? Zhang Yi, did you rob the beast's lair? He felt that his brain was not enough. This is too much. How many ferocious beasts must have been killed? Robbing a beast's lair? That's not the case. Zhang Yi shrugged and said lightly, it's just good luck. Good luck? The corners of Lao Dao's mouth twitched a few times, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, you call this good luck? However, despite all the complaints, Lao Dao felt more excited and thrilled. If I could eat all the materials from these ferocious beasts, I would make a fortune. Lao Dao swallowed subconsciously and felt his throat a little dry. He gathered himself and tried to calm himself down. Awesome, Zhang Yi. Lao Dao gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, you kid, you're really getting better and better. Okay, stop flattering me. Zhang Yi waved his hand. Hurry up and inspect the goods. I'm still waiting to go back. Okay. Lao Dao immediately calmed down and began to carefully examine the materials of the ferocious beasts. He touched the bone, then looked at the fur, muttering to himself, this is all top quality material. This quality, this appearance, it will definitely fetch a good price. Looking at Lao Dao's money-obsessed look, Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing in his heart. This guy is really a dog that can't change its bad nature, and he always looks down on money. However, this is exactly why Zhang Yi chose him. Dealing with such people is simple, direct, and does not require much thought. Judging from the integrity of the rust rat's fur and the degree of calcification of the sonic bone bat's bones, well, brother Zhang Yi, you're going to the Bone Sound cargo port this time, right? Lao Dao was looking through the materials about the ferocious beast, analyzing them with his professional eyes, and sniffing at them, trying to discern more information from the smell. Zhang Yi nodded, his thoughts drifting back to the Bone Ming cargo port. In addition to these ferocious beast materials, he also stole some other things. With a thought, a bunch of things poured out of the storage space. This time it is not the materials of ferocious beasts, but some materials from the old civilization period and some unknown special alloys. These things can be sold at a good price on the black market. Although they are not as valuable as the materials of ferocious beasts, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Lao Dao, take a look at these too. Collect whatever you can. Zhang Yi said, pointing at the pile of miscellaneous items. No problem, no problem. Lao Dao nodded repeatedly, his eyes almost narrowing into slits from smiling. For him, as long as it can make money, he will accept it. However, he still reminded him, brother Zhang Yi, these things from the old civilization are not as valuable as the materials of the fierce beasts. You should know this. Of course I know. Zhang Yi chuckled. He was not stupid, so how could he not know the value of these things? Chapter 26 This kid is a monster. Lao Dao said no more, lowered his head, and began to carefully count the materials of the ferocious beasts. As he flipped through the pages, he wrote something down in a worn notebook with a pen, muttering to himself. The rhizome of the first-level ferocious beast, the twisted vine fern, is still quite well preserved and can fetch a good price. The eggs of the first-level ferocious beast, the poisonous miasma spider, these are a bit troublesome to handle, but they are also worth a few dollars. The bones of the first-level magnetic fish, well, this one is in good condition. Suddenly, Lao Dao's voice paused, and his eyes fell on the two huge claws. These two claws are more than half a person's height, with a dark metallic luster all over, and extremely sharp edges that flash a heart-pounding cold light. This is? Lao Dao narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of doubt. He reached out and touched the huge claws, then observed it carefully for a while. Wow! Brother Zhang Yi, you are really good. This is the claw blade of the second-level ferocious beast, the steel-splitting mantis. This thing is a good thing, a great material for making weapons. Lao Dao suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi, full of surprise. He paused while recording, then looked down several times and even reached out to rub his eyes. You kid, you even killed a second-level ferocious beast this time? And you got a pair of complete claw blades? Lao Dao's voice was a little out of tune. Zhang Yi just smiled and said nothing. Lao Dao took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and continued to record in the notebook. In addition to the pair of claws, there are also many broken limbs and legs of the cracked steel mantis shrimp. Although these things are not as valuable as the claws, they can still be sold at a good price. Tisk, TSK, it's been a few years since we last met. Brother Jiang Yi, you've become more and more powerful. Lao Dao couldn't help but sigh as he recorded. Back then, when you first brought back materials for a second-level ferocious beast, you were covered in wounds and blood, and you were almost unrecognizable. Now, TSK, looking at how relaxed you look, I'm afraid you haven't even lost a hair, right? As Lao Dao spoke, he couldn't help but look Jiang Yi up and down. Brother Jiang Yi, have you been promoted to a warrior? Why do I feel like you're different from before? Jiang Yi shook his head and said calmly, we're just one step away from success. Oh, you're just one step away. Do you want some medicine? I have some top-quality body tempering pills here. I guarantee you'll have a breakthrough immediately after taking them. Lao Dao became excited when he heard this and started to promote his products. He pulled out a small porcelain bottle from under the counter and said mysteriously, this is my most precious treasure. I won't show it to anyone else. Jiang Yi glanced at the small porcelain bottle, shook his head, and refused without hesitation, no, I don't need these things. One of the reasons why he stayed in the martial arts apprentice realm for a long time was because he was dragged down by that woman Ding Ruanxi. On the other hand, and most importantly, he has been constantly honing his foundation, striving to break through in the most perfect state. Take medicine? You must be kidding. Seeing Jiang Yi's firm attitude, Lao Dao stopped forcing him. He just tisk-tisked twice, feeling a little regretful. He continued to lower his head and look through the materials about the ferocious beasts. Ha! This is the fangs of the bloodfang rabbit? And this is the fur of the bloodfang rabbit? Brother Jiang Yi, you even killed the bloodfang rabbit? Lao Dao's voice became surprised again. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Yi. This bloodfang crazy rabbit is not easy to deal with. It's fast, has strong attack power, and is also very cunning. You can actually kill it without any damage? Lao Dao looked at Jiang Yi carefully again and found that there was really no scar on his body, not even his clothes were torn. This is simply incredible. This kid is really a monster. Lao Dao sighed in his heart. Lao Dao is indeed experienced and has nimble hands and feet. In a short while, he had cleared most of the mountain of ferocious beast materials. The remaining materials are no longer as disorganized as they were at the beginning, but only one type remains. This last type of material looks like it comes from some large ferocious beast, and there is quite a lot of it. Lao Dao looked at the numbers recorded in his notebook and became more and more shocked. This kid has slaughtered almost all the common ferocious beasts in the bone-ringing cargo port. Are they going hunting or purchasing goods? He lowered his head and looked carefully at the remaining materials. The surface of these materials is a bit rough, feels hard, and a little warm? Why is it still a little hot? This ferocious beast has been dead for so long and has been decomposed, why is it still emitting heat? Lao Dao scratched his head in confusion. He moved closer and examined the materials carefully. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, his body froze in an instant, and a look of horror appeared on his face. This texture, this pattern, this is... Lao Dao's voice began to tremble, and he stammered, the skin of a third-level ferocious beast, the incinerator iron rhino? And there are so many other parts. Jiang Yi still looked calm and composed, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a faint smile. Lao Dao took a deep breath and calmed down. He continued to look through the materials, and the more he read, the more frightened and shocked he became. That's right. These materials indeed come from a complete incinerator iron rhino. Moreover, judging from the size of the bones, the texture of the fur, and some subtle features, it was definitely just decomposed. This kid, did he really kill a complete incinerator iron rhino? Is he a human or a ghost? Not to mention martial arts apprentices, even low-level warriors who have just been promoted to martial arts and have unstable foundations can only be crushed in front of a ferocious beast like the burning iron rhino with thick skin and immense strength. According to official statistics, countless warriors die at the hands of the burning iron rhino every year, and the death rate remains high. Even among the third-level ferocious beasts, the burning iron rhino is definitely one of the best, the kind of existence that makes people tremble in fear. No. That's not right. Lao Dao's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the materials for the furnace-burning iron rhino. He discovered that the materials for these furnace-burning iron rhinos did not come from the same ferocious beast. Judging from the size, color, and some subtle differences, these materials come from at least 3 different incinerator iron rhinos. 2 of them are smaller in size and should be underage cubs. But even if it is a cub, it is a real peak level second level existence. This kid, how did he do it? Lao Dao felt his head buzzing. He suddenly sat down on the ground, holding his head with both hands and rubbing it continuously. He really couldn't understand how a martial artist could hunt down 3 burning iron rhinos, 2 of which were peak level second level cubs. This is simply a fantasy. Zhang Yi looked at Lao Dao's distraught look and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He had long expected Lao Dao to have this reaction. Lao Dao, please hurry up, I have to go to school tomorrow. Zhang Yi urged lightly. Oh, okay. Lao Dao came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream, quickly got up from the ground, and began to count the materials of the furnace-burning iron rhinoceros in a hurry. While he was counting, he was calculating in his mind how much money he could make this time. Chapter 27 Never Give In. Finally, after a long calculation, Lao Dao came up with an astronomical figure that shocked even himself: a full 90.28 million credit points. This number is several times higher than the total transaction volume of all the transactions Zhang Yi has done with him over the years. This is the Beast Hunter. In this era of ferocious beasts and crises, in order to survive and develop, humans have long abandoned the cumbersome monetary systems of the past and instead adopted a simpler, more direct, and universally accepted currency on the entire blue planet: credit points. An ordinary person works hard for a month and is exhausted, but the salary he gets may only be a few thousand credit points, which is barely enough to make a living. However, for a beast hunter like Zhang Yi, even if he only hunts the most ordinary first-level beast, the income will far exceed the average person's monthly salary. And the value of those higher-level ferocious beasts is even more outrageous. The materials of a few second-level ferocious beasts are enough for an ordinary family to achieve financial freedom instantly and live a life without worries about food and clothing. As for the third-level beast, that's simply a moving mountain of gold. Every part of its body is priceless, enough to drive countless people crazy. It is for this reason that the profession of beast hunter, although full of dangers and challenges, still attracts countless people who are willing to risk their lives for the high rewards. Lao Dao looked at Zhang Yi, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and made a decision that made him feel painful. Brother Zhang Yi, we're old acquaintances. Even after all these years, your first order has given me such a big surprise. So, I'm going to be generous today and give you a special price. Lao Dao forced a smile and said, I'll give you a 20% premium on everything here. How's that? Isn't that nice? Oh? A 20% premium? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and a playful smile appeared on his face. Of course he knew that Lao Dao's so-called premium actually still had a lot of profit margin. Moreover, the profit margin is definitely not small. After all, these merchants in the black market are all unscrupulous profiteers who eat people without leaving any bones. It is harder than climbing to the sky to take money out of their pockets. But this kind of proactive concession behavior was the first time Zhang Yi had seen it in all these years. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yi understood Lao Dao's intention. This old guy saw my strength and wanted to invest in me in advance so that he could have a good relationship with me. Zhang Yi sneered in his heart and was about to say something. Sudden bite. A crisp reminder sound rang in Zhang Yi's mind. Fuck you, why is this damn system here again? Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart, he felt his temples throbbing. Welcome to the black market, a place where good and evil mingle and the strong prey on the weak. This is the epicenter of underground trade, rife with opportunity and danger. You are a novice martial artist, carrying precious monster materials from painstaking hunts, hoping to exchange them for cultivation resources on the black market. However, the cruelty of the black market far exceeds your imagination. Those cunning merchants see through your naivety and weakness at a glance. Like sharks smelling blood, they swarm around you, wantonly devaluing your goods and trying to get rid of you with extremely low prices. They mock your abilities, question the authenticity of your materials, and even threaten you with words, making you feel the coldness and injustice of this world. Your dignity is trampled upon, your efforts are denied, and your heart is filled with anger and resentment. Release the loser counterattack mission, never give up, faced with malicious price cutting by black market merchants, stick to the original price of your goods and never give in. Completion reward, an F-rank spiritual weapon. Shit. Zhang Yi cried out weakly in pain in his heart, feeling a deep sense of fatigue surging in his heart. He simply wanted to pull this broken system out, beat it up, and flush it down the toilet. When nothing is happening, he's like dead, not even farting. Now I finally agreed on the price with Lao Dao, and was about to make a fortune, but you jumped out to mess things up again. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Welcome to the black market where good and evil mix and the strong prey on the weak. Opportunities and dangers? Cunning businessman? You're writing a novel for me right here? Jiang Yi roared in his heart, wishing he could curse all the ancestors of this broken system. Never give in? Stick to the original price? I'm sticking to your motherfucker. Old Dao, that old fox, is actually offering a 20% premium. This is the first time in history. I don't want a premium, I want the original price, right? Are you crazy? Jiang Yi could even imagine the other party's expression when he told Lao Dao that he didn't want a premium. But the problem is, the reward for the F-level spiritual weapon is so tempting. You know, ever since the arrival of the ferocious beast 100 years ago, Blue Star's technology tree has been completely distorted. Thermal weapons are almost like firewood sticks in front of those ferocious beasts with thick skin and great strength. Except for those powerful weapons of mass destruction, they can still pose some threat to low-level beasts, but for those high-level beasts, especially those with special abilities, they are simply tickling. Therefore, cold weapons began to revive. Low-level warriors can inject their own internal energy into cold weapons to enhance the power of the weapons. However, ordinary cold weapons are still too fragile after all. In the fight with ferocious beasts, weapons often break and crack. Not to mention those high-level ferocious beasts, their bones and fur are even harder than steel. If they are hit with ordinary cold weapons, they may even be broken into pieces. Thus, Lingwu came into being. The so-called spiritual weapons are weapons made from various special materials and through special craftsmanship. These weapons are not only stronger and sharper than ordinary cold weapons, but can also better transmit the power of warriors. Some advanced spiritual weapons even have some special abilities. An F-level spiritual weapon, even the lowest level one, is a rare treasure for a martial artist like Jiang Yi. Not to mention the martial arts apprentices, even among the warriors in Yunqing, how many of them can produce a spiritual weapon? The value of a spiritual weapon is already as much as the total amount Jiang Yi has gained this time. With it, Jiang Yi's strength will definitely be greatly improved, and he will be more confident when facing ferocious beasts. Chapter 28 Bargaining. Jiang Yi looked at the task in front of him, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, Lao Dao, this price. Lao Dao thought Jiang Yi was dissatisfied with the 20% premium, and immediately showed a pained expression on his face, pretending to be embarrassed and said, Oh, brother Jiang Yi, this is already my limit. You know, business is not easy to do now, and the competition is fierce. Really? He paused, gritted his teeth, and said, How about this? Considering our friendship over the years, I'll give you a little more. At most a 30% premium. This is really a losing deal. Brother Jiang Yi, you can't embarrass me again. We've been friends for so many years, don't you agree? Jiang Yi looked at Lao Dao's heartbroken expression and was speechless. You're such a loser. He cursed in his heart. He is not stupid, how could he not see Lao Dao's little trick? Even if it is calculated based on a 30% premium, Lao Dao can at least make a 50% profit by selling these things. This old guy really thinks he is being taken advantage of. Jiang Yi's face suddenly darkened. He said coldly, Lao Dao, that's not what I meant. What I want is the original price. Original price? Lao Dao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Jiang Yi meant. Brother Jiang Yi, what did you say? Original price? You mean, you want to settle it based on the price I sold it for? How is this possible? Lao Dao was silent for a moment, then a bitter smile appeared on his face. Brother Jiang Yi, are you kidding me? You know the rules of the black market. How can you settle the account based on the selling price? This is against the rules. But he is a sophisticated businessman after all. He can tell what is more important by weighing it in his mind. It only took a few breaths for Lao Dao to make the decision. He paused, then continued, but, since you said so, brother Jiang Yi. How about this? Just treat it as if you're putting these things on consignment with me. No matter how much they sell for, I'll give you a cent less. How about that? Isn't that brotherly? Jiang Yi's face remained dark as he shook his head and said firmly, Lao Dao, that's not what I meant. I want the original price. Lao Dao frowned tightly, he felt that he was increasingly unable to understand Jiang Yi's words. What on earth does this kid want to do? Brother John Yi, can you explain it more clearly? I really don't understand what you mean. Lao Dao asked with a confused look on his face. John Yi took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Old knife, what I mean is, based on the number you just calculated, 90.28 million credit points, not a penny more, that's the price. What? Lao Dao was completely stunned. His eyes widened, his mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. Not a penny more? Brother John Yi, what do you mean by this? John Yi looked at Lao Dao's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and said calmly, Lao Dao, I don't like to take advantage of others. The price you gave me is already very fair. I can't ask for more. Lao Dao's facial features were almost wrinkled into a ball. He really couldn't understand Jiang Yi's train of thought. In this day and age, is there anyone who thinks having too much money is too much? Although credit points are not in short supply for warriors on Blue Star today, they are still a precious resource. Even if you don't use credit points directly, you can use them to exchange for energy crystals, which are hard currency that is of great help in martial arts practice. Could it be that this guy doesn't want to accept the favor I'm doing him? Want to draw a line between yourself and others? It's even more impossible. Lao Dao has been in the black market for many years. What kind of people has he not seen? He thought he had a pretty good eye for people. Although Jiang Yi's strength is a bit absurd, he is definitely not a pedantic and rigid person. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand the meaning of Jiang Yi's actions. It's really a ghost. However, no matter what Jiang Yi's purpose is, doing this will only benefit Lao Dao. It was a good deal for free, so he had no reason to refuse. Brother Jiang Yi, you really leave me at a loss for words. Lao Dao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Since you insist so much, then I'll do as you say. Jiang Yi nodded and said, it's still that card. Okay. Lao Dao responded, skillfully opened the personal terminal on his arm, entered Jiang Yi's card number, and then transferred 90.28 million credit points. Byte. A crisp notification sound was heard on Jiang Yi's personal terminal, indicating that 90.28 million credit points had arrived. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction, stood up, turned around and walked out. Brother Jiang Yi, take care. Remember to come find me if you find something good in the future. Lao Dao greeted him warmly from behind. Jiang Yi waved his hand without turning his head, which was considered a response. Lao Dao looked at Jiang Yi as departing back, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of confusion and puzzlement. What on earth is this kid thinking? He's so hard to figure out. Lao Dao muttered to himself. Jiang Yi walked out of Lao Dao's shop, and immediately the system notification sounded in his ears. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the Never Give Up mission. Facing the black marketeer's eloquent rhetoric and relentless pressure, you remained undaunted, displaying extraordinary courage and resolve. You saw through his cunning tactics and his hypocritical mask. With resounding words, you refuted his unreasonable demands. Your actions have proven that even a tiny ant can possess the power to shake a mighty tree. Under your powerful presence, the unscrupulous businessman finally bowed his proud head and had to acknowledge your strength and value. He was completely captivated by you and willingly agreed to the price you offered. With your actions, you slapped him in the face, leaving him humiliated and ashamed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, an F-level spiritual weapon. It has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Jiang Yi looked at the system's ridiculous mission briefing and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Where on earth do all these dramas come from? This system was written entirely according to the most cliched and melodramatic script of a loser's counterattack and a show-off getting slapped in the face. It was completely different from what actually happened and was a million miles away. However, despite all his complaints, Jiang Yi was too lazy to argue with the system. Anyway, the mission is completed and the reward is obtained, so let the rest go. He was already a little impatient to see what the F-level spiritual weapon given by the system was. Chapter 29 Lingwu. Jin Yuan. Jiang Yi shook his head, put all the thoughts behind him, and opened the system space with a thought. What caught my eye was a giant sword with an extremely exaggerated shape. This sword is not so much a sword as it is a giant piece of iron that has been forcibly cut into the shape of a sword. The total length is nearly 3 meters, much taller than the average ferocious beast. The widest part of the sword is half a meter, and the thickness reaches an astonishing 10 centimeters. The overall style is rough and primitive, without any luster. It is like a huge black rock that has been roughly given the shape of a sword. What is this? Jiang Yi looked at the giant sword and was a little confused for a moment. This design is too unrefined, right? It is called a spiritual weapon, but it looks more like an unfinished rough draft. He subconsciously reached out and touched the icon of the giant sword on the system interface. Buzz. A brief message appeared before Jiang Yi's eyes. Jun Yuan. Heavy, simply heavy. That's it? 5 words, that's all? Jiang Yi was completely speechless after watching this shockingly concise introduction. Heavy, simply heavy. What kind of introduction is this? Could you at least tell me about the material, origin, and any special abilities? This system is too perfunctory. Jiang Yi couldn't help but complain in his heart. He even began to doubt whether this thing was the F-level spiritual weapon that the system mentioned. With this shape and this introduction, it looks like a defective product no matter how you look at it. Just as Jiang Yi was staring at the system interface and studying the giant sword named Jinyuan, he keenly noticed that the atmosphere around him seemed to be a little wrong. Several malicious glances were falling on him, with a hint of greed and temptation. After all, this is the black market, a place where good and bad people mix together, full of darkness and evil. Rules? Morals? None of them exist here. The law of the jungle is the only rule of survival here. A young man who seems to be not very strong and has just come out of an old knife shop is like a firefly flashing with attractive light in the dark night, always attracting some predators lurking in the dark. They didn't know how much benefit Jiang Yi had gained from Lao Dao, nor did they know Jiang Yi's specific strength. But none of this matters. What's more important is that Jiang Yi looks very young and immature, like a rookie who has just stepped into this cruel world, and inexperienced and easy prey. Most of the people hanging around in the black market are desperate criminals who live on the edge of a knife. They don't care whether you are innocent or have a background. As long as there is profit, they will pounce on you without hesitation and tear you to pieces. Not to mention, Jiang Yi is also very handsome, and there are inevitably some in the black market. Hey, this kid looks quite fat. Just came out from Lao Dao, he must have a lot of money on him. Looking at his delicate skin and tender flesh, I guess he hasn't even seen many ferocious beasts, right? Want to do something? Whispering sounds rang out in the surrounding darkness, carrying a hint of greed and bloodthirstiness. Several figures began to slowly approach Jiang Yi, like hyenas that had smelled blood, ready to attack lone prey. Facing the gradually approaching malice around him, Jiang Yi's face did not show the slightest panic, and even his eyes did not fluctuate. This kind of scene was too familiar to him, so familiar that it was even a little boring. He is not some greenhorn who is ignorant of the immensity of the world. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance now. In fact, he has been struggling outside the city since he was a child, fighting ferocious beasts, and has come to where he is today step by step. However, he didn't expect that after not coming here for a few years, these guys in the black market had forgotten about him. However, Jiang Yi was not in a hurry to take action. He wanted to first see what the F-level spiritual weapon rewarded by the system was. After all, he was too familiar with these guys in the black market. If they were really asked to take action, they would not dare to do it for a moment. With a thought, the exaggerated giant sword Jinyuan instantly appeared in his hand. To be precise, it appeared on the ground in front of him. Boom! There was a loud bang, and thunder sounded out of nowhere. The huge body of Jinyuan, carrying a terrifying weight, slammed heavily onto the hard ground of the black market. In an instant, the ground cracked like a spider web with the giant sword as the center, forming a huge pit with a diameter of several meters. The entire black market was shaken by this sudden attack. The ground trembled slightly and dust filled the air. Those people who had ill intentions and were about to surround them were frightened by this sudden scene. They stood there in a daze, stopped abruptly, and dared not move even a step closer. Jiang Yi was closest to Jinyuan, so he could naturally feel the vibration clearly. That feeling was just like when he faced the charge of the incinerator Iron Rhino. The ground was shaking. This power. Jiang Yi was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly unassuming giant sword would have such terrifying weight and destructive power. He calmed himself down, reached out, and grasped the hilt of the sword Jinyuan, ready to pull it out of the pit. However, not moving at all. Jiang Yi was slightly stunned, then increased his strength, holding the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands. The muscles on his arms were knotted and veins bulged. However, still not moving. This giant sword seemed to be embedded in the sword. No matter how hard Jiang Yi tried, he couldn't move it at all. Oh. Interesting. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It seems that this system is not deceiving people. This Xin Yuan is indeed simply heavy. He looked at the giant sword carefully, his heart full of curiosity. What material is this thing made of? Why is it so heavy? Jiang Yi took a deep breath, held his breath and concentrated. The energy in his dantian surged wildly along his meridians, gathering in his arms like a rushing river. Open heaven power. Jiang Yi growled in his heart. This was the most powerful explosive martial art he currently possessed. In an instant, Jiang Yi's aura suddenly changed, like a sleeping ancient beast waking up, and a violent and domineering power burst out from his body. Boom! The ground shook again, even more violently than when Xin Yuan landed just now. With Jiang Yi's feet as the center, cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Get up for me! Jiang Yi roared angrily and exerted force with his arms. The Xin Yuan that had been motionless was finally pulled out of the pit slowly. Ha ha ha! Despite the effort, Jiang Yi finally succeeded. He held Xin Yuan and waved it casually a few times. There was no imagined sound of breaking air, nor was there any sharp sword energy. All that was heard was the dull sound of the wind, and the clouds of dust raised by the sword on the ground. This sword is so heavy that it cannot be wielded as flexibly as an ordinary weapon. But at the same time, Jiang Yi could also feel the terrifying power contained in this sword. He had no doubt that if this sword hit a person, even a warrior, he would be smashed into a pulp. Those who had ill intentions and were about to attack Jiang Yi were so frightened after seeing Jiang Yi actually pull out the exaggerated giant sword and wave it a few times that they fled in panic. A bunch of cowards. Jiang Yi looked at the fleeing backs of those people, smiled contemptuously, and then put Xin Yuan back into the system space. Just kidding, he didn't want to carry such a big thing home. This thing is too ostentatious and too heavy. Carrying it on the road is simply self-torture. Chapter 30 Undercurrent. In the upper part of Yunqing, there is a brightly lit villa. The crystal chandelier casts a luxurious light, illuminating the spacious living room in every detail. The precious carpets, leather sofas, and abstract oil paintings hanging on the walls all demonstrate the wealth and status of the villa's owner. Waste. The middle-aged man slammed the table, causing the precious mahogany tabletop to vibrate dully, shaking the celadon teacups on the coffee table so much that they jumped up with crisp crashing sounds. Ding Yanbin, a famous wealthy businessman in Yunqing, had a face twisted with anger and his eyes were almost spitting fire. He stared at his daughter Ding Ruanqi, who was sitting on the chair and sobbing, feeling very disappointed in her. Ding Ruanqi sat on a carved mahogany chair, her shoulders twitching as she cried bitterly. Her delicate makeup had long been ruined by tears, and tears hung on her long eyelashes, making her look particularly pitiful. The usually arrogant and domineering eldest daughter is now like a frightened kitten, curled up in the corner. She bit her lip and her shoulders twitched, but she didn't dare make any loud noise for fear of further angering her furious father. Cry, you still dare to cry. Ding Yanbin was furious when he saw his daughter like this. His voice rose another octave. He pointed at Ding Ruanqi's nose and roared, "You've brought shame to the Ding family. Look at what you did today. You brought shame to our Ding family in front of the whole school. And you even got punched by a piece of trash with an F-level talent. How can I hold my head up high in Yunqing in the future?" A young woman walked over slowly. She was wearing a tight cheongsam that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. She reached out and gently patted Ding Yanbin on the back, softly advising him, "Yanbin, calm down. Don't get yourself hurt by anger. Ruanqi didn't mean it. She's still young, and it's not uncommon for her to act impulsively. Besides, that Jiang Yi is definitely not worthy of our Ruanqi." She glanced at Ding Ruanqi, who was in tears, but there was a subtle contempt in her eyes. Ding Ruanqi sobbed and said intermittently, "Dad. I didn't know he would hit me. He never dared to do that before." "You didn't dare before?" Ding Yanbin snorted coldly. That was because he still had extravagant hopes, hoping to cling to our Ding family. Now that he's awakened his F-level talent, he's completely useless, so naturally he's given up. "You idiot, you can't even see that." Ding Ruanqi lowered her head even lower after being scolded, and tears kept dripping onto the expensive carpet. She bit her lips tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, and the pain made her a little more sober. Ding Yanbin took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart, but his face remained ashen. Of course he knew that Jiang Yi was not worthy of his daughter. How could his daughter, Ding Yanbin, marry a waste with F-level talent? F-level talent means that there is almost no potential for cultivation, and one can only struggle at the bottom of society for the rest of his life. This kind of person is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Ding family. That little bastard. Ding Yanbin gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. I will never let him go. He turned to the young woman beside him and said, Go, call Butler Lee and tell him to find a clean and capable third-level warrior to break that kid named Zhang Yi's limbs for me tomorrow. I want him to know the consequences of offending our Ding family. A third-level warrior is more than capable of dealing with an ordinary student who has just awakened an F-level talent, even if he is a ninth-level warrior. The young woman smiled charmingly, responded obediently, and said softly, Okay, I'll do it right away. She turned and left, the corners of her mouth slightly raised in an imperceptible sneer. When Ding Ruanqi heard what her father said, she cried even louder. She wasn't worried about Zhang Yi, but she felt that what happened today had made her lose face and she would not be able to face anyone in school in the future. Ding Yanbin felt even more upset as he looked at his crying daughter. He waved his hands and said, All right, stop crying. What's the point of crying? Go back to your room and reflect on yourself. Ding Ruanqi wiped her tears, stood up, lowered her head, walked up the stairs step by step, and disappeared around the corner of the living room. Ding Yanbin sat on the sofa, rubbed his swollen temples, and sighed deeply. In another luxurious villa, the lights were also on all night. Unlike the depressing atmosphere of the Ding family villa, this place is filled with a violent atmosphere. In the spacious living room, a young man was lying on a leather sofa. His right leg was covered in a thick plaster and bandages, and he looked in a miserable state. This person is none other than Chenzene, the eldest son of the Chen family. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, he clenched his teeth, and endured great pain. Even so, there was still a flame of anger burning in his eyes, and he let out a few suppressed growls from time to time. Damn it! Zhang Yi! You damn loser! I must kill you! Chenzene pounded the armrest of the sofa hard, pulling the wound on his leg and making him grimace in pain. Today at school, he originally wanted to stand up for Ding Ruanqi, severely humiliate Zhang Yi, and show off in front of the goddess. Who knew that the loser Zhang Yi would actually dare to fight back, and with such brutal force, he kicked him on the right leg, almost crippling him. From childhood to adulthood, Chenzene has always been the center of attention. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? He swore that he would make Zhang Yi pay a heavy price. There were 7 or 8 young men standing in the living room, all with colorful hair and wearing strange clothes. It was obvious that they were not serious students, but rather thugs in society. They are all Chenzene's lackeys. They usually live on Chenzene's rewards and obey Chenzene's orders. Brother Jean, don't worry, we'll go and cripple the Zhang Yi tomorrow, a yellow-haired thug said flatteringly. He's simply tired of living if he dares to touch you, Brother Jean. Yes. Brother Jean, we will make him kneel down and kowtow to you and admit his mistake. Another gangster with tattoos on his arms also echoed. Chenzene's face was gloomy, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, kowtowing and admitting his mistakes? That's too easy for him. I want him. I want him to suffer 10 times more than I did. Beat him. Beat him hard. Beat him until he can't take care of himself. Beat him until he regrets coming into this world. He paused, then added, Remember, don't beat him to death, leave him a breath. I want him to suffer while he's alive. Also, take a video for me. Don't worry, Brother Jean, we promised to complete the task. Huang Mao patted his chest and promised, and the other gangsters also nodded. Go, get ready now. Tomorrow morning, go to Zhang Yi's doorstep and block him. Chenzene waved his hand, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. I want to let him know who we can't afford to offend in Yuncheng. A group of thugs immediately took the order and left, leaving Chenzene alone in the living room. He looked at his leg in plaster, his eyes becoming more vicious and cruel. Zhang Yi, just wait for me. Chapter 31. Is there a movie? Yuncheng, lower city area. In a slightly old apartment building, dim moonlight shines into the room through the half-closed curtains. Zhang Yi hummed a tuneless little song and walked out of the steamy bathroom. He casually grabbed a towel draped over the back of a chair and wiped his wet hair with it, revealing his muscular upper body. The moonlight shone through the window onto him, outlining his smooth and powerful muscle lines with exceptional clarity. Ha! Zhang Yi let out a long sigh, feeling relaxed all over. Every pore opened up, greedily breathing in this rare sense of relaxation. I have to say that hunting ferocious beasts is indeed a great way to relieve stress. The depression that had accumulated throughout the day had long since disappeared in the process of fighting those ferocious monsters. Of course, the reason for being in a good mood is definitely not just to vent. Zhang Yi grinned. It could be because the materials from the ferocious beasts were sold for a lot of money, or it could be because there were still a lot of beast cores waiting for him to devour. It could be because of the S-level martial arts, or it could be because of Jin Yuan's giant sword. TSK, these days, are becoming more and more hopeful. Zhang Yi sighed and sat down on the slightly old sofa. The sofa made a slight creaking sound. He casually stretched his muscles and bones and felt relaxed all over. Instead of feeling tired from a day of fighting, he felt refreshed and had endless energy. Zhang Yi reached out and lightly touched the sensing area on his wrist. With a swish, the holographic projection interface unfolded in the air, and the light blue light reflected on his face. Should I watch some short videos and relax first, or should I check out some shopping websites first? After all, I'm a rich man now. Zhang Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. 90 million. This is not a small amount of money. You know, even if Zhang Yi sold this shabby apartment, all his previous wealth would still not be enough to raise 90 million. Now, he finally experienced the pleasure of becoming rich overnight. Just as Zhang Yi was immersed in the joy of the upcoming shopping spree, his personal terminal suddenly beeped. A new message prompt appeared, and a familiar 2D beautiful girl avatar popped up. Glass music. Ha! The campus beauty of Suzhou University is looking for me so late at night. What's the matter? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, a little confused. He clicked on the message. Lyle, are you here? Do you have any videos? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, and 3 huge question marks appeared in his head. What is going on? The campus beauty of Suzhou University had her account hacked? Or did I take the wrong medicine? He took a deep breath, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and tapped his fingers quickly on the virtual keyboard. Lord of the Night? The opponent responded immediately. Leelu, just finished killing a monster, relaxing. When Zhang Yi saw this message, he almost vomited blood. This is too direct. He did occasionally discuss some, more private XP-related matters with Leelu online. But, at that time, he had no idea that the person opposite him was a woman. And, even if, it wouldn't be so straightforward, right? How embarrassing for him. Zhang Yi felt his cheeks getting hot and tapped the keyboard again. Lord of the Night? Leelu, don't pretend, don't you have a collection? Zhang Yi was speechless. How did you know? I'm so. Lord of the Night, no, do you need to see it? Lyle, nonsense. Lyle, otherwise? Lord of the Night? No. I mean. Lyle, hurry up, we're waiting. Zhang Yi was completely speechless. He stared at the message sent by Leelu on the screen, his mind in a mess. To give or not to give? This is a problem. If I don't give it to you, I will seem too stingy. After all, it is a request from my good brother. Give it to me. When Zhang Yi thought that the other person was Su Yuli, he felt uncomfortable all over and had an indescribable weird feeling. Damn it, forget it. It was the campus beauty of Suzhou University who asked for it. Besides, if I have such a good thing, wouldn't I be reluctant to share it with my good brother? Am I, Zhang Yi, that kind of person? Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and made a decision. He clicked on a deeply hidden website in his personal terminal, which contained the treasures he had carefully collected over the years. Zhang Yi's fingertips slid quickly across the screen. He carefully selected several classic works, then copied the link and sent it to Leelu. After sending it, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Silence. Deathly silence. Zhang Yi felt as if time had stopped, and a suffocating awkwardness filled the air. He even opened the short video app, ready to use silly videos to relieve his nervousness. At this moment, the personal terminal beeped again, breaking the suffocating silence. Leelu, I'm talking about the video of hunting ferocious beasts. When Zhang Yi saw this message, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. Oh shit. It turned out to be this film. Of course he has this film. And quite a few of them. After all, as a person who has been dealing with ferocious beasts since childhood, how could Zhang Yi not pay attention to information in this regard? Not only does he often go to the wild to hunt ferocious beasts to accumulate practical experience, he also searches the terminal for information on various ferocious beasts, including their information, weaknesses, attack methods, distribution areas, and other intelligence. Those professional videos of hunting ferocious beasts are important materials for his study and research. From the hunting techniques of low-level ferocious beasts, to the analysis of the weaknesses of high-level ferocious beasts, to the encirclement and suppression tactics of those top-level warrior teams, Zhang Yi's personal terminal stores a large amount of video materials in different categories. Moreover, ever since he met Lyle online, when they were not playing together in a duo queue, Zhang Yi would often share with Lyle the beast hunting videos that he thought were valuable or particularly exciting, so that they could make progress together. This is broken. It's completely broken. This is really a social disaster. Zhang Yi felt his heart beating wildly. He frantically tried to withdraw the link he had just sent, but found that the withdrawal time had expired. No. Is this my fault? Zhang Yi wanted to cry, but he couldn't even tear up. You asked the wrong question, okay? Who would directly ask, are there any movies? Any normal person would think it means movie. He didn't have time to type a reply, trying to explain the awkward misunderstanding. Leelu, I didn't expect you to like this. Zhang Yi was broken. NMD. System, come out. Chenzene, I beg you, please give me the next task. At least I have some psychological comfort. Where is the system at this time? Just when he was about to collapse, the news came again. Leelu, forget it. Lyle, this is also fine. Lyle, thank you. Zhang Yi? Chapter 32, Absorbing the Beast Core. It took Zhang Yi a long time to calm his restless heart. He let out a long sigh and forced himself to shift his attention away from the beautiful figure. Today, it's really. Zhang Yi shook his head with a wry smile, feeling that his mind was still a little confused. He subconsciously touched the terminal on his wrist with a complicated look in his eyes. At least, after knowing her true identity, some things are indeed different. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. He knew very well that the friendship between him and Leelu had not deteriorated because of the revelation of this identity. It could even be said that it had become stronger and purer because of the experience of fighting side by side offline for the first time today. That is the brotherhood that can be trusted with life and death, and it is truer than gold. But some things can never be returned. Zhang Yi smiled self-deprecatingly. At least on the terminal, they can no longer chat and joke around, and make fun of each other as unscrupulously as before. Of course, it may also be that he is unable to do it for the time being. Su Yuli is such a bad girl. Zhang Yi didn't believe her when he asked if there was a movie. Didn't she feel something was wrong? She was deliberately misleading me. Zhang Yi took note of this. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. He shook his head violently, forcing these messy thoughts out of his mind. Outside the window, it was late at night, and a few sparse stars dotted the dark blue sky. He has to go to school tomorrow, and he doesn't want to meet people with dark circles under his eyes. Tonight, he has something important to do. Zhang Yi tapped the terminal on his wrist, and with a slight buzzing sound, the storage space opened. Clatter. Dozens of animal cores of different colors and sizes poured out, reflecting a hazy luster under the dim light. Dozens of first-level beast cores emitted faint light, flickering like fireflies. A dozen second-level beast cores shone even brighter, faintly revealing a violent aura, and the most eye-catching one was the lonely third-level beast core. It lay quietly in the pile of beast cores, about the size of a fist, with a deep, dark blue color all over its body, and strands of electric arcs lingering on its surface, containing the power to destroy the world. Just by looking at it, Zhang Yi felt the blood in his body start to boil. I'm rich. Zhang Yi couldn't help rubbing his hands, with an expression of uncontrollable excitement on his face. For ordinary warriors, dealing with beast cores is an extremely troublesome task. It requires professional equipment, tedious steps, and extreme caution to prevent energy leakage. If you are not careful, the beast core energy may go out of control, causing minor injuries or even death. But for Zhang Yi, this is too easy. SSS talent, never swallow. This talent was tailor-made for him. It will never swallow anything, and can absorb 100% of the energy in the beast core and perfectly transform it into Zhang Yi's own internal strength. This is not just a simple energy conversion, more importantly, this conversion is seamless and has no side effects. You must know that for ordinary warriors, absorbing external forces can easily lead to an unstable foundation, a superficial realm, or even go astray. But Jiang Yi doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. The internal energy after Yang Wu's absorption and transformation is just like the one he cultivated with great effort, extremely pure and flawless. If I had awakened this talent earlier, I wouldn't have had to practice so hard as a kid. Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh, then grinned excitedly, but it's not too late now. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his hands. In an instant, a powerful suction force surged out from his palm, forming two black vortexes visible to the naked eye. Come on, babies! Jiang Yi growled, his eyes shining. The first-level beast cores closest to him suddenly seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, trembling and flying up, directly into the black vortex in his palm. Boom! As soon as the beast core entered his body, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a tremendous amount of energy exploding in his body, like a rushing river, surging wildly along his meridians. It's not just pure energy, but also the special abilities contained in the beast core itself. A heat stream suddenly exploded in his dantian, and a sharp rat-like scream rang in his ears. A holographic projection of the sewer maze suddenly flashed before his eyes. The heartbeats of rats lurking in the cracks of the pipes 100 meters away were clearly audible. This was a far stronger perception enhancement than what was recorded in textbooks. Jiang Yi suddenly realized that the true value of the so-called SSS-level talent might lie in breaking through the conventional evolutionary path. He clenched his teeth tightly, and cold sweat spread out in dark streaks on the ground. The moonlight outside the window suddenly distorted for a moment. When Jiang Yi absorbed the core of the howling bone bat beast, his Adam's apple began to tremble uncontrollably. The glass on the coffee table made a subtle buzzing sound, and the water ripples in the glass danced wildly. He tried to hum a certain syllable, and the curtain 3 meters away was torn apart, and the cut was as smooth as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. Jiang Yi exerted a little force with his palm, and the poisonous miasma spider's mist sprayed out from his hand, but this deadly poison had no effect on him at all. The beast core pile was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yi's body is undergoing earth-shaking changes. His muscles are firmer, his bones are tougher, his meridians are wider, and his internal strength is stronger. He could clearly feel that his strength was improving at an astonishing speed. Awesome! So awesome! Jiang Yi couldn't help but roar to the sky. Black mucus mixed with blood suddenly spurted out from the pores all over his body. This is the marrow-cleansing phenomenon that only occurs when a warrior breaks through. However, the expected power sublimation did not come. Instead, a strange vacuum formed in the dantian, and all the internal force fell into a black hole. Not enough. Not enough. Jiang Yi's eyes gradually became fanatical, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. He could feel that his realm was already infinitely close to the peak of a martial artist, and he had even touched the thin layer of breakthrough to become a martial artist. However, the martial artist's realm can never reach perfection. It's like a bucket that is almost full, but always just a little short of overflowing. He suddenly increased his swallowing strength, and the remaining first-level beast cores rushed into his body. Energy raged wildly in his body, and Jiang Yi's body began to tremble violently. Veins bulged on his face and beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and held on tightly. He knew that this was a sign of a breakthrough. However, the perfection he pursued still did not come. There is no such thing as perfection on the road of martial arts. Blindly pursuing perfection will only lead to obsession and stagnation. Jiang Yi's body shook violently. Not perfect. I don't believe it. Chapter 33: Breaking Through the 9th Level. The energy in Jiang Yi's body was surging wildly like a wild horse. Those first-level beast cores had long been turned into powder, without even a trace of residue left. Immediately afterwards, the second-level beast cores followed their footsteps, flying into the vortex in Jiang Yi's palm one after another, turning into a boiling torrent, rampaging through his body. This violent energy, let alone being used to break through from a disciple to a warrior, would probably be more than enough even for 10 people to break through. However, Jiang Yi forcibly suppressed this force and prevented it from directly breaking through the thin film. He is waiting for the perfect time, a time that will allow him to achieve true perfection. Only he, who possesses the SSS-level talent Never Devour, dares to devour beast cores so unscrupulously and pursue the so-called perfection so madly. Any other warrior, even a genius with extraordinary talent, would never dare to do this. The reason is simple. There are too few ways to obtain energy and improve internal strength during the martial arts apprentice stage, and the amount of energy that can be obtained each time is extremely limited. Wanting to devour such a huge amount of beast core energy at one time like Jiang Yi is simply a pipe dream. If Jiang Yi didn't have the incredible talent of Never Devour, it would probably take him hundreds or even thousands of years to accumulate bit by bit in order to reach the absorption speed he has today. Time passed minute by minute, and the second-level beast core was gradually devoured by Jiang Yi. However, that long-awaited feeling of fulfillment still did not appear. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Damn it! Let's fight! Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed the lonely third-level beast core, the beast core of an adult incinerator iron rhino. This beast core is as big as a fist, and its entire body is a deep dark blue. There are strands of electric arcs lingering on the surface, and it contains the power to destroy the world. Compared with the previous first and second level beast cores, the energy contained in this third level beast core can only be described as terrifying. It's like a small nuclear bomb. Once it explodes, it will be enough to destroy everything around it. Jiang Yi could clearly feel that the violent energy contained in this beast core far exceeded the sum of all previous beast cores. Come on! Let me see how strong you are! Jiang Yi growled, his eyes turned red, and without hesitation he threw the third-level beast core into the vortex in his palm. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Yi felt as if he was in a volcano that was about to erupt. The boiling magma, the scorching flames, and the violent energy instantly engulfed him. His body began to tremble violently, and wisps of steam oozed out of the surface of his skin. The energy in his dantian, which was already extremely violent, was now like a flood that broke through a dam, madly impacting his meridians. The severe pain made Jiang Yi unable to help but let out a series of low growls. But he clenched his teeth tightly and didn't make any screams. He knew that this was the final test and the most critical moment. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and Jiang Yi felt as if he had experienced a century. Finally, at the moment when he was about to collapse, the qi in his body made a crisp sound. Snap! The sound was like the breaking of glass, crisp and pleasant, yet full of power. Breakthrough! The shackles of the martial artist were finally broken. Jiang Yi only felt an indescribable sense of comfort spreading throughout his body, and all the fatigue and pain disappeared without a trace. He is a warrior now. However, this is not the end. There is simply too much energy accumulated in Jiang Yi's body. It far exceeds the limit that a first-level warrior can bear. This enormous energy did not stop after breaking through the shackles of the martial artist, but continued to impact towards a higher realm. In that case, let's just go all the way. Jiang Yi simply released the suppression of the energy in his body and let it flow freely. Boom! 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 Jiang Yi's body was constantly emitting bursts of rumbling sounds, like waves crashing against the shore. His realm also began to improve at an astonishing speed. Warrior level 2. Warrior level 3. 8th level warrior. 9th level warrior. In just a few minutes, Jiang Yi broke through 9 levels in one breath, directly soaring from a warrior who had just broken through the first level to the peak of the 9th level. This is simply a miracle. You know, for an ordinary warrior, it would take at least several years, or even decades, to practice from the first level to the 9th level, and that is assuming he has good enough talent and sufficient resources. But Jiang Yi only took a few minutes. If this gets out, it will probably shock countless people. When Jiang Yi absorbed the last bit of energy, he slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the dark clouds dispersed, and the bright moonlight shone through the window and fell on him. On the floor, the beast cores that were originally piled up like a mountain have now all turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. Jiang Yi slowly stood up, stretched his muscles, and suddenly felt his body filled with endless power. He looked down at his body and saw some dark golden lines faintly visible on the surface of his skin. These lines flowed slowly like dragons. This is a protective mechanism that spontaneously forms because the energy in his body is too powerful. Jiang Yi waved his hand casually, and an invisible force shot out from his palm and hit the wall. Bang! With a muffled sound, a deep fist mark appeared on the hard wall. You know, this is a casual attack without any skill. If he used all his strength, Jiang Yi was even confident that he could knock down the building with one punch. This is the power of a 9th-level warrior. Martial artists train their bodies to build a foundation and draw qi into their bodies. The martial arts apprentice stage is mainly about strengthening the body and strengthening the muscles and bones to lay a solid foundation for future training. Warriors at this stage mainly rely on their own physical strength and the initial sense of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Through various techniques, they bring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies and transform it into weak internal force. However, this internal force is still very weak and scattered. It cannot stay out of the body for a long time, and it cannot form an effective means of attack. A martial artist's internal energy is mainly used to nourish the body, strengthen the physique, and improve his reaction speed and ability to withstand blows. Therefore, the fights between martial artists rely more on fist and foot skills, weapon fighting, and some simple techniques. To put it bluntly, martial artists are just a little stronger, more agile, more powerful, and recover faster than ordinary people. But in essence, it is still within the realm of mortals. A warrior releases his internal strength and uses his chi to injure others. This is truly extraordinary. Chapter 34. Want it? The biggest sign of breaking through to the warrior realm is that the internal force can be released outwards. Warriors can condense the internal strength in their bodies into chi, and attack the enemy through fists, weapons, or even directly outside the body. This energy is invisible and intangible, but it has great destructive power. It can easily tear steel, shatter rocks, and even hurt people from a distance. Moreover, the warrior's internal energy is already pure and condensed enough to circulate outside the body for a long time, forming a variety of attack methods. For example, the sonic howling bone bat beast core that Zhang Yi had absorbed before allowed him to master the ability to attack with sonic waves. If he were at the martial arts apprentice stage, even if he possessed this ability, he would not be able to truly display it because his internal strength was not enough to support this level of consumption. And now, he has reached the 9th level of warrior, with abundant internal energy in his body. He can easily control this ability and even bring it to the extreme. In addition to the ability to release internal energy, the warrior's physical fitness is also far superior to that of a martial artist. Their muscles are stronger, their bones are harder, their meridians are wider, their 5 senses are sharper, their reaction speed is faster, their ability to withstand blows is stronger, and their recovery speed is also faster. If a martial artist is still just hovering within the limits of human beings, then a warrior has already broken through the limits of human beings and reached a whole new level. The gap between the two is a qualitative leap and an insurmountable chasm. If we say that a martial artist has just stepped into the door of martial arts, then a martial artist has truly begun his own martial arts journey. 9th level warrior, not bad. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction, a rare smile on his face. Call. He let out a long breath, slowly gathered his mind, and began to try to gather the strength in his body. As his mind moved, the internal force in his dantian surged out like a tide and quickly gathered in the palm of his right hand. A ball of blazing flame slowly condensed in his palm, growing bigger and brighter, until it finally formed a gigantic fireball with a diameter of half a meter. On the surface of the fireball, raging flames burned, constantly jumping and twisting. The dazzling red light illuminated the entire room, just like daylight. This is the signature ability of the 3rd level ferocious beast, the furnace iron rhino burning sky flames. Zhang Yi could clearly feel that the terrifying energy contained in this fireball was enough to burn any warrior of the same level into ashes. Just relying on this one move, I'm afraid it's enough to crush most warriors of the same level. Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a proud smile. You know, if ordinary warriors want to master such a powerful attack method, they need to practice at least a C-level martial art or above, and they also need to spend a lot of time and energy to practice. However, Zhang Yi easily gained this ability by simply absorbing a 3rd level beast core. This is the power of the SSS-level talent, Never Devour. It is not just a simple energy conversion, it can also perfectly copy the special abilities contained in the beast core. In other words, Zhang Yi absorbed not only the energy of the beast core, but also the skills of the beast core's owner during his lifetime. Turn the former enemy into your own strength. Hey, this feeling is so great. Zhang Yi couldn't help but grin. He subconsciously touched the terminal on his wrist and activated the camera function. Crack! Zhang Yi took a selfie of himself and the dazzling fireball in his palm. Of course I have to share this kind of good thing with my good brothers. Zhang Yi sent the photo to Leelu without hesitation. Are you kidding? How can I miss this opportunity to show off? I must let that girl see how powerful I am. Beep, beep, beep. Almost instantly, the message from the other side came back. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Was this guy waiting at the terminal? Why do you always reply immediately? However, when he saw the content of the message, the smile on his face froze instantly. Leelu, ex-harassment? 3 big question marks appeared in Zhang Yi's head. Sexual harassment? What the hell is this? He was a little confused for a moment. Subconsciously, he took another look at the photo he had just sent. After seeing this, Zhang Yi suddenly realized that his upper body was naked. Damn it! I came out of the shower with no clothes on. And, more importantly, he subconsciously thought Leelu was a man. This is really embarrassing. Jiang Yi wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Before he could figure out how to reply, the message came again. Lyle, still, do you want it? When Jiang Yi saw this message, he almost vomited blood. Want it? What on earth is this girl thinking about? He felt the veins on his forehead begin to throb. The fireball in his palm became extremely unstable due to his emotional fluctuations, flickering, and finally dissipated completely with a puff. Su Yuli. Pay attention. Jiang Yi typed furiously on the terminal. Where the hell are you focusing on? The point is, I've broken through to the warrior level. Warrior. Do you understand? He sent the message almost with gritted teeth. Lyle, oh. The other party only replied with a simple word. Jiang Yi looked at the word oh and felt like he had punched cotton, with no place to put his strength. This girl, why is she so dull? Wasn't she surprised at all? I broke through 9 levels in a row and soared directly from a warrior apprentice to the 9th level of warrior. This kind of thing, if it happened to any warrior, would be enough to make him so excited that he couldn't sleep for days and nights. Just when Jiang Yi was feeling depressed, another message came from the other side. Lyle, 6. Jiang Yi was completely speechless. 6? What kind of reaction is this? Forget it, I won't tell you anymore. Jiang Yi was a little annoyed and was about to close the chat interface. This guy is so disgusting. However, just as he was about to close the chat interface, the message from the other side came again. Lyle, it's getting late, let us go to bed early. Leelu, we will choose martial arts tomorrow, don't be late. Leelu, see you at school. After receiving 3 messages in a row, Jiang Yi's originally irritable mood gradually calmed down. Lord of the Night, well, see you at school. Jiang Yi lay down on the soft bed relaxedly. Outside the window, the bright moonlight shone gently on him through the gap in the curtains. The originally violent energy in his body gradually calmed down after the breakthrough, like a sleeping giant beast, quietly lurking in his dantian. Jiang Yi slowly closed his eyes, feeling the powerful yet restrained strength in his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. 9th level warrior. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is still long. With longing for the future, Jiang Yi's consciousness gradually became blurred and he fell asleep. Jiang Yi slept particularly soundly that night. What Jiang Yi didn't know was that because his accumulation in the martial arts apprentice stage was too strong, he broke through 9 levels in one breath, causing the energy in his body to reach an unprecedented state of perfection in the martial arts apprentice realm. This kind of perfection is not only a quantitative accumulation, but also a qualitative transformation. It made Jiang Yi's internal strength become extremely pure and restrained, just like a treasure hidden deep underground, neither visible nor exposed. To the extent that the aura revealed by his martial arts apprentice realm completely overshadowed that of his warrior realm. This state has a very special benefit, which is concealment. If an outsider stood in front of Jiang Yi at this moment and observed him carefully, he would only feel that he was a martial artist who was about to break through to become a martial artist. It was impossible to detect that he actually had the terrifying power of a 9th level warrior hidden in his body. It's like a peerless divine weapon, hidden in a plain scabbard. Only when it is unsheathed will it reveal its earth-shaking sharpness. Chapter 35 Seeking Death? At dawn, golden sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting streaks on the wooden floor. Jiang Yi woke up from his deep sleep, his eyes still bleary, but he became clear-headed after just a moment of trance. Last night, he finally broke through the long-standing bottleneck and was promoted to a warrior. His powerful perception spread out like a tide, as subtle as the dust floating in the air, as clear as the slight creaking of the bed when the upstairs neighbor turned over, and even the sizzling sound of the fried dough sticks being put into the pot in the breakfast shop downstairs. Nothing could escape his ears and eyes. This feeling of being in control is amazing. Jiang Yi stood up, walked to the sink, and looked at the face in the mirror that looked a little immature but full of determination. He washed and dressed skillfully, put on a clean white t-shirt and black sweatpants, and everything looked neat and tidy. There was a simple breakfast on the table, a cup of hot milk, 2 slices of toast, and a small plate of pickles. Jiang Yi ate slowly, but his thoughts had already drifted away. In a sense, breaking up with Ding Ruanqi can be regarded as opening a new chapter in my life. He thought to himself. Once, he thought he was just an ordinary time traveler, without a cheat code or a system, and could only rely on his own efforts to climb up step by step in this cruel world of high martial arts. But now, he has awakened his SSS-level talent and even broke through to the warrior level last night. Lying down with the help of cheats is also quite nice. Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The feeling of suddenly possessing powerful strength made him feel unprecedented pleasure. Jiang Yi did not feel too much anger or sadness about Ding Ruanqi's betrayal, but more of a regret. He regretted that in his 2 lives, he had been deceived by a hypocritical woman for so long and had never seen her true face. After 2 lifetimes, I was actually deceived by a little girl. It's really shameful. Jiang Yi shook his head in self-mockery and drank the last sip of milk. Just as he was about to go out, a reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Huh? Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. The sudden voice made him a little confused. Why did this system come at this time? Sudden serious illness? You know, when he is fine, the system is like dead, with no movement. Although the previous system was not very reliable and its main feature was to endure hardships, at least it would pop up to show its presence when an event occurred. But now, he was just preparing to go out, and he could trigger the system? Do you want me, a loser, to strike back and smash my own door with one punch? Is this system of yours meant to harm me? Jiang Yi muttered in his heart. The next moment, a scarlet interface suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, emitting an unsettling aura. Death mission. 4 large blood-red characters suddenly came into view, causing Jiang Yi's pupils to shrink suddenly. Wow, that's so scary. Let me see what's going on. Jiang Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Host, you just slapped your scornful, green tea girlfriend in the face, making her realize her own blindness, and then you ruthlessly slapped the clown who was jumping around in front of you, making him lose face and become a laughingstock. It's a great pleasure, but this pleasure comes at a price. The 2 people you humiliated are furious and are like mad dogs, searching everywhere for you, vowing to make you pay in blood. They've spared no expense, recruiting a group of desperate criminals, including some ruthless 9th-level warriors and even an unfathomable 3rd-level warrior. Right now, like wolves scenting blood, they're closing in on you from all sides. Host, your tiny body, a 3rd-level martial artist, is as weak as an ant in their eyes. They can crush you without breaking a sweat. This is a deadly situation with a huge disparity in power, a hopeless encirclement and suppression. Your chance of survival is 0. Release death mission, survive from despair, defeat the invading enemies. Quest reward, S-level talent, brute force tempering, unconditionally increases strength 10-fold. Death quest bonus, can coexist with the original talent. After Jiang Yi read the content of the task released by the system, he was immediately upset. This system, isn't it a moron? Does it know exactly how strong I am? A 3rd-level martial artist? What the hell is a 3rd-level martial artist? I'm a warrior now. A genuine 9th-level warrior. Even before, when your system first came, I was already at the 9th level of martial arts. Who should this system be bound to? Or is it that it is so late that it should have come when I reached the 3rd level of martial arts? Jiang Yi tried hard to recall. He remembered that when he reached the 3rd level of martial arts apprenticeship, he seemed to be a little kid of 7 or 8 years old. 7 or 8 years old. Is this system here to make people laugh? Jiang Yi was too tired to complain. 9th level warrior, 3rd level warrior. Even if I didn't break through yesterday, with my previous strength as a 9th level martial artist, coupled with my Kaitian strength, I would be more than enough to deal with these guys. What's more, I have SSS level talent. Even without the system, it's more than enough. Are Ding Ruanqi and Chenzene really looking for someone to take revenge on me? Aren't they just here to die? That's it? It's a fucking death mission. It scared me. I thought it was a big deal. After all this fuss, this is it? Jiang Yi sighed helplessly, feeling a little disappointed. But on second thought, he felt relieved again. He treats the system as a moron, and the system treats him as a baby. Why not do this kind of baby bus task and get rewards? Jiang Yi smiled self-deprecatingly, his eyes falling on the task reward that was flashing with dazzling light on the system interface. His eyes, which were originally slightly disappointed, instantly became sharp. This reward. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, carefully studying the small words, S-level talent, brute force tempering, unconditionally increases strength 10-fold. Death mission bonus, can coexist with the original talent. So, the system can give me new talents? On Blue Star, a warrior's awakening of his talent is a crucial step in life. Each person can only awaken one talent in his lifetime, and the quality of this talent almost determines a warrior's future achievements and upper limit. The higher the talent level, the greater the potential, and the broader the future path. Because of this, the system tampered with the results of his talent awakening, causing everyone to believe that he had awakened the lowest level F-level talent, which led to them mocking him, and even his childhood sweetheart Ding Ruanqi left him because of this. But my talent isn't F rank at all. I'm a genuine SSS rank. Fortunately, this time it was a death mission with a special reward that allowed my original SSS-level talent to coexist with this new S-level talent. Otherwise, Zhang Yi couldn't imagine what would happen if the system really used this S-level talent to cover his original SSS-level talent. Tongzi, I advise you to think twice before issuing such a task next time. Otherwise I will definitely flush you down the toilet. Chapter 36. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Zhang Yi walked on the streets of the downtown area. The morning sun shines on the wall, reflecting a lazy warmth. The morning market in the lower town always wakes up very early. The sizzling sound of fried dough sticks mixed with the fragrance of tofu pudding weaves a web of smoky atmosphere in front of the steam-filled bun shop. Excuse me, a freshly baked meat bun. When the lady carrying a bamboo basket passed by, Zhang Yi quietly moved half a step to the right. He took a deep breath and felt the vitality unique to the downtown area. Suddenly, a warm and soft touch wrapped around my right arm. Honey, didn't you agree to wait for me at the dessert shop? The sweet voice was filled with just the right amount of coquettishness, and a fresh fragrance wafted from the girl's hair. His muscles tensed reflexively and he was about to pull his hand away. This was an instinctive habit after years of working on the edge of a knife, but he stopped abruptly when he saw who was coming. The fingers resting on her arms were as slender as jade carvings, and her nails were a cherry blossom pink. Don't move. The girl's voice was like a clear spring, wrapped in the faint fragrance of gardenia. I'll lend you my shoulder. Turning my head, I saw a delicate face. The girl wore a pair of thin-framed glasses. Behind the lenses were a pair of big, bright, black eyes, which at the moment looked a bit timid and asking for help. Her long black hair falls softly on her shoulders, making her skin look even whiter. She was wearing a blue and white dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her movements. The girl's voice was very soft and trembling, like a frightened deer. Can you help me? The girl leaned half of her body in his arms, her waist-length black hair brushing against the back of his hand, causing a slight itch. Zhang Yi followed her gaze. Not far away, a young man wearing a flowered shirt and dyed yellow hair was following them stealthily. The guy had shifty eyes and looked over here from time to time. It was obvious that he was not a good person. He's been following me for a long time. The girl's voice lowered, almost inaudible. I'm worried he's a bad guy. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend and take me away for a while? Zhang Yi suddenly smiled. What is this? A hero saving a beautiful girl? He suddenly found it interesting that this girl was quite alert. He looked at the girl in front of him with interest and smiled playfully. Little sister, you are quite brave. You just pull up a stranger and call him your boyfriend? Aren't you afraid of getting out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den? The girl seemed to have expected him to ask this question. She didn't panic, but smiled confidently, revealing two cute little canine teeth. You are not a bad person. Oh? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Why do you think so? The girl cleared her throat and began to analyze seriously. First, you're young, maybe 19 or 20? Your steps are steady, your breathing is even, your lower body is strong, and your chi and blood are abundant. You're at least a 9th level martial artist. With such strength, and rising so early, it shows you're diligent, not the type to just sit around and do nothing. If I'm not mistaken, you're a freshman at Yunqing Martial Arts University? Secondly, your eyes are clear, devoid of evil thoughts, and your face is kind, giving off a sense of reliability. Furthermore, the strong smell of blood on you comes from a ferocious beast, not a human, indicating that you are not a vicious person. With such strength, you would choose to go out of the city and fight against ferocious beasts instead of committing evil in the city. You are either poor and honest, or stingy and upright. Third. The girl winked slyly. When you saw me being followed, you didn't just stand by and watch. Instead, you stopped and listened to me. This shows that you are kind and helpful. Even if you were to choose me as a boyfriend, you would be a good choice. To sum up, the girl concluded, you are definitely not a bad person, and you have the ability to protect me. Besides, a college student who's about my age and has worked hard to become stronger since childhood can't be more dangerous than a stalker, right? Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard this. This girl? It sounds like that. Apart from the misjudgment of realm, everything else was exactly right. This girl is quite clever, but her eyesight is a little lacking. I didn't see his true level. No wonder. After all, the aura he exuded made it clear that he was a martial artist. However, his true level is difficult to detect if one's realm is not higher than his. However, the girl's analysis did make him somewhat interested in her. Okay, Zhang Yi shrugged, agreeing, let's go, my girlfriend. He deliberately emphasized the word girlfriend with a hint of sarcasm. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still took his arm obediently and whispered, thank you. The two walked forward side by side. The sound of bicycle bells jingled in the distance, and the milkman rode past them on an old-fashioned bicycle, and the glass bottles in the basket made a crisp sound when they collided. By the way, the girl seemed to remember something and asked, have you had breakfast? There's a breakfast shop around the corner. The food is delicious. I'll treat you. Zhang Yi was delighted. This girl was quite good at taking advantage of others. Are you from Cloud City? Zhang Yi did not answer her question directly, but asked in return. He had lived in this downtown area for nearly 20 years and was familiar with every tree and blade of grass here, but he had never seen the girl in front of him. The girl shook her head and explained, no, I came here with my family to do some business and will be staying for a few days. Oh? Zhang Yi asked in surprise, then how did you know there was a breakfast shop around the corner? I remember you and I were going the same way, so you didn't come from that direction, did you? There is indeed a breakfast shop on the corner ahead, and the food is quite good. It is a place Zhang Yi often visits. The girl was stunned by the question, but she was not panicked at all. She cleared her throat and explained, isn't this simple? First of all, there's a lot of traffic on this street, which means there must be a residential or commercial area nearby. Where there are people, there are naturally places to eat. Secondly, I just observed that most of the shops on this street sell daily necessities and snacks, and quite a few have already opened, which shows that the commercial atmosphere of this street has been formed. There will definitely be a lot of breakfast shops that meet the basic needs. Finally, the girl pointed ahead, look, are there a few figures swaying around the corner over there? And, I can faintly smell the smell of cooking smoke. Doesn't that mean there's a breakfast shop over there? Zhang Yi burst out laughing. You have such a good observation ability, can't you tell whether I have eaten breakfast? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi suddenly came to his senses. Wrong. This girl did it on purpose. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, you could tell I ate, so you asked on purpose, right? To put it bluntly, you just don't want to treat me. The girl was exposed and felt a little embarrassed. She smiled and playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing two cute little fangs, and muttered softly, I've been discovered. Stingy. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head, but he was not really angry. He just thought that this girl was quite interesting. Chapter 37 They are not coming to me. The two walked side by side. When they turned the corner, Lao Wine steamed bun shop appeared in front of them, and a rich aroma of steamed buns hit them in the face. Several early risers were queuing up, waiting for freshly baked buns. The girl's eyes lit up and she unconsciously quickened her pace, but soon slowed down to keep pace with Zhang Yi. She tilted her head with a hint of a smile on her face. Hey, do you believe I can guess your name? Zhang Yi glanced at her, said nothing, and just shook his head slightly. He secretly laughed in his heart. This girl really has so many tricks. However, he also wanted to see what she wanted to do this time. Seeing Zhang Yi didn't believe her, the girl didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled even sweeter. How about this, you buy me a bun and I can guess it right away, how about that? Zhang Yi was so angry that he laughed at her righteous tone. What the hell is going on? Hey, little sister, Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets, I helped you so much, and you didn't treat me, so it's fine, but now you actually want me to treat you? You're so calculating, I can hear you from uptown. However, he was not short of money for these buns. After returning from hunting last night and making a fortune, he was now well off. What's more, he is now more and more curious about this girl. He wants to see what ability she has and how she can know his name. So he didn't say anything else and walked straight towards the bun shop. Boss, 2 buns with red dates and red bean paste. Zhang Yi said skillfully to the bun shop owner. Okay. The boss responded, and quickly took out 2 steaming buns from the steamer, wrapped them in oil paper, and handed them to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the bun and handed it to the girl next to him. The girl took the bun and first put it under her nose and took a deep sniff. The sweet aroma of red dates and bean paste made her squint her eyes in satisfaction. She said with a satisfied look on her face, "Wow, it smells so good." "Thank you." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Didn't you say you could guess my name? Guess it quickly, don't just focus on eating." The girl took a bite of the bun, and the sweet red date and red bean paste filling immediately spread in her mouth. While chewing, she said vaguely, "Don't be impatient, let me think about it." She paused, then raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. "Your last name is Jiang." "Oh?" Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, which surprised him a little. "How did you guess that?" The girl smiled smugly and pointed at Zhang Yi's wrist. "When you used the terminal to scan the code to pay just now, it showed a Jiang. Do you still need to guess?" Zhang Yi was suddenly speechless. After all this fuss, this is what is going on. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. This girl has really good observation skills, but this is not even a guess. "Just the last name won't do," Zhang Yi said helplessly. "What about the first name? Didn't you say you could guess it right away?" He looked at the girl, waiting for her to continue her performance. The girl was not annoyed. She ate her buns in small bites while staring at Zhang Yi, muttering to herself, "Zhang Bai, Zhang Lin, Zhang Yi, well, none of them look like." She frowned slightly, thinking seriously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she clapped her hands fiercely. "Ah! I know! Your name is Zhang Yi, right? Zhang Yi? How did you guess this?" He was sure that he had never revealed his full name anywhere. The girl saw Zhang Yi's shocked expression and immediately smiled even more happily, revealing two cute little canine teeth. "Ha, you really guessed it this time." She cleared her throat and said slowly, "Zhang Yi, 19 years old, a native of Yunqing, a freshman at Yunqing Martial Arts University, 9th level martial artist, lives in." She paused here, looked around, and then lowered her voice and said, "It should be around here, right?" Zhang Yi felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and all the hairs on his body stood up. This girl is so scary. We just met and chatted for a few minutes, but she already knew most of my personal information. You're like this every day." Zhang Yi considered his words carefully. He really didn't know what words to use to describe this girl's observation skills. Observant? Survival instinct. The girl bit into a bun and said vaguely, "When I was a child, I was always locked in the study." She paused at this point, realizing she had let something slip. She quickly changed the subject and looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. "Let's not talk about this. But you, though you only have the aura of a martial artist, give me the feeling you are even better than many martial artists I've met." "Ha?" Zhang Yi's fingers trembled slightly inadvertently, but soon returned to calm. This girl actually figured it out? The girl held her chin in her hand and curiously leaned closer to Zhang Yi, her nose almost touching his chin. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him carefully. "Let me guess. Are you deliberately suppressing your realm? Or did you suffer some old injury that caused your realm to fall? It can't be the legendary, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, right?" Zhang Yi felt a little uncomfortable with her close scrutiny. He stepped back and said unhappily, "What's it to you? You are meddling too much." Zhang Yi looked around and confirmed that the little yellow-haired boy who had been following him stealthily had disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the girl beside him and said, "Okay, that's it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." As he said this, he was about to pull his arm back. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed to have expected him to do this, and instead hugged his arms even tighter. Hey, don't be so anxious." The girl looked at him with a smile, her big eyes curved into crescents. "You're going to school, right? That's perfect, we're going the same way, so give me a ride for a while." Zhang Yi was suddenly speechless. What is this? This girl is really. You're a bit too familiar. However, he changed his mind and realized that since he was a single guy now, there was nothing to be shy about. When he had a girlfriend before, he had to be careful about the impact to avoid being misunderstood. Nowadays, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Do whatever you want. Thinking of this, he was too lazy to say anything more. He let the girl hold his arm and continued walking forward. The two turned out of the alley and walked onto a wider street. However, before he had taken a few steps, Zhang Yi keenly sensed that something was wrong. Not far away, a few thugs who were squatting on the roadside smoking suddenly stood up after seeing the two of them, stared at them with unfriendly eyes, and then walked towards them. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. What's the physique of this girl? Why do I always get harassed by thugs wherever I go? Just as he was thinking about it, the girl who had been hugging his arm tightly suddenly let go. Zhang Yi was stunned and looked at her subconsciously. The girl put some distance between him and him, with a hint of apology and worry in her eyes. She lowered her voice and said quickly, Zhang Yi, why don't you just run away? Zhang Yi? What is this operation? They are not here to see me. Seeing Zhang Yi's confused face, the girl hurriedly explained. Oh? Zhang Yi smiled and asked with interest, how did you figure that out? He wanted to hear what this girl could analyze. The girl frowned, her face anxious. This is too complicated to explain, and there's no time. Anyway, you helped me along the way, and I'm very grateful to you. I'll come back to you in 2 days to pay for today's buns. Now, you better run. These guys are all 9th level warriors, the same realm as you. If they fight in groups, you definitely won't be able to defeat them. Zhang Yi seemed not to hear her words and continued to walk forward slowly. Chapter 38 The one who wants to die is here. As Zhang Yi walked, he looked at the thugs walking towards him. Indeed, as the girl said, the aura of these guys are all around the 9th level of martial arts, and each of them looks ferocious and evil, and it is obvious at first glance that they are not good people. Zhang Yi's lips curled up into a playful smile. No wonder the journey was smooth and we didn't encounter any desperate criminals as the system suggested. It turns out that the person who was going to die is waiting here. It seems that some people can't escape the beating today. Several thugs quickly walked up to Zhang Yi and surrounded him. Seeing this, the girl was so scared that she took a few steps back, but she did not turn around and run away. Instead, she stood not far away, looking at Zhang Yi nervously. Zhang Yi noticed her actions and felt a little warm in his heart. Although this girl is eccentric and likes to take advantage of others, at least she has some conscience. The leading thug had a striking red hair and a hideous scar on his face that extended from the left corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. He looked Zhang Yi up and down, then asked coldly, Are you Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi nodded calmly, It's me. He. Red Hair sneered, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes, Don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. As he spoke, he swung his hand and shouted to his men, Go. Upon hearing this, several thugs immediately rubbed their hands and rushed towards Zhang Yi with a grim smile. Wait. Zhang Yi suddenly spoke and stopped their actions. Red-haired frowned impatiently and asked fiercely, What? Any last words? He thought Zhang Yi was scared. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, looked at the red-haired man, and asked calmly, Did Chenzene send you here? Although he was asking, there was a certainty in his tone. Although it was not only Chenzene who had made enemies with him yesterday, but also Ding Ruanxi. But Zhang Yi knew that if it was the Ding family's revenge, they would never find these people. The 3rd-level warrior mentioned in the task given by the system is more likely. The red-haired man was stunned at first, and then his expression became even gloomier. He didn't expect that Zhang Yi could actually guess the mastermind behind the scenes. Boy, you know quite a lot. The red-haired man grinned fiercely, his eyes flashing with a fierce look. Since you know, I can't let you stay. He waved his hand suddenly, and the thugs behind him immediately became active and surrounded Zhang Yi even tighter. What? You want to fight? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Just you few? Kid, don't be so arrogant. A yellow-haired thug next to the red-haired man shouted, Don't think you're so great just because you're a 9th-level martial artist. Who among us isn't a 9th-level martial artist? That's right, another thug echoed, spitting. Do you really think you're invincible? Today I'll show you what it means to be better than others. Stop talking nonsense. Red Hair completely lost his patience and roared, Brothers, come on. Today, I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Before he finished speaking, several thugs attacked at the same time, attacking Zhang Yi from all directions. The 6 thugs behind him simultaneously showed their brass knuckles, and the sunlight streamed on the spikes made of special alloy. It was a weapon that was powerful enough to tear the armor of a 2nd-level ferocious beast. The scarred man on the far left was the first to launch the rock-crushing fist, and the khaki energy unique to E-level martial arts rushed towards him with gravel. The 2 people on the right used the flowing wind kick, and the blue-gray afterimage blocked all escape routes. These people obviously often cooperated in hunting. The attacks of the 3 9th-level warriors were aimed at the throat, Danzhong, and Chi high points respectively, while the other 2 held alloy short blades to block the 2 sides. Fists whistled, legs flew, and several 9th-level martial artists attacked at the same time, with terrifying momentum. You know, even outside the city, facing those ferocious 2nd-level beasts, such a lineup is enough to deal with it. What's more, although these thugs look inferior, they are all using E-level martial arts. E-level martial arts is considered a good martial art in martial arts universities, and it is not easy for ordinary students to obtain it. And these thugs actually each have one. Obviously, they have all been specially trained and are by no means comparable to ordinary street thugs. For a moment, there was a strong wind and murderous aura. The girl standing nearby couldn't help herself after seeing this. She anxiously shouted, "Zhang Yi! Be careful! Their fists are powerful. Get out of the way first, don't fight. They have very fast legs, watch your lower body. Also, be careful of that red-haired guy, he." Zhang Yi stood there without moving. The redhead sneered, his eyes locked on the girl next to him. "There's still this nosy chick? After we guys beat her up, it'll be her turn." The girl's voice stopped abruptly. The red-haired man hadn't finished his threat yet. Seeing that several thugs were about to punch and kick Zhang Yi at the critical moment, the burly man with the crew cut who attacked first suddenly realized something was wrong. When his fist was 3 inches away from the opponent's throat, it was like hitting an invisible quagmire. The martial arts of the other two people shifted in a strange direction, and the 3 energy forces cancelled each other out in front of Zhang Yi. The red-haired man's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that Zhang Yi's right hand, hanging by his side, was slightly shining, with dark red lines flowing under his skin, like lava flowing in his blood vessels. Zhang Yi suddenly laughed. Then, he moved. He did not choose to dodge or block as the girl said. He simply lifted his right leg slightly. Then, fall gently. Bang! There was a dull thud, like thunder from the blue sky. With Zhang Yi's landing point as the center, the ground suddenly shook, and cracks visible to the naked eye spread rapidly like a spider web. The whole street was wailing. The shockwave visible to the naked eye is like a giant rhino stepping on the ground. The 6 thugs seemed to have hit an invisible air wall. The brass knuckles shattered into metal fragments under the recoil force, and the teeth mixed with blood foam drew parabolas in the air. There was an earthquake? The faces of several thugs who were originally aggressive suddenly changed. They felt a violent shaking under their feet and their bodies swayed uncontrollably. Not to mention attacking Zhang Yi, even standing still became a problem. Ah! Oh my god! What's going on? Screams and exclamations came one after another. Several thugs were blown away by the sudden vibration, drawing awkward arcs in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 The dull sound of impact, accompanied by the crackling sound of broken bones, made one's scalp tingle. Zhang Yi stood firmly in place, his face still with that calm expression. He looked at the thugs lying on the ground, groaning in pain, and said calmly, "Is this your strength?" His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet street. The power of the burning iron rhino is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Yi sighed in his heart. Although it was only a very low-level ability, when combined with his physical fitness as a 9th-level warrior, the power it unleashed was simply terrifying. Chapter 39. Are there any more experts? An invisible force instantly enveloped the entire street. The few thugs who were still struggling to get up suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. The huge pressure made them unable to move and they could only groan in pain. Gravity field. The girl looked at Zhang Yi and muttered to herself. She originally thought that Zhang Yi was just an ordinary 9th-level martial artist, at most a little stronger than an ordinary 9th-level martial artist. But now it seems that she was a little wrong. There's something wrong with him. You, who are you? The red-haired man struggled and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Zhang Yi did not answer him, but slowly increased the pressure of the gravity field. Ah! My bones are breaking. Mercy, mercy! Several thugs let out shrill screams. Their bodies began to twist and deform under the pressure of the gravity field, and their bones made a teeth-grinding friction sound. Why did Chenzene send you to deal with me? Zhang Yi asked slowly. I don't know. Red Hair said painfully, he just asked us to beat you to a cripple. Beat him to a cripple? Zhang Yi sneered, what a boast. He bent down and took out the communicator from Red Hair's pocket. The latest news is displayed on the screen. Chenzene, come back with the video. Zhang Yi sneered, and the gravity field suddenly increased 3 times, pressing the few people directly into the ground half a foot. Ever since the arrival of the ferocious beast, the original order of Blue Star has been overturned. The laws and morals of the past seem pale and powerless in the face of absolute power. But control over warriors is even more ineffective. What's more, there are cameras here, which clearly record that it was these thugs who took action first. In this case, even if Jiang Yi killed them, it would not violate the current laws of Blue Star. More importantly, what Jiang Yi saw in these people's eyes was not repentance, but deep resentment. Letting them go will only leave hidden dangers for yourself. No, don't. We were wrong. We will never do it again. Have mercy. We are just following orders. Several thugs felt the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Yi and were immediately frightened out of their wits. They begged for mercy desperately, trying to arouse Jiang Yi's sympathy. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. There's a difference between knowing you're wrong and knowing you're going to die. His voice was very soft, but it made the thugs completely despair. He slowly raised his hand and pointed his palm at the red-haired man. No. The red-haired man let out a desperate roar, but his voice stopped abruptly. An invisible force instantly enveloped him. His body twisted and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Click, click. Blood slowly flowed out from his 7 orifices, staining the ground red. Bang! With a dull thud, the red-haired man's body fell heavily to the ground like a broken sack, completely losing his life. The other thugs were so frightened when they saw the scene that they wanted to escape, but their bodies seemed to be nailed to the ground and they could not move. Jiang Yi slowly turned around. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I won't dare to do that again. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Yi slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and his clothes were spotless. He flicked his fingertips lightly, and a flame appeared out of thin air and landed on several corpses. Call! The flames instantly devoured everything, burning the corpse and the blood on the ground clean. A strong smell of burning filled the air, but it was quickly blown away by the cool morning breeze. Jiang Yi has been working in the lower town since he was a child, and has seen too many sinister hearts and the coldness of the world. The peaceful society of the previous life has long become a vague shadow in memory. On the blue planet today, the law of the jungle is the only rule. He was already used to it. The girl next to her had her mouth slightly open, her face full of surprise. Jiang Yi's strength far exceeded her expectations. But soon, the girl's expression returned to calm. She didn't show any fear, but instead became very interested in Jiang Yi. She was about to say something when she was interrupted by a sudden burst of applause. Snap! 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 The applause was deep and powerful. A figure slowly walked out from the shadows at the corner of the street. Jiang Yi raised his brows. Are there any more experts? The man was of burly build, more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, like an iron tower. Every step he took gave people a feeling of earth shaking. He exuded a fierce aura from head to toe, like a ferocious beast walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The girl's pupils suddenly shrank and alarm bells rang in her heart. 3rd level warrior. This is troublesome. She subconsciously took a few steps back, her brain working rapidly, and began to think about the escape route. The girl quietly moved behind Jiang Yi, gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, and said in a low voice, "Hey, this guy is not easy to deal with, how about we retreat first?" Jiang Yi acted as if he didn't hear her, and just waved his hand gently, signaling her to be patient. The girl looked at Jiang Yi's back, speechless. This guy, is he trying to kill himself? This burly guy, although not the same kind of loser as those guys just now, is obviously coming for him. What kind of trouble has he gotten himself into? The burly man slowly walked up to Jiang Yi and looked him up and down. Not bad, not bad. You're so powerful at such a young age. No wonder those guys fell into your hands just now. The burly man's voice was rough and hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. My name is Xiong, and I've been asked to take your life. He paused and continued, when I first received this mission, I thought you were just a young brat who had just reached adulthood and didn't have any real skills. Unexpectedly, after asking around in the black market, I found out you actually have some real skills. You've been fighting ferocious beasts outside the city since you were a child. After so many years of hard work, you have rich practical experience, far surpassing your peers and even much stronger than many martial artists of the same level. What's even more surprising is that you and your teammates hunted a 3rd level incinerator iron rhino yesterday. Wow, the young are truly formidable. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking to himself, how could the news spread so quickly? 2. He went to Lao Dao to sell the materials for the furnace-burning iron rhino. As long as Lao Dao put them up for sale, it would be difficult for others to not know about it. He smiled faintly and said slowly, since you know my strength, why do you still dare to come? Upon hearing this, Xiongyan laughed out loud, his laughter was deafening. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're still too young. Do you think the gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist can be made up by a little bit of experience in fighting against opponents of higher levels? That's an insurmountable gap. You have no idea what kind of power a martial artist possesses. Xiongyan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a powerful aura burst out from him, and the air around him solidified. Boy, I'll give you a chance. If you surrender now, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, when I start, I'm afraid I won't even be able to save your whole body. Jiang Yi still had a faint smile on his face. He slowly asked, those thugs were sent by Chenzene. Are you from the Ding family? Xiongyan shook his head and said in a muffled voice, we have rules in this line of work. We must never disclose our employer's information. He grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. Boy, are you ready to die? Chapter 40. Why don't you ask him if he is afraid of me? A heavy atmosphere permeated between the two of them, so oppressive that it made it hard to breathe. The situation is tense and ready to explode. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the depths of Jiang Yi's heart. 3 inches below his right ribs is his Achilles heel. There's an old wound there, it's his biggest weakness. Attack there with all your might, then run diagonally across. There's an alley there with complex terrain, perfect for escaping. Telepathy? Jiang Yi was shocked and blurted out. He turned his head sharply and looked at the girl behind him. The sturdy man Xiongyan was also stunned for a moment, and his eyes fell on the girl. The girl was confused and her eyes widened. Why did you say that? A hint of amusement flashed across Xiongyan's face, and he sneered, stop playing tricks. The gap in strength is obvious. No matter what tricks you use, it will be useless. The girl looked at Jiang Yi, her delicate little face full of confusion. Is this guy really a fool? Doesn't he know how big the gap is between a martial artist and a warrior? Even if he knocked down a few thugs who were also 9th level martial artists by himself, those people were obviously just street thugs and had not received any formal training at all. There is no comparison between him and the guy in front of him who looks like a veteran and has killed countless people. Not to mention the gap in hard power. Although the 9th level of martial artist and the 3rd level of warrior seem to be only 3 small realms apart, in fact, there is a world of difference between them. It can be said that they are not creatures of the same level at all. A warrior can easily slaughter a group of fellow warriors. This guy, where does his confidence come from? Hello? Jiang Yi looked Xiongyan up and down with a cynical smile on his face. He slowly said, I heard that you have an old wound 3 inches below your right ribs. Is that your weak spot? The air seemed to freeze. The veins on Xiongyan's forehead bulged and his left shoulder trembled slightly. A thin layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He subconsciously took a step back, but quickly forced himself to steady himself. Then, he took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and sneered, Boy, I didn't expect you to know all this. But even if you knew, so what? Do you think I would let you attack my weaknesses without any defense? Do you think I'm that kind of brainless idiot? Wrong. Jiang Yi raised his index finger and shook it, saying lightly, It's not me who knows, it's this lady, who told me. He pointed at the girl behind him. Xiongyan's gaze fell on the girl again. The girl was practically going crazy. She glared at Jiang Yi fiercely and roared in her heart, This idiot. What is he doing? Doesn't he know that the most important thing right now is to escape? Why is he still chatting with the enemy here? Doesn't he think his death is fast enough? She looked at Jiang Yi, almost wanting to abandon him and run away. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Yi smiled when he heard this, and his smile was very relaxed and natural. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? He asked, then turned his gaze to Xiongyan, his eyes full of teasing. You should ask him if he's afraid of me. Xiongyan was stunned for several seconds by Jiang Yi's words. Then he laughed out loud, tilting his head back to the sky, laughing so hard that he fell backwards and even cried. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 Boy. I, Xiongyan, have been roaming the battlefield for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone as reckless as you. But, you've managed to make me laugh. Just for that, I'll give you a quick death later. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes suddenly becoming cold and cruel. Boy, have you finished your last words? If you have, then get ready to go. Before he finished speaking, Chenzene stomped his foot suddenly, and the ground cracked instantly, with countless pieces of gravel flying up. He clenched his right fist, and with a violent aura, he slammed towards Zhang Yi fiercely. The unique energy of a warrior condensed into a layer of light red light visible to the naked eye on Chenzene's fist. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this energy, making a sharp whistling sound. The wind from the fist roared like a landslide. The buildings on both sides of the street began to tremble under the impact of this powerful energy, and fine cracks appeared on the walls. The ground exploded with spider web-like cracks, and the fist wind wrapped in the smell of sulfur tore through the air, and actually ignited red flames in the air. The glass windows on both sides of the street exploded instantly, and the flying crystals reflected thousands of blood-red lights in the sunlight. D-rank martial arts. The girl screamed in surprise. She felt the terrifying power of the punch and quickly took more than 10 steps back and hid in a relatively safe place. She knew that she must not be affected by the aftermath of this punch, otherwise, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. She saw in despair that Zhang Yi was still standing there, his thin figure swaying like a fallen leaf in the firelight. This idiot. I clearly reminded him to get out of the way. Zhang Yi faced this devastating punch without moving an inch, not even blinking. Die! Chenzene roared, and the light red light on his fist suddenly increased, like a burning meteorite, smashing hard into Zhang Yi's chest. However, at this critical moment, Zhang Yi moved. He simply raised his right hand slightly, put his 5 fingers together, and casually cut towards Chenzene's fist. There was no earth-shaking sound, no dazzling light, only a faint white airflow flowing through Zhang Yi's fingertips. You are overestimating yourself. Chenzene saw Zhang Yi's actions and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He simply didn't believe that Zhang Yi could block his full-strength mountain-splitting fist with just one hand. Crack! A crisp sound, like the sound of breaking glass, echoed in the silent street. Chenzene's fist collided with Zhang Yi's palm. Time freezes at this moment. The hideous smile on Chenzene's face froze instantly. He only felt an indescribable pain, which came from his fist and spread to his whole body in an instant. His punch was actually caught by Zhang Yi with his bare hands? Not only that, the light red energy on his fist quickly dissipated like melting ice and snow under the cutting of this white airflow. This is impossible. Chenzene's heart was filled with shock. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Warrior? Nothing more than that. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yi suddenly exerted force with his palm. Crack! 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 A series of bone-breaking sounds clearly reached Chenzene's ears. His fist broke into pieces in Zhang Yi's palm like a fragile toy. Ah! Chenzene let out a shrill scream. He wanted to pull back his fist, but found that his arm had been firmly controlled by Zhang Yi and he could not move at all. Crack! There was another crisp sound, and Chenzene's entire arm was crushed by Zhang Yi. Ah! Chenzene's screams rang out. At this moment, he knew that he was probably doomed today. Zhang Yi slowly raised his other hand and pointed his palm at Chenzene's head. No! Chenzene let out a desperate roar, but his voice stopped abruptly. An invisible force instantly enveloped him. His body twisted and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a dull thud, Chenzene's body fell heavily to the ground, completely dead. His head had turned into a pool of mud, mixed with the blood on the ground, and it was no longer possible to distinguish one from the other. I told you. Zhang Yi dusted off his clothes, turned around and winked at the stunned girl. He's the one who should be afraid. Chapter 41 Purchase of Martial Arts. Zhang Yi hummed a little tune and walked briskly on the streets of Yuncheng. The sunlight shone on him, making his already tall figure look even more energetic. Although the song was out of tune when he arrived at his grandmother's house, it did not affect his good mood at all. There's no way, I just feel so happy. When I woke up in the morning, I stretched my muscles first and then beat up a few ignorant guys. I also received a reward for a death mission, which was not very realistic. Although this system doesn't have much brains, it really gives you good things. Unconditional power increased tenfold. He had soared from the 9th level of martial artist to the 9th level of warrior overnight, which was already astonishing enough. Now, with this tenfold increase in strength, Zhang Yi felt that he could kill a 3rd-level ferocious beast with one punch. If I try Yuan again, I probably won't need Kai Tianjin, I can lift it up with brute force alone. Hey! Wait for me. A clear yet anxious female voice came from behind. Jiang Yi knew who it was without turning around, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The girl jogged after him, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead and her breathing becoming a little rapid. I say, you're just following me? Jiang Yi stopped, turned around, looked at the girl with a smile, and pointed at the imposing building not far ahead. Yunqing Martial Arts University is just ahead. I'll be there soon. The girl felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, her eyes dodged for a moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, she bit her lip lightly, and smiled helplessly. Thank you, and the money for today's buns. Forget it, forget it. Don't mention it. Jiang Yi waved his hand. Just consider it my treat, okay? After saying that, he turned around gracefully and walked towards the school with big strides. The girl stood there, watching Jiang Yi's back gradually recede, and called out a few more times, Hey! Jiang Yi! Add your contact information? What's your terminal number? Jiang Yi didn't turn around, nor did he respond. He only vaguely said, It's okay. I do good things without leaving a name. The girl was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, but as she laughed, her smile gradually faded and became a little complicated. She looked at Jiang Yi's back, her eyes becoming deep. A freshman. SSS-level talent, a 9th level warrior. How could a small place like Yunqing hide such a monster? Interesting. Jiang Yi walked into the gate of Yunqing Martial Arts University, and a noisy heat wave hit him in the face. The campus today is even more lively than yesterday, with groups of students everywhere, excitedly discussing something. Of course, it could also be because Jiang Yi is now alone, so he is more sensitive to the surrounding environment and feels it is particularly noisy. Yesterday, almost all freshmen had completed their talent awakening, and today, the school will open the school library to the students and sell martial arts. Yes, you heard it right. If you want to study the books in the Yunqing Martial Arts University library, you have to pay. Don't think that you can get everything for free just by getting into this top university. How can such a good thing happen in the world? On Blue Star, after the arrival of ferocious beasts, the preciousness of martial arts is unquestionable. Powerful martial arts are the fundamental guarantee for humans to fight against ferocious beasts. Mastering an advanced martial art means having more hope of survival in the fight between life and death, and can even allow you to challenge opponents of higher levels and defeat the strong with the weak. The cultivation of advanced martial arts often requires specific talents and resources. Being able to acquire advanced martial arts is itself a symbol of status and strength. In an era when ferocious beasts are rampant, powerful warriors have higher social status and voice, and martial arts are the only way to become powerful. Therefore, even if students are admitted to a place where elites gather, such as Yunqing Martial Arts University, they still need to pay to learn advanced martial arts. Of course, although it is called advanced, it is actually not that high. Most of them are just D-level martial arts. However, even D-level martial arts are precious enough for these freshmen who have just awakened their talents. The martial arts in the library of Yunqing Martial Arts University are much cheaper than regular channels or even the black market, but they are still charged. It is precisely for this reason that the students not only have no complaints, but are all looking forward to it, and can't wait to rush into the library to choose their favorite martial arts. After all, such good things don't happen every day, and people outside don't have the means to buy them. Of course, teachers in school will also teach students some lower-level martial arts, such as E or F-level martial arts. After all, I got into the university, so it's impossible for me to be charged for everything again. As soon as Jiang Yi stepped into the campus, he keenly noticed a lot of strange looks from the people around him. Look, isn't that Jiang Yi? That's him, the genius who awakened his F-level talent yesterday. Ha, you didn't see it. He was publicly humiliated by Ding Ruanqi on the playground. That scene, wow, it was truly spectacular. F-level talent? That's all you'll get in this life. Why are you still coming to Martial Arts University? What a waste of resources. Who knows, maybe they have a mine at home. Ha ha. Oh, what a pity. He's quite handsome, but it's a pity he's a loser. All kinds of discussions reached Jiang Yi's ears without any concealment. Jiang Yi turned a deaf ear to these voices and didn't even lift his eyelids. It's a waste of life to waste your time talking to these people who only know how to gossip behind your back. What's more, he is thinking about more important things in his mind now. He took a step forward and headed straight towards the library, pondering in his mind as he walked, with Chenzene, I shouldn't need to improve my explosive power anymore in the short term. What I need most now is a martial art that can be used in conjunction with Xin Yuan. Jiang Yi still remembers the suffocating feeling of oppression when he first met Xin Yuan yesterday. That heavy sword didn't look like a weapon that humans could use, and its weight was so exaggerated that it was outrageous. Although he has now broken through to the warrior realm and his strength is many times stronger than when he was a warrior apprentice, Jiang Yi has not tried to pick up Xin Yuan again. There's no way. If this thing appeared at home, the floor would probably be smashed through. Jiang Yi walked leisurely to the entrance of the library. Looking around, wow, the line was like a long dragon, winding and twisting, with no end in sight. Wow, it's so lively, just like a market. Jiang Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. The bustling scene at the entrance of the library is not just because the freshmen are coming to choose their martial arts. There were also many senior students hanging around, each with bright eyes, as if they were looking for some treasure. Some of them came to watch the fun, wanting to see if there were any good talents among this year's freshmen, and to see if anyone had chosen any good martial arts. Some others came with the mentality of picking up bargains. In case some ignorant freshman chose martial arts but didn't want it, or chose the wrong one, they could buy it at a high price. After all, D-level martial arts are not cabbages that can be picked up anywhere. This is a rare opportunity for these senior students. Some seniors failed to choose the right martial arts during their freshman year and now want to try their luck. Some are pure middlemen, planning to buy low and sell high, and prepare to make a fortune by taking the martial arts they have found to the black market. Chapter 42. Do you have money? Jiang Yi stood still in the team, and suddenly heard a voice filled with surprise and resentment. Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked sideways. Oh, isn't this Chenzene? He was wrapped in several bandages, like a mummy, and his face was covered in bruises, like a pallet. Jiang Yi grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, but his eyes flashed with undisguised mockery and murderous intent. Chenzene shuddered at the look in his eyes, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He subconsciously took a step back, but accidentally tripped over his own feet. He stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Chenzene screamed and struggled to get up, but he was grimacing in pain. His miserable appearance was so funny. The crowd around him suddenly burst into laughter, and looked at Chenzene with eyes full of mockery. Chenzene was so ashamed and angry that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He struggled to get up, glared at Jiang Yi fiercely, and asked through gritted teeth, Are you okay? Jiang Yi feigned innocence, shrugged, and asked in confusion, Me? What could possibly happen to me? But you, Master Chen, are seriously injured. You! Chenzene was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his chest was heaving violently, and veins on his forehead were throbbing. He stared at Jiang Yi intently, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Damn, those trash, we clearly agreed on it. Chenzene gritted his teeth and squeezed out an inarticulate curse from between his teeth. His voice was very soft, but Jiang Yi had amazing hearing and could hear it clearly. What? Jiang Yi pretended not to hear clearly, moved closer, and asked with a smile, Master Chen, what are you talking about? Speak louder, I can't hear you. No. Nothing. Chenzene was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He turned his head away abruptly, not daring to look at Jiang Yi again. Jiang Yi looked at Chenzene, who was so angry but dared not speak out, and sneered in his heart, Coward. Just then, whispers were heard from the side. Ruanqi, look, isn't that Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ding Ruanqi standing not far away, whispering something with a heavily made-up female classmate. Ding Ruanqi also saw Jiang Yi, and their eyes met in the air, sparks flying. Ding Ruanqi's face was full of hatred and resentment. Even with heavy makeup, it was difficult to hide the clear slap mark on her cheek. Jiang Yi raised a cold smile and looked at her fearlessly. Ding Ruanqi's face turned pale as she glared at Jiang Yi fiercely. Then she turned around and snorted at the female classmate beside her. Humph, let him be proud for a while, he won't be able to laugh tonight. Jiang Yi was fine, so she wasn't particularly surprised. She felt that the killer her father hired did not meet Jiang Yi, or Jiang Yi escaped. That's why Jiang Yi was able to arrive at school safely. As for the third-level warrior killer being killed by Jiang Yi, Ding Ruanqi had never thought about it at all. Joke. That's a warrior. A genuine warrior. The gap between them and martial artists is simply a world of difference, there is no need to explain more. It is absolutely impossible for a martial artist to defeat a martial artist. This is an iron rule that has been verified in countless battles over the years of the development of Blue Star's martial arts. It is absolutely beyond doubt. The team moved forward slowly. At the entrance of the library stood an old teacher with gray hair, who was responsible for collecting fees. Students need to scan a QR code with their own terminals and pay the corresponding fee before they can enter the library. Chenzene and Ding Ruanqi looked at each other and saw a gloating smile in each other's eyes. They knew that Zhang Yi was an orphan and had been living on odd jobs and meager scholarships since childhood. It was no secret. He had used his meager savings to buy a shabby little house in downtown, and it was already stretched thin. As Zhang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Ding Ruanqi knew his financial situation very well. Poor. This is Ding Ruanqi's evaluation of Zhang Yi. If Ding Ruanqi had not held a glimmer of hope that Zhang Yi would achieve something in the martial arts world, there was no way that she would be with this poor guy. Now, Zhang Yi has awakened his F-level talent, completely cutting off his path to martial arts, and Ding Ruanqi is extremely disgusted with him. If Ding Ruanqi's father had not been busy with business when she was a child and was away from home all day, he had no time to take care of her and abandoned her in that shabby primary school near the downtown area. How could she have met a piece of trash like Zhang Yi? Ding Ruanqi cursed her father in her heart. In Ding Ruanqi's view, she and Zhang Yi are from two completely different worlds. She is a high and mighty white swan, while Zhang Yi is just a smelly rat in the sewer. Thinking about it now, Ding Ruanqi felt sick and wished she could completely erase that unbearable past from her memory. Chenzene watched Zhang Yi slowly lining up in the queue, and he couldn't hold back his excitement any longer. He couldn't wait to see Zhang Yi make a fool of himself. I say, Zhang Yi. What? You want to come to the library to pick martial arts with an F-level talent? Can you afford it? Chenzene sneered in a sarcastic tone. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly. He must vent his anger. Zhang Yi glanced at him and smiled playfully. Why, Master Chen, are you concerned about my financial situation? Don't worry, even if I'm poor, I'm better off than a loser like you who only relies on your family. This one sentence choked Chenzene to the point of being speechless. His face turned red, as if he had been slapped hard. There was no way. If he had encountered this kind of thing under normal circumstances, he would have gotten angry and taken action. But he couldn't beat Zhang Yi. I can only suffer this loss in silence. Seeing Chenzene's frustration, Ding Ruanqi sneered and turned to the female classmates lined up behind her and said, Shaoli, I'm treating you today. Feel free to choose any martial arts you want. You're welcome. She deliberately spoke loudly, no doubt showing off to Zhang Yi. Oh, Ruanqi, you are so nice. Unlike some people, they are poor themselves and drag others down. The female classmate also joined in. Ding Ruanqi smiled complacently and said, It can't be helped. Now that I don't have a burden anymore, I'm naturally a lot more comfortable. Her words clearly had a hidden meaning. Zhang Yi didn't get angry after hearing this. He just smiled faintly and said, Since Miss Ding is so rich, that's perfect. When will you pay me back the money I owe you? Ding Ruanqi's face darkened upon hearing this. She widened her eyes and screamed, When did I ever owe you money? Zhang Yi, stop spitting blood. Zhang Yi smiled and said slowly, Ms. Ding, we've known each other for so many years. Every time you wanted to buy something, didn't you always ask me for money? The chat records are all saved in my terminal. Over the years, I only seem to see records of me transferring money to you, but I've never seen you transfer a penny to me. As Zhang Yi spoke, he pretended to look through his terminal. Ding Ruanqi's face turned pale and blue. She never expected that Zhang Yi would bring up these old accounts in front of so many people. That was all given to me voluntarily by you. Ding Ruanqi argued with a spooky argument. Zhang Yi said raised an eyebrow, and said, Really? But that's not what you said in the chat history. Do you want me to pull up the chat history and read it to everyone? Chapter 43 The Young Lady from Dragon City. Ding Ruanqi's expression changed completely, and she felt embarrassed and annoyed for a moment. She didn't expect that Zhang Yi would be so disrespectful to her. Zhang Yi. You don't know what's good for you. Ding Ruanqi roared in frustration, You're so lucky to be able to spend money on me. If it weren't for you. Humph. With a poor guy like you, in this life. In this life what? Before Ding Ruanqi could say it, Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hand. When Ding Ruanqi saw Zhang Yi raise his hand, she was immediately frightened and reacted. She remembered Jiang Ye's ruthless slap and powerful punch yesterday, and her body reacted instinctively. Ah! Ding Ruanqi let out a shrill scream, and like a frightened rabbit, she jumped back several steps and bumped directly into the crowd queuing behind her. Ouch! What are you doing? You're sick! The people around her were knocked to the ground by her and complained in dissatisfaction. For a moment, there was chaos at the entrance of the library. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ding Ruanqi. Jiang Yi just raised his hand gently, scratched his cheek, and then showed an innocent smile. Sorry, my face is a little itchy. Jiang Yi shrugged, looking calm and composed. Ding Ruanqi looked at Jiang Yi, feeling the strange gazes around her, and felt a strong sense of humiliation surge in her heart. She bit her lips so hard that they were broken and bleeding, but she was completely unaware. Jiang Yi, you, just wait for me. Ding Ruanqi said in a trembling voice, suppressing the fear and humiliation in her heart. She originally wanted to say something harsh to save her face. However, before she could finish her words, Jiang Yi glanced at her lightly. Just a glance made Ding Ruanqi feel like she was falling into an icy cave. The look was cold and indifferent, without a trace of emotion, like a mountain, pressing heavily on Ding Ruanqi's heart. Ding Ruanqi felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her whole body stiff and unable to move. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't make any sound. The harsh words she had prepared were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them. There was a moment of silence. Both Chenzene and Ding Ruanqi were a little bit upset by Jiang Yi. For a moment, they didn't dare to provoke Jiang Yi easily. They just stood there silently, staring at Jiang Yi's back with gritted teeth, waiting to see his good show. In their opinion, no matter how good Jiang Yi's words were, it was useless. Without money, he couldn't even enter the library. Then, let us see how arrogant he can still be. A poor guy is a poor guy, why is he pretending to be so powerful? Chenzene cursed in his heart. Oof, wait until he can't enter the library, and then I'll show you how I humiliate him. Ding Ruanqi thought viciously in her heart. The team moved forward slowly, and finally it was Jiang Yi's turn. The old teacher in charge of collecting fees looked at Jiang Yi expressionlessly, pointed at the QR code next to him, and asked him to scan the code to pay. Jiang Yi calmly opened his terminal and scanned the QR code. An admission ticket worth 50,000 credit points. For an ordinary family, it is indeed not cheap. But Jiang Yi now no longer lacks this little money. Drop. A crisp prompt sound rang out. The terminal screen displays. Payment successful. Authorized access to the Cloud City Martial Arts University Library. The old teacher nodded and signaled Jiang Yi to go in. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and walked into the library. This scene was like a bolt from the blue to Chenzene and Ding Ruanqi. How is this possible? Chenzene's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. Jiang Yi actually paid the money, and it was a full 50,000 credit points. Ding Ruanqi also had an expression as if she had seen a ghost. She rubbed her eyes hard and looked at the screen again. The words "payment successful" were clearly displayed on it. Where did he get so much money? Ding Ruanqi's voice was trembling. She really couldn't understand how Jiang Yi, a poor guy, could come up with 50,000 credit points at once. Hey, stop standing there. Are you going in or not? If not, make way. The students waiting in line behind became dissatisfied. Jiang Yi didn't bother to care about the two clown-like guys behind him. The reason why he didn't get serious with the two of them was purely because he had a fishing mentality, waiting to see if his system, which usually pretended to be dead but became particularly active at critical moments, would pop up a few more tasks because of the two idiots jumping around. After all, ever since he obtained the system, no matter how he called it, the system was as silent as if it were dead. However, of the rare times that this system issued tasks, 2 out of 4 were related to these two ignorant guys. Having tasted the sweetness, he naturally did not want to miss any opportunity that might trigger the mission. Although the system has no idea about the actual situation, it really gives good things. Moreover, for him, instead of wasting precious time and energy on boring fights with such guys, it would be better to seize the time to improve his own strength. Strength is respected and the strong is king. This is Jiang Yi's most profound experience after traveling to this world where ferocious beasts are rampant and martial arts are supreme. He walked into the library. As soon as you enter the door, a faint scent of ink mixed with the smell of some special preservative hits you in the face. Unlike the noisy library in the past, it is so quiet here that you can almost hear your own breathing. The towering bookshelves, neatly arranged in rows, stretch into the distance with no end in sight. Sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and falls on the smooth marble floor. The air seemed to be filled with tiny particles of dust, dancing slowly in the beam of light. Several students sat quietly at the reading table, concentrating on flipping through the books in their hands. The occasional sound of turning pages further highlighted the tranquility here. But Jiang Yi knew that martial arts were not stored on this floor. He followed a few classmates who were also here to buy martial arts and walked into the elevator. The library of Yuncheng Martial Arts University is the largest library in the entire Yuncheng and even the surrounding areas, with nearly 100 floors. Since the arrival of the ferocious beast, human civilization has suffered severe damage. Traditional paper books are almost extinct, not to mention normal libraries. Therefore, this library carries almost the entire Yuncheng area's knowledge heritage. You know, although Yuncheng is just a small city in name, in fact, its area is far larger than ordinary people can imagine. This is mainly because the blue planet itself is hundreds of times larger than the Earth, and Cloud City is even more exaggerated, with an area comparable to some small countries on Earth. The elevator slowly rose, making a slight buzzing sound. As the altitude increases, the ground gradually moves away and the view becomes wider and wider. Through the glass window of the elevator, Jiang Yi could overlook the entire campus and even see the scenery outside the campus. He noticed that a large crowd had gathered on the street in front of the school gate, and all kinds of luxurious vehicles were parked on both sides of the road, including some that were obviously military or official vehicles. Jiang Yi just glanced at it casually and didn't take it too seriously. However, the students next to him had already started chattering excitedly. "Hey, did you see that? It seems like some important person has arrived at the school gate." "Nonsense, I'm not blind. With so many luxury cars and those people in uniform, it's obvious they're not ordinary people. I heard that she's the eldest daughter of a wealthy family from Longcheng, and she's coming to Yuncheng to work on some project." "Dragon City? Is that true? I heard that any family there is more powerful than the top family in our Cloud City." "Tisk, what's so great about that? It's just because his family is rich and powerful." Chapter 44 ISNT at Harassment? Dragon City is one of the first few cities where the human civilization on Blue Star established a solid defense line amid the ferocious beasts. It can be said that Dragon City is a real behemoth. If the city is compared to a human body, then Yuncheng is at most a finger, while Longcheng is the well-deserved heart. It not only possesses the most advanced technology and the most abundant resources, but also gathers the top forces and the most powerful warriors in the entire alliance. Compared with Longcheng, Yuncheng, even the upper city area known as a gathering place for wealthy people, appears particularly shabby and desolate. In Longcheng, there are countless ancient families with complicated connections, martial arts sects with long traditions, and super-rich tycoons with wealth that rivals that of a country. Pick any one of these forces, and its foundation and strength are enough to make the top families in Yuncheng look up to it. Not to mention those strong men who stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. In Yuncheng, a grandmaster level is enough to dominate an area and be respected by others. In Dragon City, the grandmasters can only be regarded as the backbone of the force. Those who truly hold the final say are the peerless masters who have reached the state of unity between man and nature. It is said that there are no less than 10,000 powerful people who are at the state of unity between man and nature and are active in Longcheng. This is just what is on the surface. What is hidden in secret is even more difficult to estimate. What is even more shocking is that in Dragon City, there are even legendary beings at the level of martial god and martial saint. Those beings who have transcended the realm of mortals and are almost god-like can move mountains, fill the sea, and change the world with just a wave of their hands. However, Jiang Yi did not show much concern about these. After all, no matter how powerful Longcheng is or how many strong people there are, what does it have to do with him? He knew very well that in this world where strength was respected, only one's own strength was the most reliable guarantee. So, Jiang Yi just took a glance and no longer cared about what was happening outside the school. Is the young lady from Longcheng related to him? Bite. The elevator door slowly opened, and the crisp prompt sound brought Jiang Yi back to reality from his thoughts. We have reached the 77th floor. When you step out of the elevator, the scene in front of you is not much different from the lobby of the library on the first floor. It is also a spacious and bright space, with neatly arranged bookshelves and a strong bookish atmosphere. However, the bookshelves here are no longer filled with ordinary books, but secret manuals of various martial arts. At the entrance, a huge electronic screen is particularly eye-catching, on which the classification and specific placement of various martial arts are clearly marked. Offensive martial arts, defensive martial arts, life-related martial arts, assistive healing martial arts. Different areas are distinguished by different colors, which makes it easy to see at a glance. At the bottom of the screen, an old man with simple clothes, gray hair, but vigorous spirit, was sitting behind the management desk, leisurely flipping through an ancient book in his hand. Next to him was an automatic security door, flashing a faint blue light. Zhang Yi knew that this was to prevent someone from secretly keeping martial arts secrets. Yunqing Martial Arts University has extremely strict management of martial arts. Freshmen pay to enter the university, and although they can freely choose a martial arts book to learn, they are only allowed to take one and are not allowed to take more without permission. No matter how much money you spend, you can't break this iron rule. Of course, if what you give is really enough, that's another matter. Most freshmen will choose offensive martial arts. After all, teenagers at this age are full of vigor and competitiveness. Who doesn't want to learn some cool moves and show off in front of their classmates? In comparison, martial arts that are defensive, life-related, or auxiliary healing seem less practical. Only when one cannot find the offensive martial arts that one likes, or when the martial arts do not match one's awakened talents, will one consider other types. For Zhang Yi, his first choice is naturally offensive martial arts. He was about to pass through the security gate and enter the martial arts area. "Good morning." A cold voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Zhang Yi was stunned and turned to look. It's Su Yuli. She still looked cold and indifferent, with her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders. There was no expression on her fair face, and her pair of ink black eyes were as calm as a bottomless lake. But I have to admit that she is really beautiful as an exquisite painting, which makes people can't help but look at her a few more times. "Good morning." Zhang Yi came back to his senses and responded with a smile. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly, and this subtle movement added a touch of agility to her cold temperament. She suddenly reached out and gently pinched Zhang Yi's cheek. Her fingertips were cool and delicate to the touch. Zhang Yi was caught off guard and was a little confused by her sudden action. Before he could react, Su Yuli stretched out her finger and poked him lightly a few times, as if to confirm something. As if she was still not satisfied, she actually leaned forward slightly and gently rested her head on Zhang Yi's chest. "Zhang Yi?" He subconsciously took a step back and asked with a puzzled look, "What are you doing?" Su Yuli raised her head, her cold eyes still calm, and she said lightly, "I didn't expect that you really became a warrior." Zhang Yi was suddenly speechless. "Didn't I take pictures and show them to you yesterday?" he explained helplessly. Su Yuli blinked, still calm. "Oh, so that's not harassment?" "Zhang Yi." Su Yuli didn't seem to notice Zhang Yi's silence. She said to herself, "Choose your martial arts carefully. We'll continue this afternoon." Zhang Yi finally came to his senses and asked hurriedly, "Continue? Continue to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts?" Su Yuli nodded slightly and asked, "What else? Would you rather play a game online? If you want, that's fine too." She paused, considering the feasibility. No, let's do it offline." Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Are you kidding?" He now possesses the never-devour ability and wishes he could spend every day outside the city, hunting ferocious beasts crazily, devouring their energy, and quickly improving his strength. Then meet at the entrance of the teleportation hall at the usual time. After Su Yuli finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the martial arts area without waiting for Zhang Yi's response. Zhang Yi watched Su Yuli walk straight towards the area of auxiliary martial arts, and his steps couldn't help but pause. He originally thought that with Su Yuli's personality, even if she didn't choose the most direct attacking martial arts, she would at least choose some combat martial arts that were more speed-oriented or skill-based. Unexpectedly, she directly chose the auxiliary category. "Have you decided on a martial art?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask. Su Yuli heard his voice, stopped and turned around. The originally calm expression on her face seemed to change slightly. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, with a very small arc. It was more like a habitual movement of raising the corners of her mouth than a smile. It wasn't a real smile, but more like an imitation of a smile, or rather, an indescribable expression between a smile and not a smile. "Since you're already a 9th rank warrior, and you have SSS-level talent," Su Yuli spoke slowly, her voice still cold, but a little faster than usual. "If we team up, I'll definitely be dragged down by you. In that case, there's no point in me choosing an offensive martial art." She paused and continued, "Instead of choosing an offensive martial art that you won't need, it's better to choose some martial arts that can provide support. No matter what problems you encounter or what happens to you, I can help you and won't hold you back." Chapter 45, would you like to be a bodyguard for a beautiful girl? As Su Yuli spoke, she actually walked back and approached Jiang Yi again. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened, and they could almost feel each other's breath. Su Yuli has a faint, cool aura about her, like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain, which is very consistent with the impression she gives people. Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Su Yuli to think this way. This girl, is she thinking about me? Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Their eyes met. Su Yuli's eyes were still indifferent, and no emotion could be seen in them. Or, her voice sounded again, and it was unclear whether it was a joke or sincere. Are you planning to abandon me? Throw it away? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He shook his head and said affirmatively, of course not. I, Jiang Yi, am not the kind of person who abandons the donkey after it has served its purpose. He looked Su Yuli in the eye seriously and added, besides, I'm so happy to have such a powerful assistant by my side. How could I abandon you? When Su Yuli heard this, the strange curve of her mouth deepened a little bit. Although it was still impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry, Jiang Yi felt that she seemed to be a little happier. That's good. Su Yuli paused for a moment after saying this, and did not leave immediately. She turned slightly to the side, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yi's face for a few seconds, her cold eyes flickering slightly. Jiang Yi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by her and couldn't help but clearing his throat. What's wrong? He asked. Su Yuli did not answer immediately, but just looked at him quietly. After a moment, she slowly spoke, nothing. I just wanted to see what was so special about this guy with SSS-level talent. Jiang Yi was a little confused by her sudden scrutiny. He was about to say something when Su Yuli suddenly looked away. Choose carefully. Don't get too carried away. Don't choose some fancy, useless skills. You'll be embarrassed later. Jiang Yi was stunned, almost unable to react whether this was concern or ridicule. Hey, what do you mean? Do I look like the kind of person who would choose a fancy thing? He frowned in feigned dissatisfaction, but he wanted to laugh in his heart. This girl clearly cares about me, but she has to express it in such an awkward way. Su Yuli's eyelashes trembled slightly. She was a little surprised by Jiang Yi's reaction, but also seemed to think it was natural. Who knows? Don't men like things that look powerful but are actually useless? Jiang Yi was choked by her and was speechless for a moment. Hey, map cannon attack. I'm not that kind of person. He couldn't help but retort, but found that he actually cared a little about Su Yuli's opinion. It's really strange. Su Yuli looked at his slightly flushed face, her eyes moving around. That's better. After she finished speaking, she reached out and gently patted Jiang Yi's shoulder. The force was so light that the weight was almost imperceptible. Remember, don't be stubborn. If you really have any difficulties in the future, I'll always be there for you. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Yuli with some surprise. Although I chose the support role, Su Yuli continued, her words revealing undisguised pride, but I can still protect you in the future. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. You're talking like I'm a weakling who needs your protection. Su Yuli glanced at him and said, I can't help it. It's because I met you, a guy who made me cry every time in a simulated combat situation. No, that's online, how can it be the same? Jiang Yi was dissatisfied, and how did you become the older sister? Then Dad? Jiang Yi. By the way, Jiang Yi. Are you interested in taking a job as a bodyguard for a beautiful girl? Su Yuli seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. Bodyguard? Jiang Yi was stunned, a little confused. Being a bodyguard for a beautiful girl? For whom? For you? When Su Yuli heard this, she raised her head slightly, raised her chin slightly, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. She wanted to say something, but in the end no sound came out. After a few seconds of silence, Su Yuli slowly spoke, I am indeed a beautiful girl. She paused, then added, but not me. I don't need a bodyguard like you. Don't forget, you still owe me 28. Jiang Yi was speechless. How come this girl still remembers it so clearly? Su Yuli continued, it's a friend of mine who came to Yunqing from out of town. She said, she was worried about being assassinated, so she wanted to find a high-level bodyguard to protect her for a while. Assassination? Jiang Yi was even more confused now. What kind of friend is this? How could he be assassinated? Are you filming a movie? He felt that this matter was a bit outrageous. After all, although Yunqing was not a big city, the public security was still quite good. Su Yuli shrugged and spread her hands. We met when we were young. I don't know the details. Jiang Yi thought about it and decided that since she was Su Yuli's friend and the situation sounded quite urgent, he might as well help if he could. If you want my help, I can. Jiang Yi said in a sincere tone. After all, apart from practicing and going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, he didn't have anything particularly important to do. Su Yuli shook her head and said calmly, "It has nothing to do with me, it's just," she said, "the price is very high." The price is very high? Jiang Yi smiled. He really wasn't short of money now. She promised to give Ningjing as a reward. Su Yuli added lightly. Energy crystal? Jiang Yi's breathing suddenly became heavy. This is not just an ordinary reward, but hard currency that is enough to make any warrior crazy. If the beast core in the body of a ferocious beast is a naturally formed energy crystal that contains violent and complex energy, needs to be purified and refined before it can be absorbed by the human body, and there are certain risks and losses in the absorption process, then the energy crystal is an artificially made, pure, stable energy crystal that can be directly absorbed. If the beast core is compared to unprocessed crude oil, then the energy crystal is the high-purity gasoline that has been precisely refined. The gap between the two is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. The value of energy crystals far exceeds that of beast cores of the same size. If a low-level beast core can be bought with money in the market, then energy crystals are almost completely strategic resources that are priceless. The energy contained in a low-level energy crystal is equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of beast cores of the same level, and it has a higher absorption efficiency and fewer side effects. High-level energy crystals are extremely precious, and each one is enough to trigger a bloody battle. It can be said that energy crystals are the hardest currency in the world of warriors, and their value even surpasses some natural treasures and magical weapons. This is too much. Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought that the high price Su Yuli mentioned was at most some money or precious medicinal materials, but he didn't expect it to be energy crystal. This is an extraordinary amount of money. Give me some contact information? Jiang Yi immediately perked up and asked with a smile. Su Yuli did not answer directly, but said, "I will take you to see her tomorrow." Okay. Jiang Yi agreed without hesitation. Chapter 46, Heaven's Fall. After bidding farewell to Su Yuli, Jiang Yi's figure disappeared among the vast sea of bookshelves. This is the combat martial arts area, with a wide variety of D-level martial arts, attracting countless students to stop. The students either lowered their heads to read or concentrated on thinking, with a desire for power on their faces, hoping to find the strongest martial art that would allow them to soar to the sky. However, Jiang Yi's mind was as clear as a mirror. Due to the limitations of grade, there is no real difference between D-level martial arts. The so-called strength or weakness depends more on personal understanding and application. He walked slowly, his eyes sweeping over the martial arts manuals, but he was thinking about his choice in his heart. With the S-level martial arts, Kai Tianjin, he has reached the pinnacle of instantaneous burst and force generating skills. Choosing the same type of martial arts again will not only be useless, but may also cause the conflict between the two force generating methods, resulting in poor power flow and self-defeating results. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart about Su Yuli's S-level talent, Heavenly Heart Magic. The feeling of being able to control every bit of power in the body at will is truly enviable. If the system could be more generous in the future and grant him a similar talent. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and brought his attention back to reality. Of course, the current Eternal Devourer is impossible to replace. If he wants to replace it, he will definitely not change it. Since there is no need to elaborate on the technique of exerting force, what he needs is pure moves. A move that can perfectly unleash the terrifying power accumulated by Kai Tianjin. His eyes wandered between the bookshelves, quickly screening in his mind. Short weapons are agile enough, but they are not compatible with the heavy and steady Lingguotian Yuan in his hand. Small weapons are changeable, but they cannot bear the tremendous power of Kai Tianjin. Long-range weapons are even more incompatible with his fighting style. As for boxing and kicking, although they have their merits, they are not the best choice after all. What he wanted was a martial art that could complement Lingguotian Yuan and bring the power of the heavy sword to its fullest. He picked up the martial arts books one by one and then put them down gently. Xian Zhongzhan emphasizes the use of force to suppress the opponent, with large openings and closings, but it is too strong and lacks variety, making it unsuitable. He continued forward and picked up another copy of Xuan Wu Ding. This martial art is mainly based on defense and counterattack, using the opponent's force to counterattack, which has a bit of the meaning of using a small force to move a large object. However, Jiang Yi pursued the ultimate attack, and this martial art that focused on counterattack obviously did not meet his needs. Analyze the pros and cons and weigh the gains and losses. Jiang Yi was neither anxious nor impatient, and he skimmed through the books one by one. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, an almost forgotten book caught his eye. The spine of this martial arts book has turned yellow and the cover is covered in dust. It is obvious that no one has read it for a long time. Many people have picked it up, but put it down in a hurry, and have no interest in it. However, Jiang Yi keenly captured the extraordinary features of this martial art. The sky falls. Just these two words reveal a domineering aura that looks down on the world, as if to overturn the entire sky. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, reached out to take out the long-forgotten secret book, and gently brushed off the dust on it. Turning the pages of the book, lines of ancient words appear on the paper, and between the lines, there is a desolate and domineering atmosphere. Heavenly tilting, 3 moves in total. The first move, breaking mountains and rivers. Use your momentum to draw the power of heaven and earth. With one strike, it's like the mountains and rivers collapsing, destroying all things. The second move, starfall. Drawing upon the power of the 9 heavenly stars, the spearhead strikes like falling stars, indestructible. The third move, the sky collapses. Jiang Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his breathing gradually became rapid. This book, The Fall of Heaven, is tailor-made for him. Whether it is the description of the moves or the use of power, it perfectly meets his needs. What is more important is the spirit of moving forward without any hesitation and being extremely domineering. At the same time, Jiang Yi gradually understood why so many people picked up this book Tiancheng but eventually gave it up. This martial arts book, from beginning to end, is permeated with a core concept: power. Pure power. The ultimate power. It does not have any fancy techniques, no complicated changes, only absolute power to destroy all obstacles. For most warriors, they prefer to choose martial arts that are more technical and focus more on body movements, footwork, and various subtle changes. Because these martial arts can make up for the lack of one's own strength to a certain extent, and through skills and strategies, the weak can defeat the strong. But The Fall of Heaven takes a completely different path. It requires the user to possess strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Only by tempering one's own strength to the extreme can one truly unleash the power of this martial art. It's like a big gamble, placing all the chips on strength. If you win, you will be unstoppable and invincible. If you lose, you will be completely defeated and have no power to fight back. For those warriors who are used to calculating carefully and taking every step cautiously, the risk of Tiancheng is too high and the cost-effectiveness is too low. They would rather choose martial arts that are safer and easier to learn. However, for Jiang Yi, this book Tiancheng is the best. He possesses the ability of never-ending devouring, which allows him to continuously devour and fuse various energies to enhance his own strength. There is no limit to his power. He possesses the S-level martial art, Kai Tianjin, which allows him to instantly unleash power far beyond his own limits. In his hand he held Lingwu Yuan, a heavy sword that was designed to carry powerful force. All of this is in perfect harmony with the concept of the fall. There was a glimmer of excitement in Jiang Yi's eyes. He slowly closed The Fall of Heaven and held it tightly in his hands, silently saying in his heart, "It's you." Jiang Yi didn't read anymore. He thought that he could not digest too much and it was not easy to make a choice. Instead of hesitating between multiple options, it is better to directly choose one and regard it as the final result. If you regret it in the future and develop psychological problems, your own martial arts path will be affected. Instead of heading towards the exit, he walked deeper into this level of the library. The further in you go, the fewer people there are. Most students are still hesitating about what to choose at this time. After all, they can only choose one, so they have to make a careful decision. In addition to storing martial arts, this floor also has a space used as a training room. After all, after choosing a martial art, you have to find a place to test it out. Instead of going to another place, it's better to solve the problem here. Therefore, this concept was adopted at the beginning of the design of this floor. Not only have the floors and walls been specially reinforced, but different test rooms have also been prepared for different situations. Pushing open the deepest door, Jiang Yi arrived at the testing hall. Chapter 47: Testing Martial Arts. The hall is quite spacious, about the size of a football field, with a height of 10 meters. The dome is inlaid with huge crystals, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The floor is covered with dark energy absorbing material, which can effectively absorb impact and prevent damage caused by training. On both sides of the hall stood rows of test dummies of various shapes. Some are completely black, made of some tough metal, with dense scratches and dents on the surface. Others have a muscle-like texture, as if made of some special biological material, which is closer to the real human body. On one side of the hall is a row of enclosed rooms with different numbers and levels marked on the doors: strength testing room, speed testing room, reaction testing room, combat simulation room. All kinds of functions are available. At this time, there were a few students standing sparsely in the hall. Some of them were punching and kicking the dummies, while others were waiting in line at the door of the testing room. Jiang Yi walked straight to a counter in the corner of the hall. Behind the counter sat a bloated middle-aged man wearing a uniform that was obviously one size too small, with the buttons almost bursting. He was looking down at an old handheld game console from an old civilization era. The screen was flashing with colorful lights. His fingers were pressing buttons quickly and he was muttering to himself. He didn't notice Jiang Yi's arrival at all. Jiang Yi knocked lightly on the counter. Knock, knock. The middle-aged man didn't even look up and said impatiently, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy? If you want to be tested, go get in line yourself." Jiang Yi said calmly, "Teacher, I would like to apply for a testing room to test the new martial arts I have learned." The middle-aged man then raised his head and looked Jiang Yi up and down with his cloudy eyes, a hint of contempt and impatience in his eyes. "Newly learned martial arts? What's so hard about testing D-level martial arts? Can't you just find a dummy and hit him a few times?" Jiang Yi patiently explained, "I learned offensive martial arts and wanted to test the damage output within half a minute." The man impatiently pulled out a thick registration book and asked without looking up, "What type of test?" "State your name." Jiang Yi replied calmly, "Offensive martial arts test, Jiang Yi." The middle-aged man raised his head and glanced at Jiang Yi casually. He had seen too many self-righteous freshmen who thought they could reach great heights overnight by choosing a high-level martial arts book, but they were often exposed in the test. Offensive martial arts. He muttered as he wrote Jiang Yi's name and student ID number on the registration book. The testing room is divided into different levels, each corresponding to a mannequin of varying strength. Since it's an offensive martial art, we'll use a mannequin to test it. The more damage it causes within half a minute, the higher the rating. He pointed to the different rooms along the wall. First-class dummies correspond to the progression from apprentice to warrior. Second-class dummies correspond to the progression from master to grandmaster. Third-class dummies correspond to, never mind, there's no point in telling you. What rank do you want? Jiang Yi answered without hesitation, second class. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a look of surprise. He originally thought Jiang Yi would choose the first-class one. After all, most freshmen would only choose the most basic first-class dummy for testing. Second class? He confirmed again, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Are you sure? Second-class dummies aren't that easy to deal with. Don't let yourself get away with not even scratching the dummy's skin. That would be humiliating. Jiang Yi ignored his ridicule and simply repeated, second class. The middle-aged man curled his lips, feeling a little ridiculous about Jiang Yi's arrogance. He took out a key from the drawer and threw it to Jiang Yi. It was a key clearly marked first class. All right, stop wasting time and use the first-class testing room. He waved his hand impatiently, a first-class dummy is more than enough for you. Don't aim too high. Lay a solid foundation first. He didn't believe at all that Jiang Yi had the ability to cause effective damage to the second-class dummy, and just thought he was a young and inexperienced person who wanted to show off. Instead of letting him waste time in a second-class testing room, it would be better to give him a first-class one so that he can face reality sooner. He didn't even bother to get up and take Jiang Yi to find the testing room. He simply pointed to a metal door marked with a 1 and said, "Look, that's it. Go in." In half a minute, the test results will automatically appear on the screen at the door. After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued playing his game. "Teacher, I need a second-class dummy testing room." Jiang Yi repeated again. "A second-class dummy? Who do you think you are? Do you even know what a second-class dummy is? It's for graduating students who are about to break through to the martial master level. Why would you, a freshman, use a second-class dummy? What a waste of resources." Jiang Yi took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. "Teacher, the martial arts I am going to try are quite powerful, and a first-class dummy can't withstand it." "Can't handle it?" The middle-aged man sneered. "What kind of martial arts did you learn?" So powerful? A D-level martial arts can even blow up a dummy? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? He pointed at the heavenly fall in Jiang Yi's hand and said contemptuously, the heavenly fall? Who would choose this crappy thing? It's obviously a rubbish martial art that no one wants. And it's powerful? That's ridiculous. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. Jiang Yi's face darkened. He knew that although the first-class dummies were said to be able to withstand any attack below the level of martial artists, that was only the theoretical limit. With his current strength, plus the blessing of Kai Tianjin and Tianqing, if he bursts out with all his strength, a first-class dummy will definitely not be able to withstand it. If it is broken, he will have to pay compensation for intentionally damaging college supplies. Although Jiang Yi is not short of money now, he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Teacher, please give me the key to the second-class testing room. This is my right, as I paid for it. I can freely choose the testing room. The middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Boy, you don't understand me, right? I said I'd give you a first-class testing room, and that's it. You're just a brat, and you want to use a second-class testing room? Who do you think you are? A martial artist?" His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of some students who were waiting for the test. Some students recognized Jiang Yi and started whispering. Isn't that Jiang Yi? Why is he arguing with the tester? I don't know. It seems we need to use the second-class testing room, but the tester won't let us. Second-class testing room? Is he crazy? How long has he been enrolled? He wants to use a second-class testing room? That's right, you really overestimate your own abilities. Chapter 48 First-Class Testing Room. Jiang Yi looked at the furious middle-aged man and couldn't help but sneer. He knew that it was useless to reason with such a person. He looked at the middle-aged man calmly and said, "My martial arts skills are not enough for the dummies in the first-class testing room. If they are damaged, the academy will ask me for compensation, but I can't afford it." The middle-aged man was so angry at Jiang Yi's words that he laughed. He pointed at Jiang Yi's nose and sneered, "Can't bear it? What a big mouth. Who do you think you are? The dummy in the first-class testing room can withstand any attack below the level of a martial artist. You, a freshman, dare to say it can't withstand it? I think you are deliberately looking for trouble." He paused, his tone becoming even more stern. "All right, if you can actually break the dummy in the first-class testing room, not only will I not ask you to pay for it, I'll even apologize to you personally. But if you can't break it, don't blame me for being rude. All your credits for this year will be reset to 0. The students around were in an uproar. Credits reset to 0, this is no joke. This means that Jiang Yi had wasted a year of study. Not only did he waste the high tuition fees, but he also missed the opportunity to learn various valuable courses on how to deal with ferocious beasts. What's more serious is that this will leave a stain on his resume and have a huge negative impact on his future development. Everyone believed that facing such severe punishment, Jiang Yi would definitely give in and apologize. After all, no one would joke about their own future. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Yi triumphantly. He felt that he had already won the battle. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yi actually nodded and said calmly, "Okay, I agree." The middle-aged man was stunned. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. What did you say?" Jiang Yi repeated, "I said, I agree to your conditions." But he changed the subject and said, "Words are not enough. A written agreement or a terminal agreement would be safer. You said I don't have to pay, but if the college pursues the matter later, I can't afford it." The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He didn't expect Jiang Yi to be so ungrateful. He originally just wanted to scare Jiang Yi and make him give up, but he didn't expect that this kid actually took it seriously. Just when the middle-aged man was in a dilemma, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, "What's going on? You're making such a fuss. How disgraceful." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, dignified man wearing glasses walking towards them. He was wearing a neat uniform, exuding the sense of returning to nature that was unique to a master. He is the freshman class director. "Hello, director." The middle-aged man and the students around him saluted the visitor. The head teacher nodded slightly, his eyes swept across the crowd, finally landing on the middle-aged man, and asked, "Teacher Lee, what happened?" The middle-aged man, Teacher Lee, hurried forward and recounted the entire incident with exaggeration. Of course, he concealed the fact that he looked down on Jiang Yi, and only emphasized that Jiang Yi insisted on using the second-class testing room and even boasted that he could destroy the dummy in the first-class testing room. After listening to Teacher Lee's story, the head teacher frowned slightly. He turned to look at Jiang Yi and asked in a relatively gentle tone, "Student, what is your name?" Jiang Yi answered truthfully, "Jiang Yi." "Jiang Yi?" The head teacher repeated the name in a low voice. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something, and he said with a hint of surprise, "You are this year's freshman Jiang Yi? The Jiang Yi who passed the 9th level of martial arts in the entrance examination?" "It's me," Jiang Yi admitted calmly. The head teacher smiled and became more amiable. "So it's you, Jiang Yi. I'm quite impressed by you. Reaching the 9th level of martial arts apprenticeship upon enrollment is quite rare. Also, I remember that the college had a very high opinion of you in your admissions information, saying you have great potential. Although the talent that awakened yesterday wasn't very good, if you work hard at training, you might be able to become the first freshman to reach the martial arts level this year." Teacher Lee was even more amused when he heard the headmaster's words. He couldn't help but interrupt with a sarcastic tone, "Headmaster, you're really kidding me. Potential? If he really had potential, why did he only awaken an F-level talent? With an F-level talent, what good can he do with hard work? And he wants to be the first to break through? I don't think he'll even be able to break through in his lifetime." After he finished speaking, he deliberately sneered. The head teacher's face darkened instantly, and he cast a sharp gaze at Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee felt the anger of the head teacher and immediately fell silent like a duck with its neck pinched. He closed his mouth awkwardly and dared not say another word. The head teacher turned around and looked at Jiang Yi again. The anger on his face disappeared instantly and his kind smile returned. He gently said to Jiang Yi, "Student Jiang Yi, talent is certainly important, but hard work is even more important. The academy has high hopes for you, and I hope you will live up to everyone's expectations. As for the testing room, for students below the level of martial artist, the dummies in the first-class testing room are indeed sufficient. You don't have to worry about breaking it." Jiang Yi looked at the head teacher and said calmly, "Head teacher, the martial arts I chose are quite powerful. I'm afraid the dummies in the first-class testing room really can't withstand it. If it's damaged, the college will ask me to pay compensation, and I can't afford it." The head teacher looked at Jiang Yi's determined eyes and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He has taught countless students, but this is the first time he has seen such a confident freshman. He pondered for a moment and said, "Well, since you insist, let's test it in a first-class testing room first. If you really damage the dummy, I promise that the academy will never hold you responsible, and you won't be asked to pay compensation." My words still carry some weight. Jiang Yi nodded and said, "Thank you, Director." He knew that since the head teacher said so, there should be no problem. Teacher Lee curled his lips. Since the head teacher had spoken, he had nothing to say. But in his heart he still didn't believe that Jiang Yi could really do anything to the dummy in the first-class testing room. He lowered his voice and said to the head teacher beside him with a hint of sarcasm, "Head teacher, do you really believe him? A freshman who just arrived, yet he's so arrogant. Does he really think he's a genius? Even a peak martial artist's full-strength attack on the dummy in the first-class testing room might not leave a mark, and he still wants to destroy it? I think he's just trying to attract attention." The head teacher smiled and didn't directly respond to Teacher Lee's ridicule. Instead, he said meaningfully, "It's a good thing for young people to have confidence. Let's wait and see. I'm also curious about what this Jiang Yi student's confidence comes from." Chapter 49. Where does Lingwu come from? The three of them walked side by side towards the first-class testing room. Although Teacher Lee expressed disdain, he couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see what Jiang Yi could come up with. Pushing open the door of the testing room, Teacher Lee and the grade director also walked in. The interior of the test room is more spacious than it appears from the outside. The four walls are made of a special energy-absorbing material, showing a deep black color, and the floor is covered with thick soft padding that can absorb impact. In the center of the room, the test target called Dummy stood quietly. Rather than a dummy, it looks more like a high-tech combat robot. It has a body shape that is no different from that of a real person, with a layer of bionic skin covering the metal skeleton, and even the precise mechanical structure can be seen at the joints. Its eyes were two red dots of light, flickering slightly. Teacher Lee curled his lips and continued sarcastically, "This isn't just any wooden stake. It's the Academy's most advanced combat simulation dummy. It has a built-in intelligent chip that can react to the tester's attacks, simulating a real combat scenario. In actual combat, this dummy can also simulate various martial arts techniques, cultivating students' combat awareness. It's the most realistic simulation of actual combat. He paused, then added, of course, even though it's called a combat simulation, it's just a simulation. The most powerful aspect of this dummy is its defense. It can withstand any attack below the level of a martial artist. As for its offensive power, don't count on it. After all, it's for testing, not for harming people. At most, it can dodge attacks and counterattack a few times, but it won't use too much strength to avoid hurting our delicate students. When Teacher Lee was speaking, he kept glancing at Jiang Yi, and his words and actions showed that he looked down on him. Jiang Yi was actually a little speechless listening to Teacher Lee's sarcastic tone. He originally thought that this test dummy was very powerful, but after listening to what Teacher Lee said, he felt that it was just a more advanced sandbag. He thought about Lingguo Jinyuan, who was currently stored in the system space, and then looked at the dummy in front of him. He felt that Jinyuan would be useless in fighting this thing, right? What a waste of emotion. I thought I could test the power of the weapon. The head teacher ignored Teacher Lee. He walked over to Jiang Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him, Jiang Yi, are you ready? Let's get started. Let me see how powerful the martial arts you chose are. Although the head teacher spoke in a kind tone, his expression showed that he was more of a spectator. Obviously, he didn't quite believe that Jiang Yi could really break the dummy in the first-class testing room. He wanted to see what kind of performance this confident freshman could bring. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. After taking only 2 steps, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a playful arc. That Teacher Lee just now was so contemptuous and made things difficult for others. Did he really think he was made of clay? An idea was born in his mind. He thought about it and communicated with the system space. The next second, a heavy, ancient giant sword suddenly appeared before his eyes. Bang! Jiang Yi deliberately slammed Jin Yuan to the ground, causing a dull thud. This sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present hard. The entire testing hall trembled, and even the air seemed to freeze a little. You know, the floor of this testing hall is made of special alloy material. It is extremely strong and ordinary impacts will not leave any marks at all. It can make the whole hall shake, which shows that the weight of this sword is extraordinary. The head teacher and Teacher Lee next to them were both startled by the sudden noise and subconsciously took half a step back. But then, their eyes were firmly attracted by the Jinyuan in Jiang Yi's hand. That's a... Rather than a sword, it's more like a long piece of metal? It was pitch black, without any patterns or decorations, and without a sharp blade. Only a heavy, oppressive aura slowly emanated from the sword. This is... Teacher Lee's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells, his Adam's apple rolled, and his voice trembled a little. The head teacher was also shocked and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. Lingguo? The head teacher's voice was a little bit unbelievably sharp. Both of them are teachers at Yuncheng Martial Arts University, so naturally they have extraordinary knowledge. Although Jinyuan looked extremely plain in appearance, the unique aura allowed them to instantly determine that it was definitely a spiritual weapon. How is this possible? This is just a martial arts test for freshmen. Teacher Lee felt like his worldview collapsed. Where did Jiang Yi get the spiritual weapon? You know, Yuncheng Martial Arts University is not without those rich second-generation students with prominent family backgrounds, but I have never heard of anyone who can take out a spiritual weapon when he is a freshman. When did this spiritual weapon become so worthless? The 2 men swallowed hard, their throats very dry. At this moment, they finally understood why Jiang Yi had said before that the test dummy might be broken. The test dummy can indeed withstand attacks from levels below that of a martial artist, but that's without using spiritual weapons. If you take into account the bonus of spiritual weapons... Teacher Lee's face turned pale instantly and cold sweat broke out. He felt a surge of panic in his heart. Oh no, this is a big deal. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Jiang Yi didn't say at the beginning that he wanted to use spiritual weapons to test it. He cursed himself in his heart for being careless, and at the same time he felt more resentful towards Jiang Yi. This kid definitely did it on purpose. He just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Teacher Lee thought inwardly with gritted teeth. If Jiang Yi had said earlier that he wanted to use spiritual weapons for testing, he would definitely have taken Jiang Yi directly to the second-class testing room, where there were more advanced test dummies that were strong enough to withstand the attacks of spiritual weapons. Now, if the dummy in the first-class testing room is damaged by this spiritual weapon, how will he explain it? Thinking of this, Teacher Li became anxious. He hurried forward and stopped Jiang Yi, who was about to pick up Jin Yuan, saying firmly, "Wait. This can't be used." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, stopped what he was doing, and asked with a playful smile, "Oh? Teacher Li, why is that? I remember there's no rule in the test that prohibits the use of weapons, right?" Teacher Li was choked by Jiang Yi's question. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. Indeed, the test rules do not explicitly prohibit the use of weapons. But this is Lingwu. Who would use spiritual weapons for freshman tests? Teacher Li's face turned pale and blue. He argued, "It's just not possible. I'm the teacher, I have the final say. I set the test rules." As he spoke, he reached out to take the Jin Yuan from Jiang Yi's hand, muttering, "I'll take this sword for you first." However, he stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. Because he found that he couldn't lift Jin Yuan at all. Teacher Li's hand was tightly gripping Jin Yuan's hilt, but no matter how hard he tried, the sword didn't move at all. Heavy. Too heavy. The weight of this sword was beyond his imagination. How is this possible? Teacher Li's heart was filled with shock. He lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the seemingly ordinary giant sword. He is an 8th level warrior. How is it possible that he can't even lift a sword? He didn't believe it and tried again, even using all his strength. Chapter 50. Let's have some fun. The aura of the 8th level warrior burst out completely, and the powerful energy even caused the surrounding air to slightly distort. Veins popped out on his forehead, his face flushed red, and the veins in his neck were clearly visible. However, Jin Yuan still stood there quietly, without the slightest hesitation. Teacher Li. He felt like a clown, trying his best under the gaze of the two men, but he couldn't even lift a sword. This is even more painful than killing him. The head teacher standing by looked bewildered. He asked in confusion, "Teacher Li, what's wrong with you?" "It's just a sword." What are you doing?" Teacher Li was in tears. He wanted to say, "This is not just a sword, it is actually a mountain." He was furious and felt completely humiliated. But he couldn't really get angry, after all, he was the one who was in the wrong first. Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Li's exasperated expression and sneered in his heart. He spoke slowly, his voice cold, "Teacher Li, what are you doing? Hey, kid, do you really take yourself seriously? Let me tell you, today." Teacher Li was about to continue to get angry, but was interrupted by the head teacher. "Teacher Li." The head teacher stepped forward and stopped the emotional Teacher Li, signaling him to calm down. Then, he turned to look at Jiang Yi and said gently, "Student Jiang Yi, don't get excited yet. Teacher Li is also considering the fairness of the test." As he said that, he reached out for Jin Yuan. The first time, he just grabbed it casually. Didn't pick it up. The head teacher was slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary heavy sword. Although it was a bit heavy, with his strength, he should be able to lift it easily. Unexpectedly, I failed. Quite interesting. The head teacher thought to himself. He put away his contempt and started to take it seriously. He took a deep breath and reached out again. This time, he used 70% of his strength. "Rise." The head teacher growled, and the muscles in his arms suddenly bulged as a powerful force burst out from his body. Jin Yuan was finally picked up by him. The head teacher held Jin Yuan and waved it casually a few times. Apart from feeling particularly heavy, he didn't find anything special about the sword. "It's just an ordinary heavy sword, nothing special." The head teacher was confused. He even tried to inject his internal energy into Jin Yuan, but Jin Yuan did not react at all, like a stubborn stone, with no interest in his internal energy. Strange. The head teacher was even more puzzled. He put Jin Yuan down, frowned, and fell into deep thought. He turned around, looked at Jiang Yi, and asked gently, "Jiang Yi, are you planning to use this sword, to test your martial arts skills?" Jiang Yi nodded, his expression calm. The head teacher glanced back and forth between Jiang Yi and Jin Yuan several times, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and then asked, "If I remember correctly, the martial art you want to test is Heaven's Fall?" Jiang Yi nodded again. After getting confirmation, the head teacher thought about it for a moment and understood Jiang Yi's intention. He smiled slightly and said, "The characteristics of this sword and the martial art Heavenly Fall really complement each other. It can be said that they are a perfect match." He paused, then added, "You have a unique eye for selecting martial arts. Although the martial art Heaven's Fall is immensely powerful, it's extremely difficult to practice and requires a high level of strength from the user. Therefore, it has always been relatively unpopular, with few choosing to practice it. I didn't expect you to find this martial art and choose it as your primary martial art. The head teacher recalled that when he was looking through Jiang Yi's file before, he saw that Jiang Yi had gone out of the city many times to fight against ferocious beasts, and his evaluation of Jiang Yi increased a little bit. This kid is a good seedling with courage, determination, and potential. The head teacher secretly approved in his heart. However, despite the praise, the head teacher still had a question in his mind. He looked at Jiang Yi and asked politely but with a hint of inquiry, "Jiang Yi, this sword is so heavy, are you sure you can lift it?" The head teacher didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. He didn't think Jiang Yi had the ability to take down Jin Yuan. You know, he is a genuine martial arts master. If he hadn't tried his best, he almost couldn't pick up the sword just now. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, is just a 9th-level martial artist. There is no need to elaborate on the difference in strength between the two. The head teacher found it hard to believe that Jiang Yi could lift this giant sword weighing thousands of pounds with his own strength. At this time, Teacher Lee on the side finally recovered from the shock and embarrassment. Yes. He suddenly realized that he was only an 8th-level warrior, and he had tried his best but still couldn't pick up the sword. How could Jiang Yi, a mere martial artist, possibly lift it? This guy clearly did it on purpose, he wanted to make a fool of himself. Thinking of this, Teacher Lee's anger flared up again. He looked at Jiang Yi with an undisguised mockery on his face. "Ha, can you lift it? I think some people are just bragging." The head teacher is a master-level expert, and he had a hard time picking up the sword just now. "How dare you, a mere martial arts apprentice, claim you can lift it? That's ridiculous. Don't let yourself get hurt instead of lifting the sword. That would be a laughing stock." Jiang Yi glanced at Teacher Lee and raised the corners of his mouth. Finally took the bait. "This is my weapon, of course I can lift it." Teacher Lee was so angry at Jiang Yi's confident look that he laughed. He pointed at Jiang Yi and sneered, "Good. Good. Good. What's the point of just talking without practice? I said I could kill a level 3 beast with one punch, do you believe me? Why don't you pick it up and show it to me?" Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Lee, his smile growing wider. He said calmly, "Teacher Lee, since you're so confident, how about we add a little spice?" Teacher Lee was immediately excited when he heard this. He laughed heartily. "Bet? Great. What do you want to bet?" "Whatever you want. As long as you can pick up this sword, I'll ask you to do anything. Come on, I want to see how you pick up this sword." The head teacher frowned. He wanted to stop this meaningless gamble. After all, in his opinion, there was no way Jiang Yi could defeat Jin Yuan. But on second thought, he was also curious about what Jiang Yi had the confidence to make such a bold statement. Maybe this kid really has some unknown secret? So, the head teacher swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He decided to wait and see what Jiang Yi was going to do. Chapter 51 Pure Numerical. Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Lee's smug expression, and his smile widened. He slowly said, "Teacher Lee, let's not bet too much, so as not to hurt the relationship. How about this, if I can lift this sword, you just need to kowtow to me in front of the director and apologize. But if I can't lift it, I'll kowtow to you and apologize, how about that?" "Okay. No problem." Teacher Lee agreed without even thinking about it. In his opinion, there was no way Jiang Yi could pick up Jin Yuan, so he was sure to win this bet. "Don't even mention one kowtow. Even if you ask me to kowtow 10,000 times, I can still do it. Come on, Jiang Yi, please start your performance," Teacher Lee said proudly. Jiang Yi shook his head and ignored Teacher Lee's shouting. He slowly walked in front of Jin Yuan, took a deep breath, then stretched out his hands and gently grasped the hilt of Jin Yuan's sword. Then he closed his eyes. Seeing Jiang Yi's pretentiousness, Teacher Lee's disdain grew even stronger. He curled his lips and sneered, "Playing tricks. I wonder how long you can keep up this pretense." There was also a hint of doubt in the head teacher's eyes. He originally thought that Jiang Yi was so confident because he must have some special martial arts, such as some explosive martial arts that could instantly increase strength, or some secret method that could improve physical fitness. Such martial arts must be at least B level, or even A level. Although the head teacher did not think that Jiang Yi, a student from an ordinary family, could possess such advanced martial arts, but considering that Jiang Yi had even taken out his spiritual weapon, it did not seem impossible for him to possess AB-level martial arts. However, it now seems that Jiang Yi has no intention of using any martial arts. He is. Do you have to rely on pure physical strength to pick up Xing Yuan? How is this possible? How could the physical strength of a 9th-level martial artist possibly shake this giant sword weighing 1,000 kilos? There aren't enough warriors. At least he has to be a martial artist. The director gave his professional judgment. Jiang Yi's breathing was steady and long. He is adjusting his condition, bringing his body and mind to the best. Of course, he could use the Kai Tianjin to easily lift Xing Yuan. The explosive force was enough for him to ignore Xing Yuan's weight. But he didn't want to do that today. He wanted to test the limit of his pure strength without using the Kai Tianjin. Although Xing Yuan is a spiritual weapon, it does not have any special functions, no sharp blade, no gorgeous special effects, and even the system's introduction to it is only a few simple words. Simply heavy. Apart from weight, Xing Yuan has nothing else. The martial art he chose, Tianqing, is also a martial art that is open and powerful, with only 3 simple and crude sword moves. There are no fancy techniques, only pure collision of power and extreme numerical crushing. This is a perfect match with Xing Yuan's characteristics. What's more, this morning, he had just completed that unreliable death mission and obtained a new talent that also purely increased the stats. S-level talent, brute force tempering, unconditional strength increases tenfold. This talent, without any fancy effects, simply and crudely increases his strength tenfold. Now, his true realm has reached the 9th level of warrior, far surpassing the 9th level of warrior when he just obtained Xing Yuan last night. Coupled with this S-level talent, he is now confident that he is no less capable than any low-level martial artist in a pure strength competition. Jiang Yi gripped Xing Yuan's hilt tightly with both hands, feeling the heavy weight, excitement flashing in his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Rise! Jiang Yi let out a low roar, and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly. A powerful force burst out from his body, along his arms, and was transmitted to Xing Yuan. Buzz! Xing Yuan made a low humming sound. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Teacher Li and the head teacher, Jiang Yi slowly lifted up the extremely heavy sword. Teacher Li's mouth opened wider and wider, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The head teacher was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe what he saw. How is this possible? Teacher Li's voice trembled. How did he do that? The head teacher was also dry-mouthed. He felt his mind was blank and he was completely unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. This is a giant sword that even a master-level expert like him needs to take seriously before picking it up. How could Jiang Yi, a mere 9th-level martial artist, lift it with pure strength? This completely overturned their understanding of martial arts. They felt that all their years of martial arts experience had been wasted. Jiang Yi looked at the two people's shocked expressions, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He slowly lifted Xing Yuan above his head, then looked at Teacher Li and said calmly, "Teacher Li, please." Teacher Li's face turned pale instantly. Ask him to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to a student? This is even more painful than killing him. He's a teacher at the Martial Arts University and an 8th-rank warrior. How could he do something so shameful? But he turned his head and secretly glanced at the head teacher, looking for help. However, the head teacher just shook his head slightly, indicating that he was willing to accept the defeat. Grass! Teacher Li cursed inwardly, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He knew that he was going to lose face today. He was filled with rage, but had nowhere to vent it. He could only suppress the humiliation in his heart and kneel down perfunctorily in front of Jiang Yi, lowering his head slightly, and then stood up immediately. The whole action is just for show. Jiang Yi looked at Teacher Li's perfunctory look and the smile on his face became even wider. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of teasing. "Teacher Li, where's your apology?" Teacher Li glared at Jiang Yi with gritted teeth, squeezing out a few words, "Sorry." Jiang Yi nodded, but didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, this is just the beginning, the best is yet to come. The head teacher pondered for a long time. He really couldn't figure out how Jiang Yi lifted Xing Yuan. He felt that his 3 views on martial arts over the years had been severely impacted. "I don't understand, I totally don't understand." He sighed and said, "Student Jiang Yi, since you have proven that you can use this sword, you can continue your test." Upon hearing this, Teacher Li became anxious. He quickly said, "Director, are we really going to let him use this sword for testing? If he breaks the test dummy, the school will hold him accountable." The head teacher glanced at Teacher Lee, looking rather helpless. "Teacher Lee, didn't you open a first-class testing room for Zhang Yi? Why, are you scared now?" Teacher Lee was left speechless by the head teacher. He stammered, I didn't even know he had spiritual weapons at first. Who knew he would come up with something like this?" Chapter 52. The gamble continues. Seeing that Zhang Yi was about to take the sword for testing, Teacher Lee finally became anxious. He acted like a rogue, stiffening his neck and saying, "No. Absolutely not. This sword is too dangerous and cannot be used in a first-class testing room." The head teacher looked at Teacher Lee's unreasonable behavior and sighed helplessly. He felt that he had lost all face because of Teacher Lee. He doesn't act like a role model at all. What kind of people are these? Don't gamble if you can't afford to lose. Now, look what happened. They are cheating after losing. This is simply a discredit to the teaching staff of Yunqing Martial Arts University. The director couldn't stand it any longer, so he tried to smooth things over, saying, all right, stop arguing. Zhang Yi, Teacher Lee, let's not waste our time. How about this? I'll make the decision and move Zhang Yi to a second-class testing room. Is that okay?" When Teacher Lee heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Since the director has said so, this matter has nothing to do with him. The director is really wise. Teacher Lee quickly flattered him. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "No, director, there's no need to change the testing room." Upon hearing this, Teacher Lee became anxious. He pointed at Zhang Yi and angrily shouted, "Zhang Yi! What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to damage school property? I'm telling you, if you dare to break the test dummy, you'll have to pay for it." Zhang Yi looked at Teacher Lee's exasperated expression and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Teacher Lee, don't get excited. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet." As he spoke, he thought about it and took Shen Yuan back to the system space. When the head teacher saw this scene, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why Zhang Yi put the sword back. Zhang Yi looked at the two of them and said slowly, "I can do the test without this sword. In this case, I can just use a first-class testing room instead of a spiritual weapon, right?" "Of course you can," Teacher Lee said impatiently. He smiled smugly. This kid is really scared. Pretending and bluffing. Now that I have exposed him, he is finally afraid and dares not use that sword anymore. Snort! You are too young to fight with me. In his opinion, Zhang Yi's behavior was nothing more than giving in, and he was ultimately afraid of the authority of his teacher. However, Zhang Yi's next words made his smile freeze on his face in an instant. "But if I don't use spiritual weapons, I'll be at a disadvantage. So?" Zhang Yi paused, looked at Teacher Lee, and said slowly, "I want to add a condition." The head teacher thought for a moment and asked, "Oh? What are your conditions? Tell me about them." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "It's very simple." He turned to look at Teacher Lee and asked, "Teacher Lee, do you still remember our previous bet?" Teacher Lee frowned and said impatiently, "What bet? Didn't I apologize to you? What else do you want?" Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "Teacher Lee, I'm not talking about the bet with the sword. I'm talking about the one before that." "Before?" Teacher Lee tried to recall, "You mean?" Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Yes, that's what you said in the testing hall before the director came." When Teacher Lee heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. He angrily said, "You kid, you want me to kneel before you again? You're dreaming." Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "Teacher Lee, you misunderstood. Didn't I tell you that I won't use spiritual weapons anymore? In that case, the previous bet will naturally have to be changed." Teacher Lee finally reacted. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Oh, that's right, you don't need spiritual weapons," Teacher Lee said to himself. The scowl on his face gradually faded, replaced by a smug look. "That's fine. You want to continue the bet? No problem," Teacher Lee said with a sneer. Since Zhang Yi doesn't use spiritual weapons, he doesn't have to worry about Zhang Yi damaging the test dummy. The previous bet poses no threat to him at all. Zhang Yi looked at Teacher Lee and said slowly, "It's not that simple. Since I promised not to use spiritual weapons, Teacher Lee, don't you have to raise the stakes a bit?" Teacher Lee's face froze instantly. He felt as if he had been tricked by Zhang Yi again. He suppressed his uneasiness and asked, What do you want to do? Jiang Yi smiled and said, It's nothing. If I lose, all my credits for this year will be reset to 0. Conversely, if I win, your salary for this year will be reset to 0. How about having the director be a witness? The corners of Teacher Li's eyes began to twitch wildly. He felt something was wrong. Why is this kid so confident? Could it be that he is really confident that he can destroy the test dummy without using spiritual weapons? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Teacher Li denied it frantically in his heart. He just couldn't understand how Jiang Yi, a little guy at the 9th level of martial arts, could possibly destroy a test dummy that could withstand attacks below that of a martial artist without using any spiritual weapons. This is totally against common sense. But why does this guy dare to make such a bet? Having credits reset to 0 is indeed a severe punishment for a student. But for a teacher, having his salary reduced to 0 is a life-threatening thing. This kid. Bluffing. Teacher Li felt that he had figured it out. Okay. I promise you. Teacher Li gritted his teeth and said. He decided to take a gamble. He didn't believe Jiang Yi could really do it. He just didn't believe that Jiang Yi could turn the world upside down without using spiritual weapons. Anyway, the head teacher is here to testify, so he can't cheat. The head teacher looked at the two people in front of him who were at loggerheads, sighed helplessly, and slowly walked aside. At this point, he was no longer able to stop this ridiculous gamble. Moreover, for some reason, he had a vague feeling that Jiang Yi might really be able to do it. Although this sounds incredible, Jiang Yi has shown many things beyond common sense from the very beginning. What a pity. The head teacher lamented inwardly, such a promising student, if he hadn't awakened an F-level talent, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Jiang Yi walked up to the test dummy and was about to start the test. However, Teacher Li jumped out again and interrupted Jiang Yi. Wait. Teacher Li pointed at Jiang Yi and said sarcastically, Student Jiang Yi, I have to remind you that the test time is half a minute, or 30 seconds. If you exceed this time, even if you smash the test dummy into pieces, it will be your own fault. As he spoke, he deliberately raised his wrist and looked at his watch, a gloating smile on his face. Now, 5 seconds have passed. Jiang Yi naturally saw clearly what Teacher Li was thinking. Instead of getting angry, he smiled. This kind of cleverness is meaningless to him. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, put all distracting thoughts behind him, pushed his feet hard against the ground, and rushed towards the test dummy like an arrow. Chapter 53, Blast with One Punch. When Jiang Yi entered combat mode, his aura changed drastically. Teacher Li couldn't help but be stunned. He felt that he was not facing a student, but a ferocious beast that had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A strong smell of blood hit him in the face, almost suffocating him. How is this possible? How could a student possess such a terrifying aura? Teacher Li's heart was filled with shock and he felt his body become a little stiff. That powerful aura, like a substance, oppressed his nerves and made him feel palpitations. The test dummy also felt the dangerous aura emanating from Jiang Yi, and its slight intelligence was frantically sounding the alarm. Danger! Danger! Extremely dangerous. The dummy did not choose to take Jiang Yi's attack head-on or use any techniques to resolve it like other students did when they came for the test. Instead, it chose to retreat directly. Its slight intelligence was calculating frantically, and finally came to a conclusion. If it takes this blow head-on, it will die. You will definitely die. Jiang Yi was extremely fast and rushed in front of the test dummy in the blink of an eye. He clenched his right fist tightly, and all the strength in his body rushed into his fist like a flood bursting through a dam. Tian Cheng. Jiang Yi roared angrily, and his right fist slammed towards the test dummy like a meteor falling to the ground. This punch does not contain any fancy techniques, only pure power and ultimate explosion. The punch was as powerful as a landslide, a tsunami, and the collapse of the sky. With this punch, the entire world pressed towards the test dummy. The surrounding air was squeezed by this punch, making a sharp explosion sound. The dust on the ground was blown up by the fist wind, forming visible airwaves. The entire testing hall was trembling under this punch. What a terrifying punch! Teacher Li, who was closest to the place, was so frightened by the force of the punch that his face turned pale and he was covered in cold sweat. He felt like a lone boat in the middle of a storm, and could be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. No! No! Teacher Li cried out in horror. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. The head teacher looked at Zhang Yi's punch and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Although he had long guessed that Zhang Yi was quite powerful, he never expected that Zhang Yi could actually deliver such a terrifying punch. The power of this punch has far exceeded the scope of the 9th level of martial arts. Warrior? I'm afraid there's more. How did this guy do it? However, just when everyone thought that the test dummy would be smashed into pieces by Zhang Yi's punch, the test dummy made a move that no one expected. It actually twisted and entangled its limbs in a strange way, and then curled up into a ball. With its extremely weak intelligence, it finally chose to survive at the critical moment of life and death. Boom! Zhang Yi's fist slammed heavily into the air. The violent force of the punch directly deformed the wall, and the entire testing room shook violently. The test dummy's head was just below Zhang Yi's fist, only 5 inches away. If it hadn't curled up in time, it would have been blown to pieces by Zhang Yi's punch. But missed. Teacher Li looked at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his watch. 25 seconds had passed, and there were only 5 seconds left before the end of the test. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhang Yi, your test time is almost up. Even if you hit the test dummy again, it's too late. Your test result is 0. See? This is the consequence of not choosing skillful martial arts. Teacher Li said proudly, those fast and accurate martial arts are the best. What's the point of your clunky martial arts? It's nothing but a waste of time. I told you long ago that you don't need a second-class testing room. However, Zhang Yi, standing in front of the test dummy, did not show any frustration on his face. He smiled. Smiling calmly, everything is under control. The head teacher standing at the door of the testing room seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yi did not retract his fist. Instead of holding back, he followed the momentum of the punch and increased his power output. Open the sky, open. Zhang Yi let out a low cry in his heart, and a violent force gushed out from his dantian, instantly spreading to his limbs. One strike, and the sky opens. Along with the roar in Zhang Yi's heart, the terrifying power added by the Kaitian gene rushed into his right fist like a flood breaking through a dam. The fist force, which was already extremely powerful, increased again at this moment. Tianqing's first move. The mountains and rivers are broken. Zhang Yi followed the trend and unleashed all of this violent power. This punch was no longer a simple swing, but carried with it the momentum of creating the world and the determination to break mountains and split rivers. If you draw your sword to cut the water will still flow? No. With this strike, I will cause the mountains to collapse and the rivers to stop flowing. Give me. Break. Boom. Space collapses. Zhang Yi's fist slammed heavily on the ground. There was no resistance, no hindrance. The test dummy, which was previously extremely strong and could even withstand attacks from martial artists below the level of martial artists, exploded instantly like fragile tofu under this punch. Bang! The test dummy turned into fragments, flying everywhere and scattering in every corner of the test hall. The entire testing room fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. For a moment, their mouths and eyes were wide open, and they completely lost the ability to think. Teacher Li was like being struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, his mind blank with only a buzzing sound. How is this possible? Zhang Yi slowly retracted his fist and breathed a long sigh of relief. Exactly half a minute. He turned around, his expression changing in an instant. He glanced at the broken pieces of the test dummy on the ground with a hint of regret. Then he turned to look at the head teacher with an innocent look on his face and said, "Head teacher, this really wasn't my intention." The head teacher's mouth twitched. Yes, you didn't mean it. It was totally unintentional. What else can he say? The facts were clear, Zhang Yi had indeed broken the test dummy within half a minute. Moreover, this was without using any spiritual weapons. This kid is simply a monster. Zhang Yi looked at the head teacher with a smug smile on his face. He turned to look at Teacher Li and said, "Look, Teacher Li, I told you all along. From the beginning, I asked you to arrange a second-class testing room for me, but you refused to listen. Now look, the school's precious asset is gone. What a shame, TSK. He shook his head inside, feeling quite regretful. I warned you in advance that the martial arts I'm going to test are very special. If I give it my all, I'll definitely destroy the first-class test dummy. What do you think? I'm not bragging, am I? I've been very restrained and haven't even used my spiritual weapons. You can't blame me for this. Jiang Yi spread his hands, looking like I'm really innocent. Chapter 54, Accepting Defeat. Teacher Li looked at Jiang Yi's ungrateful look and was so angry that he was shaking all over. He glared at Jiang Yi with gritted teeth but couldn't say a word. The head teacher looked at Teacher Li's exasperated expression and couldn't help laughing. He walked over, patted Teacher Li on the shoulder, and said, "Teacher Li, you must accept the loss. Your salary, bonus, performance bonus this year." "No. Director." Teacher Li was immediately anxious when he heard this. He quickly said, Isn't this just a first-class test dummy? I'll compensate you." "Is that not enough? Please don't deduct all my salary. You know, the teachers at Yuncheng Martial Arts University have very high salaries. That's a huge fortune. How many martial artists have been trying their best to get into martial arts universities to teach, just for the high salary and generous benefits?" Teacher Li had to rely on countless connections and went through great efforts before he was able to enter the martial arts university. If his salary for this year is deducted because of this incident, he will suffer a huge loss. Not to mention compensating with a first-class test dummy. Even if he compensated with 10, it would not be as much as his annual salary. The head teacher shook his head and said, "Teacher Li, you and Jiang Yi just agreed that you would accept the loss. A man should stick to his word. How can you go back on your word?" Teacher Li's face was as ugly as it could be. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He knew that he was bound to suffer the loss today. The head teacher looked at Jiang Yi and admired him no matter how he looked at him. He was the head of the freshman class, and among all the students in this class, he had been most optimistic about Jiang Yi from the very beginning. When he heard yesterday that Jiang Yi had awakened his F talent, he felt like the sky was falling. He smiled and said, "Student Jiang Yi, since you've already demonstrated such formidable strength, why not try it in the second-class testing room? You haven't used your spiritual weapon yet, have you? I have a feeling that if you use that sword, you might achieve an astonishing result. You might even leave an unsurpassed mark on the Yuncheng Martial Arts University's martial arts record table." The head teacher's words stunned Teacher Li, who was standing by. He stared at Jiang Yi with wide eyes in disbelief and stammered, What? A warrior? Isn't he a martial artist?" The head teacher looked at Teacher Li and smiled without saying anything. He did not directly answer Teacher Li's question, but turned his gaze to Jiang Yi again. As a master-level expert, the head teacher has such a sharp eye. As early as the moment Jiang Yi threw the punch just now, he had already realized Jiang Yi's true strength, the 9th-level warrior. This shocked the head teacher. But he was a little unsure when Jiang Yi broke through to this level. Because, if Jiang Yi had not completely exploded and used all his strength just now, even the head teacher, who was so close to him before, would not have been able to discover Jiang Yi's true level at the first time. Therefore, it was understandable that everyone, including Teacher Li, thought that Jiang Yi was only a 9th-level martial artist. He must have broken through to the warrior level a long time ago, but he just never showed his strength. Moreover, it is extremely rare for such a young warrior to reach the 9th level. Especially with an F-level talent, it is hard to imagine how many times more effort and sweat Jiang Yi had to put in to reach the 9th level of warrior. This child. Too hard-working. But at the same time, the head teacher was also full of doubts. He couldn't figure out what was going on with Jiang Yi. He clearly possesses the strength of a 9th-level warrior, but why does he always display the aura of a 9th-level disciple? He had never seen such a thing, let alone heard of it. However, ever since meeting Jiang Yi today, all kinds of strange things have been happening one after another. The head teacher felt that his nerves were almost numb from the shock. Therefore, although he was puzzled by the strange phenomenon happening to Jiang Yi, he did not delve too deeply into it. Jiang Yi looked at the head teacher and Teacher Li, shook his head, and said, "Head teacher, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need to take the test again." The head teacher was a little surprised. He thought Jiang Yi was still angry because of the conflict with Teacher Li, so he quickly said, "Student Jiang Yi, don't misunderstand." Teacher Li was also confused for a moment. "I have already criticized him. Don't worry, I will personally supervise this test, and there will definitely be no problems. Just try again." As he spoke, the head teacher turned around and glared at Teacher Li, saying sternly, "Teacher Li, why don't you apologize to Jiang Yi right now?" Although Teacher Li was dissatisfied, he did not dare to disobey the order of the head teacher and could only say reluctantly, "Student Jiang Yi, I'm sorry." Jiang Yi looked at their reactions and said with a smile, "Director, you misunderstood. I really don't need another test. The reason I refused wasn't because of Teacher Li, but because I have to go out of town this afternoon, so I want to save some energy." Jiang Yi did not lie, he did plan to leave the city this afternoon. As for why he was unwilling to go to the second-class testing room for testing again, the real reason was that he had already clearly understood the limit of his own strength. Although he didn't use spiritual weapons in that punch just now, it gave him a rough idea of his own strength. He originally came here to test in order to find out the extent of his current strength. Since the goal has been achieved, there is naturally no need to waste time. Besides, there are both the grade director and Teacher Li here. He didn't want to expose his true strength to two people he wasn't familiar with. Seeing Jiang Yi's resolute attitude, the head teacher didn't want to force him any further. He nodded and said, "Okay, since you say so, I won't force you. Jiang Yi, I hope you can continue to work hard and maintain this momentum. I'm very optimistic about you. The multi-school joint entrance examination is coming soon, and I look forward to seeing your outstanding performance in it." Jiang Yi listened to the head teacher's words and nodded slightly, saying perfunctorily, "Yes, I will." His mind was obviously no longer here. He said goodbye to the head teacher and Teacher Li, then turned and left the testing hall. Teacher Li looked at Jiang Yi's departing back, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, this kid is too arrogant. He just broke a test dummy. What's the big deal?" When the head teacher heard what Teacher Li said, he turned around and glared at him, then he left. Teacher Li was left standing there alone, his face turning pale and blue. Chapter 55, on the list. Walking out of the testing room, Jiang Yi felt a burst of noise coming towards him. Because too much time was wasted by Teacher Li's pulling, this place is no longer the deserted environment it was when Jiang Yi first arrived. The corridor outside had already become a bustling market, filled with students who had just finished their tests, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering non-stop. "I chose Jaela Tornado. I think it's pretty powerful, but a little difficult to practice. I wonder if I can get started within a month. Hey, I'm lucky. I found a copy of Mountain Collapse. It said that after practicing it, you can shatter a mountain with one strike. Tisk, what's there to brag about? I chose a really cool book called Lu Yun Sword Technique. It has graceful movements and fierce attacks. It's absolutely invincible at the same level." Similar discussions arose one after another, filling the entire space with excitement and excitement. Jiang Yi smiled faintly and swept his eyes through the crowd, looking for Su Yuli's figure. He did not listen to the discussions intentionally. To him, martial arts itself was not important. What was important was how to use it and one's own strength. Not seeing Su Yuli, Jiang Yi shrugged. Forget it, she should have her own arrangements. It's almost time for dinner, so I should go fill my stomach first. I have to go out of town to hunt exotic beasts in the afternoon, so I can't go hungry. Just as Jiang Yi was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a large group of people gathered against the wall on the other side, and could faintly hear bursts of exclamations and discussions. Hiss. Is this still a human? A 6th-level warrior can inflict such horrific damage? That's too exaggerated. I'm afraid even some martial artists at the 9th level can't reach this data. Look, the first place on the 8th level martial artist list has changed hands. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yi also walked over. Squeezing into the crowd, he looked up and saw that it was the test record list of Yunqing University. This huge list is made of some special material and is densely packed with countless names and data. The data of all students who use dummies to test their injuries for half a minute in the testing room of Yunqing University will be accurately recorded and updated on this list in real time. In order to motivate students to strive for progress, Yunqing University has specially set up such a public list. All students who have been tested here, regardless of grade or class, will have their records kept permanently. The list arranges testers at different stages, such as apprentices, warriors, and martial artists, according to their different levels, and selects the top 100 in each stage. This design not only avoids the crushing of low-level warriors by high-level warriors, ensures the fairness of the list, but also more intuitively shows the upper limit of strength at different stages. After all, half a minute of output damage is a comprehensive reflection of the combination of talent, strength, and martial arts. Some geniuses, with extraordinary talents and superb martial arts skills, can show amazing explosive power in the early stages, but as time goes by, they may become mediocre for various reasons. There are also some students who were unknown at first, but after years of accumulation, their strength improved by leaps and bounds and they finally occupied a place on the list. All this information is clearly displayed on this list. As for the pros and cons, it is left to the students who look at the list to think and judge for themselves. This is what the head teacher had said to Jiang Yi before, asking him to try the second-class testing room, and maybe he could leave behind an unsurpassed data. However, Jiang Yi was not very interested in this. He casually scanned the list and soon found his name on the list of 9th-level warriors. First place, Jiang Yi. It ranks first on the list. The data behind it is a glaring 99999. This is the upper limit of what a first-class test dummy can bear. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, understanding what was going on. A first-class test dummy is strong enough to withstand any attack below the level of a martial artist. It is difficult for an ordinary martial artist, even a peak warrior of the 9th level, to blow it up even if he puts all his strength into it. Not to mention, such terrifying damage was continuously output in just half a minute. The dummy's own endurance capacity has a limit. The power of Jiang Yi's punch has far exceeded this value, but in the end, it can only record this limit. Jiang Yi looked around and saw that there were very few people paying attention to the warrior list. Everyone's attention was focused on the list of martial artists. After all, so far, the one with the highest cultivation level among this class of freshmen is only Jiang Yi, who is at the 9th level of martial arts. And Su Yuli. She chose auxiliary martial arts, so her name probably would not appear on this list based on attack power. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly and prepared to turn and leave. Just then, he heard a more heated discussion behind him. Look at the 9th level warrior rankings. Number 1, 19,857. Oh my god, these numbers are too outrageous. 19,857? This is a single digit higher in damage than the second place. Is this the kind of damage a martial artist can dish out? Who is this? Why haven't I heard of him? It seems to be a senior from several years ago. Alas, in all these years, no one has ever surpassed him. Nearly 20,000 damage. Jiang Yi estimated that when he was at the 9th level of martial arts, if he hadn't relied on the eternal devouring to absorb the power of some ferocious beasts, and if he didn't have the sky-opening power. It seems similar? That's really impressive. He shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Mr. Chen, you're truly amazing. You've already dealt such high damage at the 7th level of martial arts. You're definitely the best among our freshmen. Of course. Young Master Chen's talent is truly incomparable to those mediocre people. I think it won't be long before the next test, and young Master Chen will be able to break into the top 10, or even take the top spot. Master Chen is so powerful. Master Chen is so domineering. Accompanied by a burst of flattering praise, Jiang Yi turned around and saw Chenzene walking out of a testing room surrounded by a group of younger brothers. He had a smug smile on his face, his chin slightly raised, and he looked very arrogant. They surrounded Chenzene and came to the list of 7th level warriors. Chenzene's eyes quickly scanned the list and finally stopped at the 25th place. Chenzene, damage value, 3258. Wow! Mr. Chen, look, you are ranked 25th. That's awesome. A younger brother immediately pointed at the list and shouted loudly, as if afraid that others couldn't hear him. Yes, Mr. Chen, you can rank 25th in just your first test. Your strength is simply incredible. Another younger brother quickly agreed. That's nothing. Chenzene curled his lips in feigned disdain, but he couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes and eyebrows. With my talent, if it weren't for this poor performance, getting into the top 10 would be a piece of cake. Mr. Chen is right. There must be something wrong with the test dummy, which affected Mr. Chen's performance. Yes, that's right. Master Chen, next time you test it again, you'll definitely be able to crush those guys. Looking at this group of people's clumsy performance, Jiang Yi couldn't help but shook his head slightly. It's so boring. He turned around and was about to leave, not wanting to watch this farce anymore. However, at this moment, Chenzene's gaze fell on Jiang Yi. He was stunned at first, then a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. After being humiliated by Jiang Yi at the door just now, he finally found an opportunity. Chapter 56. Let us compete. Hey, isn't this our genius, Jiang Yi? Chenzene's voice rose an octave, deliberately lengthening the tone. Why, you came to check out the list too? Want to see where you rank? He paused, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Your awakened F-level talent doesn't add anything to your combat power at all. You can only rely on your realm to suppress others. I guess your name won't even be found on this list?" Ha 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 ha. Chenzene laughed unscrupulously, and the younger brothers around him joined in the fun, making bursts of shrill laughter. The looks they cast towards Jiang Yi were full of contempt, and their eyes revealed an undisguised sense of superiority. Facing Chenzene's provocation, Jiang Yi simply glanced at him indifferently, as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. He didn't even bother to say a word of rebuttal. He just turned around and left without looking back. This scene left Chenzene stunned. Jiang Yi's disregard made Chenzene feel like he had punched cotton, with no power at all, and he felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. Originally, he had hoped that Jiang Yi would be so angry that he would jump up and down, or at least say a few harsh words to him, so that he could seize the opportunity to continue humiliating him and vent his anger by stepping on him. But what about Jiang Yi? She didn't even look at him and just walked away. This was even more painful to him than slapping him in the face. "Stop!" Chenzene roared in frustration, his voice trembling with anger. "Jiang Yi, stop right there." Jiang Yi's footsteps paused slightly, but he didn't turn around. He just said two words coldly, "What's the matter?" These two casual words added fuel to the fire, completely igniting Chenzene's anger. You dare to ignore me?" Chenzene almost gritted his teeth and rushed to Jiang Yi, blocking his way. He stared at him with his eyes, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces and swallow him. "What do you mean by ignoring you?" Jiang Yi finally turned around, his lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful sarcasm. "Chenzene, do you take yourself too seriously? Why should I waste my time on a defeated opponent?" The four words "defeated general" pierced Chenzene's heart. What he was most proud of was his own strength, but now he was being easily stepped on by Jiang Yi. This was more painful than killing him. You're talking nonsense!" Chenzene roared in frustration. "Last time on the playground, I just didn't perform well. If it happens again, I will definitely beat you to a pulp." "Oh? Really?" Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of teasing. "How about we try it now? It's perfect, how about we have another match?" Chenzene was suddenly speechless. Although he refused to admit defeat, he knew in his heart that he was no match for Jiang Yi. Last time on the playground, he lost miserably and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Comparing again would only bring humiliation upon oneself. "What? You don't dare anymore?" Jiang Yi pressed on, his mockery growing stronger. "Chenzene, that's all you've got. You're only good at talking and bullying the weak, but when you really meet a tough guy, you immediately give in." "Who said I don't dare?" Chenzene was completely enraged by Jiang Yi's words. He waved his hand violently and shouted, "Let's compete." Who's afraid of who? As soon as he finished speaking, Chenzene regretted it. This is just an impulsive statement made in anger. Reason told him that he had no chance of winning. However, the words have been spoken and cannot be taken back. With so many people watching, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if he changed his mind now? Chenzene's mind was spinning rapidly. He knew that in a head-on confrontation, he would definitely not be Jiang Yi's match. He still feels a lingering fear when he thinks of the power of that kick. It was like being hit head-on by a ferocious beast and he had no power to defend himself at all. "We have to find a way." Suddenly, Chenzene had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. He cleared his throat and said, "Jiang Yi, a direct physical confrontation is a bit too vulgar. We are university students after all, so we should be more civilized, right? How about this, let's compare, how about our ranking on this list?" The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a determined smile, and he was secretly proud of himself. This test record list records the total damage within half a minute. Although the attacks that Jiang Yi had used to defeat him on the playground were incredibly powerful, they were just simple fights after all. To continuously deal high damage in just 30 seconds, it takes more than just brute force, it also requires sophisticated martial arts and talent. And Jiang Yi? He's just a useless piece of shit with an F-level talent. F-level talent means that there are almost no suitable high-level martial arts available. What's the use of having strength? There are countless 9th-level martial arts masters in the history of Yuncheng Martial Arts University. How did Jiang Yi make it into the list? On the other hand, I am the 25th among the 7th-level martial artists, and my achievements are there for you to see. He is sure to win this competition. Chenzene glanced at Jiang Yi proudly and said provocatively, "What do you think, Jiang Yi, do you dare to compete?" Jiang Yi's face still had that calm expression. "How about, we raise the stakes?" Seeing he remained silent, Chenzene intensified his attack, snarling viciously, "If you lose, kneel down in public, kowtow 3 times, and yell 'I'm a loser' 3 times. A hint of revengeful pleasure flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Yi kneeling in humiliation, and his heart was refreshed. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, obviously not interested in this boring bet. Chenzene's relentless pressure made him a little impatient. "Chenzene, are you out of your mind?" Jiang Yi said indifferently, "Why should I play such a childish game with you? If you win, what do I get? If you lose, what's the point other than satisfying your ridiculous self-esteem? You don't dare." Chenzene was stunned by the choking, and then roared in anger, "You are afraid of losing to me, so you dare not accept the challenge." "Afraid?" Jiang Yi sneered, "Chenzene, you take yourself too seriously." "I'm afraid of you? What a joke. Then why don't you dare to agree?" Chenzene persisted and tried to provoke him. "I just think this kind of competition is meaningless." Jiang Yi replied calmly, with obvious disdain. "If you really want to prove that you are better than me, then show your true ability and defeat me in real combat. Instead of talking nonsense here and doing these boring tricks." "Humph, stop with all those high-sounding words." Chenzene snorted coldly, "You just don't dare. You're just afraid of losing. Provocation doesn't work on me." Jiang Yi shook his head. "Chenzene, you'd better save your energy. However, if you must compete with me, then do something interesting." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Yi's mind. "Bite. Here we come." Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he didn't just turn around and leave, or slap Chenzene so hard that he collapsed on the ground and couldn't move, was because he was waiting for the system's reaction. As expected, he calculated it. Mock up. Chapter 57. The system mission is finally here. The host was originally an F-level student with mediocre talent at Yuncheng Martial Arts University. Outside the testing room, the host encountered a provocation from the talented student Chenzene. Chenzene, relying on his most suited martial arts and his 7th-level martial arts training, humiliated the host in every possible way and proposed to use the test record ranking as a bet, attempting to make the host look bad in public. Release the loser counterattack mission, practice diligently, improve your strength, and surpass Chenzene's current ranking on the Yuncheng Martial Arts University test record list. Task rewards depends on the final ranking. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward. After hearing this series of prompts from the system, Jiang Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. This familiar recipe, this familiar taste. This system is really persistent. However, this time, the system's script seems quite reliable. This made Jiang Yi feel a little emotional. This is so rare. The system finally got the plot right this time. At least, judging from the current situation, the development of the plot is indeed following the system's loser counterattacks and get slapped in the face routine. Chenzene's provocation, the ridicule of the crowd, and the upcoming competition. All of this is highly consistent with the system's abstract script. In a sense, this is the result of Jiang Yi's own initiative. He felt that he had begun to understand the rules of this system. Get it right. However, the next second, Jiang Yi suddenly realized a problem. Etc. The task issued by the system is to let him surpass Chenzene's current ranking on the test record list? But the problem is that his ranking is already far ahead of Chenzene. He is the taller one. Chenzene is only a 7th-level martial artist, and ranks only 25th among the 7th-level martial artists. And he, Jiang Yi, had previously achieved a damage value of 99,999 in the first-class testing room, ranking first in the 9th-level warrior list. Although the warrior list and the apprentice list are separate, no matter from the level realm or the damage value, he has already crushed Chenzene. It's Tiangang that's the problem, right? How can he surpass this? What is this? The mission hasn't even started, but it's already been completed? What about my reward? Why hasn't the system settled yet? Jiang Yi felt like his CPU was about to burn out. He couldn't help but complain in his mind, "Tongzi, is there something wrong with your mission? Mine should be considered completed, right?" His gaze shifted to the test record board next to him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Forget it. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said calmly, let's just compare this. Humph. I knew you wouldn't dare, Zhang. What? What did you say? Compare this? Chenzene was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhang Yi to take the initiative to propose it. What? You don't dare? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Who said I don't dare? Chenzene immediately retorted, let's compete. Come on. He was secretly proud in his heart. He knew that Zhang Yi was a 9th level warrior, and since he had only awakened an F level talent, it was definitely impossible for him to appear on the 9th level warrior list now. And he himself was actually ranked 25th among the 7th level warriors. He is sure to win. Chenzene sneered and added, the punishment for the loser will be as I just said. How do you think? Since Mr. Chen is so interested, I will play with you. Zhang Yi said lightly. Hearing Zhang Yi's acceptance of the challenge, Chenzene was overjoyed and immediately called out to everyone, come on, everyone, come over and see where our genius Zhang Yi ranks on the 9th level warrior apprentice list. A group of people immediately gathered around, surrounding the 9th level martial arts apprentice list. Everyone stretched their necks and stared at the list as if watching a play. First place, not. Nor is second, either. Third place, not yet. Everyone looked down one by one, from the first place to the 100th place, but still couldn't find Zhang Yi's name. Ha 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 ha. Chenzene couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into unbridled laughter. Zhang Yi, what's your name? He laughed so hard that he fell backwards, pointing at Zhang Yi and mocking him as much as he could. This is hilarious. I thought he was some incredible genius, but it turns out he's just a worthless piece of shit. That's right, you still dare to compete with Master Chen, you are simply overestimating yourself. I think he's just a clown trying to attract attention. The younger brothers around him also joined in the commotion, saying all kinds of nasty words without holding back. However, facing the overwhelming humiliation, Zhang Yi acted as if nothing had happened, with only the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a sneer. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly heard by everyone. Who said, my name is on the list of 9th level warriors? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. What? Not at the 9th level of martial arts? Did he make a breakthrough? That's impossible. He has an F level talent, how could he break through to the warrior level so quickly? Exactly. With F level talent, being able to cultivate to the 9th level of martial arts apprentice is already the limit. How can I possibly break through? But, what if? What if he really breaks through? There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. F level talent is generally recognized as a useless talent. The cultivation speed is as slow as a snail. It is a miracle if one can cultivate to the 9th level of martial artist. Wanting to break through to become a warrior is simply a pipe dream. But what did Zhang Yi mean by what he said just now? He was so confident that he said his name was not on the list of 9th level warriors. Could it be he really made a breakthrough? Did he really do the impossible? As soon as this thought came up, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If Zhang Yi really broke through to the level of a warrior with his F-level talent, then he would have broken the historical record of Yuncheng Martial Arts University and even the entire Yuncheng. Once it gets out, it will definitely be explosive news that will shock the whole city. The smile on Chenzene's face froze. He was originally certain that Zhang Yi hadn't even mastered any decent martial arts, let alone how a waste like him with F-level talent could break through to become a warrior. He was sure to win this competition. But now, Zhang Yi's light words hit his heart like a heavy hammer, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. Could it be that Zhang Yi really made a breakthrough? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chenzene frantically denied this idea in his heart, but he couldn't help feeling panic. He forced himself to remain calm and sneered, "Humph, why are you pretending? Even if you've broken through, so what? You've only just reached the first level of warrior. What's there to be so proud of?" Although he said this, Chenzene's voice was obviously trembling. We're competing in rankings, not realms. Even if you're a warrior, what good can it do? Warrior seniors are only better than apprentice students. You can't even reach the 9th level of apprentice, and you still think you can make the warrior rankings? Yes, everyone. Let's take a look at the list of first-level warriors and we'll know, a younger brother suddenly said. Chapter 58. Is it possible that I am a 9th level warrior? This sentence immediately reminded everyone. Yes, just look at the list of first-level warriors and you will know. Everyone's eyes lit up and their gazes turned to the first-level warrior test record list. Chenzene couldn't help but follow, his heart beating faster and his throat tightening. He swallowed, his eyes fixed on the list, scanning each name from top to bottom. First place, not. Nor is second, either. Third place, not yet. Chenzene's heart sank bit by bit. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. If Jiang Yi really appeared on the list of first-level warriors, even if he was ranked last, it would be much more valuable than his ranking as a 7th-level warrior. Once Jiang Yi really breaks through to the warrior level, what chance does he have of winning this competition? Chenzene didn't dare to think further. He could only pray that Jiang Yi's name would never appear on the list. Fortunately, fate seems to be on his side. When he saw the 99th place, he still didn't see Jiang Yi's name. Chenzene breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had just walked through the gates of hell. The tense nerves relaxed a little. Only one spot left. As long as Jiang Yi is not ranked 100th, he wins. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chenzene's heart. He widened his eyes and stared at the last name on the list, almost holding his breath. The 100th. Zheng. Zheng. Chenzene's lips began to tremble. He tried hard to see the name clearly, but his vision became increasingly blurry. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and finally saw the whole picture clearly. 100th place, Zheng Han. Damage value, 10,235. Not Jiang Yi. It's really not Jiang Yi. Chenzene seemed to have been drained of all his strength. His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Then he came to his senses and burst into hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi. Did you see that? Your name isn't even on the list of first-level warriors. You didn't break through. You're still that loser. You lose. You lose. Ha 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 ha. Chenzene laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He pointed at Jiang Yi and shouted hoarsely. The younger brothers around also joined in the booing, and all kinds of noises of ridicule and humiliation resounded throughout the corridor once again. I told you, how could an F-level talent possibly break through to become a warrior? It really made me laugh to death. I thought he was so powerful. Just wait and see him kneel down and beg for mercy. Everyone thought that Jiang Yi lost. However, Jiang Yi's face still had that calm expression. He slowly shook his head, sighed, and said, Chenzene, aren't you happy too early? Everyone was stunned, their eyes all turned to Jiang Yi, confusion written all over their faces. This guy has obviously been severely slapped in the face by reality. There is not even a shadow of him on the list of first-level warriors. How can he still act so calm and composed? Is he going to keep saving face and refuse to admit defeat? Chenzene stared at Jiang Yi's face, which was calm and almost eerily calm, and felt annoyed. He snorted coldly and sneered, What, Jiang Yi, are you still trying to shirk your responsibility? The list is right here, in black and white, clearly stated, your name isn't even on the list. Why are you pretending? Do you still think you can turn the tables? Stop dreaming. Admit it, Jiang Yi, you lose. The younger brothers around him also started laughing and pointed at Jiang Yi. That's right, you've lost all your face, but you're still holding on here. How shameless. A piece of trash with F-level talent, do you really take yourself seriously? Just wait and see how he pretends to be nice when he kneels down and begs for mercy. The laughter came one after another, like countless flies buzzing in the ears. Chenzene, Jiang Yi finally spoke. His voice was as calm as a lake on a spring day, yet it gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. When did I lose? Chenzene was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He pointed at Jiang Yi's nose and yelled, You didn't lose? Ah, Jiang Yi, are you blind or are you crazy? The first-level warrior ranking list is right here, and you haven't even seen your ranking. You still dare to say you didn't lose? Are you planning to cheat until the end? Hearing this, Jiang Yi shrugged lightly, spread his hands, and asked innocently, Did I ever say that I'm a first-level warrior? As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the room erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did he say? Didn't he say he was a first-level warrior? If not a first-level warrior, what else could it be? Does he want to say that he is a 10th-level warrior apprentice? I am dying of laughter. You're a piece of crap with F-grade talent. You've already reached the 9th level of martial arts, yet you're still acting so high and mighty. You're absolutely hysterical. Everyone was laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. Some of them even held their stomachs, tears were about to burst out. In their opinion, Zhang Yi was clearly being stubborn and refused to admit defeat, just trying to find a way out. But this staircase is too ridiculous, isn't it? Chenzene's smile was particularly exaggerated. He crossed his arms and looked at Zhang Yi coldly. Zhang Yi, you really know how to flatter yourself. If not a first-level warrior, what is it? Are you still trying to say that you broke through to the second-level warrior overnight? No, with your useless talent, I'm afraid you can't even reach the threshold of the first-level warrior. The younger brothers around him joined in, and the laughter became increasingly shrill. However, Zhang Yi remained unmoved. He just stood there quietly, his eyes slowly sweeping across everyone's face. Finally, when the laughter of the crowd gradually subsided, Zhang Yi spoke. His voice was not loud, but it silenced the noisy corridor. Is there a possibility? Zhang Yi paused, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Is there a possibility that I am a 9th level warrior? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Then, a laugh 10 times more exaggerated than before broke out. Ha 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 ha. 9th level warrior? He must be crazy. A piece of crap with F-level talent, a 9th level warrior? It's so outrageous that I can't even dream of it. Zhang Yi, did you not sleep well last night? Is your brain burned out? Everyone laughed so hard that tears streamed down their faces and they couldn't even straighten their backs. What is the concept of a 9th level warrior? That is an existence standing at the pinnacle of the warrior realm. In the entire academy, even among the senior students, there are only a handful of geniuses who can reach this level. All of them are monsters with extraordinary talents and piled-up resources. And Zhang Yi, a recognized F-level talent waste who hasn't even reached the first level of warrior, actually dares to brazenly say that he is a 9th level warrior? This is simply the funniest joke in the world. Chenzene laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. He pointed at Zhang Yi and said, Zhang Yi, you're so bold. 9th level warrior? With your F-level talent, you're lucky to even reach the 9th level warrior apprentice. You're also a 9th level warrior? I think you've lost your mind. Ha ha ha. Chapter 59, number 1 on the 9th rank warrior list. However, in the face of overwhelming ridicule, Zhang Yi still remained calm. He did not refute, nor did he get angry. He just looked at Chenzene quietly, with the smile on his lips becoming deeper. Yes or no? Zhang Yi said softly, won't we know after we take a look? These words were like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan, instantly stopping Chenzene's laughter. He stared at Zhang Yi's calm face, and suddenly an inexplicable uneasiness surged in his heart. Why is Zhang Yi still so confident? Could it be that he really has some hidden card? No, impossible. Chenzene shook his head violently, trying to get rid of this ridiculous idea. F-level talent, 9th level warrior? This is simply a fantasy. Zhang Yi must be bluffing and trying to scare him. But despite this, Chenzene's eyes still flickered unconsciously, and his attitude was less arrogant than before. Look? What are you looking at? Stop trying to be mysterious here, Zhang Yi, you lose and you lose, don't try to play tricks. The younger brothers around him also joined in the commotion, but their voices were obviously not as confident as before. Zhang Yi's light-hearted words, you'll know after just taking a look, seemed to be an invisible weight on everyone's heart. Zhang Yi didn't say anything more. He just smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the test list. Chenzene clenched his teeth and clenched his fists unconsciously. He suddenly found that he was a little afraid to look directly into Zhang Yi's eyes. That inexplicable uneasiness was like a thorn that pierced into his heart. He took a deep breath and sneered, 9th level warrior? How dare you say that, Zhang Yi? I want to see where you get the confidence to play tricks here. He took the first step, with a look of disdain and complacency on his face, and walked towards the 9th level warrior list hanging high up. The younger brothers around him also followed, each with an expression of watching a good show on their face, and they couldn't wait to witness Zhang Yi's joke. Whispers rose and fell in the crowd, and ridicule and doubt surged like a tide. 9th rank warrior? If he makes the list, I'll eat this test dummy. A piece of crap with F-level talent. I'm afraid he can't even reach the first level of a warrior, let alone the 9th level? Even bragging is so outrageous. Just wait and see, Brother Chen will make him kneel down and beg for mercy this time. Jiang Yi just stood there, his arms folded across his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, having anticipated the reaction of this group of people. He did not rush to explain, nor did he show any panic, but just watched quietly as everyone rushed towards the list. Chenzene walked to the front of the list, held his head high, glanced at Jiang Yi provocatively, and then started looking from the 100th place. He deliberately raised his voice, as if he was afraid Jiang Yi couldn't hear him. 100th place, Li Haoran, damage value 38912. TSK, not bad, but it's a pity that it's not you, Jiang Yi. The younger brothers around him burst into laughter, and one even shouted in a deliberately sarcastic tone, Jiang Yi, where's your name? Isn't it written as 101st? Ha ha ha. Chenzene continued to read, becoming more and more arrogant. 99th place, Zhao Tianyang, damage value 39567. Yo, you're still not here. Jiang Yi, didn't you say you were a 9th rank warrior? How come you can't even make the second to last place? The laughter grew louder. However, Jiang Yi remained motionless. He just sighed softly and whispered, keep watching, don't be impatient. Chenzene snorted coldly and continued to look upwards. With each name he read, his tone of mockery grew stronger. 90th place, Wang Zhe, damage value 41234. 80th place, Sun Yao, damage value 43,589. 70th place, 51st place, 31st place, Jiang Yi, what's your name? Aren't you a 9th level warrior? What's your name? The names on the list passed by one, and everyone's damage value increased steadily. By the time we get to the top 20, the numbers are starting to get exaggerated. The 15th place had a damage value of 59,876. The 10th place had a damage value that directly exceeded 65,000. These numbers gradually quieted the crowd. After all, those who could make it onto the 9th level warrior list were all top talents in Yuncheng Martial Arts University. Behind each name stood the accumulation of countless resources, talents, and sweat. Chenzene's voice also began to sound a little unnatural. These damage numbers were still too shocking. 5th place, Su Fei, damage value 68943. 4th place, Lin Ruoshi, damage value 71,258. Jiang Yi, you're not trying to say you're in the top 3, are you? That's really making me laugh. 2nd place, Morong Lu, damage value 74,593. As soon as this number came out, the whole audience was shocked. 74,593. This is no longer just ordinary horror, but astonishing data that is enough to be recorded in the history of Yuncheng Martial Arts University. Morong Lu, this name is known to everyone present. She is one of the most dazzling talents in the history of the academy, with S-level talent. At the age of 16, she broke through the martial arts apprentice level and reached the martial artist level. Now she is firmly sitting second on the 9th level martial artist list with a crushing posture. It is rumored that she is even expected to reach the martial arts master level before graduation. 74593, this data is simply abnormal. Someone gasped. Morong Lu is indeed a legend in school history. Even a 9th level warrior can deal this kind of damage. How can Jiang Yi compare with her? That's right, Jiang Yi, that loser, can't even catch up with her, and yet he dares to say he's a 9th level warrior? He's so shameless. Chenzene seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He turned around suddenly, pointed at Jiang Yi and laughed out loud. Ha! Jiang Yi, did you see that? 2nd place, Morong Lu, 74,593. What about you? Where's your name? Oh, no, you're not even on the list. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was unbridled, a kind of revengeful pleasure. However, just when he was laughing the most wildly, he suddenly realized that the laughter around him had stopped at some point. Instead, there was an eerie silence. Chenzene was stunned, frowned and glanced at the younger brothers beside him, but found that their expressions were all frozen. Everyone opened their eyes wide and their mouths slightly open, as if they had seen something incredible. He looked back following everyone's gaze, and his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and he suddenly stood still. The first place on the list was clearly written with 2 words: Jiang Yi. Damage value, 99,999. This number hit everyone's heart like a hammer, shocking them so much that they almost suffocated. That's not an ordinary number, but the highest limit that a first-class test dummy can record. Once this value is reached, it means that the damage has exceeded the measurement range of the instrument, and the actual strength may even be far beyond this. How is this possible? Chenzene's voice trembled, as if his throat was strangled, and it was so sharp that it was almost piercing. He rubbed his eyes, and rubbed them again hard, fearing that he had seen it wrong. But those 2 words, those 5 nines, were still clearly engraved on the list, like a loud slap in the face. Chapter 60. It's definitely not the same Jiang Yi. The crowd around was completely in an uproar. Jiang Yi? First place? 99,999? Am I seeing right? F-rank talent. How could it possibly deal this kind of damage? This is unscientific. The dummy is broken, right? It must be broken. Otherwise, someone is cheating. Some people murmured to themselves, some gasped, and some simply collapsed on the ground. Jiang Yi, who had always been ridiculed by them as a waste, actually stood at the top of the 9th level of warriors, and with an attitude of crushing everything, stepped on all the geniuses. Chenzene's face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. He pointed at Jiang Yi, his voice hoarse as a bellows. You cheated. You must have cheated. With F-level talent, how is it possible to reach the 9th level of warrior and hit 99,999? This is impossible. Jiang Yi finally moved. He walked slowly forward, stopped in front of Chenzene, and looked down at him. Impossible? Chenzene, haven't you always loved looking at the list? Now that you see it, you don't want to believe it anymore? You. Chenzene felt a chill in his heart when he was stared at by that gaze. He subconsciously took a step back, but his feet went weak and he almost fell down. He gritted his teeth, forced himself to stand firm, and roared, I don't believe it. This must be fake. How could a loser like you possibly surpass Morong Lu? Jiang Yi chuckled and shook his head. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But the truth is, the list doesn't lie. You lose, Chenzene. As soon as these words came out, Chenzene seemed to have lost the last bit of his strength. His legs softened and he knelt down on the ground. He stared at the words Jiang Yi on the list, his mind going blank. The damage value of 99999 was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. The younger brothers around him had already fallen silent, with their heads lowered, not even daring to breathe. The previous mocking and clamoring voices now disappeared without a trace, like smoke blown away by the wind. The way they looked at Jiang Yi changed from contempt at the beginning to deep fear and awe. Jiang Yi didn't even glance at Chenzene. He simply turned around, facing away from everyone, and said calmly, Did anyone not see it? Tell me, who won? No one answered. The entire corridor was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. 99,999. This number hangs at the top of the 9th level warrior list. After a brief silence, whispers began to spread among the crowd, and the voices gradually changed from whispers to exclamations, and everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Yi. This is impossible. A thin student's voice trembled, as if trying to convince himself, 99999? This is simply not the kind of damage a warrior can inflict, right? Forget about our Yuncheng. Even in Longcheng, where there are so many masters and geniuses, I've never heard of a warrior with such a statistic. Yes, another voice echoed. 80,000 damage. That's already the insurmountable barrier between a warrior and a martial artist. I've heard that even many masters who have just reached the martial artist level may not be able to break through it when facing a first-class test dummy, let alone deal close to 100,000 damage. Is this instrument broken? Yes, there must be something wrong with the instrument. Someone nodded hurriedly, as if grasping a lifeline. Or maybe the data is wrong. Jiang Yi has an F-level talent, how could he possibly do such a thing? The discussion in the crowd grew louder and louder, and everyone tried to find a reasonable explanation to overturn the fact that subverted their cognition. After all, the maximum damage value of a 9th level warrior has only barely exceeded 70,000 in Yuncheng's historical records. Morong Lu's terrifying 74,593 is already a miracle that only appears once in a century. And 99,999? This is no longer a miracle, but a strange story that is completely beyond common sense. Chenzene knelt on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling, and his eyes staring blankly at the numbers on the list. He wanted to taunt a few more times, but his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't make a sound. No. Impossible. Chenzene finally managed to utter, This can't be true. Jiang Yi, you're a loser, how could you possibly hit 99,999? You cheated. You definitely cheated. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Zhang Yi and roared, "That's right. You cheated. You must have tampered with this test dummy. Otherwise, how could a loser with an F-level talent have such strength? I don't accept it. I don't admit it. This competition doesn't count." Chenzene's hysteria brought the younger brothers around him back to their senses. They all echoed him, trying to regain some confidence. Yes, Brother Chen is right. This data is too outrageous, it must be fake. Zhang Yi, if you really have the guts, fight us again in front of us. If you don't dare, it means you're guilty. That's right, 99999, who would believe that? There has to be a limit to cheating. However, facing the shouting of this group of people, Zhang Yi just smiled faintly, turned around, and glanced at Chenzene calmly. There was no anger in those eyes, but there was a kind of pressure that made people feel cold in their hearts. He slowly said, "Chenzene, if you lose, you lose. Is cheating fun? The list is right here, in black and white, for anyone to see. If you're not convinced, you can try it yourself and see if you can break this impossible dot." Zhang Yi's words were like a blow to the head, causing Chenzene's face to freeze. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but there seemed to be a stone stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a word. Try it? He is a 7th level martial artist and hasn't even reached the 1st level martial artist. How can he break 99,999? But he couldn't accept the loss. Chenzene clenched his teeth, his eyes rolled around, his mind working frantically, trying to find a reason to turn the situation around. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he slapped his thigh and glared at Zhang Yi, shouting, "I know. You've seen this list a long time ago, right? The number 1 is not you at all. Yes. It must be you. This is not the same Zhang Yi, it's another guy whose name also happens to be Zhang Yi." When these words were spoken, the people around were stunned at first, and then nodded in agreement as if they had grasped the last straw. Right. Brother Chen is right. Zhang Yi's name isn't uncommon, so it must be a duplicate. That's right. Cloud City is so big, there must be another Zhang Yi who is extremely powerful and happens to have the same name. How could Zhang Yi, who has F-level talent, be number 1 on the list? This is clearly another genius Zhang Yi. The more Chenzene spoke, the more he felt it made sense. He straightened his back, his confidence returning a bit. He pointed at Zhang Yi and sneered, "Stop pretending here, Zhang Yi. You're just relying on your name to scare us. The real top spot isn't you at all, you're still that loser. I'm not afraid of you." However, Zhang Yi just shook his head slightly when he heard this. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards Chenzene, letting his momentum collapse bit by bit. Same name? Zhang Yi stopped and stood in front of Chenzene, looking down at him with a slight smile on his face. "Chenzene, who do you think this explanation can fool? How many Zhang Yi are there in Yunqing Martial Arts University? Tell me, besides me, which other Zhang Yi can hit 99,999? Chenzene was speechless after being asked this question, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He opened his mouth to retort, but his mind went blank. Zhang Yi's aura was too strong. That invisible pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to even breathe. The most important thing is that he is really afraid of Zhang Yi. After the beating he received yesterday, he completely lost all his energy. Chapter 61. Today, I will cripple one of your hands. Seeing Chenzene remain silent, Zhang Yi chuckled again and continued, "If you really don't believe me, you can check. The test records have numbers, times, and images. If you want to prove it's me, you can find out easily. However, I advise you to save your energy. You've cheated so hard, and if you're not embarrassed, I'm ashamed for you." As soon as these words came out, Chenzene's face completely fell. His lips trembled, and the anger and unwillingness in his heart turned into deep fear at this moment. The man in front of me is so scary. You. Chenzene took a step back, his legs weak, and his voice was a little tearful. "Don't come over here. I don't want to compete with you. I admit defeat, okay?" Zhang Yi stopped and looked at him quietly. "Give up? What were you doing earlier? But it's good, it saves me from wasting time." He turned around and faced everyone. "Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied?" No one responded. Chenzene slumped on the ground, looking at Zhang Yi's back, but a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, and a trace of blood oozed out. Lost? How could Chenzene be willing to admit defeat like this? The loser who once stole his beloved woman is now standing at a height that he cannot reach. He cannot swallow this. The younger brothers around him lowered their heads, not daring to breathe, and the air was filled with a depressing silence. However, Chenzene seemed to have made up his mind, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a ferocious smile. He slowly took out a dagger from his bosom. The cold light flashed in the dim corridor, stinging people's eyes. The dagger was dark black in color, and a strange dark red sheen was faintly flowing on the blade. It was obviously not an ordinary item. Upon closer inspection, one can see fine lines engraved on the blade, which is a unique characteristic of the material made from ferocious beasts. Although this dagger has not reached the level of spiritual weapons, its sharpness and toughness are far beyond ordinary weapons. It is very expensive, even enough to make some small and medium-sized families go bankrupt in exchange for it. If such a deadly weapon were to be used unexpectedly, not to mention the top warriors, even ordinary martial artists would die on the spot if they were not careful. The younger brothers noticed Chenzene's actions, raised their heads, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, and then they tacitly chose to remain silent. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly, and some even revealed a gloating sneer, obviously having guessed Chenzene's plan. So what if Jiang Yi is strong? He is now facing away from everyone and is completely defenseless. This is the perfect time for a sneak attack. Chenzene slowly stood up, his movements as light as a stalking cheetah. He stared at Jiang Yi's back, murderous intent in his eyes, and he gripped the dagger in his hand even tighter. He took a deep breath, suppressed the hesitation in his heart, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more ferocious. Jiang Yi, aren't you very arrogant? Then die. Chenzene roared in his heart, and the next moment, he moved. As fast as lightning. Chenzene's figure was like a black shadow. He exerted force on his feet suddenly, and his whole body almost turned into an afterimage. The dagger in his hand pointed directly at Jiang Yi's back. He put all his strength into this attack, and his speed was so fast that there was even a slight sonic boom in the air. Although he is not as powerful as Jiang Yi, his strength as a 7th-level martial artist is also real. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on the test record list. The cold light of the dagger drew a chilling arc in the air, full of murderous intent, which made people shudder. It's done. Jiang Yi is dead now. The corners of Chenzene's mouth also opened completely, revealing an almost crazy smile. The tip of the dagger was already very close, only half a foot away from Jiang Yi's back. He seemed to have seen the scene of Jiang Yi being pierced, and the tragic scene of that arrogant waste lying in a pool of blood, begging for mercy with no way out. At this moment, the humiliation and anger in his heart seemed to be released, and he felt so happy that he almost shouted to the sky. However, at this critical moment, Jiang Yi moved. He turned around slowly, his movements as leisurely as if he was strolling in the garden. There was still a faint smile on that calm face. He didn't even make any particularly big movements, he just gently raised his right hand and held up a finger. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire corridor. Chenzene's smile froze on his face. The dagger in his hand, a weapon powerful enough to pierce a martial artist, seemed to have hit an invisible steel wall and was firmly blocked by Jiang Yi's finger. The tip of the knife was hanging less than an inch in front of Jiang Yi's chest, but it could no longer move forward. The recoil force came along the dagger, and Chenzene felt his arm go numb and his palm was in great pain. He almost couldn't hold the dagger. How is this possible? Chenzene widened his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He tried his best to push it forward a little bit, but the finger was like an insurmountable barrier, it didn't move at all, not even a tremor. The laughter of the younger brothers stopped abruptly. They stared at the scene in front of them as if their necks were being strangled, their mouths open wide enough to fit a fist. Jiang Yi looked down at the dagger, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He shook his head gently, his calmness betraying a chilling expression. Chenzene, you're truly a man who won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. This thing is pretty good, but it's a pity that it's being used in the wrong place. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yi flicked his fingers slightly. Bang! With a crisp sound, the dagger made of the material of the ferocious beast broke as if it were made of paper. The fragments flew in the air and fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. Chenzene only felt a huge force coming, and his whole body seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. He staggered back several steps and fell on his buttocks. The broken handle in his hand slipped out of his hand and rolled into the corner. You. Chenzene slumped on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling and unable to utter a complete sentence. He looked at Jiang Yi's finger that was still upright, his eyes full of fear. At this moment, he finally understood what a terrifying existence he had provoked. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand and glanced at Chenzene indifferently, saying, "Do you have any other tricks? Use them all at once, so I don't have to wait bored." Chenzene swallowed his saliva, his eyes flickering. Where was the slightest bit of the viciousness he had just shown? "You, don't come over here." He lowered his head, supported his hands on the ground, and unconsciously shrank back. The younger brothers around him were even more silent, with their heads down and holding their breath, not even having the courage to look at Jiang Yi. The corridor fell into silence again, with only Chenzene's heavy breathing and the cold light reflected from the broken dagger fragments. Jiang Yi chuckled, took a step forward, and moved closer to Chenzene. Chenzene looked up at the approaching figure, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. He subconsciously moved back, but there was a cold wall behind him and there was no way to retreat. Jiang Yi stopped in front of him, looked down at him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Today, I'll just cripple one of your hands first." Chapter 62. Just teasing you. Jiang Yi's words made all the students in the audience break out in cold sweats. Losing a hand? Is Jiang Yi crazy? How dare he do that in school? That's right. No matter what, Chenzene is still the only young master of the Chen family. Jiang Yi beat him up on the playground yesterday, and the Chen family already tolerated it. If he really crippled him today, would the Chen family let him go? Impossible. This is the rule of our school. Who dares to attack someone here? No matter how arrogant Jiang Yi is, he wouldn't dare to do anything ruthless, right? He's just trying to scare Chenzene. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. Everyone was talking about it, their eyes shifting back and forth between Jiang Yi and Chenzene. They were shocked by Jiang Yi's arrogance, but also secretly looking forward to what would happen next. Although the Chen family is not considered a top wealthy family in Yunqing, it is also a well-known martial arts family with many masters. As the only legitimate young master, Chenzene has been raised in the palm of his hand since childhood. Jiang Yi taught him a lesson on the playground yesterday, and the Chen family didn't take action immediately due to their face. But if Jiang Yi really dared to use force today, the Chen family would never let it go. By then, not to mention that Jiang Yi is just a waste with F-level talent, even if he really has extraordinary abilities, he may not be able to withstand the revenge of the Chen family. When Chenzene heard Jiang Yi's words, he was stunned at first, and then a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and forced a cold smile. "Jiang Yi, you dare. If you really touch me, my family will never let you go. You beat me up yesterday, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. If you dare to touch me today, my father will make you live a life worse than death." As he spoke, he tried to struggle to stand up, using his hands and feet to back away, as if trying to give himself some confidence. However, his trembling voice and pale face had already exposed his inner fear. Jiang Yi looked at Chenzene and stopped. He did not act immediately, but just stood there quietly, his eyes like knives, firmly locked on Chenzene. At that moment, Chenzene's heart seemed to skip a beat. He was breathing heavily, his eyes flickering, and he suddenly felt that Jiang Yi might just be trying to scare him. Right. He wouldn't dare. Chenzene was delighted, a hint of pride reappearing on his face. "Jiang Yi, you're just boasting. If you have the guts, do it yourself. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't be able to leave Yunqing." As he spoke, he bravely stood up straight and tried to save face. Seeing this, the younger brothers around also breathed a sigh of relief. "See, I told you Jiang Yi wouldn't dare to actually do it. The Chen family is not to be trifled with. No matter how strong Jiang Yi is, he's just a student. Where does he get the courage from? He's just trying to scare you. Don't be afraid, brother Chen. He's just pretending." However, just when Chenzene relaxed, Jiang Yi suddenly laughed. There was no warmth in that smile, but rather it was like the teasing of a hunter eyeing his prey. Chenzene felt uneasy when he saw that look, but he knew that he must not retreat at this moment. He gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, rushed towards Jiang Yi, clenched his right fist, and smashed it hard into Jiang Yi's face. He used all his strength in this punch, and even created a gust of wind. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of Jiang Yi's fear of taking action mentality and seize the initiative. "Go to hell!" Chenzene growled, his eyes full of madness. He just didn't believe that Jiang Yi really dared to cripple him in public. However, the next second, Jiang Yi moved. His movements were so fast that they were almost invisible. He just slightly turned his body and easily dodged Chenzene's fist. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Chenzene's wrist. That seemingly casual grab was like an iron hoop, making Chenzene unable to move. What? Chenzene's face changed and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He struggled desperately, trying to pull his arm back, but the force was like a mountain, pressing down on him, leaving him no room for resistance. Jiang Yi, you let me go. Chenzene gritted his teeth. You can't do this to me. My father won't let you go. You will regret it. Jiang Yi looked down at him, his lips curled up slightly. Regret? Chenzene, do you think I care about the Chen family's revenge? Yesterday on the playground, I showed you mercy. Now that you've come to me, don't blame me. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yi exerted force with his hand suddenly, and Chenzene's right arm made a slight crack sound. The bones were deformed and were about to break completely. Ah. Chenzene let out a heart-wrenching scream, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was as pale as a dead person. He struggled with all his might, but in front of Jiang Yi, his resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Stop. Jiang Yi, stop. Chenzene finally couldn't bear it anymore, his voice filled with fear. I was wrong. I admit defeat. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Hearing the wailing sound, Jiang Yi's hand suddenly stopped. He looked down at Chenzene's face, which was distorted by fear, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, the younger brothers around him breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jiang Yi was finally afraid of the Chen family's revenge and didn't dare to really take any ruthless action. Chenzene also noticed that Jiang Yi had stopped, and was overjoyed. He quickly forced a flattering smile. Jiang Yi, I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I promise I won't dare to mess with you again. However, just when he thought he had escaped, Jiang Yi suddenly laughed. The smile was bright and strange, like a cat teasing a mouse. I was just kidding. Jiang Yi said softly, apologizing is the most meaningless thing. You are just regretting that your sneak attack failed because of your lack of strength. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire corridor. Jiang Yi twisted his wrist slightly, and Chenzene's right arm was broken like a twist, and blood gushed out instantly. Chenzene didn't even have time to react. He felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his arm. It felt like all the strength had been drained from him. Before he could even scream, he fainted from the pain. Ah! It was not until he fell to the ground that the younger brothers came to their senses and screamed in terror. It's broken. It's really broken. Is he crazy? Is Chenzene's hand really useless? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Chen family? Jiang Yi let go of his hand and glanced at Chenzene lying on the ground. He clapped his hands, turned around and looked at the group of stunned brothers, his voice calm but full of chilling. Who else wants to try? No one dared to answer. The younger brothers seemed to be frozen, with their heads lowered, not even daring to breathe loudly. At this moment, they finally understood that Jiang Yi was not afraid. He doesn't care. Whether it's the Chen family or revenge, in the eyes of this man, it means nothing. Jiang Yi didn't look at them again, turned around, and started walking. In the corridor, there was only deathly silence and the heavy and panicked breathing of the crowd. Chapter 63, It's so cool to cut leeks. Jiang Yi walked out of the gate of Yuncheng Martial Arts University with a calm pace. The sun was blazing brightly overhead, it was noon, and its scorching rays were casting their shadows on the ground. He looked down at the watch on his wrist and saw that the hands pointed to 11:30. The sunlight was dazzling, and he squinted his eyes slightly, but his heart was calm, and even a little happy. Just now, when he finished showing Chenzene the 9th level warrior rankings, the familiar ding sound rang in his mind. It is a system prompt. But the scene was chaotic at the time, and Chenzene was trying to cheat, so he didn't have time to check. Now that he was out of the school gate and things were quiet, he remembered this matter. Jiang Yi stopped and stood under the trees at the school gate. He closed his eyes and with a thought, he called up the system interface. A crisp mechanical sound immediately rang in my mind. Bite. The host, originally an F-rank student at Yuncheng Martial Arts University with mediocre talent, was challenged outside the testing room by the talented student Chenzene. Relying on his unique martial arts skills and 7th level martial arts training, Chenzene humiliated the host in every way and even offered to stab the host in the face by placing his ranking on the test record list. The host refused to succumb to fate and worked hard to become stronger. In the end, he achieved the first place in the 9th level of warriors and an astonishing damage value of 99,999, crushing Chenzene and completing a counterattack. Congratulations to the host for completing the loser counterattack mission and receiving the reward. Since the host ranks first on the 9th level warrior list, the reward has been upgraded to the highest level 3 top grade beast taming pills. Hearing this prompt, Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "TSK, this stupid system is quite good at making things happen." He opened his eyes, looked up at the scorching sun above his head, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Thinking back to when he first saw this so-called loser counterattack system, he felt really unhappy. What kind of F-level talent waste, what kind of genius provocation? The plot is so bloody that it seems like the beginning of a third-rate online novel. He, a living person, was forced to be stuffed into this old-fashioned template, which is really disgusting. But what about now? Looking at these good things obtained from the system, he suddenly felt that this plot seemed quite exciting. It smells so good. A loser's counterattack, huh? Jiang Yi chuckled and shook his head. However, the reward is pretty good, so it's not a loss. He found that he was no longer so resistant and even felt a little happy. Is this a system Pua? Jiang Yi shook his head, and with a thought, he called up the system backpack and his eyes fell on the 3 top-grade beast taming pills. The item icon shone with a faint golden light, and there was a line of detailed description text next to it. Top-grade beast taming pill. Effect: after taking this, you can tame any ferocious beast with absolute certainty, ignoring the target's strength and willpower, and directly establish an absolutely loyal contractual relationship with them. Only one ferocious beast can be used at a time. Note: extremely rare, a treasure coveted by beastmasters, use with caution. Jiang Yi stared at the description, his eyes suddenly lighting up, and he couldn't help but whistle. 100% tamed? And it even ignores strength and willpower? This thing is too perverted. A picture suddenly emerged in his mind. Just pick any of those top-level ferocious beasts outside the city, take a pill, and they will become his loyal brothers. Just thinking about it makes him feel exciting. The prerequisite is to survive the terrifying AoE firepower that can almost destroy the city in an instant. TSK, what great stuff. Jiang Yi stroked his chin, his smile growing wider. 3 top-grade beast taming pills are enough for me to accomplish a lot of great things. If I run into any tough guys in the future, I can just subdue them and save myself the trouble and effort. He closed the system interface, put his hands in his pockets, and looked up at the sky. The sun is shining brightly in the sky, and a gentle breeze brings a rare coolness. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and felt a lot more relaxed. Whether it was Chenzene's provocation or the rumors in school, in his eyes it was nothing but a farce. Now that the mission is completed and the reward is in hand, it is up to him to decide what to do next. The loser's counterattack? Jiang Yi murmured softly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I actually like this script a little bit. He turned around and continued walking along the avenue in front of the school gate. As for Chenzene? It's just a stepping stone, not even worthy of him looking back. To Jiang Yi, Chenzene's greatest significance is cutting leaks is really fun. He stopped, squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Chenzene's face full of fear and unwillingness appeared in his mind. From the initial provocation on the playground to being crushed by him at the 9th level of the warrior list, this so-called genius young master has almost become his exclusive ATM for completing system tasks. Tasks came one after another, all triggered by Chenzene's unyielding spirit. He shook his head, put his hands in his pockets, and continued walking forward. Although Chenzene was as arrogant as a jumping monkey, it had to be said that it was precisely because he repeatedly came to Jiang Yi's door to be bullied that Jiang Yi's strength and rewards increased. The reason why Jiang Yi was reluctant to kill him was not because he was soft-hearted, but because this guy was still useful. If we keep Chenzene alive, maybe we can reap a few more profits in the future. Why not? After all, a useful task trigger like this is not something you can find easily. Of course, in addition to Chenzene, another name quietly emerged in Jiang Yi's mind: Dingwanshi. Thinking of this name, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and his smile became a little colder. She is waiting too. Jiang Yi never holds grudges, because he prefers to make his enemies pay the price directly through actions. Ding Ruanqi will be punished sooner or later. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and that calm smile reappeared on his face. With the system in hand, my strength is increasing, and I am getting a lot of rewards. This feeling is really comfortable. As for those who once looked down on him, Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. Leeks need to be fattened up slowly before they can be harvested, so that they will taste more delicious. Jiang Yi walked forward, passed through the bustling streets, and stepped firmly into the downtown area. The air was filled with oil smoke and noisy voices. He pushed open the door of a small restaurant. Although the shop was not big, the slightly yellowed sign exuded a reassuring and friendly feeling. The lighting in the store is soft, the wooden tables and chairs are full of traces of time, and several chandeliers cast a warm yellow glow. "Hey, Zhang, you're here again." The boss was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. When he smiled, deep wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. He wiped the water stains on his hands and leaned out from behind the counter to greet people. Zhang smiled slightly and nodded in response. He walked up to the counter with familiarity. "Boss, I'd like a bowl of noodles with meat sauce. Please add 10 credits of beef." "Okay, old rules." The boss responded cheerfully and turned around swiftly to go to the kitchen to work. It has become a habit for Zhang Yi to order this bowl of noodles with meat sauce. The boss, while stirring the wok, glanced at Zhang Yi sideways and said jokingly, "Hey, why didn't you bring your girlfriend here today? Where's that little girl from last time?" Zhang Yi lowered his head and fiddled with the chopsticks on the table. He just shook his head slightly when he heard this and said in a faint voice, "We broke up." Chapter 64 We Meet Again. Ah. The boss paused for a moment, then laughed heartily, covering up his momentary embarrassment. "It's better to break up. That girl is obviously not easy to deal with. She has a bad temper. You're so honest, it's not right for her." Zhang Yi just laughed hee hee when he heard this, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, but he didn't respond. He didn't want to talk about the past, so he lowered his head, chose a seat by the window, and sat down, looking out the window. People were coming and going on the street, pedestrians walking in a hurry. Occasionally, a few hovercrafts would pass by with a low hum, bringing up a breeze. At this moment, the chair opposite was pulled away with a creaking sound, breaking his thoughts. Zhang Yi subconsciously looked up, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of slender white thighs. Then, a slender yet energetic figure slowly sat down. He was slightly stunned, then raised his eyebrows and unconsciously smiled. "It's you." Zhang Yi spoke softly, somewhat surprised but not repulsive. The girl sitting opposite him held her chin with a smile, a cunning glint in her eyes. She was the girl Zhang Yi met this morning. She was followed by a gangster in the morning and asked Zhang Yi for help in a panic, and he just helped her a little. Unexpectedly, she would appear here again. "Boss, give me a portion of whatever he ordered." The girl shouted crisply towards the kitchen, her voice clear and full of spiritual energy. "Okay," the boss responded from a distance. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss came over with a steaming bowl of meat sauce noodles. The beef slices in the bowl were piled thickly, and the aroma of the sauce was tangy, which whetted his appetite. He put down the bowl, winked at Zhang Yi, and turned around to go back to work. The girl lowered her head to look at the noodles in front of her, then looked up at Zhang Yi with a bright smile on her face. "I forgot to introduce myself this morning. My name is Yun Qinxue." Zhang Yi nodded, fiddled with the bowl with his chopsticks, looked up at her, and asked calmly, "Is there something wrong?" Yun Qinxue blinked and smiled even more deeply. "It's nothing serious, I just wanted to thank you for your help this morning." "Thank me?" Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, shook his head, and replied meaningfully, "Did I really help you?" Yun Qinxue tilted her head, her expression somewhat confused, yet revealing a hint of endearing bewilderment. She didn't rush to answer, but seemed to be thinking about his words. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry. He ate his noodle slowly and said as he ate, "I think, with the ability you showed later on to judge people, you wouldn't be so panicked by a gangster that you'd just look for a random man on the street for help and hope he's a good person, right?" Yun Qinxue was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud and did not deny it. She nodded and said frankly, "What you said makes sense." Zhang Yi swallowed a mouthful of noodles and continued, "Besides, you clearly have the strength of a 9th-level martial artist. How could you possibly be afraid of a weakling who isn't even at the 3rd level planning something bad?" As soon as these words came out, Yun Qinxue paused with the chopsticks in her hand and opened her mouth slightly. She obviously didn't expect Zhang Yi to be able to see through her true identity, but she quickly concealed her surprise and laughed even more happily. "Isn't it the same with you? You're clearly a 9th-level warrior, but you insist on pretending to be a martial arts apprentice. You're really good at hiding it." Zhang Yi paused when he heard this, his chopsticks stopped in mid-air, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, but he did not refute. He lowered his head and continued eating noodles, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, agreeing with her guess. At this time, the boss came over with Yun Qinshue's meat sauce noodles. The hot steam hit her face and the aroma of beef slices filled the air. She took the bowl, lowered her head and took a bite. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed in admiration, It's delicious. You have good taste. Jiang Yi smiled without saying anything, just looked at her quietly, and after a moment he said, So, why did you come to me? Yun Qinxue had picked up a piece of beef, stuffed it into her mouth and chewed it, her cheeks puffed up. She said vaguely, Nothing, I just think you're special and want to get to know you. Special? Jiang Yi frowned. What's special about it? Don't you think you're special? Yun Qinxue paused, with a hint of joking, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. She gently shook the chopsticks in her hand and tapped the air, as if pointing at Jiang Yi, Look at you. Before she finished speaking, her smile suddenly froze and her whole body froze in place. Her gaze fell directly on Jiang Yi, her pupils contracted slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Jiang Yi was picking up noodles from the bowl with his head down. Noticing her strange behavior, he looked up in confusion. What faced him was Yun Qinxue's face full of shock. He couldn't help but frown, and looked down at himself following her gaze. The clothes are not torn, the shoes are not dirty, and there is nothing strange on the hands. Everything is normal, nothing is wrong. He scratched the back of his head, looked up at Yun Qinxue, and asked tentatively, What's wrong? Yun Qinxue came back to her senses, but her brows furrowed even deeper. She put down her chopsticks, crossed her arms over her chest, and narrowed her eyes slightly. She was silent for a few seconds before she slowly spoke. Why do I feel like, after you beat those people this morning, you became much stronger, and… She paused, her eyes roaming over him before finally settling on his face. Is there something extra on you? When Jiang Yi heard this, his heart was shocked and he almost dropped the chopsticks in his hand. He suppressed his astonishment, remained calm on the surface, and pretended to be confused. Can she see this? The brutal strength tempering, rewarded by the system, is an extremely secret talent that increases strength tenfold without causing any change in body size. Normally, even he himself could hardly detect the power hidden deep in his bones and muscles, let alone outsiders. But Yun Qinxue actually discovered it at a glance? This observation ability is too terrifying. As for what she said about having something extra on her body, a thought instantly flashed through Jiang Yi's mind: the 3 top-grade beast taming pills in the system space. Only these 3 are new. But this thing was clearly hidden by him in the system space, and it is impossible for outsiders to perceive it. She can even see this? No way. Jiang Yi felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to his back, and felt a little creepy. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. Even though his emotions were turbulent, his face remained calm. He smiled lightly and asked casually, Is there? Yun Qinxue, however, wasn't buying it. She nodded earnestly, her tone firm, Absolutely. At least much stronger than when you fought that level 3 warrior this morning. She paused, quickly sorting out the clues in her mind, frowning and muttering, Did you go to choose martial arts today? But that's not right. The changes in you are not just as simple as martial arts. Jiang Yi lowered his head and took a mouthful of noodles, stirring the bowl gently with his chopsticks, without any sign of abnormality on his face. However, his heart was already in turmoil. This woman is so amazing. Chapter 65: The Terrible Woman. From the first time they met in the morning, Jiang Yi noticed that something was wrong with Yun Qinxue. She clearly has a harmless face, very cute, and her eyes are as clear as a college student. But her observation and thinking ability. Hiss. Now it seems that his intuition was right. This woman's insight is simply abnormal. He even had the illusion that he was seen naked by the other party. Before he could speak, Yun Qinxue suddenly pursed her lips and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. She leaned slightly closer and asked in a low voice, Did these changes in you start after you broke up with Ding Ruanqi? Jiang Yi was stunned and stopped what he was doing. He raised his head in surprise and met Yun Qinxue's sparkling eyes. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Yun Qinxue didn't give him a chance to speak. She stretched out a slender finger and shook it gently, saying, Don't speak yet. She paused, narrowing her eyes as if she had already made up her mind. There shouldn't be any other possibility. After she finished speaking, she began to analyze the situation on her own without waiting for Jiang Yi's response. You lost both your parents when you were young, yet you're incredibly strong-willed. Honestly, even after the arrival of the murderer, where children generally matured earlier than in the old civilization, it's rare to see someone like you. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze lingering on his face. Ever since you gained the ability to fight ferocious beasts, you've been leaving the city to fight, frequently going to and from the black market. That place is full of mixed breeds, and the slightest mistake could leave you completely wiped out. Yet, not only have you survived, you've thrived. Within a few years, you've saved enough for your tuition and living expenses, and even bought a house in downtown. Anyone who can stand firm on their own in today's Blue Star must be a tough guy. She chuckled. Then, 2 years ago, you suddenly quit. On the one hand, your pursuits were basically met. On the other hand, you and Ding Ruanqi were completely confirmed in your relationship. Zhang Yi listened to her words, his eyes darkened slightly, and his fingers unconsciously clenched the chopsticks. Every word she spoke was so precise that it was almost as if she had witnessed the first half of his life with her own eyes. Yun Qinxue was completely oblivious to his change and continued her conversation. With the Ding family as your backing, you felt you wouldn't have to face financial pressure in the future. Naturally, you wouldn't have to risk your life leaving the city and could focus on your martial arts training. It's a shame that you've wasted a lot of your time on Ding Ruanqi's martial arts. What you didn't expect was that just because you awakened your F-level talent, Ding Ruanqi ruthlessly broke up with you. She paused slightly and narrowed her eyes. At this time, something must have happened, right? Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat at this moment. He tried hard to maintain calm on his face, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but the shock in his heart surged like a tide. He put down his chopsticks, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Yun Qinxue opposite him. How do you know all this? Yun Qinxue chuckled when she heard this, and while Zhang Yi was not paying attention, she secretly reached out her chopsticks to pick up the shiny piece of beef in his bowl. Just as the tip of the chopsticks touched the edge of the beef, Zhang Yi quickly tapped it with the chopsticks. With a crisp pop sound, she retracted her wrist and the beef returned safely to the bowl. Oh! Yun Qinxue pouted and glared at him, looking quite unhappy. She rubbed the back of her hand that was red from being slapped, and muttered, "Stingy guy, it's just a piece of beef." However, her emotions came and went quickly, and she quickly adjusted herself and put her signature smile back on her face. She cleared her throat, leaned lazily back in her chair, and spoke slowly. There was a genius at Yunqing Martial Arts University who was already a 9th-level martial artist when he enrolled, but he awakened an F-level talent, and because of that, he was publicly dumped by his girlfriend, Ding Ruanqi TSK. This story has been around in Yunqing for a long time, and anyone on the street would have said a few words about it. Why would I need to deliberately inquire about it? She paused, her eyes sweeping across Zhang Yi's calm face, with a hint of pride. As for your other information, that 3rd-level warrior this morning was able to get it from certain channels, so I naturally have my own ways. Add a little bit more. She held out her hand and made a small gesture, a little personal analysis, and it's almost all out. Zhang Yi frowned slightly when he heard this. Based on this information alone, you can analyze what happened after Ding Ruanqi and I broke up? He obviously didn't quite believe it. Those so-called street rumors and channel information can at most piece together his past experiences, but Yun Qinxue accurately pointed out the changes in him after the breakup, which is a bit too exaggerated. Yun Qinxue chuckled. She wiped the corner of her mouth and glanced at Zhang Yi with a sidelong glance, revealing a certain confidence. The afternoon you broke up with Ding Ruanqi, you teamed up with others and left the city. Not only did you hunt countless low-level beasts, you even killed a 3rd-level giant, that kind of monster, with scales as hard as iron, claws that can tear through steel plates, and ordinary 9th-level warriors can't even scratch its hide. She paused to observe Zhang Yi's reaction. Seeing that he was just listening quietly, his face expressionless, she continued, it's unreasonable for a 9th-level martial artist from a poor family to achieve such a thing. Not to mention, the next morning you transformed into a 9th-level martial artist. This speed is like riding a rocket. Who would believe that there wasn't some trick going on? After hearing this, Zhang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it slowly. After a while, he asked in return, could it be that in those 3 years when I was not out of the city, I had already broken through to the 9th level of warrior? Yun Qinxue was not panicked at all. She shook her head, her eyes surveying him, and said with conviction, I don't think you're someone who can endure this for 3 years, judging by your current personality. You're strong-willed, ambitious, and inherently unwilling to admit defeat. When Zhang Yi heard this, he was suddenly speechless. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to refute, but found that he really couldn't find any suitable reason. Although Yun Qinxue's words were blunt, every word hit home his true feelings. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yun Qinxue snorted complacently, lowered her head and started eating noodles in big mouthfuls. She ate without any manners, her chopsticks flying around in the bowl. She didn't care that some sauce got on the corner of her mouth, and finished the whole bowl in just a few gulps. Then she burped contentedly, licked her lips, and looked up at Zhang Yi. Come to think of it, was your talent awakening yesterday really F rank? She tilted her head, or was it indeed F rank at the beginning, but then. Jiang Yi paused with the chopsticks in his hand when he heard this. He raised his eyes and looked at her quietly without saying a word, but with a half smile on his face. Yun Qinxue seemed to have read something from his subtle reaction. Her eyes lit up, she patted the table, and said softly, "Is that so? It seems something has changed your test results?" Chapter 66. Brother, you smell so good. Jiang Yi remained silent, just lowered his head and continued eating noodles. That calmness and composure made Yun Qinxue even more curious. She frowned, resting her chin on her hand as she muttered, "Today's awakening crystals have undergone countless improvements, and their ability to detect talent is virtually error-free. Even to alter the results would require extremely powerful means. But your talent shouldn't be related to that, right? How on earth did you do it?" Jiang Yi swallowed the last mouthful of noodles, put down his chopsticks, and looked up at her. "Aren't you very analytical? Think about it yourself." After saying that, he picked up the bowl and continued eating. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yun Qinxue puffing up her lips with an unconvinced look on her face. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yun Qinxue glared at him and muttered, "I'm not omniscient and omnipotent. I can only analyze based on the existing situation. How can I guess anything else?" Jiang Yi was eating noodles with his head down. When he heard Yun Qinshue's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing an expression that seemed to be a smile. He was about to say something when the terminal on his wrist suddenly beeped twice, interrupting his thoughts. He frowned slightly, raised his hand and tapped his wrist lightly, and a translucent light curtain popped out and hovered in the air. On the screen, the words Leelu were clearly visible, followed by a photo that had just been sent. Leelu, picture. Jiang Yi clicked it casually, and a carefully composed picture appeared on the screen. Su Yuli in the photo had changed her usual cold look, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a rare hint of pride. Those bright eyes sparkled in the light, and the facial features were so delicate that they seemed to have been carefully carved by a craftsman. The whole person exuded a unique charm that made people unable to take their eyes off. The other half of the photo is a blazing fireball. The red flames distort the surrounding air a little, which is very imposing. Jiang Yi stared at the photo, his chopsticks still holding a piece of beef hanging in the air, but his brows were getting more and more furrowed. This composition, why does it look so familiar? A light bulb went off in his mind, and he quickly pulled out the photo he had sent to Su Yuli last night. The same half face and half fireball, even the angle was almost exactly the same. It was an exact replica. What does this mean? Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and he looked speechless. He quickly typed a few words on the light screen, his fingers jumping on the virtual keyboard. Lord of the Night? Then he added another sentence. Lord of the Night, oh my god, brother, you are so white. On the light screen, Su Yuli's reply came almost instantly. Lyle, what else? Do you think everyone is like you, black as coal? Puff Jiang Yi had just taken a mouthful of noodles when he was suddenly choked by these words. His throat was churning and he almost coughed to death on the spot. He stared at the screen, his fingers clenched around his chopsticks, and typed out a line of words with gritted teeth. Lord of the Night, brother, your hands are so small. Lyle, small? Jiang Yi's eyes rolled, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fingers tapped quickly on the light curtain. Lord of the Night, brother, you smell so good. Leelu, you can smell it through the screen? Have you evolved a dog's nose? But, am I missing the point? The key point? Jiang Yi was stunned, his fingers suspended in the air, staring at the conversation on the screen and frowning. He lowered his head and glanced at the photo again, looking at it over and over again, but his mind was still confused. What's the point? How come he didn't see it? What on earth does Su Yuli want to do by posting this photo? He subconsciously glanced at the time on the terminal. The numbers 12:30 were clearly visible. Jiang Yi was shocked. Oh my god, it's already 12:30. Could it be that Su Yuli was urging him to gather in the teleportation hall? But when I think about it carefully, I feel that it is not right. He frowned and tapped his fingers unconsciously on the edge of the table twice. He really couldn't figure out the meaning behind the photo. At this moment, he suddenly realized that if someone here could help him solve his doubts. He couldn't help but raise his head and his eyes fell on Yun Qinxue opposite him. Yun Qinxue was holding her chin and looking at him with a smile, her bright eyes slightly narrowed, as if she was watching a good show. She blinked, the corners of her mouth curved with a hint of mockery. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and he decisively gave up the idea of asking her for help. This woman is so scary. He would rather keep it to himself. After much thought, he decided to ask the person involved directly. He swiped his finger across the light screen and tapped 2 question marks. Lord of the Night? Lyle, look carefully, besides what else is there? Really, I still have to remind you. A 2-dimensional expression with rolling eyes. Zhang Yi was completely confused by this and had no choice but to stare at the photo again and study it. He narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down several times. Her skin was indeed dazzlingly white, her face was indeed too beautiful, and her small hands were indeed white, tender and delicate. But besides this, what else? It seems the only difference from him yesterday is it's Su Yuli putting on clothes. Could it be this? His eyes finally fell on the blazing fireball. The red flames danced in the photo, and the heat waves almost burst out of the screen. He frowned, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. He quickly flipped through the chat history from last night. The photo he sent to Su Yuli caught his eye, half a face, half a fireball. Could it be? Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly reacted, his fingers quickly typing the next line of words. Lord of the Night, damn, you also broke through to the warrior level? The light screen was silent for 2 seconds, and then a reply popped up. Leelu, what do you think I'm doing with this photo? To use it as your wallpaper? Zhang Yi stared at this sentence, stunned at first, then shook his head with a helpless smile. He put down his chopsticks, rested his elbows on the table, rubbed his eyebrows, and his face was full of helplessness. This guy went through so much trouble just to imitate the breakthrough he showed last night? He had to guess it himself. I'm really impressed. He raised his head and met Yun Qinshue's curious eyes. She had obviously been secretly glancing at his terminal. Although she couldn't see the specific content, she seemed to have sensed something from his series of changes in expression. What's wrong? Yun Qinshue asked with a smile. Zhang Yi glanced at her and said calmly, nothing, my friend has made a breakthrough, so I'm showing off. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued eating noodles. In the restaurant, the aroma of steaming spaghetti bolognese still filled the air. The light screen of the terminal slowly dimmed, leaving behind a meaningful silence. Zhang Yi lowered his head and sipped the noodles in the bowl. The soup was rich and the aroma of beef bloomed on his tongue. While eating, he was thinking about Su Yuli's breakthrough in his mind, but he was not too surprised. After all, Su Yuli's talent is there. S-level talent is rare in Yunqing Martial Arts University, so it is almost natural that her cultivation speed is astonishingly fast. She was already an 8th-level martial artist when she entered school. Her foundation was so solid that it made people jealous. Coupled with her unyielding spirit, it was only natural for her to break through to become a martial artist. Furthermore, although he himself has SSS-level talent, in the past 3 years, he has almost spent all his training time on Dingruanshi. The woman spoke nicely, asking him to progress with her, but it turned out that she was a vampire who only cared about her own breakthrough. He helped her collect resources, research martial arts, and even took the risk of going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, but he himself didn't even touch the edge of a breakthrough. On the other hand, Su Yuli had devoted herself to martial arts since she entered school. She had no burdens to hold her back, and no ties to distract her. With resources, talent, and hard work, it was only a matter of time before she became a martial artist. He has SSS talent and potential, but he has been delayed for 3 years. How can he compare with others in progress? Chapter 67 You Treat Me. Moreover, Zhang Yi has never pursued a simple breakthrough. What he wanted was a complete breakthrough. Each stage was tempered to the extreme, and the foundation was laid to be unbreakable. This method of training is far more difficult than the linear advancement of ordinary warriors. It seems that there is only one step from the 9th level of martial artist to the 1st level of warrior, but he broke this step into countless small steps. Every bit of strength and every breath must be polished repeatedly, leaving no flaws. Although Su Yuli's S-level talent is strong, he follows the conventional path, with fast breakthrough speed and high efficiency. However, in terms of the depth of his foundation, he is confident that he will not lose to anyone. This almost paranoid pursuit has made him spend several times more time and energy than an ordinary person. How can it be compared casually? Whoosh! Zhang Yi sucked up the last noodle in the bowl, and gently placed his chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, making a light click sound. He licked the sauce from the corner of his mouth and leaned back in his chair. The feeling Su Yuli had when she posted that photo emerged in his mind. I guess this girl is feeling pretty cocky right now. After all, there are only a handful of her peers who can break through to become a warrior. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that his recent performance might be a bit too strong, causing a lot of pressure on others. Just like the pride he felt when he made a breakthrough last night, he wanted to let her know as soon as possible. Well, young people, who doesn't want to show off? However, the light-hearted tone in Su Yuli's message was definitely fake. Jiang Yi knew her too well. This guy seemed calm and composed on the surface, but secretly he was a crazy cultivator. To be able to break through to the level of a warrior so quickly, the effort she put in must have been no less than his. In Yunqing Martial Arts University, martial artists at the 7th level can be hailed as geniuses, and martial artists at the 9th level are even rarer. As for warriors, Su Yuli also specially selected auxiliary martial arts for him. Although I don't know what was chosen specifically, this kind of martial arts often requires sacrificing one's own attack power in independent development, and is more about cooperating with teammates in combat. Her choice clearly showed that she cared about him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi's heart couldn't help but warm, but his mind was in a mess. Just as he was lost in thought, Yun Xinxue suddenly spoke from the opposite side. Her voice was clear and teasing. Is she your girlfriend? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yi was choked when he heard the words. His throat was churning and he almost coughed out his lungs. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Yun Xinxue's smiling face. He frantically pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yun Xinxue, however, didn't take it seriously. She held her chin and blinked. "Oh, it's only been a day since you broke up with Ding Ruanqi, and you've already found someone new? Did you plan this all along, or are you just so lucky in love that you can easily hook up with someone?" Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, not bothering to pay attention to her, and muttered in a low voice, "Nonsense." But Yun Xinxue obviously had no intention of letting him go. Seeing that he didn't respond, she let out a surprised ha, and exaggeratedly prolonged the sound. "Isn't that a girlfriend?" "That's a boyfriend?" Puff. Jiang Yi finally couldn't hold it back. He widened his eyes, glared at her fiercely, and said speechlessly, "He's my buddy." "Brother?" Yun Xinxue tilted her head, as if she didn't understand. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, "Brother." "Brother?" Yun Xinxue still looked skeptical, but the smile on her lips became more intense. Jiang Yi was completely speechless. He was too lazy to argue with her anymore, so he simply stood up, patted his clothes, and prepared to leave. This woman is such a talkative person. If I stay any longer, she might lead me into some weird topic again. Hey, wait. Yun Xinxue saw that he was about to leave and quickly reached out to stop him. Jiang Yi stopped, turned around and looked at her with a frown, his voice filled with a hint of impatience. "Is there anything else?" Yun Xinxue stood up and took 2 slow steps closer, still with that meaningful smile on her face. She narrowed her eyes slightly and lowered her voice. "Don't you want to know what the Ding family will do next after they fail to teach you a lesson? And the Chen family you crippled Chenjine's arm, don't you want to know what they'll do next?" Jiang Yi's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard this. Chenzene had one of his arms broken by him. It happened this morning. Calculating the time, it was less than 2 hours. Although this matter is not a small one, it is still being spread in the circle of Yunqing Martial Arts University. Even the students may not all know about it. How did she know about it? He stared at Yun Xinxue's smiling face, and a chill surged in his heart. Who is this woman? Her information channels are really too scary. Jiang Yi frowned, staring at Yun Xinxue's face that was smiling heartlessly, and asked in a low voice, "How did you know about Chenzene?" Hearing this, Yun Xinxue playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes curved into crescents, and she said with a grin, "I won't tell you." Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, his face speechless. This woman is so mysterious that it's really hard to understand. He was too lazy to ask any further questions and turned around to leave. "Hey, just tell me whether you want to know or not." Yun Xinxue saw that he was about to leave, and quickly shouted behind him, with a little more urgency, but still couldn't hide her smile. Jiang Yi paused, looked back at her, and shook his head, saying calmly but firmly, "Not interested." After saying that, he raised his foot and was about to continue walking. This wasn't just a perfunctory remark, he really wasn't interested. So what if Chenzene lost one of his arms? So what if the Ding family failed to find someone to teach him a lesson? He is no longer the same person he used to be, and is confident that he can smash anyone who jumps out to provoke him with one punch. Even deep down in his heart, he was hoping that the Chen and Ding families could perform a few more times. Maybe the system would go crazy and give him some good treasures. This kind of confidence made him not care about the so-called follow-up actions at all. Hey, my price isn't high." Seeing that he was really about to leave, Yun Xinxue hurriedly called out again, with a hint of coaxing in her voice. Zhang Yi laughed at her words. He stopped, turned around, and looked at her with a half-smile. What do you want? Yun Qingxue smiled even more happily, with the corners of her eyes slightly raised. She extended a slender finger, pointed at the 2 empty bowls on the table, and said confidently, "This bowl of noodles, you treat me?" Puff. Zhang Yi almost vomited blood. He stared at her in disbelief with his eyes wide open, and after a long while he managed to utter, "That's it? This bowl of noodles with meat sauce is indeed not expensive. The beef that costs 10 credit points only costs a few dozen credit points. Compared with his current wealth, it is not even a drop in the bucket." But the problem is that Yun Qingxue's request is too cheap. He thought she would ask for a huge sum and put forward some strange conditions, but this is the result? He even suspected that he was being fooled by this woman. Chapter 68 Variables. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyebrows, looked down at the 2 empty bowls on the table, then looked up at Yun Qingxue's smiling face, and suddenly felt a little itchy in his heart. If her request was a little excessive, he would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word, but this small amount of money was no different from giving it away for free to him. He was really curious and wanted to hear what she would say. Damn. He stared at Yun Qingxue's sparkling eyes and cursed in his heart. No matter how you look at this woman's smile, it seems like she had a plan in mind. He even suspected that she had already taken into account his little thought. That's right. This guy still owes me money for breakfast. Yun Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then as if reminded of something, she clapped her hands and smiled even sweeter. Oh, that's perfect. You can also reimburse the money for today's breakfast. Zhang Yi was full of questions. This woman really knows how to take advantage of others. That's not right. Why did you suddenly think about breakfast? You can read minds, right? Yun Qingxue quickly waved her hands and smiled innocently. No, I can't read minds. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. He didn't say what he just said out loud, he just muttered it in his heart. This woman can really read minds, right? Yun Qingxue smiled even more happily, covering her mouth and whispering, "Your inner thoughts are written on your face. I can see it clearly without the need for mind reading." As she spoke, she imitated the way he frowned just now, and did it perfectly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's face froze and he fell silent. He lowered his head and touched his face, feeling speechless. Am I really that easy to guess? Seeing that he remained silent, Yun Qingxue blushed slightly and muttered, "You were just staring at me here and there." 3 big question marks popped up in Zhang Yi's head, and he instantly got furious. Don't slander me. Where did I look? Ha ha. Yun Qingxue chuckled at his reaction and quickly waved her hands. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just tell me whether you'll treat me or not, right? Zhang Yi sighed deeply, rubbed his temples, and said helplessly, "It's not impossible." He paused, his eyes fixed, staring at her and asked, "But how do you know what the Ding and Chen families will do next?" Upon hearing this, Yun Qingxue proudly put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and said with a grin, "I know everything." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, too lazy to complain about her narcissistic appearance, and said directly, "Go ahead." Seeing him compromise, Yun Qingxue smiled even more happily. She cleared her throat and lowered her voice in a mysterious manner. "Just listen, don't worry about my speculation. The process is too confusing and complicated, you won't understand." She paused, and when Zhang Yi didn't refute her, she slowly spoke, "The Ding family won't cause you any more trouble. On the contrary, Ding Ruanqi will start to contact you again, even try to please you and reconcile with you." Zhang Yi frowned, subconsciously wanting to refute, but before he could open his mouth, Yun Qingxue added, "However, it will be a while before Ding Ruanqi contacts you. Recently, she will probably avoid you." After she finished speaking, she crossed her arms and looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. Zhang Yi stared at her smug little face, his heart churning. He stood there, his hands in his pockets, his brows slightly furrowed, his brain quickly analyzing Yun Qingxue's words. Will Ding Ruanqi contact him again? Even try to please him? This woman just dumped him in public, and now she wants to get back with him? Based on his understanding of Ding Ruanqi, this woman is arrogant and has a high opinion of herself. Even if she regrets it now, she will never lose face so quickly. Not to mention the ambiguous statement "after a period of time," which is completely logically unsound. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yun Qingxue's words were like castles in the air, without any sense of reality. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Zhang Yi shook his head slightly and gave up on continuing to dwell on the same thing. He has always believed that strength is king. No matter what tricks the Ding family plays, he will just fight them with his own strength. Seeing his silence, Yun Xinxue softly sighed, then continued, her voice clear but solemn, as for the Chen family, they may be the ones you need to focus on guarding against next. They won't let you go easily, so you have to be careful. She paused, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, her voice becoming heavier. We might be facing a martial artist, or even a master-level fighter. Jiang Ye's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard this. Grandmaster level? This caused a ripple in his heart. He can still fight hard with his current strength as a martial artist, but as for the Grandmaster, that is the one who truly stands at the top of Yunqing's martial arts. However, he remained calm on the surface, just nodded and said lightly, "Thank you." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the counter. Walking up to the boss, he knocked on the table, pointed at Yun Xinxue behind him, and said calmly, "I paid for her share too." The boss was wiping the dishes when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi, then glanced at Yun Xinxue not far away, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He grinned, revealing a hint of "I understand," and whispered, "Scan here to pay." After saying that, he didn't forget to wink, as if hinting at something. The terminal on Jiang Ye's wrist made a beeping sound, and the payment was successful. The total cost of the 2 bowls of noodles was only more than 50 credit points, which was not even a drop in the bucket for him. The boss took the money, smiled even more happily, patted the counter, and joked, "Young man, you have a good eye. You must cherish it this time, don't be like that girl last time, it would be a pity if she ran away." Several question marks popped up on Jiang Ye's forehead, and he almost couldn't react. He glared at his boss, somewhat helplessly. "She and I are not in that kind of relationship." But the boss just smiled without saying anything, lowered his head and continued to wipe the dishes. His look of "I understand everything without you explaining" made Zhang Yi feel a headache. He opened his mouth and wanted to argue a few more times, but when he saw the boss's smiling face, he suddenly felt that it was useless to say more. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain." He shook his head, turned around and walked out the door. His footsteps brought up a gust of wind, and it seemed like he was fleeing in panic. "Hey, wait for me. Add me your contact information." Yun Xinxue saw that he was about to slip away, so she quickly jumped up from the chair, shouted, and chased after him. She trotted forward, pushed open the wooden door of the restaurant, and peeked outside, but the street was bustling with people, and Zhang Yi was no longer visible. Hover cars whizzed by on the street with low hums, pedestrians hurried by, and the air was filled with the smell of oil smoke and the hustle and bustle of the downtown area. Only that tall figure seemed to blend into the crowd and disappear without a trace. Yun Xinxue stood at the door, sighed softly, and muttered, "This guy runs so fast." She lowered her head and lightly swiped her finger across the terminal on her wrist. A faint light flashed, and a small black notebook appeared out of thin air in her palm. The book is not big, the cover is as smooth as ink, but the edges have some signs of wear, as if it has been read countless times. She casually flipped it open, revealing a page covered in dense handwriting and graffiti. She held a tiny pen between her fingers and wrote and drew on it a few times, her brows slightly furrowed. After a moment, she closed the notebook, loosened her fingers, and the notebook disappeared back into the storage space of the terminal. She raised her head and looked in the direction Zhang Yi left, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, muttering to herself, "If it's this guy, it would have disrupted my plan a bit. But that's okay. If everything goes according to my wishes, it would be a bit too boring. Variables." After saying that, she put her hands behind her back, hummed a tuneless little tune, turned and walked into the crowd. Chapter 69: Changing Girlfriend? Zhang Yi got out of the taxi and walked briskly into the teleportation hall. The time was exactly 1 o'clock, fortunately, I was not late. He pushed open the glass door and a cool breeze blew in his face, mixed with the faint smell of disinfectant and metal in the hall. He subconsciously gathered his coat and looked around. People were coming and going in the hall, and the light of the teleportation array flashed from time to time, accompanied by a low humming sound. Zhang Ye's gaze wandered among the crowd and finally landed on the rest area in the corner of the hall. Su Yuli was already sitting there, leaning casually on a single chair, with a bottle of mineral water next to her, the cap still unscrewed. She lowered her head, as if thinking about something, her long hair drooping slightly, covering half of her face. Zhang Ye's gaze couldn't help but linger for a few more seconds. She had changed her clothes compared to when we first met in the morning. The outfit she wore this morning made her look cold and aloof, like the unattainable iceberg beauty on campus. Now, she is wearing a light gray shirt with jeans and a beige windbreaker. She looks simple but warm, like a girl next door. The cuffs of the shirt were slightly rolled up, revealing a white wrist, which was slender but revealed a hint of toughness. I think he must have sweated a lot when breaking through as a warrior, and his previous clothes were soaked with sweat, so he had to change them. Jiang Yi speculated secretly. However, this outfit, coupled with Su Yuli's cold face and indifferent temperament, unexpectedly created a different flavor, soft yet sharp, like a touch of warm sunshine in winter, but with a bit of coldness that keeps people away. Jiang Yi was lost in thought and his pace slowed down unconsciously. At this moment, Su Yuli seemed to have noticed something and slowly raised her head. Her eyes were so accurate that they locked onto Jiang Yi in the bustling crowd without much searching. Their eyes met, and the air froze for a moment. Su Yuli tilted her head slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up in a smile that seemed like a half-smile. The expression was a bit playful, but also seemed to hide a hint of inquiry, which made Jiang Yi's heart skip a beat. He pulled the corners of his mouth awkwardly, laughed dryly twice, and quickly quickened his pace to try to cover up his previous gaffe. "What were you looking at?" Su Yuli's voice was clear and low, like a mountain stream flowing over the stone surface, with a hint of coolness. She sat there without moving, just looking up at him, with an ambiguous light in her eyes. Jiang Yi stopped beside her, his mind racing for a few seconds before he spoke slowly. "I'm just checking to see if you've truly become a warrior." He deliberately made his tone light, as if he was just saying it casually. Su Yuli sneered when she heard this, obviously not believing it. She narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Jiang Yi. "Do I need to see this?" Jiang Yi was stunned by her question, then he retorted confidently, "Of course. Didn't you stare at me for a long time this morning?" Su Yuli heard this and shook her head slightly, but did not look away. She said calmly, "I saw it the first time I saw it." After a pause, she glanced at Jiang Yi and lowered her voice a bit, with a hint of teasing. "The rest of the people are all looking at you." She spoke calmly, but her eyes were observing Jiang Yi's reaction. "So what about you?" she added, her tone becoming less cold and more playful. Jiang Yi was speechless for a moment, as if his throat was blocked by something. He didn't expect Su Yuli to respond so bluntly, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. "Why does someone hit the ball straight?" he secretly complained, but he could only force himself to say, "I'm looking at you too, okay?" After hearing this, Su Yuli nodded slightly, as if she was very satisfied with the answer. She stood up, her movements so light that she didn't look like a warrior who had just broken through. She was not tall, with her head barely reaching Jiang Yi's shoulders, but when she stood in front of him, her aura was not weak at all. The oppressive feeling that belonged to a first-level warrior emanated without any cover, like an invisible veil, covering her body. "Okay, I allow it." She said it lightly, with a hint of nonchalantness. "Wait." Jiang Yi was about to say something when he was interrupted by Su Yuli with a gesture. "Etc." She suddenly said two words, her voice a little deeper. Jiang Yi was stunned, and before he could react, he saw Su Yuli take a step forward. That cold face was almost touching his chest. She tilted her head slightly and sniffed him. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yi froze, his face full of question marks. He subconsciously took a half step back. "Are you born in the year of the dog?" Su Yuli ignored his complaints, kept a distance, and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Those clear eyes raised slightly, as if they had discovered something interesting. She spoke slowly, "Brother, you smell so good." "What?" Jiang Yi was confused and couldn't follow her rhythm at all. "What did you say?" Su Yuli raised her hand and pointed at his chest, calmly but with a bit of certainty. "You smell like a woman's perfume." "Me?" Jiang Yi was stunned. He looked down at himself, subconsciously scratched his collar, and leaned in to smell it. "It does have a light aroma. Where did this girl come from?" He was halfway through his words when his face suddenly turned pale and a name flashed through his mind: Yun Qinxue. "Is it that girl?" Jiang Yi's heart tightened as he recalled his brief encounter with Yun Qinxue earlier today. That girl was lively and always had no sense of propriety when she leaned close to talk to him, but he remembered clearly that there was no physical contact between them at all. "How did you get this perfume?" He frowned, puzzled. Su Yuli stood aside and looked at him quietly. "Well." Jiang Yi opened his mouth and was about to explain what the strange smell of perfume was, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yuli's cold voice. "Changed girlfriend?" Her tone was light, as if she was asking casually, but her eyes were fixed on his face. Jiang Yi almost vomited blood. He stared at her with wide eyes. It felt like a hard bun was stuffed in his throat and he couldn't swallow it for a long time. He quickly waved his hands. "No. Don't talk nonsense." Su Yuli raised her eyebrows slightly, and the corners of her lips rose slightly. She studied him slowly for a few seconds, then teased him, "Tisk, Jiang Yi, you're pretty lucky with women. There's always a lot of women around you. When we were chatting online before, didn't you brag to me about that so-and-so junior schoolmate who sent you a dozen love letters? And that so-and-so senior schoolmate from somewhere insisted on making you a lunchbox?" She spoke slowly, as if recalling something interesting from the past. Her clear eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Yi's face was filled with black lines, and he stared at her speechlessly. That happened so long ago. Why are you still remembering it? Besides, was I showing off? I was just complaining to you. He paused, his voice lowered a few notes, and this time it really isn't that. I don't know where the perfume smell came from, I swear. Hearing this, Su Yuli tilted her head, her eyes wandering over his face for a while, and finally nodded, but with an obvious perfunctory tone. Okay, I'll just pretend you're not. She sighed softly, as if she felt a little regretful. I had been thinking for a long time about how to comfort your wounded little heart. Chapter 70 Young Couple. Jiang Yi was stunned and muttered subconsciously, "You didn't comfort me yesterday." Although the voice was small, it did not escape Su Yuli's ears. She raised her head suddenly, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across her cold face. No? Is there? Jiang Yi frowned and asked in confusion. He tilted his head and carefully recalled what happened yesterday. The two of them were at the Gumming cargo port together, and were attacked halfway, surrounded by danger. In the end, they managed to escape, but the atmosphere inexplicably became a little ambiguous. Especially later. That sudden kiss was like lighting a fuse, and he still hasn't recovered from it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi's face turned red unconsciously, and his drooping eyelashes trembled slightly. He glanced at Su Yuli secretly, afraid that she would notice something. Su Yuli didn't notice his little thought. She just tilted her head and stared at the suspicious blush on his face. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she looked a little more puzzled. Why are you blushing? Cough. Jiang Yi coughed violently, as if he was choking, and quickly and rudely changed the subject. By the way, why are you here so early? He deliberately raised his voice a few notches to try to hide his embarrassment. He clearly arrived at the exact moment, but judging from Su Yuli's expression, it was clear that she had been waiting here for quite some time. Su Yuli didn't rush to answer, but just looked at him quietly. Her cold eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She paused for a few seconds before slowly speaking. It's too boring at home. I wanted to see you, so I came early. Jiang Yi was suddenly speechless, as if his throat was blocked by something, and he couldn't squeeze out a word for a long time. She said it too bluntly, yet with her usual cool demeanor. He stared at her blankly, his mind blank. Su Yuli didn't say anything more, turned around and walked towards the teleportation array, her long hair swaying slightly with her movements. Without even turning around, she said, "Let's go. Let's get out of town early, or the risk will increase after dark." Jiang Yi came to his senses, nodded, and quickly followed. As we walked, he asked, "Where are we going today?" "The swamp and the maze." Su Yuli answered simply, paused, and added, "Originally, I had other plans, but since you and I have both reached the level of warriors, going to places similar to the bone-ringing cargo port won't be very effective in training. Or maybe." She turned her head and glanced at him. "You want to go?" Jiang Yi quickly shook his head. No, I'll listen to you." His mind was already rapidly searching for information about the rotten swamp maze. That place is not an ordinary gathering place for ferocious beasts. In the old civilization era before the arrival of the ferocious beast, the swamp forest was just an ordinary wetland forest with dense vegetation and full of vitality. But after the arrival of the ferocious beast, everything changed. The spiritual energy revived and the terrain changed. The area was shrouded in thick fog and covered with swamps, becoming a paradise for ferocious beasts and mutant creatures. In the current rotten swamp maze, there are a wide variety of ferocious beasts, from low-level bloodthirsty wolves to high-level thousand-bearded poisonous dragons. In addition to the ferocious beasts, many wild animals were affected by the spiritual energy and transformed into dangerous creatures. The entire area covers a vast area, more than 10 times larger than the Gumming cargo port, and the difficulty levels are also very obvious from martial artist to grandmaster level. You can always find an opponent that suits you. The more Jiang Yi thought about it, the faster his heartbeat became, and he couldn't help but look at Su Yuli again. He suddenly became a little curious about how this girl developed her current personality. "What are you standing there for?" Su Yuli seemed to notice his gaze and said without turning her head, "If you don't leave now, I won't wait for you." Coming. Jiang Yi quickly quickened his pace. The two walked side by side towards the registration window in the teleportation hall. The light of the teleportation array flickered not far away, accompanied by a low humming sound, and a faint energy fluctuation filled the air. There weren't many people in the hall, but there were quite a few either. Teams were scattered in front of several windows, and occasionally one could hear whispers about missions and destinations. Suyuli stopped and stood in front of a window, and Zhang Yi stood beside her naturally. Sitting in the window was a middle-aged staff member wearing a pair of old-fashioned glasses and with a look of professional fatigue on his face. He looked up at the two of them, his eyes sweeping over them, as if he habitually inspected every applicant. Name, destination. The staff member said in a flat tone. His fingers had already started typing on the keyboard, but his eyes did not leave the screen. Suyuli, the destination is the swamp forest. Suyuli's voice was cold and crisp, and she reported the information without any hesitation. She pulled an ID card from her pocket and handed it over, her movements smooth as if she had done it countless times. Zhang Yi, our destination is also the swamp maze. Zhang Yi immediately reported his information. The staff took the two cards, swiped them on the machine, and their basic information immediately popped up on the screen. He glanced down, frowning slightly, then looked back up at the two of them. He pushed his glasses up and said tentatively, "You guys are still college students, right? You look quite young." Zhang Yi nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I'm a freshman." Suyuli didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly, which was considered as her agreement. She stood there, her aura so cool and pure that it seemed out of tune with the hustle and bustle around her. Even the staff couldn't help but look at her twice. The staff member's fingers paused on the keyboard, and his eyes shifted back and forth between the two people. He cleared his throat and became more serious. "Young men, I must warn you that the situation in the rotten swamp forest has been unstable lately. Ferocious beasts are active. A few days ago, a small team suffered a great loss there and returned with 2 men missing. That place is no different from other low-level areas. The risk factor is much higher. Are you sure you want to go?" When Zhang Yi heard this, he subconsciously glanced at Suyuli and saw that her expression was still calm, as if she didn't take the warning to heart. He scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Thanks for the reminder, we are prepared, no problem." Upon hearing this, the staff member frowned even deeper. He glanced at Suyuli, lowered his head and glanced at the information on the screen, muttering, "First-level warrior, just broke through not long ago, right?" He raised his head, his eyes moved around the two of them, and finally stopped at Suyuli's face, with a little more elder-like concern. "Little girl, your strength is enough, but your boyfriend?" He pointed at Zhang Yi and said, "With his level, he's only at the 9th level of martial arts. He needs to be careful when he goes to the rotten swamp forest. Don't try to be too aggressive." "Boyfriend?" Zhang Yi was stunned and almost didn't react. He turned to look at Suyuli and saw that she was also slightly startled, and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across her cold face. Suyuli frowned and said lightly, "He." She stopped talking as soon as she opened her mouth, and her eyes unconsciously glanced at Zhang Yi, as if observing his reaction. Zhang Yi quickly shook his head. "We are not a couple, we are just classmates, we are just going out of the city to train together." He waved his hands as he spoke, fearing that the staff would misunderstand him further. Chapter 71, Rotting Swamp and Mysterious Forest. The staff member said "Oh," but his expression showed obvious disbelief. He pushed his glasses up and said slowly, "All right, if it's not, then it's not. But I still have to warn you that the rotten swamp forest is really unsafe lately, especially for young people like you with little experience. Don't think you're invincible just because you've just made a breakthrough. The teleportation fee is non-refundable, so don't blame me for not warning you if anything goes wrong." Suyuli ignored his nagging and just nodded. "We have considered it, please register." Zhang Yi echoed, "Yes, let's register. We know what's going on." The staff sighed, as if they were helpless against these two ignorant college students. He lowered his head and tapped a few times on the keyboard. 2 ID cards popped out with a beep. He handed them back and took out an application form and pushed it to the window. "Sign here. If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible." Suyuli took the pen and signed her name in a few strokes. The same goes for Zhang Yi. The staff member took the order, glanced at the two people, and muttered, "Young people nowadays are really..." "Never mind, I wish you good luck." He pressed the confirm button, and a green message "Registration successful" popped up on the screen, accompanied by a slight prompt tone. "Let's go." The two left the registration window and walked towards the teleportation array not far away. The teleportation array was embedded in the ground. It was a complex metal ring with intricate runes engraved on the edges. A faint blue light shone in the center of the array, like a bottomless lake. The air around him trembled slightly, and a low humming sound penetrated his ears faintly. Su Yuli walked in front, stepped straight into the teleportation array, stood in the center, and looked back at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi subconsciously stopped outside the formation, habitually waiting for her to teleport away first. After all, he always traveled alone before, and even when he was a child, he teleported one by one when he was in a team. Why are you standing there? Su Yuli frowned slightly, a little confused. She stood in the light, the hem of her windbreaker gently blown by the breeze stirred up by the formation, and her whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint fluorescence. She stretched out her hand, and her slender wrist appeared from her sleeve, dazzlingly white. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and subconsciously grabbed her hand. When his palm touched her slightly cool fingertips, his heart skipped a beat. Su Yuli pulled gently, the force was not strong but it was unyielding, and she directly dragged him into the teleportation array. The two stood side by side in the center of the formation, so close that they could smell the faint fragrance on her body. Stand firm. She whispered a reminder, her voice so calm that it sounded like a routine matter. The next second, the light of the teleportation array suddenly lit up, and a faint blue halo rose from under their feet, enveloping the two of them like a stream of water. Jiang Yi felt dizzy and heard a slight buzzing sound in his ears, and his consciousness became blurred for a short time. In the distance, the staff at the registration window watched this scene from a distance, shook their heads helplessly, and muttered, "They still say they are not a couple, really." He pushed his glasses, lowered his head and continued typing on the keyboard, but there was a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. As his consciousness gradually became clear, Jiang Yi felt that he was stepping on the solid ground. He opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar scene. We have arrived at the swamp maze. The exit of the teleportation array was built on a slightly raised stone platform, surrounded by thick fog. The air was filled with a damp and rotten smell, like the smell of moldy wood mixed with the fishy smell of soil, so pungent that it made people uncomfortable. The edge of the stone platform under my feet was covered with moss and was wet. I could vaguely hear the low roar of animals coming from the distance, like a warning seeping out from the fog. The surrounding vegetation was a strange dark green, with twisted and gnarled tree trunks and sticky dewdrops hanging between the branches and leaves. There were scattered green dots of light floating in the air, like fireflies, but with an ominous aura. When these light spots approached the two people, they disappeared with a hiss sound the moment they touched the surface of their bodies, turning into a wisp of green smoke and dissipating. Jiang Yi looked down at the back of his hand, where there was still a faint warmth left by a light that had just been annihilated. He frowned and muttered, if this were a martial arts disciple, he would have been poisoned. Su Yuli stood beside him, her eyes sweeping around as she calmly added, the poisonous fog in the swamp will cripple anyone below the level of a low-level warrior. We've broken through to the first level of warrior, and our internal energy protects us, so these little things can't hurt us. She paused, turned her head to look at Jiang Yi, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes, but you. Jiang Yi was stunned by her look and scratched his head, what's wrong with me? Su Yuli narrowed her eyes, looked at him for a few seconds, and lowered her voice a bit, you are obviously a 9th-level warrior, why does your aura look like a 9th-level disciple? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then grinned, well, it's a long story. He was about to evade the question, but Su Yuli shook her head slightly, interrupting him. I'm too lazy to listen. She said very bluntly, as if she had no interest in his long speech. But then he changed the subject, your talent is SSS, but it shows as an F your strength is that of a 9th-level warrior, but your aura is that of a 9th-level apprentice TSK, you're born with the physique of pretending to be a pig and then eating the tiger. Isn't your personality too outrageous? Jiang Yi's face was filled with black lines, staring at her speechlessly, do you think I want to? Su Yuli didn't say anything else, but took out a slightly yellowed map from the pocket of her windbreaker and spread it out in front of the two of them. Jiang Yi's gaze couldn't help but linger for a few more seconds. The paper of the map was a bit rough, the edges were worn rough, and there were even a few small tears. It was obvious that it had been passed through many hands. The general outline of the swamp maze was outlined in black ink on the map. Although the lines were a bit blurry, they exuded an ancient flavor. It is densely marked with various symbols and annotations, some of which are written in tiny handwriting, while others are scribbled. It can be seen that they are traces left by different people at different times. Su Yuli tapped the map lightly with her fingertips, and a cold voice rang out slowly, I got this from the black market. The seller said he bought it from an old mercenary team. It should be reliable. Jiang Yi lowered his head and moved closer, squinting his eyes as he looked at the annotations. In addition to the main routes, the map also has a lot of scattered symbols, red crosses, blue circles, black triangles, and even a few areas drawn with thick lines and scribbled words next to them. He pointed to a red cross and asked, "What does this mean?" Suyuli looked in the direction of his finger, frowning slightly, as if recalling something before speaking. The red cross is a danger mark, usually the lair of high-level ferocious beasts or areas of frequent activity. This location. Her fingertips slid to a line of small characters next to the red cross and read, Swamp Blood Dragon, suspected to be level 5, violent temperament, extremely venomous. This must be a warning left by the ancestors. Zhangyi TSK and grinned, level 5, that's a big one, we'd better avoid it. Chapter 72 Spiritual Silk Symbiosis. Suyuli didn't respond to Zhangyi's words. She just continued to slide her fingertip, pointing to a blue circle. This is a water source. There's not much clean water in the swamp forest. Most of it is contaminated by the poisonous fog. This kind of mark is usually a safe supply point, but it may also be guarded by ferocious beasts. She pointed to several black triangles on the map. These are trap areas. They're mostly naturally formed swamps or places where poisonous miasma gather. The handwriting is very sloppy, probably because they wrote them while running. The exact danger level is unknown, so be careful. Zhangyi stared at the triangles, frowning slightly. This place looks weird. No wonder the staff said it's unsafe recently. He looked up at Suyuli and said with a hint of ridicule, "Your map is reliable, but it looks a bit creepy." Suyuli ignored his teasing and continued moving her fingertips. "I had roughly 3 routes planned before I came here. The first one is along the edge of the swamp. The terrain is flat and mainly inhabited by low-level ferocious beasts like bloodthirsty wolves or mutant lizards. It's good for warming up, but not very challenging. The second route involves passing through the poisonous fog forest. The vegetation is dense, visibility is poor, there are many mutant creatures, and the terrain is complex. It can improve your agility and reaction, but it consumes physical strength." As she spoke, her fingertips stopped at the third route, which meandered deep into the map, with a circle drawn at the end with a red pen. She raised her eyes and lowered her voice. "The third route is to head straight into the core area. It's said that high-level beasts are lurking there, but the information is inconclusive. It says here on the map." She squinted to decipher the small print next to it, suspected to be above level 6, erratic whereabouts, avoidance recommended, but it doesn't say anything specific. Zhangyi stared at the red circle, frowning slightly, then shook his head. "It's not just a rumor, it really exists. At least a level 6 giant." Suyuli was startled, looked up at him, and reacted quickly. "Have you been here?" She paused, as if remembering something. "Last time we went to the Bone Sound cargo port, you were also a veteran, right?" Zhangyi scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I guess so. I've been on a few field missions, so I have some experience." Suyuli looked at Zhangyi's smug look, snorted softly, and her expression was a bit speechless. She rolled up the map and handed it over. "Since you are so familiar with it, I'll give it to you. Don't take the wrong path." Zhangyi smiled awkwardly and took the slightly yellowed map. When his fingertips touched her slightly cold hand, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly withdrew his hand, stuffed the map into his coat pocket, and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, how could I make mistakes with my guidance? We can find a route with more ferocious beasts and collect more beast cores." Suyuli raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Her eyes stayed on his face for a few seconds and she asked doubtfully, "Are you short of money?" Zhangyi shook his head and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "It's not that I'm short of money, I have other uses." He kept it a secret on purpose and didn't intend to explain further. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Suyuli didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded and said lightly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." She turned and took a step deeper into the fog. Her long hair was stuck to her shoulders by the heavy wet air, and the hem of her windbreaker swayed gently, making her look cool and calm. Zhangyi was about to raise his foot to follow, but Suyuli suddenly turned around and called out, "Wait." He paused, turned to look at her, his face full of question marks. Suyuli raised her wrist, and a blue light as thin as a hair extended from her cuff, like a lively silk thread, trembling slightly in the air, emitting a faint luster. She glanced at Zhangyi and explained calmly, "This is the martial art I chose this morning." After a pause, she locked her eyes with him and lowered her voice a bit. "Don't resist." "Resist? What does that mean?" Zhangyi was confused, staring at the blue thread slowly approaching with wide eyes. The thing seemed to be alive, with a strange spirituality, and it went straight to his chest. He subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but he heard Su Yuli's tone become more serious. Stand still. Okay. Jiang Yi resisted the urge to retreat and watched the blue thread climb up to his heart. The next second, the silk thread suddenly shrank and penetrated like a needle into the skin. Hiss. Jiang Yi shuddered all over, as if he was electrocuted, and his muscles subconsciously tensed. He almost retaliated violently, but when he thought of Su Yuli's words, he forced himself to suppress the instinct. Then, a strange feeling spread from his chest, as if something had taken root in his body, something both strange and subtle. This is... He looked down at his chest. The blue thread had completely disappeared, leaving only a faint afterglow that flashed on the surface of his clothes. Su Yuli stood in front of him, arms folded across her chest. This martial art is called spiritual silk symbiosis, and it connects you and me. I can provide you with internal energy, which is like adding my own strength to your own. It's not a backup energy source, but when you exert your strength naturally, my share will be directly added. She paused, her eyes sweeping across his face. Also, any injuries you incur and any physical exertion you incur will be shared with me. If necessary, we can even share our vision to prevent any accidents. After hearing this, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim, how amazing. He lowered his head and touched his chest, as if he could feel the invisible thread beating in his body, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Su Yuli raised the corners of her lips slightly, revealing a barely perceptible pride. She said calmly, there are even more powerful ones. She raised her chin and motioned him to try to do it with all your strength. Now. Jiang Yi was stunned and pointed at the foggy environment around him, his face full of confusion. Now. Su Yuli nodded. Jiang Yi scratched his head. Although he was a little confused, he still chose to believe her. After all, he and Su Yuli have long been partners who can trust each other with their lives, and this tacit understanding needs no further explanation. He took a deep breath, turned and walked towards a huge tree not far away. The tree was at least 20 meters tall, with a trunk so thick that 4 or 5 people could not hug it. The bark was covered with hideous cracks, making it look like a silent giant. He stood in front of the tree, closed his eyes and held his breath, while the spiritual energy in his body slowly circulated. A slight crackling sound came from between the muscles and bones, like flames exploding in a furnace. He suddenly opened his eyes and growled. Open heaven power. The next moment, he clenched his right fist, and his internal force surged to the tip of his fist like a torrent, and his whole aura surged. The air seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force, and a faint buzzing sound could be heard. He took a step forward, and his fist slammed into the giant tree with a whistling sound that broke through the air. Boom! There was a loud bang, like thunder exploding. Where the fist landed, the space seemed to be distorted for a moment. A circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye spread out with him as the center. The giant tree was uprooted and instantly turned into countless fragments, and the bushes behind it were razed to the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and the fog was torn apart, revealing the deep darkness in the distance. Jiang Yi stood there in a daze, looking down at his fist, his face full of disbelief. Although he was a 9th-rank warrior, with the added strength of the burning iron rhino, a 10-fold increase in brute force, and the top-notch martial art of open heaven power, the power of this punch. It still far exceeded his expectations, at least more than twice as strong as he imagined. This. He turned to look at Su Yuli, his eyes filled with shock. How did you do that? Chapter 73, How Shadow System 2.0. Jiang Yi subconsciously glanced at Su Yuli beside him, his mind still recalling the shock of that earth-shattering punch just now. Su Yuli noticed his gaze and said lightly, do you still remember my talent? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly grasped something key. He nodded and said softly, remember, Heavenly Heart Magical Method, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously, as if he understood something. Su Yuli said confirming his guess. She paused, her fingertips lightly touching the faintly glowing blue thread. My gift allows me to freely control any energy within my body. Now that we're connected through spiritual silk symbiosis, I can't directly control your power for you, but I can help you adjust and focus it when you exert force. She paused, her eyes sweeping across his face. Although the force of your punch just now was strong, it was dispersed throughout your body and failed to fully converge. I helped you organize it and gathered the scattered internal energy into one stream, which will naturally double the explosive power. After listening to this, Jiang Yi took a deep breath, his eyes full of amazement. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and grinned. Awesome. Your martial arts skills are too abnormal, right? As he spoke, he patted his chest, as if he could still feel the lingering power surging in his body. Su Yuli snorted softly upon hearing this, glanced at him, and raised the corners of her lips slightly. You are the pervert, aren't you? You are a 9th level warrior and you are still hiding it, but you have to pretend to be a martial artist. You are so good at playing the pig and eating the tiger. She paused, but this martial art suits you very well, we are a perfect match. Jiang Yi frowned and stared at her speechlessly, but he couldn't help laughing at her words. This girl may be harsh with her words, but her mind is so delicate that it is hard to find fault with her. He dusted off his hands and grinned. All right, since my partner is so awesome, I have to perform well and not let you look down on me. Su Yuli didn't respond, just nodded, turned around and continued walking into the depths of the fog. Jiang Yi was about to raise his foot to follow, but suddenly he felt a tightness in his chest. He looked down and saw that the blue thread was actually moving, trembling slightly as if it had life. He raised his head and saw Su Yuli standing a few steps ahead. Her expression was cold, but her fingers gently tugged at the silk thread, as if testing its toughness. A blue light flashed through the mist, giving off an inexplicable pulling sensation. Jiang Yi? Why do I feel like something is wrong? He frowned and took 2 steps forward. The thread on his chest was gently pulled again, as if urging him to hurry up. He paused, and suddenly a ridiculous idea popped into his mind. Isn't this walking the dog? He opened his mouth and wanted to say something to complain, but looking at Su Yuli's cold face that seemed to be out of touch with the world, he swallowed his words back. It's so frustrating. Did this girl do it on purpose or unintentionally? He stared at her back, feeling crazy inside, but he couldn't find the right words to fight back. At this moment, there was a sudden crisp ding sound in my mind, like the ringing of a broken bell. Jiang Yi's heart sank and he cursed inwardly. Stupid system, it's here again. The host is unexpectedly assigned a mission by the arrogant and icy school beauty Su Yuli, forcing them to travel together. However, Su Yuli looks at the host coldly, her face filled with disdain. With your limited abilities, you're unworthy of teaming up with me? She flicks the blue thread in her hand, and the host stumbles after her like a puppy on a leash, humbly begging for her guidance. Su Yuli sneered, trash should be aware of being trash. Stand far away and don't get in the way. The host gritted his teeth and secretly vowed in his heart that one day he would make her look at him with new eyes. Jiang Yi's face turned dark. This broken system has started to make up its own plot again. He stood there, his heart in turmoil. My goodness, what the hell is going on? When did he humble himself? When did Su Yuli look down on him? Is this system just bored and has to add some inexplicable drama to it? Ding, the system voice sounded again, a bit cheesily excited. Release the loser counterattack mission, slap the cold school beauty in the face. Mission objective: make Su Yuli actively hug and cuddle with you for 1 minute. Mission reward: 1 chance to comprehend the rules of space and time. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What a terrible system. Is this a human task? The scene of himself forcing himself to ask for a hug appeared in his mind, and he suddenly felt terrible. Does he still want to save his face? He glared at the air, as if he wanted to pull this broken system out and give it a beating. This is a rubbish system. All it does every day is do these cheap tasks. Can it have some serious pursuits? No, I absolutely cannot do this mission. I can't afford to lose face. But on second thought, the reward of a chance to comprehend the rules of time and space made him a little tempted. Rules of time and space. That is the legendary supreme power. Not to mention the 9th level warriors, even martial artists, grandmasters, and even higher level grandmasters may not be able to touch that level. If one wants to break through to the grandmaster level and achieve the unity of man and nature, one must have a very high level of understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth, the universe, and time and space. Those who master the rules of time and space can freeze time in an instant, cross billions of miles of space in 1 step, and even reverse cause and effect and reshape their destiny. That kind of power has gone beyond the scope of powerful and is completely miraculous. A chance for enlightenment. Jiang Yi muttered to himself, with a hint of fiery light flashing in his eyes. Even just a moment of enlightenment could allow him to take a crucial step in martial arts. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, forget it, let's leave it alone for now. There is no time limit anyway. Let's see how the situation goes. This damn system must have done it on purpose. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the frustration in his heart, and quickly caught up with Su Yuli, pretending that nothing had happened just now. Su Yuli glanced back at him, and seeing that his face looked a little off, she frowned and said, "What's wrong with you? You look like you've eaten a fly." Jiang Yi laughed dryly and waved his hands, saying, it's okay. It's just that punch just now was too powerful and I scared myself." As he spoke, he cursed in his heart, "This is a broken system. If it messes up again next time, I will directly apply for a refund." The two walked forward side by side. The fog in the swamp forest became thicker and thicker. The soft soil under their feet occasionally made a gurgling sound, as if something was lurking in the dark. The stench in the air was mixed with a faint smell of blood. Jiang Yi frowned and whispered, "This place doesn't feel right." Su Yuli didn't say anything, but just narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the twisted shadows of the trees around her. Her hands unconsciously rested on the side pockets of her windbreaker, ready to respond at any time. Just as the two took a few steps, the fog in front of them suddenly surged, accompanied by a low whimpering sound, and pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the dark, like lit lanterns, densely packed and revealing a cold murderous intent. "Bloodthirsty wolf." Su Yuli whispered 3 words, without any panic on her cold face. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yi, and the two of them looked at each other. Their tacit understanding seemed like they were telepathic. No words were needed. The rhythm of the battle was already determined in their eyes. The next second, the wolves moved. Dozens of bloodthirsty wolves rushed out from the fog. The sharp claws cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. These first-level ferocious beasts were extremely fast, their fangs flashing with cold light, and they rushed straight towards the two of them. Jiang Yi grinned, flexed his wrists, his joints crackling, and a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes. Just in time, warm up. Chapter 74. We are teammates. Su Yuli turned her wrist, and a strangely shaped weapon appeared in her hand. It was a short blade similar to a sickle, with a cold metallic luster on the blade, an elegant curve yet a deadly edge. Jiang Yi took a quick look, his eyes lit up, and blurted out, "The steel mantis's sickle? When did you get this thing?" "Yesterday, it just happened," Su Yuli said lightly, and with a flick of her wrist, the sickle flashed a cold light and went straight for the first bloodthirsty wolf that pounced on it. The blade cut into the wolf's neck accurately, blood splattered, and the wolf fell to the ground dead without even having time to howl. Jiang Yi made 2 clicks of his tongue and faced the bloodthirsty wolf that was rushing towards him. He used his bare hands and relied solely on his body to resist. Now he was a 9th-level warrior, his brute force had increased tenfold, and his strength was comparable to that of an iron rhino in a furnace. He didn't need any martial arts skills at all. He punched out, and the air vibrated with a buzzing sound. The wolf was blown away directly, and the crisp sound of broken bones echoed in the fog. "Don't be careless," Su Yuli said coldly, and her figure flashed. The sickle slashed continuously, and the 3 bloodthirsty wolves fell to the ground. She tapped the ground on her toes, used the momentum to jump up, avoiding a wolf's sneak attack, and slashed with a knife when she landed, and blood spurted out. She glanced at Jiang Yi and saw him punching people like watermelons. She frowned slightly and said, "Could you not make it so bloody? You almost splashed all over me." Jiang Yi laughed heartily, shook off the blood on his fist, and grinned, "Isn't this efficient?" Before he could finish his words, another bloodthirsty wolf pounced at him. He dodged to the side, raised his hand to grab the wolf's neck, and threw it out like a chicken, hitting the other one. Immediately, the 2 wolves rolled into a ball, wailing and falling silent. Su Yuli rolled her eyes, but the sickle in her hand did not stop. The blade flashed like a rainbow and she harvested the lives of 2 wolves in succession. Okay, but violence also has its advantages. It saves trouble. "Hey, is this a compliment?" Jiang Yi kicked a wolf away and turned back to wink at her. With his strength increased tenfold, these first-level beasts were no different from paper in his hands. Yesterday, he and Su Yuli were only at the peak of martial arts, and it might take some effort for them to face such a bloodthirsty wolf pack. But now, both of them have broken through to the level of warriors, and the qualitative change in their strength makes this battle seem like a crushing victory. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and the wolf corpses were scattered all over the ground, and the smell of blood was so strong that it choked the nose. Jiang Yi clapped his hands, stretched his shoulders, and grinned, "It's easy, much easier than yesterday." He turned to look at Su Yuli and saw that she was wiping the blood off the sickle with her head down. Her focused look coupled with her cold temperament gave her an indescribable beauty. "What are you looking at?" Su Yuli noticed his gaze and asked coldly without raising her head. Jiang Yi chuckled, squatted down, and casually dug out a fist-sized beast core from a wolf carcass. He put it away and said, "Look at you cleaning your knife. I say, if you sell this sickle, it will definitely be worth a lot of money. The steel mantis is a rare commodity. Su Yuli glanced at him and said, Sell? I was hoping it would kill a few more wolves. She stood up, turned the sickle in her hand, and put it back into her sleeve neatly. She paused, then added a hint of sarcasm, but you hit the wolf with your bare hands like it's a mole, doesn't it hurt? Does it hurt? Jiang Yi opened his palm and took a look. The skin was thick and rough, without even a red mark. He grinned and patted his chest. Brother, this body is really tough. If you envy me, I'll take you to practice together later. I guarantee that you can also take one punch. No thanks. Su Yuli refused mercilessly. Her eyes swept over the wolf corpse on the ground, and she said lightly, Pack up and go. Don't waste time here. Okay. Jiang Yi squatted on the ground, holding a short blade taken out from his waist in his hand, and skillfully dismembered the body of the bloodthirsty wolf. The short blade turned flexibly between his fingers, and the blade made a slight hissing sound as it cut through the wolf skin, as smooth as cutting cloth. He quickly skinned a bloodthirsty wolf, peeling off the wolf's skin completely, and the smell of damp blood filled the air. He casually threw the skin aside, then bent down and dug out the fist-sized animal core from the wolf's body. It was crystal clear and had a faint red luster. The wolf skin can be sold for a good price, and the animal core can be kept for use. Jiang Yi muttered to himself as he continued to work. His fingers flew, and the short blade accurately cut open the wolf's belly, picking out a bunch of fishy internal organs, and then cut off a piece of tough tendon from the wolf's leg and threw it into the storage space of the terminal. The wolf's fangs and claws were not spared. He skillfully knocked off a few sharp teeth and chopped off the claws directly. The ground soon became a mess, with blood mixed with mud, scattered wolf hair stuck together by the fog, and the fishy smell in the air was so strong that it made people frown. Jiang Yi was used to this kind of scene. He kept his head down and was busy, humming a tuneless little song. He looked like an old farmer doing farm work, with an inexplicable sense of leisure. Su Yuli stood a few steps away, originally just watching quietly, but when she saw that he had made a mess all over the floor, her brows furrowed slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over and squatted beside him. Her cold voice was filled with a hint of disgust. You've made this place look like a slaughterhouse. Can you clean it up a bit? Jiang Yi glanced up at her, his hands still moving, and grinned. Clean? How can it be clean on the battlefield? This is a technical job, you don't understand. As he spoke, he tossed her a wolf skin he had just divided up. Here, take it. Don't say I didn't give you any work to do. Su Yuli took the wolf skin, glanced at the bloodshot wolf fur, and said lightly, I'm not here to steal your things. She paused, took out a clean handkerchief from her windbreaker pocket, wiped her clothes, and then skillfully cut the wolf skin with a sickle. Although her movements were not as skillful as Jiang Yi's, they were still very efficient. What are you doing? Jiang Yi stopped what he was doing and frowned at her. I can do this job myself. Go take a rest and don't get your clothes dirty. Su Yuli didn't even raise her head, and continued to work. We will rely on you to fight in the future. I will help you with these chores if I can. She paused, glanced at him, and added, so that you don't get too busy and come back to complain to me about being tired. We are teammates, aren't we? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Hey, why does that sound so thoughtful? As he spoke, he deliberately threw a ball of bloody wolf tendon in front of her and winked at her frivolously. Come on, give me a hand. This thing is very tough. How about I make you a belt later? Su Yuli's eyes twitched, and she looked down at the bloody wolf tendon, feeling so cold that ice chips could fall off. If you throw it at me again, I'll strangle you to death with it. Although she said this, her hands were not idle. She took the wolf tendon, wiped it clean, and stuffed it into the storage space. Jiang Yi laughed heartily, patted the blood off his hands, leaned close to her and whispered, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But seriously, it's a bit awkward for someone as delicate as you to do this kind of rough work. Su Yuli snorted lightly when she heard this and glanced at him. Stop talking nonsense and focus. Since you need the beast core, then give me more. Jiang Yi grinned. All right, partners are always considerate. He lowered his head and continued to work, but his hands deliberately slowed down their movements and secretly glanced at Su Yuli's profile. The mist cast a thin veil over her face. Her cool temperament and focused eyes made her look indescribably beautiful. He couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, This girl, although she is cold, her heart is quite warm. After just 2 days of contact, the sense of alienation he felt when he first met Su Yuli was much less, and the two seemed to have returned to the time when they were collaborating online. What did you say? Su Yuli's ears were pointed. She suddenly looked up and stared at him coldly. Nothing. Jiang Yi quickly waved his hands and laughed dryly. I said this wolf skin is of good quality and valuable. As he spoke, he quickened his movements. Su Yuli glanced at him and didn't ask any more questions. She just raised the corners of her lips slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 75, Rotten Mud Toad. Deep in the foggy swamp forest, in a muddy swamp, the water surface was rippling with dark green ripples, and a few turbid bubbles occasionally emerged. The air was filled with the stench of rotting plants and damp soil, and the low chirping of insects came from afar, like the only sign of life in this dead place. In the center of this swamp, a huge figure was lurking quietly, half of its body submerged in the mud and water, with only a pair of turbid yellow eyes exposed, staring coldly at the front. This is a giant mud toad, the best among the third-level ferocious beasts. It was 5 meters long, and its skin was covered with a thick layer of gray-green mucous membrane, as if it was wrapped in slippery mud. It was covered with bumps and potholes, and faintly exuded a fishy venom. Several thick fleshy spikes protruded from its back, like a row of twisted spines, faintly visible in the mist. Its big mouth occupied half of its head, with sticky saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs, with blood and flesh fragments left over from its last hunt still between its teeth. Its limbs are short and sturdy, with webbed feet between the toes and tiny barbs along the edges of the webbed feet, which can easily tear the skin and flesh of its prey. The carrion toad is a notorious predator in the carrion swamp, known for its powerful venom and amazing jumping ability. The venom secreted from its body can not only corrode flesh and blood, but also evaporate in the air, forming a low-concentration poisonous mist, which is enough to make a first-level ferocious beast collapse to the ground without knowing it. Even more terrifying is its tongue, a 10-meter-long scarlet flesh belt covered with barbs, which can instantly wrap up its prey and drag it directly into its bloody mouth. At this moment, the giant mud toad was lying in the mud, patiently waiting for its prey to approach. Its eyes were half open and half closed, as if it was asleep, but its pupils were always fixed on the water surface not far away. A hapless mutant creature, a water rat, just emerged from the water, shook off its wet fur, and was completely unaware of the approaching danger. As soon as it climbed onto a floating dead tree and was about to nibble on the moss on it, the giant mud toad's tongue shot out like lightning. Whoosh! The scarlet tongue cut through the water, creating a string of splashes and accurately entangled the water rat. The little guy didn't even have time to struggle before the barb pierced his body and blood flowed down his tongue. It was dragged back to the giant toad's mouth, and with only a short scream, it was swallowed in one gulp. The giant mud toad smacked its lips and made a low gurgling sound in its throat, seemingly dissatisfied with the small portion of food. It shook its head, and mucus dripped from the corners of its mouth, spreading out into circles of dark green ripples on the water surface. At this moment, a strange fragrance wafted from afar, mixed with the stench of the swamp, but it was particularly clear. It was a sweet smell with a hint of meat, like the temptation emanating from some tender flesh being torn open. The nostrils of the giant mud toad opened slightly, and it sniffed. Its cloudy eyes rolled around, as if its interest was piqued. It slowly moved its bulky body, supported itself with its short and thick limbs, stirred up a turbulent mass of mud and water, and crawled towards the direction of the fragrance. After leaving the water, the giant mud toad's movements seemed a bit clumsy, and mucus dripped onto the ground, leaving a trail of slippery traces. It passed through a low bush, broke countless dead branches, and finally stopped on a raised mud bank. The source of the fragrance was right in front of him, a bloody piece of meat scattered in the mud, with fresh blood still stained on the surface. The giant toad came closer and sniffed, and found that it was actually the meat of a second-level ferocious beast, the swamp alligator turtle. The alligator snapping turtle is quite famous in this swamp. With its hard shell and fierce bite force, it can compete with third-level beasts. Its meat is firm and has a lightly sweet and fishy taste, making it a favorite of many predators. But the piece of meat in front of him was discarded casually, like the residue abandoned after being torn apart by some more powerful being. The giant mud toad tilted its head, and a little doubt flashed through its little mind: who would throw such good food here? However, its underdeveloped little brain is obviously not capable of thinking about too many complex problems. The doubt only lasted for a moment before it was suppressed by the primitive appetite. It opened its mouth wide, rolled its tongue, and rolled the piece of swamp alligator snapping turtle meat into its mouth. There was a crisp crunching sound when the teeth chewed, and blood mixed with meat juice overflowed from the corners of the mouth and dripped onto the ground. The piece of meat was not big, but it was enough to make it squint its eyes in satisfaction and let out a low gurgle in its throat. After eating, the giant mud toad licked the blood at the corner of its mouth, and lay its huge body on the ground, as if it was planning to take a nap. But not long after, another fragrance wafted from the front, which was even stronger than the piece of swamp alligator snapping turtle meat just now. It suddenly opened its eyes, its nostrils flared, and it greedily took a breath of air. This time it didn't hesitate anymore. It pushed its limbs hard and its huge body leaped up, drawing an awkward arc in the air and landing heavily on the ground a few meters away, causing the dirt to splash. Following the scent, it soon found a new target, another piece of meat, also the remains of a swamp alligator snapping turtle. This time it was even bigger, half a meter long, and the flesh was still trembling slightly, obviously having been torn off not long ago. The giant mud toad's eyes lit up, as if it had discovered a treasure. It growled and shot out its tongue again, rolling the piece of meat back into its mouth and chewing it in big mouthfuls. This time the portion was even larger, and the gravy burst in its mouth, mixed with the smell of blood, making it unable to help but let out a low moan of satisfaction. After eating this piece, it shook its head, and the mucus threw out a string of water droplets, dripping onto the surrounding grass, making a hissing corrosive sound. Although its little head was not smart, it vaguely sensed that something was wrong. How come so much good meat was delivered to its door one after another? But this doubt was soon interrupted by a new fragrance. Not far ahead, another tempting smell wafted over, stronger than the previous two, as if deliberately tempting it to move forward. The giant mud toad grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and a low gurgling sound came from its throat. It didn't think anymore, and its huge body jumped up again and rushed towards the direction of the fragrance. The soil rolled under its feet, and the fog was torn open by its movements, revealing a deep darkness. The giant toad of rotten mud moved forward, eating voraciously all the way. Its clumsy yet powerful body leaped in the muddy swamp, splashing a string of turbid water. Whenever it followed the scent and found a piece of the alligator snapping turtle's remains, it would open its mouth wide and eagerly swallow the bloody and sweet piece of meat with its tongue. The first piece, the second piece, the third piece. Although the little brain of the giant mud toad was not very smart, it vaguely realized that the arrangement of these pieces of meat seemed to have a strange pattern, like an invisible thread, hooking it deeper into the maze. But this vague doubt was quickly suppressed by appetite. It licked the corner of its mouth, rolled its cloudy yellow eyes, growled, and pounced on the next fragrance. The bushes along the way were crushed by its huge body, and the soil was trampled into a mess. It had already eaten 5 pieces of swamp alligator snapping turtle meat, each piece larger and fresher than the previous one, and the smell of blood was so strong that it made a satisfied gurgle in its throat. By the 6th piece, it was too lazy to chew it and swallowed it directly, along with a few remaining bones. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit, greedily digesting these unexpected delicacies, but the murderous look in its eyes grew more and more intense. Chapter 76 Trap. Finally, after swallowing the 7th piece of meat, the giant mud toad stopped. Its nostrils flared as it caught a distinct scent fresher and more enticing than the flesh of a swamp alligator snapping turtle. That's the smell of a living thing. With the warm aroma of flesh and blood, mixed with a few fluctuations of spiritual power. Its eyes moved, and through the thick fog, it vaguely saw 2 moving figures not far away. A man and a woman were walking briskly towards the woods ahead. The man is tall and straight, while the woman is slender but still has a strong aura. The pupils of the giant toad of rotten mud suddenly shrank, and it was so excited that it almost jumped out of its sockets a warrior. Human! It let out a low roar from its throat, and saliva flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound. Humans are a rare delicacy to it. Compared to the rough muscles of ferocious beasts, human flesh is delicate and tender, and full of spiritual power. Especially for these young warriors, they are simply a delicacy sent by God. However, on ordinary days, human warriors either come in groups or are cunning and difficult to catch, so it rarely has the opportunity to taste them. But the 2 in front of him looked so young, but their aura was not very strong, like novices who had just made a breakthrough. Although the little head of the giant toad is not smart, it understands that how can it let go of such delicious food that is delivered to its door? Gurgle. It growled, exerted force on its limbs, and leaped up with its huge body like a cannonball, rushing straight towards the 2 figures. The air was torn apart by its momentum, bringing up a fishy wind, and the scarlet tongue was ready to drag the prey into its mouth and feast on it. However, just as it pounced, the man and woman moved. Their reactions were astonishingly fast. Almost at the same time as the giant toad took off into the air, the 2 of them separated like an arrow. The man dodged to the left, and the woman flashed and came forward first. A cold light flashed in her hand, and a sickle cut through the mist and went straight for the tongue of the giant mud toad. The blade was as fast as a silver rainbow, carrying a fierce murderous intent. The giant mud toad was caught off guard, and just as its tongue was half out, it was hit hard by the sickle. It let out an angry roar, and a piece of its tongue was cut off, splattering blood. The pain made it turn over in the air and fall heavily to the ground, causing the dirt to splash. These two people are Zhang Yi and Su Yuli. At this moment, they had been exploring the swamp maze for more than an hour. The two were extremely efficient and worked in perfect harmony, clearing out many low-level ferocious beasts along the way. The beast cores and materials they harvested had already filled up most of the storage space. Compared to the results of yesterday's busy afternoon at the Gumming cargo port, today's performance in this hour was almost doubled. However, the swamp maze is too large and contains many kinds of ferocious beasts. Although the two are strong, their storage space is limited. After packing a pile of animal cores, animal skins, and tendons, the storage space was almost full. If more were stuffed in, it would probably burst. An hour ago, Zhang Yi squatted beside the corpse of a freshly killed swamp alligator turtle, stroking his chin and thinking for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he turned to look at Su Yuli. "I have an idea." "Speak." Su Yuli was wiping the blood off the sickle. She didn't even raise her head and spoke in a cold tone. Zhang Yi grinned and patted the corpse of the swamp alligator turtle. "This guy has a lot of meat. Let's use its remains as bait to lure out some big fish. The materials of a third-level beast are more valuable than these first and second-level ones. Killing one is worth 10, saving us time here." Su Yuli heard this, glanced at him, and nodded. "Okay, let's try it." She put away the sickle and worked with Zhang Yi to cut the body of the swamp alligator snapping turtle into several pieces and threw them out along a route. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before their plan paid off. This giant mud toad that was chasing after us while eating pieces of meat was the prey that fell into the trap. Zhang Yi looked at the giant toad that fell to the ground, clapped his hands, and chuckled. "Look, a level 3 giant has arrived." Su Yuli snorted coldly, swung the sickle in her hand, locked her eyes on the giant toad's neck, and said with murderous intent, "Then don't let it get away." She flashed and pounced towards the giant toad. Boom! The giant toad of rotten mud swung itself up from the ground, and swept its tongue across, forcing Su Yuli back. In the swamp where mud was flying, the giant mud toad's huge body smashed a shallow pit. The splashing mud and water mixed with the blood spurting from the broken tip of its tongue, spreading a scarlet color. Its roar was low and angry, causing the surrounding fog to tremble slightly. The tongue that was cut off by Su Yuli retracted into her mouth, and blood was still oozing from the wound. However, this little pain not only did not make it retreat, but instead aroused the ferocity in its bones. His cloudy yellow eyes stared at the slender figure in front of him, and a gurgle sound came from his throat. Su Yuli stood a few meters away, holding the sickle slightly tilted, with the giant toad's blood still dripping on the blade. There was no trace of panic on her cold face, but her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were fixed on the third-level ferocious beast. The hem of her windbreaker was blown up by the impact just now, and her long hair swayed gently in the mist. She whispered, "Level 3, it's a bit troublesome indeed." The giant toad of rotten mud obviously had no intention of giving her a chance to breathe. Its short and thick limbs suddenly stretched out, and its huge body leaped up again, bringing up a gust of fishy wind and rushing straight towards Su Yuli. This time it learned its lesson. It no longer rashly extended its scarlet tongue, but opened its bloody mouth wide. Mucus spurted out from the corners of its mouth, turning into a dark green poisonous mist that enveloped her. The poisonous fog has a pungent stench and can corrode flesh and blood. Once a low-level warrior inhales it, he will collapse to the ground in an instant. Su Yuli's eyes focused, her body swayed, her toes touched the ground, and she leaped sideways like a swallow, narrowly avoiding the range of the poisonous fog. The poisonous mist fell on the ground behind her, making a hissing corrosive sound. Several bushes withered instantly and turned into a pool of black water. When she landed, she swung the sickle in her hand, and the blade flashed a cold light, going straight for the giant toad's left forelimb. That leg was the key to its support for jumping, and if it could be cut off, its mobility would be greatly weakened. Swish! The blade cut into the flesh, leaving a deep wound on the giant toad's forelimb that was so deep that the bone could be seen, and green mucus mixed with blood spurted out. It roared in pain, and its huge body lost balance in the air and fell heavily to the ground, causing the dirt to fly. But the vitality of this third-level ferocious beast was far beyond imagination. It rolled over and quickly got up. The mucus on the wound quickly solidified, as if the bleeding was forcibly stopped. Su Yuli frowned, having underestimated this guy's resilience. Just as she was about to take advantage of the situation and give chase, the giant toad suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out an even thicker poisonous mist, this time covering a wider area, almost blocking her retreat. Su Yuli had to retreat, and her figure flashed several steps in the fog, using her internal force to protect her body and isolate the toxins that were trying to corrode her. But just as she stood firm, the giant toad attacked again. It kicked out its limbs and rushed towards her with its huge body like a mountain of flesh. Bang! Suyuli blocked with her sword, and the sickle collided with the giant toad's flesh thorns, making a dull sound. The soil beneath her feet sank, her arms shook, and she was forced back 2 steps by the huge force. Although the giant toad was not as unstoppable as the furnace-burning iron rhino yesterday, the size and strength of this third-level beast still held an absolute advantage, especially its thick mucous membrane skin, which was like a layer of natural armor, making it difficult for her sickle to penetrate deeply. After all, there is still a huge gap between a first-level warrior and a third-level beast. Chapter 77 Jiang Yi, come on. A little hard. Suyuli muttered to herself in a low voice. Although she did not show any emotion, a hint of solemnity flashed in her eyes. She adjusted her posture, lowered her body, avoided the giant toad's sweeping forelimbs, then rolled to its side, and her sickle drew an arc of light, piercing the softer part of its abdomen. That knife was as fast as lightning. Just as it was about to hit her, the giant toad suddenly swung its tail, and the thick tail brought up a strong wind and lashed towards her fiercely. Suyuli reacted extremely quickly. The blade turned, blocking the tail's attack, but the force still sent her flying back several meters. His feet left 2 long tracks in the mud. She steadied herself, her breathing becoming slightly faster. There were a few drops of giant toad's mucus on her windbreaker, giving off a pungent stench. She glanced down and frowned even tighter, it's so dirty. The giant toad didn't care about her disgust. Seeing her being forced to retreat, it growled, exerted strength with its limbs again, and jumped up and pounced. This time its goal was to crush everything with its body. A huge shadow cast down, and the air was humming with pressure. Suyuli gritted her teeth, her internal energy rapidly circulating in her body. With a tap of her toes, she leaped back like an arrow, throwing the sickle at the same time. The blade spun and flew towards the giant toad's eyes, one of the few weaknesses on its body. Whoosh! The sickle hit the giant toad accurately with a sound of breaking through the air. The giant toad let out a painful roar, and its left eye was blinded. Green pus mixed with blood flowed down. It lost control in the air, crashed to the ground, rolled several times, and crushed a bush. But even though it was seriously injured, it did not fall down, but became even more crazy. The blinded left eye made it completely furious, and poisonous mist spewed out of its mouth, with a wider range than before, almost covering the area within 10 meters. Suyuli was forced to retreat. Although her internal force could protect her body from the poisonous fog, she could feel her physical strength being rapidly depleted. Although the giant toad was injured, the suppressing force still existed. After all, it is a third-level ferocious beast. She clenched her fists, staring coldly at the giant toad tumbling in the poisonous mist, and whispered, "It's far inferior to the iron rhino yesterday, but it's still a bit tricky. This guy's mucous membrane skin is too thick, and the poisonous fog restricts her movements. If she delays any longer, she's afraid she'll suffer. I can't win." She murmured to herself, with a rare hint of helplessness, then suddenly raised her head and shouted to the distance, "Jiang Yi, come on." "Jiang Yi? Do you think I'm a yellow electric mouse?" "Never mind." He didn't have time to think about it, his body had already started moving. As soon as the words fell, a figure swept past like a gust of wind, with a fierce momentum, and blocked Suyuli directly. "Here I come." Jiang Yi grinned and stood at the edge of the poisonous fog with his bare hands. His tall back seemed to block the giant toad's sight. He glanced at Suyuli and whispered, "You take a rest, leave this guy to me." Suyuli frowned and was about to say something when the giant toad moved. It opened its bloody mouth and its scarlet tongue shot out like a blood arrow. Although it was broken, its speed was still astonishingly fast, and it went straight to Jiang Yi's chest with a barb. Suyuli's eyes tightened, and she subconsciously wanted to remind him, but she saw that Jiang Yi did not dodge, but directly reached out and grabbed the sticky tongue. "Hey, you're looking for death, huh?" Jiang Yi sneered, exerted force with his palm, and with the tenfold increase in strength, a crisp crackling sound erupted from his bones and muscles. He grabbed his tongue and swung it violently. Like cracking a whip, he lifted up the 5-meter-long body of the giant toad, swung it half a circle in the air, and then threw it out fiercely. Boom! The giant toad crashed into a huge tree, the trunk broke and dust flew up. It rolled on the ground several times before stopping, letting out an angry roar. Jiang Yi landed on the ground, clapped his hands, kicked off his feet, and jumped up like a cannonball. Bang! The air was torn apart by his speed, making a sharp sonic boom, and a circle of visible shock waves spread out with him as the center. He was in midair, his fists clenched tightly, his internal force surging to the tip of his fists like a torrent, and he pounced directly on the giant mud toad on the ground. The giant toad of rotten mud just got up, and it was furious and showed no sign of weakness. It opened its mouth and shot out its tongue again. This time, it used all its strength, and all the barbs on the surface of its tongue opened up, like a blood whip made up of countless spikes, making a low woohoo sound as it cut through the air. If this attack landed on an ordinary warrior, even if he was a 9th level warrior, he would at least have a piece of flesh torn off if he didn't die. If it were Su Yuli, facing such a fierce attack, she would have no choice but to dodge. If she resisted, she would probably be pierced through the chest and end up seriously injured. But who is Zhang Yi? Without even blinking, he raised the corner of his mouth and rushed forward to meet the tongue. He punched out with his right fist. The wind from his fist was like thunder, the air was compressed to the extreme, making a muffled boom sound. As soon as the tongue touched his fist, it was like hitting an invisible iron wall, breaking into pieces and splashing blood and flesh. Zhang Yi smashed the giant toad's attack to pieces, stomped on the ground, causing the soil to sink, and approached the giant toad. "That's it?" he sneered, a glint of disdain in his eyes. The giant mud toad roared in pain, and when it saw its tongue was destroyed, it went completely crazy. It opened its mouth wide, and a thick, insoluble poisonous mist gushed out, like a dark green tide, instantly covering the area within 10 meters. This poisonous fog was more terrifying than any previous one. A hissing sound of corrosion could be heard in the air, and even the soil on the ground was melted into pits. But Zhang Yi was not afraid at all. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body began to flow. His chest sank, as if it had turned into an invisible black hole. Never swallow. As soon as the poisonous fog approached him, it was sucked into his body by a strange force, as if it was completely devoured, without even a trace left. Zhang Yi grinned, feeling the spiritual power in his body slightly expanding due to the incorporation of the poisonous fog. A warm current flowed through his muscles and bones, and his strength actually became stronger. Venom? Just enough to replenish my body. He moved his shoulders, and his eyes showed more fighting spirit. After absorbing the poisonous mist, his body was tempered, and a faint luster appeared under his skin, as if he was covered with a layer of invisible armor. The giant toad of rotten mud was completely panicked. One of its eyes was blind, its tongue was disabled, the poison mist was ineffective, and with anger and fear intertwined, it could only use its last killing move. It suddenly pushed its limbs against the ground, and its huge body leaped high into the air, smashing towards Zhang Yi like a mountain of flesh. This attack carried the full force of a 3rd-level ferocious beast, and the ground was cracked by its momentum. If it fell on an ordinary warrior, even a warrior at the peak of the 9th level would be crushed into meat paste. But Zhang Yi stood still, looked up at the shadow that covered the sky, raised the corner of his mouth and let out a low growl. Just in time. He clenched his fists tightly, and the spiritual power in his body erupted like a volcano. With his strength increased tenfold and his body strengthened by the poisonous mist, he seemed to have transformed into a god of war. He took a step forward and punched the giant toad. The air was squeezed to the extreme, making a deafening boom sound. Bang! The fist collided with the giant toad's abdomen, and a visible shockwave spread out, tearing the surrounding fog apart. The huge body seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. It paused in the air for a moment, then was blown away, hitting the ground and rolling more than 10 meters, crushing a bush. It struggled to get up, but a bloody dent had been smashed into its abdomen, and green mucus mixed with internal organs flowed all over the ground. Its roar became weak and powerless. Chapter 78, Profitable. The poisonous fog gradually dissipated, and the roar of the giant mud toad had become weak. It had lost one eye, its tongue was disabled, its abdomen was sunken, and green mucus mixed with blood was flowing all over the ground. It looked like it would fall down at any time. But even so, this 3rd-level ferocious beast still struggled to get up, staring at Zhang Yi with its turbid single eye, and making a low gurgling sound in its throat, like its last stubbornness. Zhang Yi stood in front of it, clapped his hands, and grinned, "You're quite tough. I'll send you on your way." Su Yuli stood a few steps away, with a few drops of mucus on her windbreaker and a slight frown on her brow. She looked at Zhang Yi's relaxed look, snorted coldly, walked forward, and whispered, "Don't waste time, make this a quick decision." She raised her wrist, and the blue thread extended from her cuff, glowing faintly and trembling like a living thing. She glanced at Zhang Yi and said, "Go all out, I'll give you a blessing." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then grinned, "Okay." He took a deep breath, stood still, and the internal force in his body surged like a river, and his muscles and bones crackled. Su Yuli moved her fingers slightly, and the blue thread suddenly lit up, following the invisible connection between the two people and entering Zhang Yi's body. He only felt a cool energy surging into his chest like a torrent, blending and colliding with his own strength, instantly igniting every inch of flesh and blood in his body. Su Yuli's power was accurately injected into Jiang Yi's body through the silk threads, combing his scattered yet huge power, twisting every bit of internal strength into a strand, as tough as steel wire and as hot as flames. Jiang Yi's eyes focused as he felt the strength in his body doubled. A faint golden light appeared under his skin, as if he had been tempered into an immortal body. He growled, "Open heaven power." At this moment, his momentum surged, his fists clenched tightly, his internal force condensed into a point at the tip of his fists, the air was compressed to the extreme, and a sharp buzzing sound was emitted. Su Yuli stood behind him, the blue thread trembling slightly at her fingertips, and her internal energy poured in like a tide, pushing Jiang Yi's strength to the peak. His figure seemed to transform into a star about to explode, with arcs of lightning jumping faintly around him. Go to hell! Jiang Yi took a sudden step forward, the soil beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and he rushed towards the giant mud toad like a cannonball. He punched out with his right fist, but before it hit the target, visible ripples were squeezed out of the air, as if the very space was distorted by this blow. Su Yuli's amplification made the power of this punch reach a terrifying extreme. Wherever the fist passed, the fog was torn apart, a deep ditch was plowed out on the ground, and even the surrounding trees were shaking in the strong wind. Boom! The fist hit the giant toad's head, and there was a deafening bang, like a nuclear bomb exploding. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst out from the contact point, like a small sun rising, illuminating the darkness within a radius of 100 meters. Immediately afterwards, a devastating shockwave swept across, raising mud waves several meters high on the ground, uprooting trees, and turning them into dust. The huge body of the giant mud toad had no power to resist this force. Its head exploded instantly, and blood, flesh and mucus splattered everywhere. Its entire body was blown into countless pieces, as if it was crushed into dust by an invisible force. At the core of the explosion, a mushroom cloud slowly rose, and gray-black smoke mixed with green poisonous fog rolled up and rushed straight into the sky, reaching dozens of meters high. The edge of the clouds was reflected by the white light, creating a golden-red halo, like the end of the world. There was a rumbling aftershock in the air, and radial cracks appeared on the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. The aftermath of the explosion even caused waves on the surface of the distant swamp, and the low roar echoed in the maze for a long time. Jiang Yi landed on the ground, his feet on the cracked ground, his fist still in the swinging position. His chest rose and fell slightly, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He looked down at his hands, then turned back to look at the mushroom cloud behind him, and couldn't help but grin. This power is a bit exaggerated, right? Su Yuli retracted the blue silk thread and walked forward slowly. Her eyes swept across the ruins that had been razed to the ground. A rare moment of fluctuation appeared on her cold face. She glanced at Jiang Yi and said coldly, "Well done." She paused, her tone adding a hint of teasing, "But you made too much noise, could you be more restrained next time?" Jiang Yi laughed heartily and scratched his head. Hold back? That's so boring. This is called a one-hit kill, so cool. He patted his chest and turned to look at the mushroom cloud that had not yet dissipated, his eyes full of pride. Do you think this attack of mine was cool? Su Yuli rolled her eyes, speechless. Jiang Yi chuckled, walked over to the remains of the giant toad, and flexed his wrists. This guy has finally calmed down. Let's see what goodies he can pull out. He pulled out the short blade from his waist, squatted down and began to decompose the body of the third-level ferocious beast. Su Yuli stood aside, holding a sickle in her hand, her eyes sweeping over the flesh and blood on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed, but she was not idle either, occasionally helping to deal with some small parts. This time I really made money. It only took the remains of a second-level ferocious beast to catch such a big fish. This is a lucrative business. The short blade cut into the gaps between the thorns and completely peeled off the thick gray-green mucous membrane skin. The skin was 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. Its surface was bumpy but extremely tough. Even Su Yuli's sickle could only leave shallow marks on it. When peeled off, there is still some mucus left on the skin, emitting a pungent fishy smell. Don't be fooled by its ugliness. It's much more resilient than the hide of a second-tier beast, and can be made into high-level armor. Jiang Yi shook the hide, spilling slime all over the floor. On the black market, a complete third-tier giant toad hide like this could fetch at least 2 million credits. If a good craftsman could craft it into soft armor, the price would more than double. Su Yuli glanced at the sticky skin and snorted coldly. It's valuable, but it smells strong. Jiang Yi cut open the giant toad's head again and found a pair of fist-sized venom glands under its throat. They were 2 dark green sac-like objects with an oily surface. When squeezed lightly, venom would seep out, and when it dripped onto the ground, it made a hissing corrosive sound. This is good stuff. Jiang Yi carefully picked out the venom gland with his short blade. The venom glands of third-level ferocious beasts can be refined into a highly concentrated poison. Assassins and alchemists are vying for them. A pair of venom glands is conservatively estimated to be 1.5 million credits. If we sell it to the military, the price can be increased by another 30%. Suyuli nodded and said calmly, I'll keep half of this thing and try to make some poison later. When the giant toad was decomposed to the abdomen, Jiang Yi finally dug out the beast core. It was an egg-sized crystal, dark green in color, with a faint glow of poisonous mist flowing inside. It was several times larger than the bloodthirsty wolf's beast core, and the spiritual power fluctuations were much stronger. A third-level beast core, with high energy purity. Jiang Yi weighed the beast core and grinned, not bad, really good. Suyuli took the beast core, looked at it, and said coldly, you keep this one. Chapter 79 Thunderstorm. Jiang Yi chopped off several flesh thorns on the giant toad's back one by one. Each one was 2 meters long, as thick as an arm, with a surface as hard as iron and a bit of natural poison. He knocked on one of them, and it made a crisp dang sound. This thing can be made into a weapon. It's as hard as black iron and has poisonous properties. It's a favorite of weapon refiners. One can easily sell for 1 million, and 5 will be 5 million. Then, he removed some of the giant toad's bones, especially the leg bones and spine, which were thick and tough and could withstand its amazing jumping power. The bones can also be sold and processed into protective gear or weapon blanks, which are about 2 million per set. Jiang Yi said as he piled the bones aside, busy as a whirlwind. Finally, Jiang Yi cut open the giant toad's abdominal cavity and picked out several intact internal organs and tendons. Although the viscera smelled fishy, they could be used to extract medicinal herbs, especially the heart, which was rich in spiritual energy. Alchemists were willing to pay a high price for it, with an estimated value of 1.5 million. The muscles were extremely tough and could be used to make bowstrings or ropes, and a single piece could fetch 1 million. After the decomposition was completed, the ground was filled with various materials and the smell of blood was so strong that it was choking. Jiang Yi wiped the sweat off his face, clapped his hands, and roughly calculated, giant toad skin is 2 million, venom gland is 1.5 million. Adding up, at least 46 million credit points. If I meet a good buyer, 50 million is no problem. He grinned and winked at Suyuli, how is it, this trip was not in vain? Suyuli looked at the pile of materials and nodded, still cold, not bad, I made more money than yesterday. She paused, glanced at the blood-stained Jiang Yi, and added, but could you be more precise in your disassembly technique? The smashed parts cost at least hundreds of thousands. Jiang Yi laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, I'll improve it next time, I'll improve it next time. Anyway, this big guy is enough for us to share. As he spoke, he put the materials into the storage space, his eyes full of satisfaction. Although this giant toad of rotten mud is not as rare as the iron rhino of the incinerator, the materials extracted from it are all of high quality and of such high value that it is tempting. The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. This swampy forest is indeed a treasure land. The residual force of Jiang Yi's punch has not yet dissipated. The air was filled with a burning smell. The ground within a radius of dozens of meters was plowed into a mess by the shock wave. The soil was rolled up, the trees were broken, and even the fog was briefly torn apart, revealing the dark sky deep in the swamp forest. However, the sky suddenly changed. The gloomy cloud seemed to be enraged by the shockwaves of the punch, and a low roar could be heard from afar, like a sleeping giant being awakened. A few drops of cold rain fell first, hitting Jiang Yi's face. He looked up and frowned slightly, it's raining? As soon as the words fell, the sky suddenly darkened, a dazzling flash of lightning tore through the clouds, followed by a loud boom. Thunder is rolling in. The rain suddenly intensified, turning into a torrential downpour, accompanied by strong winds and thunder, as if God was angry. The rain hit the ground, splashing mud. The scene of the swamp and forest quickly became blurred. The fog and rain intertwined into a white curtain of water, and visibility dropped sharply. This maze of forests is already damp and cold, and now it looks even more hideous under the baptism of thunder and rain. The surface of the swamp was covered with ripples caused by the raindrops. The poisonous insects and small ferocious beasts that had been lurking there came out one after another, tossing and turning restlessly under the water. Low roars of beasts were heard in the distance, as if disturbed by the sudden rainstorm. The ecology of the swamp maze seemed to have been accelerated, becoming more chaotic and dangerous. The smell of blood on the ground was diluted by the rain, but mixed with the stench of the soil, it filled the air with a strange atmosphere. Su Yuli stood beside Jiang Yi. Her windbreaker had already been wet by the rain, and her long hair stuck to the side of her face, making her cold face look a little softer. She frowned at the sudden change in the sky and whispered, "Your punch blew up the sky." Hearing this, Jiang Yi touched his nose and smiled shyly. How can it be so exaggerated? It might be a coincidence. He looked up at the dark cloud-covered sky, then glanced down at the giant toad corpse on the ground. But this rain is just in time. It will wash away the bloody smell and avoid causing more trouble. There's enough trouble already. Su Yuli snorted coldly, turned and walked to the side, intending to find a place to shelter from the rain. She walked on the slippery mud and carefully avoided the swamp puddles. The rain flowed down her windbreaker, dripped onto the ground, and quickly merged with the mud. As she walked, she muttered softly, "This damn place, it's raining with thunder. I hope another 4th-level beast will strike down later." Jiang Yi followed behind her and chuckled when he heard her words. That may not be the case. I can also handle it if it hits me. He walked casually in the mud, splashing mud and water with his boots, but he didn't mind at all. He looked at Su Yuli's cautious look and couldn't help but say something. "Slow down, don't step into." Before she could finish her words, she heard a puff sound and her foot slipped, and her entire right foot sank directly into a hidden swamp pit. The mud instantly covered her calves. She looked down, her face changed slightly, and she tried to pull it out with all her strength, but the swamp seemed to have grown hands, sucking her feet tightly. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. Su Yuli was silent for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Yi, her cold eyes revealing a rare embarrassment. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over, squatted beside her, and said with concern, "Don't move, the more you pull, the deeper it sinks." He reached out and grabbed her arm, and with his other hand he dug into the mud, trying to help her dig her foot out. The rain hit his face and flowed down his chin, but he had no time to wipe it off. He lowered his head and worked hard, muttering, "The swamps here are the most annoying. They're very sticky. I stepped on them once before and lost my shoes." Su Yuli was pulled by his arm and stood there motionless, but her face was a little more uncomfortable. She muttered in a low voice, "Stop talking, hurry up." Her tone was still cold, but her eyes unconsciously glanced away, obviously not wanting Jiang Yi to see her in such a miserable state. The rain was pouring down like a waterfall, thunder was roaring, and the ground of the swamp forest became increasingly muddy under the heavy rain. Su Yuli cooperated with Jiang Yi and pulled hard twice, but not only did she not break free, she sank deeper. She frowned, and a rare hint of irritation appeared on her cold face. Jiang Yi stood beside her, rain running down his face. He looked down at the swamp, scratched his head, and tentatively said, "How about taking off your shoes? It's all muddy out back here, so it might be easier to walk barefoot." Hearing this, Su Yuli suddenly looked up and glared at him coldly, with a hint of gnashing teeth. "Barefoot? What if you step in next time? Will you cut off your feet?" She swung her legs, splashing mud all over the ground, and was obviously quite dissatisfied with the proposal. Jiang Yi was stunned by her retort, smiled awkwardly, and touched his nose. "Yeah, this idea is a bit bad." He squatted down, reached out, and grabbed her arm again, trying to help her pull out. "Come, let me help you." Chapter 80 Pulling Carrots. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and exerted force with his arms. With the force increased tenfold, if this force was used on a ferocious beast, it would probably break its bones directly. But Su Yuli's feet did not move at all, as if they were bitten by the swamp. He frowned and put in a little more strength. The mud made a muffled gurgling sound, but she was still not pulled out. Jiang Yi stopped and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. It was not that he couldn't pull, but if he used more force, he was afraid that he would tear Su Yuli's arm apart. "What's going on? This mud is too weird." He muttered something, let go of his hand, and looked up at Su Yuli. Su Yuli was struggling, but the more she moved, the tighter the swamp became, like a living thing, and the mud had already reached her knees. She stopped, took a breath, and said coldly, "Stop messing around." Jiang Yi scratched his head, squatted beside her and stared at the swamp for a few seconds, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. He hesitated for a moment, a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, and whispered, "I have a way, which is, Su Yuli glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Speak." Jiang Yi coughed dryly, avoiding her gaze, and muttered softly, "It's really hard to pull it out from the arms. The strength isn't enough." "I can hold your legs and pull it out directly. That way the point of force is low, so it should work." He glanced at her as he spoke, and when she didn't say anything, he quickly added, "Don't get me wrong, I just think this method is reliable." Su Yuli was silent. The rain hit her face and flowed down her chin. She looked down at her legs and then looked up at Jiang Yi's somewhat embarrassed face. 2 seconds later, she took a deep breath, her attitude firm but with a hint of gritted teeth. Okay. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and nodded quickly. Okay, then I will start. He squatted down and stretched out his hands toward Su Yuli's legs, carefully avoiding the sticky mud. As soon as his hand touched her calf, he felt her muscles tighten slightly. It was obvious that she was not used to this kind of contact. He looked up at her and whispered, "Relax, don't tense up, or it will be difficult to pull out." Su Yuli didn't say anything, just said him softly. Her eyes shifted away, but there was a barely noticeable blush on her face. Covered by rain, it's hard to see clearly. She stood there, letting Jiang Yi put his arms around her legs and try to keep herself steady. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and squatted in front of Su Yuli. The rain poured down, flowing across his face and blurring his vision, but he still had to bite the bullet and look down. There's no way, this posture is too embarrassing. He had to lower his head between Su Yuli's thighs, and the tip of his nose could almost feel the cold touch of her wet windbreaker sticking to her legs. The rain flowed down her trouser legs, but he inexplicably smelled a faint fragrance. That was Su Yuli's unique aura, which could not be concealed even in this ghost place. He wrapped his arms around her calves, and his heart beat faster when his fingers touched the firm muscles on her legs. Her legs were covered in mud and were completely black, but through the cold and damp mud, he could feel the temperature of her skin, which was slightly cool but had some resilience, like a piece of jade wet by the rain. His face was too close, so close that he could see the details of the tiny fibers on her trouser legs that were slightly swollen after being soaked by the rain, so close that if he looked up he would meet her downcast gaze. If he looked up at this moment, he would probably die on the spot. Relax a little more, don't be so tense. Jiang Yi whispered, trying to make his tone sound natural, but there was still a hint of discomfort in his voice. He lowered his head, his eyes fixed on her calves, not daring to glance around, but his peripheral vision still accidentally swept across the inside of her thigh. His mind buzzed and he quickly forced himself to focus, cursing in his heart, "Jiang Yi, what the hell are you thinking? This is about saving people, not doing anything else." Su Yuli didn't say anything, just made a soft sound, and the muscles in her legs relaxed a little. Jiang Yi swallowed his saliva, began to exert force with his hands, and his internal energy slowly flowed to his arms. He didn't dare to use all his strength, for fear of hurting her accidentally, so he could only tentatively pull it out little by little. His fingers sank into the mud, and the sticky touch seeped in through his fingers. It was freezing cold, but his palms felt inexplicably warm. This feels so weird. It was like pulling out a tree stump buried deep in the ground, but this stump was alive and had a warmth that made him feel uneasy. The mud made a gurgling sound, as if it was competing with him. Jiang Yi clenched his teeth and hugged her tighter with both hands. His fingertips accidentally slid onto her calf. The muscle there trembled slightly, and his heart trembled with it. He lowered his head and buried his face between her legs, and the rain dripped down his forehead and hit her trouser legs. The tip of his nose was only a few centimeters away from her thigh, and his breath was filled with the damp smell of mud and that faint fragrance, mixed together, like some kind of strange catalyst, making his mind a little dizzy. "Hurry up." Su Yuli's voice came from above his head, cold but a little impatient, as if she had noticed his hesitation. "It's done." With a pop sound, Su Yuli's feet suddenly broke away from the swamp, bringing out a string of black mud and water. Fuck. However, Jiang Yi used too much force and his feet were slippery. He lost his balance and fell backwards with his hands still holding Su Yuli's legs. Su Yuli was caught off guard and was thrown forward by the force, falling directly on him. She subconsciously supported her hands on both sides of his chest to steady her body. Bang! Jiang Yi's back hit the muddy ground hard, splashing mud. The rain flowed down his face, covering it all with mud. He opened his eyes and met Su Yuli's cold eyes. Their eyes met and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Yuli's long hair was wet by the rain and stuck to the side of her face. A few drops of water dripped down her chin and hit Jiang Yi's forehead. She placed her hands on his chest and hastily moved them away, accidentally pressing her fingertips into the mud, getting her hands covered in black mud. Su Yuli looked down at him with a complicated expression, as if shocked and speechless. She moved her lips, and finally uttered coldly, "Did you do this on purpose?" Jiang Yi blinked, his eyelashes trembling due to the rain. He grinned innocently, "How is that possible?" "I was just afraid you'd get too deep, so I used a little too much force." He paused, glancing down at his belly where she was sitting, then looked back up at her, smiling shyly, "But you're quite light for the weight you carry." Su Yuli heard this and her eyes twitched. "How light is it? Why don't you try to let me step on you?" She tried to stand up, but her feet were covered in slippery mud. As soon as she exerted force, her palm slipped and she pressed back on Jiang Yi's chest with a bang, splashing mud all over his face. Chapter 81 Isn't this considered a kiss? Their eyes met again, and they were speechless for a moment. Jiang Yi groaned as she pressed him, but he didn't rush to push her away. Instead, he supported himself on the ground and sat up, half leaning against the mud. He said with a smile, "It's dirty, so what? There's no clean place here anyway. How about you sit for a while? I'll be a cushion for you to avoid stepping into the pit again? You wish." Su Yuli snorted coldly, pushed herself up with both hands, and finally stood up. She glanced down at Jiang Yi and saw that he was covered in mud, with a few wet grass strands in his hair, looking like a drowned chicken that had just crawled out of a mud pit. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. "You look like this, you'll scare people to death if you go out." Jiang Yi looked down at himself as she spoke, then simply leaned back and lay back in the mud, spreading his hands and saying helplessly, "What should I do? The rain is getting heavier, and my image is ruined. How about you help me wipe it off?" Su Yuli rolled her eyes, took out a rain-soaked handkerchief from her windbreaker pocket, threw it on his face, and said coldly, "Wipe it yourself." The wet handkerchief covered Jiang Yi's sight, emitting a faint fragrance, mixed with the smell of rain, which was not unpleasant. Jiang Yi pulled off his handkerchief, sat up, wiped the mud off his face, and grinned, "All right." He stood up, shook off the mud on his body, and stretched out his hand to Su Yuli. "Come, I'll help you, don't step in again. In this broken place, the rain is like mud." Su Yuli glanced at him and didn't refuse. She put her hand on his wrist and used the force to steady herself. She shook the mud off her legs and muttered softly, "Next time you fall, I'll use you as a cushion. Let's go, find a place to shelter from the rain ahead and don't step into the pit again." Su Yuli didn't say anything, just said softly, and followed him. The rain continued to fall, thunder roared, and the ground of the swamp forest became increasingly muddy. The two men walked forward side by side, their footsteps making a slight gurgling sound on the soft soil. The fog mixed with rain blurred her vision, but Jiang Yi walked in front, deliberately slowing down his pace and looking back from time to time to make sure she was keeping up. The tall figure looked particularly reliable in the rain. Somehow, an ambiguous atmosphere inexplicably filled the air. Perhaps it was the touch of Jiang Yi when he hugged her legs just now, or perhaps it was the concern he inadvertently revealed. Su Yuli walked behind him, her eyes fell on his back, and she unconsciously softened. She looked down at her hand. There seemed to be a trace of warmth left where he had just held it, which could not be washed away by the rain. She frowned, as if trying to get rid of the strange feeling, but the feeling was like swamp mud, sticking to her and unable to be shaken off. Jiang Yi walked in front, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling a little confused inside. He would steal a glance at Su Yuli from time to time, and saw that she was silent with her head down. Her cold face was wet by the rain, adding a touch of gentle beauty, and his heart beat faster. The task in the system suddenly popped up in his mind, and he couldn't help but secretly poke the damn thing in his heart. "Hey, Tongzi, didn't that just now count as intimacy? I hugged her legs, why didn't the task move? Bite." The familiar and annoying voice of the system came into my mind. The host's previous contact does not meet the mission requirements. The mission objective is to actively hug and cuddle for 1 minute, which must be a full 60 seconds, and must be initiated by the other party. The situation just now was an emergency rescue. The contact lasted only 12 seconds, and it was a passive action, so it will not be counted. Jiang Yi's face darkened, and he cursed in his mind, 12 seconds? You even have a timer? If the time is insufficient, it doesn't count. This crappy mission is too rigid. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling crazy inside. This damn system is really stupid. Holding my legs for 12 seconds doesn't count. Does Su Yuli have to hold me for a full minute? The more he thought about it, the more speechless he became, and he almost couldn't help but complain out loud. But when he thought of Su Yuli right behind him, he quickly suppressed his frustration and looked back at her as if nothing had happened. He saw that she was lowering her head and kicking away the mud and water under her feet, with her brows slightly wrinkled, which looked a bit cute. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and the irritability in his heart inexplicably dissipated a little. "Be careful, don't step into the swamp." Su Yuli noticed his gaze, looked up and said coldly. She quickened her pace and walked side by side with him. The rain hit them both, and the splashing water occasionally touched the corners of each other's clothes, as if invisibly bringing them closer. Jiang Yi chuckled and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll be watching you this time." He didn't say anything more, but silently adjusted his pace to get closer to her. In the rain, the figures of the two people walked farther and farther away, and the roaring thunder could not cover up the subtle atmosphere that was almost imperceptible. Time flies. The thunderstorm rain poured down like a river from the sky, washing away every inch of the swamp forest. Shallow grooves were washed out on the muddy ground, and the smell of blood and stench spread everywhere. The two of them easily dealt with an attacking second-level ferocious beast of fiery thorn lizard. It was not big but extremely agile. If it weren't for the tacit cooperation between the two of them, it would have taken some effort to deal with it. At this moment, the body of the thorny lizard was soaked white by the rain, and its sharp spines were scattered all over the ground. Jiang Yi picked up the beast core and threw it into the storage space. He clapped his hands and was about to move on. At this moment, the soil in front suddenly collapsed under the rain, revealing a long-buried ruin. The mud slid away, revealing a section of broken metal wall. The wall was covered with rust, and some vague carvings could be vaguely seen. It was obvious that the metal material was not naturally produced. The edges were flat and showed signs of artificial polishing. In the corner of the wall, a half-covered entrance was completely exposed by the rain. The pitch-black hole looked like a gaping mouth, revealing an inexplicable chill. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, took a few steps closer, reached out and touched the metal wall. His fingertips ran across the rust, and a little reddish-brown powder stained his fingertips. He lowered his head and looked around for a while, his eyes falling on the blurred carvings on the wall. They seemed to be some kind of numbers or symbols. Although they were eroded by time and were difficult to recognize, they still retained the regular style unique to the old civilization period. He frowned and muttered, "This metal is not ordinary steel. It is very hard and has a bit of alloy texture." He looked up at the entrance and noticed that there were several broken panels embedded in the edge of the cave. Some circuit patterns could be vaguely discerned on them. Although they had long been broken, they exuded a sense of technology. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Su Yuli, with a hint of affirmation. "This place looks like a laboratory from the old civilization period." Su Yuli stood beside him, following Jiang Yi's gaze, frowning slightly, and her eyes swept over the details of the metal wall and the entrance. She squatted down, reached out and pushed aside a pile of dirt beside the cave entrance, revealing a half-buried small nameplate. The nameplate was rusted, and the text had long since faded, but a few characters could be vaguely discerned: experimental, area, and so on. She gently rubbed it with her fingertips, her cold voice echoing over the sound of rain. "The wall is made of composite alloy, there are remnants of circuitry at the entrance, and this nameplate, it's definitely a laboratory style." Jiang Yi nodded and chuckled. "I didn't expect that there would be a laboratory of the old civilization in a place like this." Chapter 82 Old Civilization Laboratory. Su Yuli stood up, patted the mud on her hands, and her eyes fell on the dark entrance. She was a little confused. How can there be a laboratory in such a ghost place? She paused and turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. "There are many ruins outside the city, but this is the first time I've seen one built in a swamp." Jiang Yi stroked his chin, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. Not surprising. The people of the old civilization were very smart. Swamps are home to many ferocious beasts and abundant resources. If the beasts had just arrived and several large cities hadn't been built yet, building a laboratory to study them would be perfect. He paused, grinning, but it could be something else, like some secret weapon. It wouldn't be an ordinary hideout anyway. Su Yuli glanced at him, and seeing his confident look, she snorted, "You do know it clearly." She didn't ask any more questions. She gripped the sickle tightly in her hand and walked towards the entrance first. "Go in and take a look. Be careful." Jiang Yi nodded, revealing a row of white teeth. "Don't worry, I understand." He had come across similar ruins during other field missions and knew that they might contain fragments of technology from a bygone era, or even treasures coveted by ferocious beasts. Su Yuli glanced at him and saw that he looked confident. She also understood that this was not his first time in such a place. She didn't say anything more, just said softly and walked towards the entrance first. Jiang Yi followed closely behind, and the two of them stepped into the ruins washed out by the rain, one in front and the other behind. The entrance is a narrow and closed path. The walls on both sides of the passage are made of metal. Although the surface is rusty, you can still see how solid they were in the past. Rainwater flowed in through the entrance and formed a shallow puddle on the ground, making a light pattering sound when stepped on. The air was filled with a smell of dampness and decay, mixed with the cold smell of metal, which made people feel alert. The path was dimly lit, with only the occasional faint sunlight filtering through the cracks above, reflecting the moss covering the walls. The moss was thick and wet and stuck to the metal surface, as if covering the cold ruins with a green coat. Su Yuli walked in front, holding a sickle in her hand, with the blade slightly tilted forward, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Her steps were light and steady, and water dripped from the hem of her windbreaker, leaving a trail of wet marks. Jiang Yi followed behind her, but his pace was more casual than hers. He reached out and touched the moss on the wall. His fingertips were stained with green juice and he whispered, "This place has been abandoned long enough for the moss to grow like this." He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sweeping over the broken traces of wiring in the corners of the walls. He sighed, the technology of the old civilization was truly impressive. They could even build a laboratory in a swamp like this. Su Yuli didn't respond, but just glanced back at him and said coldly, "Don't touch it, be careful, it's poisonous." Hearing this, Jiang Yi looked down at his hands, chuckled, and rubbed them on his trouser legs. "It's okay, I have thick skin and flesh, the poison won't kill me." As he spoke, he quickly followed, approached Su Yuli, and whispered, "What did this laboratory do in the past? Researching ferocious beasts? Or developing some secret weapons?" Su Yuli frowned and glanced at the depths of the passage, where she could vaguely see a half-open metal door with a faint light shining through the gap. She whispered, "I don't know, but it's definitely not something simple. Anything from the old civilization that survives to this day is either dangerous or valuable." She paused, then turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. "Don't you know much more clearly?" "Guess?" Jiang Yi touched his chin. "Guess? I guess they're studying the genes of ferocious beasts. Most of the labs outside the city are closely related to ferocious beasts. Maybe there are still some mutant samples that haven't been cleaned up yet. Don't let a big guy pop out later." Su Yuli snorted lightly and said nothing more. She just tightened the sickle in her hand and slowed down her pace. The two continued to go deeper along the trail, and the air became increasingly cold. The metal door at the end of the passage was getting closer and closer, and the faint humming sound coming from behind the door made the sense of unknown in this relic even stronger. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli looked at each other, and without saying anything, they quickened their pace tacitly. The two continued to go deeper into the narrow passage. The moss on the metal walls glowed green in the dim light. The half-open metal door at the end of the passage was getting closer and closer, and the dim light shining through the gap seemed to be tempting them to move forward. Jiang Yi whispered, "This place is really spooky, like a haunted house." Su Yuli ignored him and just glanced back at him, "Stop talking nonsense and focus." Jiang Yi shrugged and followed her obediently. The passage gradually widened, and the metal door in front was half open. The door was covered with rust, and some vague signs could be vaguely seen, like some kind of warning symbols. Su Yuli stopped, frowned, and looked at the door, and whispered, "There may be something behind this door." Jiang Yi leaned forward, squinted at the sign on the door, and smiled. "Isn't it just a danger sign? A common warning from the old civilization. This is most likely the core area of the laboratory." He paused, turned his head to look at Su Yuli, and grinned, "How about I go in and explore the way first, and you cover behind?" Su Yuli glanced at him, put away the sickle, and crossed her arms over her chest. "You are so brave? Okay, you go first, I will cheer you on from behind." She paused, raised the corners of her lips slightly, and added, "If you encounter any mutant monsters, remember to call me so I can come and save you." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, touched his nose, and laughed dryly. "All right, don't worry, I'm tough and can handle it." As he spoke, he pushed open the metal door. The hinges made a harsh creaking sound, and the scene behind the door gradually revealed itself. Behind the door was a spacious laboratory hall with a towering dome. Broken display screens and consoles were embedded in the walls, and various discarded instruments and glass fragments were scattered on the ground. In the center stood a row of huge culture tanks, the liquid in which had long since dried up, leaving only some dark red residue. The air was filled with a pungent smell of chemicals mixed with the cold scent of metal. Jiang Yi stepped into the hall, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. He looked down at the debris on the ground and carefully avoided it. Su Yuli followed behind him, her eyes sweeping over the culture tanks, her brows slightly furrowed. "Is this place used to be used for biological research?" 80%. Jiang Yi replied casually. He walked to a control console, reached out and pressed it, but found that the power had been cut off. He shrugged and turned to look at Su Yuli, "But it looks like it has been abandoned for a long time, so it shouldn't be dangerous." Just then, a slight click sound came from deep in the laboratory, as if something was moving. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli were both stunned and turned their eyes to the direction where the sound came from. Su Yuli gripped the sickle tightly and whispered, "There's movement." Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, his internal energy circulating in his body, ready to respond at any time. He walked slowly towards the direction of the sound, and Su Yuli followed closely behind. The two walked through a row of culture tanks and came to the other side of the laboratory, where they saw a half-open storage cabinet. The cabinet door was shaking slightly, making a slight noise. Zhang Yi walked forward, reached out and opened the cabinet door. It was empty inside, with only a pile of scattered test tubes and broken instruments. He breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Su Yuli and said, "It was a false alarm, nothing happened." Su Yuli didn't let her guard down. Her eyes fell on the ground next to the cabinet, where there were a series of wet footprints, as if someone had just walked by. She squatted down, touched the footprints, and whispered, "These footprints are fresh." Chapter 83 Mutant Beast. Zhang Yi was startled and quickly leaned over to take a look. Sure enough, the watermarks on the footprints had not dried yet, obviously they were left recently. He frowned and whispered, "Has anyone been here?" Or. Before he finished speaking, the lights in the laboratory suddenly flickered, and then the display screens in the entire hall lit up, emitting a faint blue light. The indicator light on the console also began to flicker, as if it was activated. "Oh no, there is still residual energy in this place," Zhang Yi said in a low voice. His eyes swept across the lit screens, and he saw some garbled codes and blurry images jumping on them, and the outlines of some creatures could be vaguely seen. Su Yuli gripped the sickle tightly. "Be careful, it may have a self-defense system." She paused, then turned her head to look at Zhang Yi. "Didn't you say you have thick skin? Why don't you go ahead and explore?" Zhang Yi was amused by her words and grinned. "Okay, I'll take the lead and you cheer me on from behind." As he spoke, he walked towards the control console, trying to see if he could shut down the devices that had suddenly activated. At this moment, a low roar came from the shadows deep in the laboratory, like the breathing of some creature. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli froze at the same time, and their eyes turned towards the direction where the sound came from. A huge glass cabin slowly opened, and a strange-looking creature walked out of it, half human, half beast, covered with scales, with bloodshot eyes and saliva dripping from its mouth. A mutant beast. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank slightly as he stared at the mutant beast that had crawled out of the glass cabin. He murmured softly, "This fellow's aura is no less powerful than a third-tier beast. He even has the faintest inkling of a fourth-tier beast." The monster was tall, at least 3 meters tall. Its half-human, half-beast body was covered with black and green scales. Its muscles were bulging, and its arms were so thick that they seemed able to tear steel plates with ease. Its claws were as sharp as knives, its scarlet eyes revealed a bloodthirsty frenzy, and saliva dripped from its fangs, corroding the ground into wisps of white smoke. Su Yuli stood behind Zhang Yi, her eyes cold, the sickle in her hand slightly raised, and whispered, "Be careful, this thing is not simple." As soon as he finished speaking, the mutant beast suddenly let out a deafening roar. The sound echoed in the empty laboratory hall, and even the air seemed to tremble. It leaped suddenly, its claws tearing through the air, and a fishy wind rushed towards Zhang Yi. The speed was so fast that only a shadow was left. Wherever the claw wind passed, the metal fragments on the ground were blown away, making a sharp crashing sound. Zhang Yi just turned slightly, his eyes as calm as the surface of a lake. He raised his right hand, and the internal force in his palm condensed into a faint halo, facing the whistling claws. Bang! With a dull thud, the mutant beast's sharp claws slammed heavily on Zhang Yi's palm, but it was like hitting an invisible wall. Its attack came to an abrupt halt, its claws stopped in mid-air, unable to advance even an inch. Zhang Yi stood where he was, not even moving half a step, but with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Su Yuli narrowed her eyes slightly, and glanced between Zhang Yi and the monster, blocked. The mutant beast obviously didn't expect that this attack would be so easily resolved, and a hint of anger flashed in its scarlet eyes. It growled, twisted its body suddenly, and swung its tail like a steel whip, hitting Zhang Yi's side with a sound of breaking through the air. The tail was covered with spikes, and its force was so great that even the culture tank next to it was shaken by the airflow. Zhang Yi just snorted lightly, waved his left hand casually, and his palm was once again wrapped in a layer of internal force halo, and he hit the tail that was swinging towards him accurately. With a crisp pop sound, the tail was swung away by him and hit the metal wall next to it hard, leaving a dent. The mutant beast staggered, as if it was thrown off balance by its own strength. "That's it?" Zhang Yi muttered softly. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, not taking the monster seriously at all. The mutant beast was completely enraged. It raised its head and roared, and the sound made the dust in the dome fall down. Its scales suddenly opened, releasing a strong black-green aura, which enveloped Zhang Yi like a poisonous fog. At the same time, it kicked the ground with its legs, and its whole body rushed towards Jiang Yi like a cannonball, with both claws out, trying to use the poisonous mist to cover this attack and tear him to pieces completely. Su Yuli frowned slightly, as if to remind him, but Jiang Yi just shook his head slightly, as if he had expected this move. Open heaven power. He raised his right hand, and his internal energy condensed into a whirlwind in his palm. With a light push, the black and green poisonous fog was completely blown away, and not even a trace of it could get close to him. Then, he took a wrong step. His body was as light as the wind. He dodged the fierce attack sideways, and slapped the mutant beast on the back with his palm. Boom! The huge body of the mutant beast was like a kite with a broken string. It was blown away and slammed hard against the wall of the laboratory. The metal wall was dented by the impact, making a loud noise and sending dust everywhere. It struggled to get up, scratching the ground with its claws, and let out angry and weak roars. Its scales trembled, and blood seeped from the cracks. Jiang Yi dusted off his hands, turned to look at Su Yuli, and grinned. This guy only looks intimidating, but he is not strong enough to fight. Su Yuli glanced at the mutant beast still struggling on the ground and asked coldly, "Is this true?" The mutant beast seemed to understand the taunting, and the anger in its eyes grew even stronger. It struggled to stand up, took a staggering step, opened its bloody mouth, and tried to make a last stand. But before it could pounce, Jiang Yi just waved his hand casually, and a stream of internal force turned into an invisible gust of wind, which directly pierced through its chest. Puff! Blood splattered, and the mutant beast's body froze in place. Its scarlet eyes gradually lost their luster, and then it fell to the ground with a bang, creating a cloud of dust. Its huge body twitched a few times, and then it became completely motionless. Jiang Yi shrugged, turned around and walked back to Su Yuli, very relaxed. "It's solved." Not good enough at all. Yesterday, Jiang Yi was only at the peak of his martial arts training. When fighting against the third-rank Burning Iron Rhino, he almost used all his strength and was even nearly pierced through the chest by the giant beast's flaming iron horns. At that time, although he had already touched the threshold of a warrior, he was still a step away from true transformation. And today, not only did he cross the threshold and be promoted from a martial artist to a martial artist, he also broke through 9 levels at an astonishing speed and reached the peak of martial arts. The internal force in the body is like a rushing river, vast and unfathomable. While it is running, one can even hear a faint humming sound coming from within the body. Not to mention the tenfold increase in strength brought by the new talent. With the blessing of this power, every move he made seemed to carry the force of overturning mountains, and he could crush all obstacles with ease. This mutant beast's aura is no less than that of a peak 3rd-level beast, and it even has the rudiments of a 4th-level beast. If it were yesterday, Jiang Yi might have needed to deal with it with caution, and might even have been in a tough fight. But now, this monster is just a slightly stronger sandbag in his eyes. The entire process, from the time it pounced to the time it was killed, took only a few breaths. Chapter 84 Indoor Grassland. Jiang Yi squatted down, his eyes fixed on the mutant beast's corpse. He tapped its scales lightly with his fingers and whispered, "Although this guy can't take a beating, he looks pretty good." Years of hunting and fighting experience have made him familiar with the corpses of ferocious beasts. He can almost tell at a glance which parts can be used. He pulled out a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of cold light from the blade, he began to skillfully decompose the monster's body. Jiang Yi moved quickly, the tip of the knife accurately cutting through the connection between the scales and the muscles, first peeling off a layer of tough black-green scales and throwing it aside. Then he cut open the chest cavity, reached in, fumbled for a while, and took out a fist-sized beast core. The surface of the beast core was glowing with a dark luster, and there seemed to be violent energy surging inside, fatally revealing an aura that was even more manic than that of a 3rd-level ferocious beast. TSK, this mutant beast core is even more powerful than the energy of a 3rd-level ferocious beast. Jiang Yi weighed the beast core in his hand, squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, then turned to look at Su Yuli and grinned. "Not bad." He did not stop and continued to decompose the corpse, removing a bunch of loose parts from the monster's bones and tendons, several bone spurs as hard as iron, a section of extremely tough tendons, and a small piece of metal fragment emitting weak energy fluctuations, like some kind of alloy left over from the laboratory. Although these things were scattered, Jiang Yi's rich experience allowed him to quickly outline the prototype of Lingwu in his mind. He knew that the assembly of spiritual weapons required a balance of strength, toughness, and energy conduction, and the materials before him just happened to have their own potential. Bone spurs provided attack power, tendons ensured flexibility, and metal fragments enhanced energy flow. However, he also knew that there was still a lack of a main frame that could integrate these components, as well as a 4th-level or higher beast core to stabilize the energy output. Otherwise, these materials could only be considered semi-finished products with untapped potential. Jiang Yi patted the blood off his hands, stood up, packed up the pile of parts and beast cores, and looked up at Su Yuli. How about I make you a spiritual weapon with these things? Su Yuli was stunned, and a hint of imperceptible embarrassment flashed across her cold face. She didn't want to take too much advantage of this ferocious beast that Jiang Yi had dealt with entirely by himself. She looked down at the sickle in her hand and lowered her voice slightly. No need, the sickle is enough for me. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, are you alienated? Why are you being so polite to me? We are close friends. Su Yuli was choked by his words, glanced at him with a helpless look, and felt warm in her heart. She hummed softly and whispered, thanks. After a pause, she raised the corners of her lips slightly and added, then I'll give you a reduction. Jiang Yi was packing up his things when he heard this. He was startled and looked up at her with a puzzled look on his face. Reduce once? What do you mean? Su Yuli ignored his confused expression, turned around calmly, and walked towards the depths of the laboratory, obviously in a good mood. There are still 27 more. Her voice came faintly. Jiang Yi? Why do you still remember this? The two walked through the laboratory hall and came to a huge metal door. The door was covered with thick rust, but a faint green light could be seen from the edges. Jiang Yi reached out and pushed the door. The door hinge made a low creaking sound and slowly opened, revealing the scene behind the door. Wow! Jiang Yi exclaimed in a low voice and stopped at the door. Behind the door was an extremely spacious room with a dome so high that the end was almost invisible. The walls were made of metal and some transparent material, letting in a faint light from the sky. The floor of the room was actually a vast indoor grassland. The grass was lush, half a person's height, swaying slightly in the wind, and the air was filled with a fresh plant scent. In the distance, you can even hear the faint sound of flowing water, as if there is a stream winding through it. Su Yuli narrowed her eyes and looked at the grassland, a little more puzzled. There is such a place? Jiang Yi touched his chin and grinned. With this scale, it's probably an ecological experiment field. It's not surprising that a laboratory for studying the genes of ferocious beasts would have a simulated natural environment. He paused, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Maybe there are some good things hidden here. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yuli didn't say much, just nodded, gripped the sickle tightly, followed Jiang Yi, and the two stepped into this indoor grassland step by step. The grass rustled under their feet, the air was moist and cool, and they could faintly hear the chirping of insects in the distance. It was like a completely independent little world. The two explored forward cautiously, and Jiang Yi occasionally pushed aside the tall grass, trying to find the boundary of the grassland or hidden clues. Su Yuli looked around with sharp eyes, always remaining vigilant. Occasionally, a broken metal pipe or instrument fragment is exposed deep in the grass. It is obvious that this is not a simple natural environment, but some kind of man-made testing site. However, they did not realize that in the dark corner of the grassland, a pair of cold eyes were quietly watching them. The site was hidden in the shadows of the tall grass, with an eerie prying look, as if assessing the strength of its prey. It's a little too quiet here. Su Yuli suddenly stopped and whispered. She squatted down, reached out to push aside the grass at her feet, and frowned slightly. The two of them didn't notice that the dark branches under their feet were quietly wriggling. The branches slid silently like snakes, interweaving in the grass and gradually approaching the two people, like hunters patiently waiting for the opportunity. Su Yuli stopped and her eyes fell on a huge flower not far away. The flower was as tall as a person, its petals were bright red like blood, but with strange serrated patterns on the edges, and a faint fragrance emanated from the center. She frowned slightly, squatted down to examine it carefully, and whispered, "This flower doesn't look like something that grew naturally. Is it the product of an experiment by an ancient civilization?" Jiang Yi was about to move closer to see what was going on, but he didn't notice that the black branches in the grass behind him had quietly surrounded him. Just as he took a step, the branches suddenly grew up. It wrapped around his legs like a living thing, then quickly spread upwards, tightly binding his waist and arms. What the hell? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and his internal energy suddenly burst out. He growled, and the muscles in his arms bulged, forcing the branches apart with a forceful snap sound. Under brute force, although the branches were surprisingly resilient, they were ultimately unable to withstand his strength and were broken free by him, scattering everywhere and still twitching slightly when they fell to the ground. He patted the grass debris on his body, turned around and shouted to Su Yuli, "Be careful, there are living vines here." However, as soon as he said this, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The huge flower behind Su Yuli slowly opened at this moment, and the petals curled outward, revealing a bloody mouth. The center of the flower is full of sharp teeth, and scarlet juice drips from the gaps. The flower was like a ferocious beast that was awakened, and it suddenly pounced towards the back of Su Yuli's head. Su Yuli! Behind! Jiang Yi shouted loudly, his figure flashed, and he rushed over to rescue. Chapter 85, Sea of Man-Eating Flowers. Su Yuli reacted very quickly when she heard the shout. The sickle in his hand instantly flashed a cold light, and his body leaped forward at the same time, narrowly avoiding the bite of the flower. With a crack, the flower's sharp teeth bit into nothing and hit the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. She steadied herself, turned around and looked at the flower, a cold look flashing in her eyes. Carnivorous plant? Jiang Yi had already rushed to her side, staring closely at the still twisting flower. The giant flower seemed unwilling to let its prey escape. Its petals shook violently, and its roots suddenly rose from the ground, rushing towards the two people with a ball of black soil. At the same time, more branches in the grass began to stir, as if they were summoned, and all wrapped around them. Jiang Yi stared at the giant carnivorous plant that was rushing towards him with a disdainful smile. Although this flower looks ferocious and its aura is no weaker than that of a second-level ferocious beast, in his eyes, it is just a flower stand with a little strength. The carnivorous plant roared and rushed over, its petals opened like a bloody mouth. The roots dragged on the ground, bringing up a lot of dirt and grass debris, and a fishy smell hit my nose. Jiang Yi stood still, just tilting his head slightly. Is that all you can do? He muttered something in a low voice, stepped lightly on the ground with his right foot, and his internal force surged instantly, and he rushed forward like an arrow. The carnivorous plant bit down with its sharp teeth, but it only bit a ball of air. Call out. Jiang Yi's figure had already flashed to its side. He raised his hand and condensed the internal force in his palm into an invisible gust of wind, which accurately hit the stem of the carnivorous plant. Bang! With a dull sound, the flower stem broke. The scarlet petals fluttered in the air, and the huge flower body seemed to have been drained of all its strength and fell to the ground with a bang. Juice spurted out from the fracture, corroding the ground and making a sizzling sound. But Jiang Yi just shook his sleeves casually, and there was not even a trace of it. A level of a second-tier beast? Jiang Yi glanced at the twitching remains on the ground and sneered, it's just for show, but it can't withstand a fight. He turned and walked towards Su Yuli, clapping his hands, it's easy to get one. However, just as he finished speaking, a burst of dense rustling sound suddenly came from the surrounding grass. He frowned and turned his head to look, only to feel a chill rising from his spine and his scalp tingling. Looking around, the originally peaceful grassland seemed to come alive, and countless huge shadows slowly rose from the grass. One by one, the carnivorous plants rose from the ground, their petals opened, revealing their sharp teeth. Scarlet juice dripped from the center of the flower, the amount was dazzling. Looking around, this indoor grassland turned out to be a sea of carnivorous plants. It is so dense that it looks like a blood-red ocean. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he touched his nose and laughed dryly. Good boy, this isn't just a matter of one or two plants. This entire grassland is their nest? Su Yuli stood beside him, her eyes sweeping across the wriggling sea of flowers. She said coldly, it's a bit dangerous. Can you hold on? The group of carnivorous plants began to stir, and the flower stems swayed as they moved towards the two people. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, stretched his wrists, and grinned, all right, a sea of flowers is a sea of flowers. I'll take as many pictures as you want. Roar! Endless carnivorous plants pounced on me. Su Yuli snorted coldly, her figure flashed, and the sickle in her hand once again drew a sharp arc of light. She has no extra words and is clear about her goals. Go straight to the nearest carnivorous plant. As the sickle flashed, a flower stem broke and scarlet juice splattered, but she nimbly avoided it. Don't just stand there, get started. She shouted without looking back. Jiang Yi came back to his senses, grinned, and his eyes lit up with fighting spirit. Here I come. He exerted force on his feet and rushed into the sea of flowers like a cannonball. The internal force gathered in his palm. Bang bang bang. There were several muffled sounds in succession, and the stems of the three carnivorous plants broke at the same time, and the petals flew all over the sky, like a blood-red rain. Interesting. Jiang Yi became more and more excited as the battle went on, and he was so fast that he almost turned into an afterimage. He moved nimbly through the sea of flowers, and those snarling roots and sharp teeth couldn't touch him at all. Whenever a carnivorous plant pounced on him, he would slap it with his palm. The force was precise and domineering, and the flower stem would be smashed into pieces. Su Yuli was wandering on the other side. She did not fight hard like Jiang Yi, but instead found the weak point of the flower stem and killed it with one blow. It was clean and neat, and when the juice splashed, she had already retreated, as calm as a hunter harvesting her prey. The two of them cooperated very well. Jiang Yi was responsible for clearing the way in the front, charging forward like a humanoid chariot, while Su Yuli roamed around the flanks, cleaning up any fish that had slipped through the net. Although the sea of flowers was dense, with the joint efforts of the two, a gap was torn open little by little. The battle lasted for a while, and Su Yuli gradually felt exhausted. She gritted her teeth and swung the sickle again, but a root suddenly emerged and entangled the sickle. Oh no! She gasped and pulled hard, but was no match for the strange force of the roots. Crack! The sickle flew out of his hand and stuck into the grass far away. Then, a giant carnivorous plant took advantage of the situation and pounced on her, its petals opened and bit straight at her. Careful! Jiang Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and in a flash he stood in front of her. He raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. The burst of internal energy directly smashed the carnivorous plant into pieces, and the petals and juice splashed everywhere. He turned to look at Su Yuli, and seeing that she was fine, he frowned and said, "Your strength is running out, don't push yourself. Stand back and help me pick up the fish that slipped through the net." Su Yuli took a breath and nodded decisively. "Okay, I'll listen to you." She quickly took a few steps back. Ouch! Another carnivorous plant is coming. Rancid mucus dripped from the pistil, and the dark red petals cracked into jagged shapes. The wriggling mouthparts were reflected in Jiang Yi's pupils. Su Yuli's sickle was stuck in a crevice in the rock 3 feet away and was being torn apart by 3 young carnivorous plants. "Lower your head!" Jiang Yi roared, and the muscles in his right arm swelled instantly. A vine scratched the back of Su Yuli's neck, and her hairband shattered. The girl's long black hair was spread out. A wave of flowers rushed in front of me at this moment. The main stem of the Venus flytrap spewed out a fishy yellow poisonous mist, and the thorny vines wrapped around Jiang Yi's neck like the chains of a gallows. Bang! Jiang Yi exerted force suddenly, and his shin made a sound like a dragon's roar. Boom! A punch was thrown. The energy penetrated the flower wall, and dozens of giant flowers along the way exploded into purple-black slurry at the same time. The ground cracked and gullies appeared, and the fist wind carried the gravel to form a storm. Several vine whips froze half an inch away from Su Yuli's throat, and then turned into debris all over the sky. The girl took the opportunity to roll over and grab the sickle. The blade drew a green arc of light and cut off the roots of several carnivorous plants. The second wave of attack is even more fierce. The entire sea of flowers screamed like a baby crying. "Stay 2 feet behind me." His two fists collided together, making a sound of metal clashing. The shock wave visible to the naked eye spreads in a fan shape. Open heaven power. Boom. Chapter 86. I will wear black stockings to show you next time. Su Yuli took the opportunity to distance herself from him. Wherever the afterimage passed, several carnivorous plants that wanted to launch a sneak attack were cut in half. "Jiang Yi, be careful." Before the girl finished her words, the light source above her head was suddenly blocked. The two looked up and saw a super flower king with a diameter of more than 10 feet falling from the sky. The umbrella-shaped corolla covers an area of 50 feet in radius, and densely packed compound eyes emerge at the core of the flower. At this moment, Jiang Yi's Kaitian power has been fully accumulated. Boom! The ground beneath Jiang Yi's feet collapsed with a loud bang, and the blood vessels in his right arm bulged like a dragon. Strength surged throughout the arm. The next moment, the air was suddenly torn apart. Buzz! A vacuum channel is formed wherever the fist passes. The shock wave, powerful enough to shatter rocks, penetrated the flower body, and the remaining force split the wave of flowers coming from behind. Super Flower King remained frozen in mid-air in an attacking posture, his compound eyes reflecting the dust raised when Jiang Yi retracted his fist. After 3 breaths, countless cracks appeared all over the giant corolla. With a crisp sound similar to that of broken glass, the carnivorous plant king weighing thousands of pounds exploded into a sky full of fluorescent light. The falling petals were pulverized into powder by the subsequent fist wind before they even touched the ground. Su Yuli was about to breathe a sigh of relief when there was a sudden violent vibration under her feet. The final wave of attack is coming. Jiang Yi's eyes flashed like lightning, his fighting spirit boiling. Facing the violent vibrations coming from his feet and the approaching final wave of attacks, he not only had no intention of retreating, but instead laughed out loud with great enthusiasm. "Well done." The internal force in his body surged like a river, and his momentum reached its peak at this moment. If there hadn't been such a powerful attack, he would have felt that his martial arts were useless. Open heaven power. Tian Cheng. The mountains and rivers are broken. With a low roar, he clenched his right fist, and the tremendous power that had been accumulated in his body for a long time burst out instantly. At that moment, the air was crushed by the invisible giant hand, making a sharp buzz sound. Before his fist arrived, a violent airflow had already been stirred up around his body. The grass clippings, fallen flowers, and soil on the ground were swept into the air, forming a circular storm that spread wildly around him. Zhang Yi took a sudden step forward, but the ground beneath his feet could not withstand the immense force and cracked. Spider web-like cracks quickly spread out, reaching several feet deep. The moment he swung his right fist, only the light of this strike remained between heaven and earth. A dazzling blade of light burst out from the tip of the fist, dozens of feet long and more than 10 feet wide, sweeping out with the momentum to destroy the world. The moment the light blade was struck, the sky and the earth lost their color. The sea of man-eating flowers let out its final wail, and all the plants fell down radially with Zhang Yi as the center. Above the grassland, airwaves rolled, forming visible shock waves that spread in all directions. The remaining petal fragments were sucked into it and instantly crushed into powder, along with the fishy smell in the air, which was completely purified. Zhang Yi stood with his fist clenched, wisps of white smoke still coming out of the tip of his fist, which were the traces of the air being burned by the friction of extreme force. The ground beneath his feet had completely collapsed, forming a deep pit several feet in diameter. The bottom of the pit was charred black and emitted a faint heat. There are 3 more on the left. Su Yuli let out a low roar, and the sickle cut through the air, cutting off a carnivorous plant that was trying to launch a sneak attack. Got it! Zhang Yi turned around suddenly and slapped out with his right palm. A strong wind directly blew away the 3 carnivorous plants with their roots, and the petals and soil exploded in the air. That's all? I wouldn't even breathe a sigh of relief if I got another 100. Su Yuli glanced at him and said coldly, "Stop bragging and save your energy." As time passed, the density of the sea of flowers finally began to decrease. Zhang Yi slapped the last carnivorous plant that tried to pounce on him and crushed it to pieces. The crackling sound of the flower stem breaking echoed across the open grassland. Scarlet juice flowed all over the ground. No more? Zhang Yi panted, glanced around, and after confirming that there was no more movement, he sat down on the ground. Oh my god, there are too many of these carnivorous plants. Su Yuli put away her sickle and stood aside. Although her breath was a little disordered, she seemed much calmer than Zhang Yi. She looked down at the remains of the piranha plants scattered all over the ground and said calmly, "It's okay. At least my efforts weren't in vain." Zhang Yi grinned, leaned back, and lay down on the grass, panting heavily, "I'm exhausted. This job is much more difficult than dealing with a 3rd-level beast." He patted the spot next to him and said, "Come, take a break and lie down comfortably." Su Yuli frowned, as if she was a little disgusted with the dirt and juice on the ground, but finally lay down beside him. The surroundings became quiet, with only the breathing of the 2 people remaining. Su Yuli turned her head slightly and looked at Zhang Yi beside her. Sweat soaked her temples, and a few strands of black hair stuck to her fair jade cheeks, but it did not detract from her cool temperament at all. She opened her red lips and said, "Well done. I'll wear black stockings for you next time." Zhang Yi was stunned, his brain still immersed in the chaos of the fierce battle just now, and he was unable to understand the meaning of Su Yuli's words for a while. He subconsciously said "ah," his eyes full of confusion. The corners of Su Yuli's mouth curled up in an almost imperceptible arc, like a ray of moonlight passing across the ice, disappearing in a flash. She did not repeat herself, but just stared at Zhang Yi quietly with her cold eyes. After a moment, she slowly spoke, her voice still cold. "Didn't you keep praising how beautiful black stockings were when we were chatting at the terminal earlier?" Zhang Yi suddenly woke up and remembered the conversation he had with Leelu on the terminal. But at that time he mistakenly thought the other person was a man, and he did brag about the charm of black stockings. Now that I think about it. Zhang Yi's face turned red instantly, as if it was being roasted on fire. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know where to start. Su Yuli stared at Zhang Yi quietly and unblinkingly with her cold eyes. Zhang Yi felt uncomfortable when she looked at him, as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his eyes were wandering. When Zhang Yi was about to collapse, Su Yuli suddenly said lightly, "So, you think it's not pretty now?" Zhang Yi was petrified instantly, then shook his head frantically and stammered, No, it looks good, very good. It's just. He wanted to say, "It's just that the way you dress is different," but he felt that this would only add fuel to the fire, so he forced himself to hold it back, his face flushing and his neck thickening. Su Yuli looked at him like this, and the smile in her eyes deepened, but she still didn't show it. She just said oh lightly, and then added, then I'm glad you like it. She turned slightly to the side, trying to move her paralyzed arm, but the two of them were too close. Su Yuli's arm touched Jiang Ye's arm. Both of them were stunned. She didn't move away immediately, but maintained this position as if nothing had happened, and a warmth came from where their skin touched. Jiang Ye's heart beat faster and he lay there stiffly, not daring to move. A breeze blew by, and a few strands of Su Yuli's hair were blown onto Jiang Ye's face. He could smell the faint fragrance of her hair, but he didn't dare to reach out to brush it away. He could only let the hair gently tease his cheeks, bringing waves of tingling sensation. They were both silent for a while, only the sound of each other's breathing echoing in the quiet air. Chapter 87 Gene Cryobank. Su Yuli suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, still with her usual cold tone. Just now I saw you being hit by the piranha plant several times, does it hurt? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses from the subtle atmosphere. He immediately replied, it's okay. At least it doesn't hurt too much now. Only then did he realize that his arm was still injured. Su Yuli, yeah. It was just a short word, but it was no longer the coldness as before, but concern. She adjusted her posture slightly, wanting to make Jiang Yi lie more comfortably, but also seemed to want to distance themselves from the overly intimate relationship between them. Her fingers gently touched Jiang Yi's injured arm, like a cold feather brushing past, but she quickly withdrew them. Take a break. Su Yuli said lightly, then closed her eyes and turned back into the unreachable and cold beauty. The two of them lay in the wreckage of the sea of flowers. The surroundings were in a mess, but there was a strange tranquility. The wind blew and the grass rustled. Jiang Yi closed his eyes and murmured, rest well, we still have to find a way out. We can't stay in this damn place forever. Su Yuli said softly. After a moment, she whispered, let's go, don't really fall asleep. Jiang Yi jumped up, brushed off the grass debris on his body, and said with great confidence, let's go. The two stood up from the wreckage on the ground, brushed off the dust and flower juice on their bodies, and continued on their way. Jiang Yi stretched and moved his sore shoulders, but his eyes inadvertently swept over Su Yuli's legs. Part of the girl's legs were exposed during the fight. They were slender, white, and tender, with smooth lines and a faint luster in the dim light. The juice of the carnivorous plant corroded several holes in the trouser legs, revealing the skin of the calves, which was white with some slight scratches left by the battle. Jiang Yi was stunned for half a second, then shook his head violently, secretly cursing himself, what are you thinking about? He quickly looked away, pretending nothing had happened and quickened his pace. Let's go, don't dawdle. Su Yuli noticed his gaze, glanced at him coldly, and took the first step forward. Jiang Yi touched his nose, laughed dryly, and followed. The two men walked through the indoor grassland that they had cleared, and a narrow passage gradually appeared in front of them. The walls on both sides of the passage are mottled and the metal surface is covered with rust, obviously having been abandoned for a long time. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell, mixed with a faint odor of mechanical oil. Jiang Yi walked in front, tapping the wall with his fingers, making a crisp echo. This place doesn't look naturally formed. He muttered, frowning slightly, the traces of human intervention are too obvious. Su Yuli nodded, her eyes sweeping across the blurred marks on the wall. It might be a relic of an old civilization. The man-eating plants in the grasslands probably don't grow naturally. The passage was not long. After walking for about 10 minutes, the front suddenly opened up and a huge laboratory came into view. The laboratory's dome was high, and the lights had long been turned off. Only a few broken emergency lights emitted a faint cold light, illuminating the central area. The surroundings were filled with abandoned experimental equipment, with test tubes, instruments, and broken screens scattered all over the floor, covered with thick dust. Jiang Ye's attention was quickly drawn to the cold storage in the corner of the laboratory. It was a huge, transparent cabin, its door half open, revealing rows of sealed containers. The two exchanged glances and cautiously approached. The cold storage was freezing cold, and translucent embryos were floating in the containers. They had different shapes, some looked like miniature versions of ferocious beasts, and some looked like some kind of deformed creatures. Jiang Yi leaned over to observe carefully, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Ferocious beast embryos? He straightened up. The old civilization actually conducted ferocious beast research here? Su Yuli squatted down and picked up a nameplate that had fallen to the ground, with blurry characters engraved on it. She squinted her eyes for a moment, then whispered, it looks like a genetic modification experiment. These embryos are probably what they're trying to cultivate as weapons. Jiang Yi looked around and found an old terminal next to him. Although the screen was cracked, it seemed to still be working. He walked over and tapped the keyboard a few times. After the screen flashed a few times, it actually lit up. Strings of data and experimental logs began to scroll. Although incomplete, one could roughly see the research content here. From extracting genes from ferocious beasts to artificial breeding, and then to enhancing combat capabilities. Although it is incomplete, it is enough to show the scale of the research here. TSK, this technology is not simple. Zhang Yi couldn't help but click his tongue as he browsed. What a pity. It seems they didn't have time to take the data out. This place must have been abandoned suddenly. He touched his chin, his eyes swept over the refrigerators and the instruments piled up on the side, and began to think in his mind. If these research data and embryos were released, their value would definitely be very high. On the black market, underground organizations and private armies are eager to study ferocious beasts and are willing to spend huge sums of money to buy them. On the official side, major forces have never been stingy with resources in exchange for this lost technology. The embryos in these freezers alone could fetch an astronomical sum if sold, not to mention the experimental data. TSK, this place is a treasure trove. Zhang Yi grinned and turned to look at Su Yuli. Tell me, how much can we get if we take these out? Su Yuli glanced at him and said coldly, don't dream yet. The things are still in the cold storage. It's still unclear whether they can be moved out. Besides, this place has been abandoned for so long. Who knows if there will be other troubles waiting for us? Zhang Yi shrugged, walked over to a control console, and casually tapped the dusty screen. That's true. Let's see if we can start these devices and copy out the data first. We can't miss this opportunity to make a fortune. He looked through several terminals, trying to extract data, but found only a flashing mess of gibberish on the screen. He frowned and tapped the keyboard, then simply disassembled a machine to check the inside, only to see a pile of burnt circuit boards and broken memory chips. It was obviously completely broken. He sighed helplessly. TSK, the data is all destroyed and can't be retrieved. Judging from the traces of this lab, it looks like something more valuable was previously taken away. So we're here to pick up trash? Su Yuli snorted coldly upon hearing this and looked around. It's not a wasted trip. These frozen beast embryos can still be used. This kind of thing is not cheap. She walked to the refrigerator and checked the storage status of the embryos. After confirming that they were correct, she opened her storage space and carefully put away the rows of refrigerated containers. Zhang Yi shrugged and started to help clean up. All right, at least we got something. It's better than going back empty-handed. The two quickly emptied the freezer, and the storage space was filled with these containers of dimly glowing embryos. After cleaning up, they began searching around the lab to see if they could find anything else. Chapter 88 Dormant Spores. As he walked, Zhang Yi's eyes fell on a strange machine. It stands in a corner of the laboratory, made entirely of metal, and looks like a hemispherical transmitter. Its surface is covered with complex patterns and several buttons, and there is a blurry operation panel next to it. He walked over curiously and pressed the button twice. The machine actually made a beep and a green light came on, indicating that it was still working. Hey, Yuli, come and take a look at this. Zhang Yi turned around and shouted. Su Yuli walked over quickly, frowning as she looked at the machine. What is this? Zhang Yi stroked his chin and pointed at the remaining text on the panel. Looking at this marking, it looks like some kind of safety measure implemented by the old civilization. It seems to be able to force all the ferocious beasts in the surrounding area to sleep. Do you think this thing can still be used? Su Yuli narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment. Try it? Let's give it a try. Zhang Yi grinned, his hand already pressing the start button. I want to see if this old antique can still be used. He pressed it hard, and the machine emitted a low humming sound, and then the entire laboratory vibrated slightly. The ground trembled slightly, and a sound of mechanical friction came from above the dome. Immediately afterwards, a fine white mist sprayed out from the top and slowly fell like snowflakes. Those are dormant spores. Zhang Yi and Su Yuli looked at each other, subconsciously held their breath, and retreated to the corner to observe. After a long while, the vibration stopped and the fog gradually dissipated. Zhang Yi waved his hand tentatively, and after confirming that the air was clear, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this thing really works. There should be no movement around here. Su Yuli nodded and glanced towards the entrance of the passage. Go out and take a look? Okay. Zhang Yi stretched his shoulders and walked towards the passage first. If we can really put all the beasts in this area to sleep, we'll be lucky enough to have found a treasure this time. The two walked out of the laboratory carefully and passed through the narrow passage. At the end of the passage, a new terrain appeared before them. It was a dark underground jungle, tangled with vines and tall, twisted trees. The ground was littered with the footprints of various ferocious beasts, and it was obvious that this place had once been their territory. However, at this moment, the entire jungle was unusually silent, and all the ferocious beasts fell into a deep sleep. The two stepped into the jungle cautiously, their feet stepping on the thick fallen leaves, making a slight rustling sound. Jiang Yi picked up a stone and threw it at a giant lizard lying on the ground not far away. The lizard was 3 meters long, and its scales were glowing, but it showed no reaction, not even lifting its eyelids. He pulled out the dagger he carried with him and tentatively cut its tail. Blood oozed out, but the lizard remained motionless, like a dead object. "They're really sound asleep." Jiang Yi grinned and turned to look at Su Yuli. "These dormant spores are really ruthless. They even lose their sense of pain. We're going to make a killing this time." Su Yuli nodded and glanced around. The previous sea of man-eating flowers had no beast cores, but these beasts are different. "Let's do it, don't waste time." The two of them immediately took action, as if they had entered an uninhabited area. There are many kinds of ferocious beasts sleeping in the jungle, including giant wolves with fangs, wild boars with bone spurs on their backs, and even a monster that looks like a tiger but has wings. First order, second order, third order. Their animal cores are of different colors and sizes, but without exception they all emit rich energy fluctuations and are obviously of great value. The two harvested along the way, and the storage space was gradually filled with various beast cores. As Jiang Yi dug out a fist-sized dark blue beast core, he couldn't help but mutter, "If I had known there were so many good things here, I wouldn't have wasted my energy on those fancy things. The piranha plant doesn't even have a core. What a waste of time." Hearing this, Su Yuli said calmly, "Stop complaining. Be careful not to wake up anything more troublesome. Don't worry, this dormant spore is so powerful that even a third-level ferocious beast can't withstand it." Jiang Yi casually threw the beast core into the storage space and continued to move forward. The two men worked in perfect harmony and were extremely efficient. In less than an hour, most of the ferocious beasts in the jungle were cleared out, leaving behind debris and bloodstains. After harvesting another giant rat with a snake's tail, Jiang Yi clapped his hands and looked at the full storage space with satisfaction. "It's almost done. This trip was finally worth it. What should we do next? Continue forward or go back first?" Su Yuli wiped the blood off the short blade and looked up into the depths of the jungle. The fog there was thicker, and there was a faint hint of unusual smell. She said in a deep voice, "Look further ahead. This place might hold other secrets." Jiang Yi nodded and stretched his shoulders. "Okay." After saying that, he grinned and took the lead to step deeper into the jungle, with Su Yuli following closely behind. Passing through the thick fog, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front. It was a giant sleeping bear, as majestic as a mountain, with hair as black as ink, faintly showing a metallic luster, and sturdy limbs. Its breathing was heavy and slow, and each exhalation brought up a breeze that made the surrounding vines sway slightly. Jiang Yi immediately recognized it as a fourth-tier beast and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "This guy. Emoting Rift Bear? He can actually sleep so soundly?" He took a few steps closer and walked around the giant bear, his eyes full of shock. The rarity of fourth-level ferocious beasts far exceeds those previous minions. If the materials of this Emoting Rift Bear were to be put on the black market, it would definitely be worth a sky-high price. Ordinary credit points can no longer be used to purchase it, energy crystals must be used to settle the bill. It is estimated to take about 10 low-level energy crystals, or even more. He rubbed his hands and muttered, "This stuff is too valuable. A fourth-level bear hide, bear bones, or beast core, any of them can be exchanged for a lot of goodies." Su Yuli also walked forward and tentatively chopped the giant bear's front paw with a sickle in hand. She struck with all her strength, but the blade only left a shallow white mark on the bear's hide, without even cutting off a few hairs. She frowned and reluctantly put away her sickle. "This defense is too exaggerated. Even if there is no defense, I can't break it. Jiang Yi, you handle it yourself. I'll go around to see if there is anything else." "Okay, you go ahead, I'll take care of this guy." Jiang Yi nodded and watched Su Yuli's figure disappear into the depths of the jungle. He turned to look at Emoting's earth-splitting bear, rubbing his hands together, ready to attack. But at this moment, he hesitated. He took out a thumb-sized dark golden ball from the system space. Top-grade beast taming pill. This was the previous task reward given by the system. It was said that it could make the ferocious beast surrender, reach full loyalty, and be directly used for one's own purposes. He was quite excited when he first got it, but unfortunately he never encountered a suitable high-level ferocious beast. He felt it was a waste to use a low-level one, not to mention that if he encountered a high-level ferocious beast, he would have no chance to feed it to others. After a long time, it feels a bit tasteless. But now, the emoting earth-splitting bear in front of him was undoubtedly an excellent target. As long as you feed it, you can get a 4th-level ferocious beast for free. Chapter 89. Are you really eating? Zhang Yi held the meatball, his eyes switching between excitement and confusion. This is a 4th-level one. Once I feed it to him, it's mine. But what if there's something better later? A 5th-level one? Or even a 6th-level one? He squatted beside the giant bear, rubbing the meatballs between his fingers, feeling a conflict in his heart. Just when he was struggling, Su Yuli came back. She immediately saw Zhang Yi squatting there, holding a strange little ball in his hand. Her eyebrows raised. What are you doing? What is that? Zhang Yi was startled by her sudden voice. His hand trembled, and the top-grade beast controlling pill slipped directly from his fingers and was about to fall to the ground. He cried out in surprise, "Ah!" But before he could reach out to grab it, a slender little hand reached out from nowhere and caught the meatball steadily. Su Yuli pinched the dark golden pill, looked at it carefully, and asked in confusion, "What is this? It doesn't look like an ordinary pill." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up and laughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. "Nothing, just a candy bean, sweet." He made up a story, trying to change the subject quickly. Su Yuli glanced at him, clearly unconvinced. "Sugar beans? Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhang Yi chuckled and simply teased, "Why, do you dare to eat it?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuli looked at him quietly for 2 seconds, her eyes so calm that it made people creepy. Then, in front of Zhang Yi's stunned gaze, she threw the meatball directly into her mouth and swallowed it with a gulp. Zhang Yi froze in place, his mind blank. He pointed at her, speechless. You really ate it?" Su Yuli licked her lips, frowned and tasted it. "It's a bit bitter, not sweet." "You lied to me." After saying that, she clapped her hands as if nothing had happened, turned around and continued to observe the giant bear, completely unaware of what she had just done. Zhang Yi was petrified on the spot. He looked at Su Yuli's back and his brain went blank. "I lost my ability to think for a while." He was just joking, just like when the two of them saw the mushroom at the Bonming cargo port and Su Yuli provoked him. ITM. Zhang Yi wanted to go crazy, but he didn't know where to start. Top-grade beast taming pill. That is used to tame ferocious beasts. I can't bear to use even my 4th-level ferocious beast. You are a grown man, why are you taking beast taming pills? Zhang Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. What should we do now? Zhang Yi felt his throat dry. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. This beast taming pill 1T also be effective on humans, right? Full loyalty? Doesn't that mean she will do whatever I tell her to do? If you tell her to go east, she will never go west? Seems pretty good? No. What the hell is going on? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. He walked cautiously to Su Yuli and asked tentatively, "Yuli, how do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Su Yuli was concentrating on studying the scales of the emoting rift bear. Without even turning her head, she replied, "No, I'm just a little thirsty." Thirsty? Zhang Yi was startled and quickly took out a bottle of water from the storage space and handed it over. Drink some water, drink some water." Su Yuli took the water, gulped down a few gulps, then returned the empty bottle to Zhang Yi and continued to study the giant bear. Zhang Yi looked at her calm profile, his heart in turmoil. Could it be? Beast tamer pills are useless to humans? That's not right, how could it be useless? He hesitated for a moment and decided to try again. Yuli, what do you think of me? Zhang Yi's voice was a little dizzy. Su Yuli finally turned her head and glanced at him with a strange look in her eyes. You're fine, what's wrong? Very good? Just very good? Zhang Yi did not give up and continued to ask, no other feelings? Su Yuli looked at him as if he were an idiot. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Zhang Yi was completely stunned. Not full loyalty? Not listening? Not even the slightest abnormal reaction? This is unscientific. Is it really useless? He couldn't figure it out. He laughed dryly and decided to wait a little longer. Since Su Yuli didn't seem to be abnormal at the moment, he might as well pretend that nothing had happened. This top-grade beast taming pill is at best ineffective against humans, so it would be a waste. As long as there are no bad consequences. He shook his head and decided to focus his attention back on the Emoting Rift Bear in front of him. After all, this 4th-level ferocious beast was the real deal. But at this moment, there was a sudden crisp ding sound in his mind. Then, a cold and familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained the first beast, the beast control function is loading. Royal. What the hell is this? Do you still have this function? Jiang Yi was stunned, his eyes widening subconsciously. What? Beast taming function? The first beast? When did it happen? Before he could react, the mechanical voice continued calmly announcing, beast taming function loaded. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent light screen panel suddenly popped up in front of Jiang Yi's eyes, hovering in the center of his vision. The panel was densely packed with information. He took a closer look and saw the following. Beast Tamer Files. Pet, Su Yuli. Race, Human. Level, Level 2. Loyalty, 100% locked. Status, Normal. Skills, None. Note, this is the host's first beast, so it is recommended to train it properly. Jiang Yi. He froze in place, staring at the 3 words Su Yuli on the panel. His mind seemed to be struck by lightning and exploded with a loud bang. Damn system, are you blind or have water in your brain? Su Yuli is a human. People. It's not some ferocious beast, okay? I put up with your broken system being unable to distinguish the situation before. At least those useless counterattack missions actually gave something in return. But now you actually mistake a living person for my pet? He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that his throat was too dry and no sound came out. He could only turn his head and look at Su Yuli blankly. At this time, Su Yuli was squatting next to Emoting's bear, tapping the bear's skin lightly with her fingers, trying to figure out how to break this guy's defense. She didn't notice Jiang Yi's abnormality at all, and without even turning around, she said, "What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you come over and help? This bear's skin is as hard as iron, I can't handle it alone." Jiang Yi's throat rolled over, and he squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. Yuli. How did you feel just now? Su Yuli glanced back at him after hearing this, frowning and saying, "What do you mean? I just ate your bitter candy bean, didn't it taste very good? I don't feel anything else." She paused and added, "But you, why do you look so strange? Did you see a ghost?" The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. "It's not a ghost, it's worse than a ghost." He lowered his head and glanced at the panel again. Su Yuli's name was still hanging there clearly. He rubbed his temples, but his heart was in turmoil. Chapter 90. The system continues to. Jiang Yi took the opportunity to secretly stare at the system panel, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, "System, get out here. What should I do about this? Can I unbind it?" The system was silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Beastmaster binding is irreversible. Once in effect, it cannot be removed. It is recommended that the host accept this reality and establish a good relationship with the Beastmaster to enhance the team's combat effectiveness." Jiang Yi. He almost vomited blood. Accept reality? How can he accept this? Treating your teammates, even living people, as beasts? Wouldn't Jiang Yi be considered a pervert? But on second thought, there is indeed nothing abnormal about Su Yuli now. It seems that no matter what, at least there is no harm. Just treat it as a system bug. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. He secretly glanced at Su Yuli and saw that she was still concentrating on beating the bear skin. He suddenly felt that the situation was absurd and a little funny. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. He muttered, turned off the panel, and walked over with his head held high. "Yuli, let me help you. This bear skin is tough, but I have a way." Su Yuli looked up at him and nodded, "Okay, go ahead." Jiang Yi took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and decided to deal with the Emoting Rift Bear in front of him first. He squatted down, holding a dagger, and skillfully attacked along the joints and weak points of the giant bear. Although this 4th-level beast had thick skin and flesh, it slept like a dead pig. Coupled with his precise swordsmanship, he killed it with one strike. It didn't take long before they successfully skinned the bear. Then, he carefully cut open the bear's belly and dug out the fist-sized 4th-level beast core that was shining with a dark light. Su Yuli was not idle either. She stood aside, using her sickle to help cut the bear's bones and tendons, and occasionally helped Zhang Yi move things. The two worked in perfect harmony, and after half an hour, Mo Ting's bear was torn into pieces. The ground was littered with bear skin, bones, meat, and a pile of scattered materials. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and clapped his hands in satisfaction. It's done. Su Yuli nodded, squatted down and began to count the spoils. As she sorted them out, she said calmly, the bear skin is mine, the core is yours, and the bones and meat are divided equally. How about that? Zhang Yi grinned, no problem, that's how I divide it. As he spoke, he stuffed the 4th-level beast core into the storage space, and picked up a few bear bones and a large piece of bear meat and threw them in. The remaining materials were taken away by Su Yuli, and the two of them each got half, which was very fair. After distributing the things, Su Yuli stood up and clapped her hands, still looking calm. She glanced at the bloodstains and debris on the ground and said calmly, let's go. We've almost packed our things. We can go back now. Zhang Yi looked at her calm expression and couldn't help but feel relieved. From the time she swallowed the top-grade beast taming pill until now, apart from complaining that it was a bit bitter, she had not shown any abnormality at all. Both his actions and tone were no different from usual. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, it seems that this beast-controlling pill really has no side effects on humans. It should be fine. Thinking of this, he felt completely relieved and thought that he might have been worrying too much. After all, Su Yuli is still the same Su Yuli. How could she become something strange just because of a meatball? He even secretly glanced at the system panel, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Okay, let's go. Zhang Yi moved his shoulders and followed Su Yuli's pace with a dagger in hand. However, just as he took 2 steps, there was a sudden ding sound in his mind, and the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded again. New task release, breeding beast tamers. Mission description, as the host's first beastmaster, Su Yuli has untapped potential. Please find a suitable match for the beastmaster to enhance its abilities and unlock hidden attributes. Quest reward, random advanced beast taming skill book X1, beast taming feat X5. Zhang Yi stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He stopped abruptly, his head buzzing. Breeding? He almost shouted out loud and quickly covered his mouth. He secretly glanced at Su Yuli, who was walking in front of him, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't look back. But then, his entire face twisted into a distorted mess, and he roared furiously inwardly, System, are you kidding me? Breeding? Breeding with Su Yuli? How do you want me to breed? She's a human. A human. This mission of yours is outrageous. The system was completely oblivious to his collapse, calmly adding, the mission objective can be adjusted based on the actual situation. It is recommended that the host select high-potential individuals to optimize the beast tamer bloodline. Optimization bullshit. Zhang Yi cursed in his heart and almost rolled his eyes. If Su Yuli knew about this, wouldn't she skin me alive? He stood there, his expression as stiff as a stone, the dagger still clutched in his hand, his whole body exuding an air of despair. Su Yuli noticed that he hadn't caught up, so she turned around and looked at him, frowning and asking, what's wrong? Can't walk anymore? Zhang Yi quickly forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and waved his hands, saying, No, it's just, my leg is a little cramped, I need to rest for a while. Su Yuli looked at him suspiciously for 2 seconds, but in the end she didn't ask any more questions and turned around to continue walking forward. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to glare fiercely at the system panel, gnashing his teeth and muttering to himself, I absolutely refuse to do this mission. Do whatever you want. He shook his head and decided to pretend he didn't see the task. Thinking of this, he bravely caught up with Su Yuli, pretending to be fine. Yuli, let's hurry up. If we go back earlier, we can sell these materials for some good things. Su Yuli nodded and said lightly, well, let's go. The two continued to go deeper into the underground jungle. The thick fog gradually dissipated and the scene ahead became clearer. Some broken stone roads were faintly visible among the trees with vines intertwined, like traces of some kind of ruins. The two walked forward cautiously, and the fallen leaves under their feet made a slight rustling sound. Not long after walking, Su Yuli suddenly stopped, frowned slightly, and whispered, be careful, there is a problem. Zhang Yi was just about to ask a question when he felt a slight vibration under his feet. Before he could react, the ground suddenly sank and a hidden trap was suddenly triggered. Countless sharp stone spikes sprang out from the ground, piercing up with the sound of whistling wind. Yuli! Jiang Yi shouted and subconsciously rushed over to pull her up, but Su Yuli reacted faster and turned her body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of the stone thorns. However, when she landed, she stepped on a loose stone slab, lost her balance, and fell heavily to the ground with a groan. Chapter 91 Rub Me Additional Update. Hiss. Su Yuli covered her ankle with her hands, her brows furrowed, obviously in great pain. Jiang Yi quickly ran over and squatted down to check. How is it? Where is the injury? Su Yuli gritted her teeth and shook her head. It's okay, I just sprained my ankle. As she spoke, she slowly took off her shoes, revealing a small foot covered in black socks. The socks were printed with a few cartoon girl patterns, which looked a bit cute and completely inconsistent with her usually cold personality. It does look a lot like her online profile picture. Jiang Yi took a glance, was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked away and pretended not to see it. Su Yuli didn't care about his reaction and continued to take off her socks, revealing her white and jade-like feet. However, there was a swelling on the ankle, and the skin had obvious purple bruises, which showed that the ankle was severely sprained. She tried to move her feet, but gasped in pain. She simply gave up and sat on the ground. I can't walk anymore. Jiang Yi scratched his head. Seeing her like this, he suggested, how about I carry you back? This place is very dangerous. It's not safe to stay here. Su Yuli shook her head and analyzed calmly. No, if we encounter danger on the road, it will be too troublesome for you to carry me. I won't be able to react in time. She paused, looked down at her feet, and said calmly, my ability can clear the internal blood stasis and adjust the body's condition, but... Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. That's good, you can adjust it slowly, I'll be here guarding. Just tell me if you need me to do anything. Hearing this, Su Yuli looked up at him and was silent for a few seconds. Those cold eyes staring at Jiang Yi made him feel inexplicably a little uneasy. Just when he thought he had said something wrong, Su Yuli finally spoke, calmly but a little awkwardly, it's just that I need external help. External force? Jiang Yi was stunned and didn't react. What do you mean? Su Yuli glanced down at her feet and lowered her voice a bit, that is, help me rub it. Jiang Yi froze, staring at her, and didn't say anything for a long time. The air was eerily quiet. Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Yuli frowned slightly. Why, you don't want to? No. Jiang Yi snapped back to his senses, quickly waved his hands, and laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Just rub it. What's the relationship between us? It's just a small matter. He spoke boldly, but his heart was in turmoil. Foot massage? This was a scenario he had never imagined in all the time he and Su Yuli had known each other. Although the two are partners and have been through life and death together many times, this is the first time they have had such close contact. Wouldn't this be too weird? Will she think I'm taking advantage? But she has already said that, would it be too pretentious for me to refuse? Okay, sit still and don't move. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, squatted down, and tried to make himself look more natural. He reached out and carefully held Su Yuli's ankle. When his fingertips touched the warm skin, his heart skipped a beat. Her feet were very small, and seemed to weigh very little when held in the hands. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and as delicate as jelly. The purple bruise on the ankle was particularly glaring in contrast. Jiang Yi pressed it gently. It felt soft but a little tough, reminding him that this was not a simulated toy, but real flesh and blood. He asked tentatively, does it hurt? A little. Su Yuli's voice was still so calm, and she even closed her eyes, trusting him completely. Jiang Yi swallowed his saliva, put a little more strength in his hands, and slowly began to rub. When I pressed my fingertips down, I could feel the muscles under her skin slightly tense and then quickly relax. He didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting her, but he was also afraid that it would be ineffective if he used too little force. He could only try to find the balance little by little. Her feet were so warm that they burned his hands. The heat passed through his fingers and made his palms sweat. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and the faint scent of her sweat. Jiang Yi's throat rolled unconsciously. The ankle was swollen and purple, and the bruises spread into a dark shadow under the fair skin, but the sole of the foot was small enough to be held in one hand, and the nails were neatly trimmed and had a healthy pink luster. He took a deep breath, suppressed the inexplicable heat in his heart, and whispered, "Don't move." Su Yuli looked up at him, her eyes as calm as a pool of deep water, and nodded, "Thank you for your help." Jiang Yi's heart trembled slightly. His palm rested on her ankle, the skin was warm and soft, and the moment his fingertips touched, her instep tensed slightly. He paused and glanced up at her. Does it hurt? Su Yuli closed her eyes, her eyelashes drooped, covering her eyelids, and shook her head. It doesn't hurt, just a little cold. Zhang Yi had been adventuring outside the city since he was a child, going through wind and rain, and a thin layer of calluses had already formed on his hands, making them as rough as sandpaper. But her feet were as smooth as freshly peeled lychees. When my fingertips slid over them, I could feel the thin layer of fat under her skin trembling slightly. He tried pinching both sides of his ankle, pressing his thumbs into the swollen soft tissue. The bruises spread under the pressure, and the purple edges gradually faded to dark red. Su Yuli frowned, and a very light hum came out of her nose, so low that it was almost inaudible. Jiang Ye's hands froze and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. The sound was so soft as a feather scratching his earlobe, but it went straight into his chest. He stared down at her feet, pretending not to hear, but his fingers unconsciously tightened, and he placed his palm on her ankle bone, slowly rubbing it. He swallowed. Is this okay? Is it strong enough? Su Yuli opened her eyes and looked at his face. His slightly red ears were reflected in her cold pupils. She was silent for 2 seconds and nodded. Okay, focus more. Zhang Yi held his breath, pressed his thumb into the depression on the inside of her ankle, squeezed the swollen muscles with his knuckles, and wrapped his palm around the entire ankle, rubbing it back and forth. Her skin deformed slightly under his hands, and the bruises were squeezed into dense red dots. The soles of her feet were as cold as jade, but the insteps were burning hot, and the two temperatures met in his palm. He muttered under his breath, "Why are your feet so strange? They're hot and cold at different times." Su Yuli looked down at her feet and said calmly, "The ground is cold when I stepped on it. The heat above is because the blood flow is blocked." After saying that, she closed her eyes again and leaned back against the stone slab, her long hair scattered on her shoulders, revealing her slender neck. Jiang Ye's eyes accidentally glanced over, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly averted his gaze and cursed himself inwardly. "What are you looking at? Concentrate on your work." He adjusted his posture, knelt on one knee on the ground, lifted her feet and placed them on his thighs. This angle made it easier to exert force, but as soon as her foot pressed down, his thigh muscles tensed up and he could feel the weight of her foot through his pants. It was so light that it seemed like it weighed very little, but it made his heart sink. He gritted his teeth, pinched her ankles with his fingers, slid his palms along her skin, and squeezed his thumbs along the bone joints. Su Yuli suddenly hissed, her toes suddenly curled up, and her fingertips dug into the fabric of his thigh. Jiang Yi was startled, his hand stopped in midair, and he looked up at her. Did it hurt? She opened her eyes, a hint of discomfort flashed across her eyes, and she shook her head. It's not painful, it's itchy. She felt a little helpless, but her cheeks remained cold and pale, without even a hint of blush. Jiang Yi was stunned, staring at her curled toes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitching. Are you still ticklish? He had been through a lot since he was a child and had developed a tough body. He wouldn't even blink when a knife hit him. But he found it a little funny that she had such a little flaw hidden under her cold appearance. He tried changing the angle, avoiding the sensitive soft flesh on the soles of her feet, and rubbed the outside of her ankle with his thumb, moving more gently. Chapter 92, Miraculous Resurrection. 2 minutes later, Su Yuli's toes slowly loosened, the instep of her feet relaxedly resting on his legs, and her breathing also stabilized. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but a strange feeling arose in his heart. He rubbed her feet, his palms against the curve of her ankles, and could feel the blood vessels pulsating slightly under her skin. When the calluses on his hands scraped across the back of her feet, her toes trembled again, but this time she made no sound. Jiang Yi frowned and decided to try using some internal energy. He had been hanging around outside the city since he was a child. Although he wasn't the best at treating these minor injuries, he was good at unblocking blood vessels and activating tendons and bones. He held his breath and concentrated, his palms felt warm, and a warm current flowed out from his dantian, along his arms and into his fingertips. The internal force penetrated into her ankle, causing the blood stasis to dissipate faster, the purple shadow quickly faded to light red, and even the swelling subsided a little. Su Yuli clearly felt the change. She opened her eyes and looked down at her feet with a little surprise. "You are still hiding this hand?" She raised her head and her eyes stayed on his face for 2 seconds. Jiang Yi was a little scared by her gaze and laughed dryly. "No big deal, after being outside the city for a long time, you must have some skills to protect your life." He spoke lightly, but his hands did not stop, and his internal force wrapped around her ankle. She said and didn't ask any more questions, but her toes curled up unconsciously. Jiang Yi looked down and almost laughed out loud. Her toes were clenched tightly together, like a little turtle in its shell, which was completely inconsistent with her cold face. He suppressed his smile and slid his fingers along her ankle to the instep, letting his internal energy flow along her tendons and veins. "Are you hot?" he asked, kneading the instep of her foot with his fingers. Su Yuli opened her eyes. The water in her eyes was a little brighter than usual, and she shook her head. "It's not hot, it's quite comfortable." Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. His fingers paused for a moment, but he pressed down even harder with his palm. Her feet were as soft as dough in his hands. When his internal force penetrated into them, the blood flow under her skin accelerated. He slid his fingertips across the soft flesh of her soles. Her toes shrank suddenly, and another low hum escaped from her nose, this time clearer than before, and an uncontrollable tremor. Jiang Yi looked up at her and saw that she was biting her lower lip with her eyelids drooping. "Your reaction?" His throat was dry. "It's too big." Su Yuli opened her eyes and met his gaze, a hint of bewilderment in her coldness. "What's your reaction?" Jiang Yi's heartbeat was as fast as a drum. He quickly lowered his head to hide it, pretending to concentrate on rubbing his feet. "Nothing, it's just, you're quite ticklish." He pinched the instep of her foot with his fingers, and withdrew his inner strength a little, rubbing his palm slowly against her skin. Su Yuli didn't say anything else, closed her eyes, but her breathing became heavier than before. Her feet completely relaxed in his hands, her toes loosened, the insteps of her feet resting softly in his palms, like a docile kitten. He rubbed her ankle, and his internal force seeped into it bit by bit. The blood clots dissipated completely, and the skin returned to a uniform white color, without even any redness or swelling left. As he rubbed it, Jiang Yi's mind became a little distracted. He secretly glanced at Su Yuli and saw that she had her eyes closed, her brows occasionally furrowed, but no other reaction. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Her feet were beautifully shaped, with smooth curves and small toes that looked as if they were carefully carved. Even the bruise looked like a painted-on blemish, making her skin look even whiter. As he rubbed the purple mark, he could feel the blood clots slowly dissipating under the pressure of his fingers. Jiang Yi suddenly realized that he was staring at her feet in a daze. He quickly shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts. Don't think too much, it's just a favor," he said to himself, but the touch on his hand reminded him that this was not an ordinary matter. He felt that his brain might be broken, so he quickly calmed down and concentrated on his work. "But the more I tried to concentrate, the clearer the feeling in my hands became." The soft touch and slight temperature seemed to be magnified, penetrating into his senses and making him feel a little helpless. He raised his head and stole a glance at her. Seeing her staring blankly at the sky, he felt an itch in his heart and deliberately slid his fingers across the sole of her foot. Hiss. Su Yuli curled her toes tightly, opened her eyes and glared at him, but there was not much anger in her eyes, but a hint of smile. "Try to move again." Jiang Yi grinned, his hands lowered, and he placed his palms on the back of her feet and rubbed them slowly. Okay, I'm okay. I'll serve you well, okay?" Su Yuli didn't say anything else, just leaned there with her eyes closed, but the curve at the corner of her mouth did not disappear. After a few minutes, Su Yuli opened her eyes, moved her ankle, and whispered, "It's almost done. The blood bruises have dispersed and the pain is a little less." She raised her head, looked at Jiang Yi, and said jokingly, "Miraculous healing, Dr. Jiang." Jiang Yi quickly withdrew his hand, stood up, patted his clothes, and pretended to be nonchalant. "That's good, can we go now?" Su Yuli tried to stand up. Although she was still limping a little, she was much better than before. She nodded. "Sure, it's okay to walk slowly." "Okay, let's continue." Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and led the way, but there was still some strangeness in his heart. Su Yuli put her socks and shoes back on and followed him, still looking calm. She didn't say anything, but her cold eyes occasionally swept across Jiang Yi's back, staying for a few seconds longer than usual. The two continued to move forward, but there was something in the air that was hard to describe, as thick as fog that could not be dispersed. It took about 10 minutes to walk. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli passed through the last vine of the underground jungle, and the front suddenly opened up. A rough stone arch was embedded in the rock wall, with moss growing on the edges and emitting a damp and moldy smell. The stone door was open, revealing a deep corridor inside. It was so dark that there was no end in sight. A few worn metal lamps were embedded in the wall. The wicks had long been extinguished, leaving only empty shells that were crumbling. Jiang Yi stopped, squinted his eyes and looked at it, and whispered, "Is this the exit? Why does it feel more like a rat hole?" He kicked a piece of gravel in. The stone rolled a few times, hit the wall with a crisp echo, and swung several times in the corridor before stopping. Su Yuli walked forward, stepped on the stone slab to test it out, and after confirming that the ground was stable, she looked up into the depths. She frowned and said calmly, "It might be a passage from an old civilization. It looks like no one has been here for a long time." The windbreaker she was wearing had long been tattered and thrown away, and the shirt underneath was scratched by the vines, leaving several fine marks, which outlined a smooth curve around her waistline. Zhang Yi glanced at her, his throat moved, and he quickly looked away, clapping his hands. "Then let's go in and take a look, since we're already here anyway." The two men walked into the corridor, their footsteps echoing between the empty stone walls. Zhang Yi walked in front, holding the short knife and waving it casually. The blade reflected a cold light in the dim light. He looked back at Su Yuli and saw that she was walking slowly and her ankles seemed a little unnatural. He couldn't help but ask, "Does your foot still hurt? How about I rub it for you again?" he said with a hint of sarcasm, a wicked grin on his face. Su Yuli paused, glanced up at him, her eyes as cold as ice. She paused for 2 seconds and said calmly, "It doesn't hurt anymore, stop talking nonsense." Zhang Yi chuckled and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's just focus on getting on with our journey." He turned his head, the tip of the knife scratched a shallow mark on the wall, but he began to hum a tuneless little tune. The air in the corridor was chilly, the walls felt damp, and one could pick off a thin layer of dirt with one's fingertips. Su Yuli followed behind, her steps so light that they made almost no sound. She occasionally put her hands on the wall, and her palms were stained with cold moisture. She frowned in confusion, feeling that something was wrong with this place. Chapter 93 Infinite Corridor. The two walked in the corridor for a long time, seeing the broken lamps on the stone walls one after another, but they could never reach the end. Zhang Yi's footsteps gradually slowed down, the tune stopped, and his brows were twisted into a knot. Something's wrong. He stopped and touched the wall. The clammy feeling on his fingertips became more and more obvious. Why does this place feel like it keeps going in circles? Su Yuli also stopped and looked around. The corridor remained the same, with stone walls, broken lamps, and deep darkness, as if copied and pasted, without any changes. She was silent for a moment, then drew a dagger from her waist and carved a shallow cross mark on the wall. "Make a mark," she said lightly, her voice echoing in the corridor. Zhang Yi nodded, said nothing, and continued walking forward. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zhang Yi suddenly stopped and pointed at the wall in front of him. "Look." Su Yuli looked in the direction of his finger and saw the cross mark she had just carved on the wall. "Sure enough." Zhang Yi exhaled, "We have been going around in circles." Su Yuli didn't say anything, but just looked at the cross mark quietly, with a thoughtful look in her cold eyes. Zhang Yi turned around and looked at Su Yuli. Seeing that she looked thoughtful, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Su Yuli looked up at him, her eyes clear as water. "I'm wondering, what makes us go around in circles?" Zhang Yi touched his nose and said with a smile, "What else could it be? There must be something wrong with this place. Maybe there is some mechanism." Su Yuli shook her head, "It may not be a mechanism." She walked to the wall, reached out her hand, and gently touched the cross mark on the wall. "The space here seems to be distorted," she said slowly. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. Space distortion? What does that mean? Su Yuli did not answer his question directly, but asked, "Do you feel that the airflow here is not right?" Zhang Yi felt it carefully and found that there was indeed a weak airflow in the corridor, but he could not feel any obvious wind direction. "It seems a little," he said with a frown. Su Yuli withdrew her hand and gently stroked the air with her fingertips. "The space here might be folded by some force," she whispered. "We thought we were moving forward, but actually we're spinning in circles." Zhang Yi was confused and scratched his head. "Folding? How is this possible?" Su Yuli didn't explain, but just glanced at him indifferently. "Isn't your SSS talent quite impressive?" she suddenly said. "How about you try to use it to sense the space around you?" Zhang Yi was stunned, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly mobilized the strength in his body. A black hole appeared on the surface of his body. At first, he could only feel the air and stone walls around him, nothing special. But he did not give up and continued to spread his power around, trying to capture more subtle changes. Su Yuli stood aside and looked at him quietly. After a long time, Zhang Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and a few beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. He could feel that there was indeed some strange fluctuation in the surrounding space, but he couldn't describe it accurately. "How about it?" Su Yuli asked softly. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. "Something feels a little off, but I can't put my finger on it." Su Yuli smiled slightly, walked to his side, stretched out her hand, and gently placed it on his shoulder. Jiang Ye's body stiffened, and a strange feeling instantly spread throughout his body. Su Yuli's hands were very cold, and she could feel the icy touch even through her shirt. "Relax," she whispered, her voice ringing right next to his ear as she exhaled a bit of warm breath. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and felt Su Yuli's fingers sliding gently on his shoulders. Her fingertips slid down his arm to his wrist and stopped there. Jiang Ye felt an electric current running up from her fingertips, making his heart skip a beat. His whole body stiffened, and an inexplicable heat surged from his lower abdomen. He subconsciously wanted to step back, but was held down by Su Yuli's hand. "Don't move." What are you doing?" Jiang Ye's throat felt a little dry. Su Yuli ignored him and just leaned her head over gently. Her breath sprayed on his neck, exhaling a faint fragrance. Jiang Ye felt like he was about to suffocate. He could clearly feel Su Yuli's soft hair rubbing against his skin, causing a tingling sensation. Su Yuli raised her head and looked at him with cold eyes, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "What are you afraid of?" she whispered, pinching his arm lightly with her fingers. "Weren't you quite talkative just now?" How could I?" Jiang Ye was speechless. Su Yuli chuckled. "Don't let your imagination run wild." She withdrew her hand and said calmly, "I'm just checking your energy channels. Although your internal energy is strong, it's too scattered and can't be focused. Try to focus your energy on one point and pierce this barrier." Jiang Ye was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting. He coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. "Okay, I'll try." He took a deep breath and gathered his internal energy in his palm again. This time, instead of dispersing it, he compressed it into a thin stream and pushed it forward suddenly. A low, muffled sound was heard in the air. The knife marks on the wall shook, and the surrounding scene was like a stone thrown into the water, causing ripples. Su Yuli's eyes lit up, and she whispered, "It's done, the barrier is broken a little." Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief and grinned at her. "How is it, Miss Su? Is my talent okay?" She glanced at him, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. "Not bad. But next time don't let me teach you how to use more force, it's embarrassing. Now let's continue. Concentrate and feel the flow of space itself," she said softly. "Don't try to resist it, but follow its trajectory." Jiang Ye followed Su Yuli's instructions and released his internal energy again. This time, he felt something different. He could see the space around him slightly twisting and folding, like a crumpled piece of paper. I think I understand," he muttered to himself. Su Yuli withdrew her hand and nodded. "It seems, you're not that stupid," she teased. Jiang Ye came back to his senses and smiled. "So, what do we do now?" Su Yuli did not answer directly, but turned and looked into the depths of the corridor. "Since space is distorted, let's follow its distortion," she said lightly. "Perhaps we can find the exit." She walked forward. Jiang Ye looked at her back, his eyes flickering a few times, and finally followed her. The two walked side by side, slowly moving forward in the deep corridor. Su Yuli's hand would occasionally touch Jiang Ye's arm gently, silently guiding him. Chapter 94 Heart to Heart. The two walked for an unknown amount of time, but the corridor still seemed to stretch on endlessly. Cold stone walls, worn-out lamps, wet moss. Infinite loop. Su Yuli finally stopped and slowly sat down against the wall. "The spatial distortion here is definitely not naturally occurring," she said slowly, her voice echoing in the empty corridor. "It's man-made, and only a high-level warrior could have done it. The person who attacked me possessed extremely high martial arts attainments, far exceeding my imagination. This method of distorting time and space, at least it represents the unity of nature in man." Jiang Ye frowned and scratched the ground with the tip of his knife. "Man-made? Who's so bored as to build such a hellish place?" Su Yuli didn't answer. She closed her eyes and felt the energy fluctuations around her. There must be something hidden here. Jiang Ye shrugged. "Hide something? What? Gold, silver, and jewelry? Or martial arts manuals?" Su Yuli shook her head. "I don't know, but something that can make a high-level warrior spend so much effort to hide it must be extraordinary." Jiang Ye sighed deeply and rubbed his swollen temples. "Damn it, this is really troublesome. Are we going to be trapped here and die?" Su Yuli was silent for a moment, just moved her chin, pointed to the empty seat next to her, and motioned Jiang Ye to sit next to her. "There's nothing else to do. Let's take a break first," she said lightly. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he moved over obediently and sat down next to Su Yuli. Su Yuli tilted her body slightly and rested her head gently on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi's body stiffened instantly and his breathing stopped for a moment. He secretly glanced at Su Yuli and saw that she had her eyes closed, enjoying it very much. He hesitated for a moment, then gently leaned his head against hers. The two of them snuggled together like this. The surroundings were quiet, with only the breathing of the two people being audible. It's true. I haven't had such peace and quiet for a long time. Su Yuli suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yeah, usually, it should be quite lively around you, right? Su Yuli hummed softly. How should I put it? School beauty. Su Jiang Yi deliberately stretched out his voice and teased. The people chasing you in school should be able to line up from one end of the corridor to the other, right? Being a school beauty is tiring, right? You're surrounded by flies every day, it's so annoying. Su Yuli opened her eyes, and a hint of helplessness flashed across her cold eyes. Do you think I want to? Aren't they just those boring people? She paused, raised her eyebrows, and said with a playful expression, Why, you mean, you also think I'm annoying? Jiang Yi quickly shook his head. I didn't say that, I was just curious. What are you curious about? Su Yuli turned her head and stared at him. Jiang Yi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. He cleared his throat and said, out of curiosity. What do you usually do? Besides practicing, is it about being chased by a group of people? Su Yuli chuckled. What else? Is he still like you, fighting and killing outside the city all day long? Or are you jealous? Jiang Yi felt his cheeks getting hot, and he quickly turned his head away, not daring to look into her eyes. Why are you jealous? He stammered. I was just asking casually. Su Yuli chuckled and said nothing more, just leaned her head closer. Jiang Yi felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Boring. Su Yuli commented lightly, a bunch of little brats who have never seen the world. So, as a big shot who has seen the world, what kind of people do you like? Jiang Yi deliberately teased. Su Yuli was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I like people who can fight alongside me. Can we fight side by side? Jiang Yi frowned. Isn't this me? Yeah. Su Yuli seemed to realize what he was thinking. She opened her eyes, glanced at him with a cold gaze, and teased, Jiang Yi, have you forgotten who was tortured to death in the simulated combat, crying and begging for my help? That's different, okay? Jiang Yi was suddenly speechless, with an embarrassed expression on his face. But Su Yuli changed the subject. You've made rapid progress. You can barely be considered a qualified teammate. Jiang Yi chuckled, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. Do you like quietness? He tried to make small talk and change the subject. Su Yuli closed her eyes and said softly. It's actually not that bad. She spoke slowly, her voice very soft, as if she was talking to herself. I'm just used to it. Get used to it? Jiang Yi was a little confused. Get used to what? Su Yuli was silent for a moment before she slowly said, I'm used to being alone. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. He could feel Su Yuli's faint loneliness. It's good to be alone. He said softly, not knowing whether he was comforting Su Yuli or comforting himself. Yeah, it's good to be alone. Su Yuli repeated. What about you? She suddenly asked. Did you also pursue girls this way before? Jiang Yi's body suddenly stiffened. He didn't expect Su Yuli to suddenly bring up this topic. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Su Yuli looked at his embarrassed look and became interested. Why, did you mention something sad? Jiang Yi took a deep breath and shook his head. It's all in the past, there's nothing to mention. Really? Su Yuli said softly, I heard that you used to be quite interested in that Dingruanshi. That's all in the past. Su Yuli opened her eyes and nodded. Dingruanshi, she is not worthy of you. Jiang Yi was silent, he didn't know what to say. He could only smile helplessly. Su Yuli, are you here to irritate me on purpose today? Su Yuli shrugged, looking innocent. I'm just concerned about my old friend's love life, is that okay? You? Jiang Yi was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Every failure makes you wiser. Don't be stupid again. Su Yuli said lightly. Jiang Yi glared at her fiercely, but was powerless to refute. Who made him blind in the first place? Okay, I won't be fooled by bad women again. In the end, he could only laugh. Su Yuli glanced at him and felt that there was something hidden in his words. A blessing in disguise. Breaking up with her is like escaping from misery. Su Yuli changed the subject and said, "It would be a good thing for you to recognize the true face of a woman like this as soon as possible." Jiang Yi snorted and said nothing, but his expression was obviously much more relaxed. "So, don't think about those unhappy things anymore." Su Yuli patted his shoulder gently. "From now on, I'll be here for you." Chapter 95 Brute Force Cracking. The two of them leaned against the wall and cuddled together for who knows how long. At first, Jiang Yi felt a little uncomfortable. When Su Yuli's fragrant and soft body leaned towards him, he couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. But after a long time, he was able to do it without blushing or getting nervous, and even felt a little bit of enjoyment. He even slightly adjusted his position so that they could lean against each other more comfortably. "It's almost time to leave." Jiang Yi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. He stood up, patted his legs, and moved his numb shoulders. Su Yuli also stood up and looked at Jiang Yi curiously. "What are your plans?" "The plan is simple." Jiang Yi grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Since we can't find an exit, then, build one. Come on. Give me a boost and stand behind me." Su Yuli immediately understood what Jiang Yi meant. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you going to break through here by force?" Jiang Yi nodded and rubbed his fists. "Yes, this is the most direct and effective way. Besides, there's no other way. We can't waste our whole lives here, right?" Su Yuli was silent for a moment, her eyes lingering on him. She knew that with Jiang Yi's current strength, it was almost impossible to forcibly break through this space. But right now, there seems to be no other way. "Good." Without saying anything more, she agreed straightforwardly, walked behind Jiang Yi, raised her hand and gently pressed it on his back. A clear power surged from her palm and poured into Jiang Yi's body. Jiang Yi suddenly felt a surge of power flowing through his meridians, as if igniting the blood in his body. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Open heaven power. He gathered his internal energy frantically, compressing and condensing all the strength into one point on the tip of his fist. The moment he swung his fist, a dazzling white light burst out from his fist. The air was torn apart by an invisible force, making a sharp whistling sound. The roar of sonic boom. The power is concentrated into an extreme point, and the goal is to penetrate it completely. Tian Cheng. The mountains and rivers are broken. Jiang Yi's muscles bulged, and his fists felt as heavy as a mountain. A punch was thrown out, without any fancy light, only a dull roar erupting from the center of the fist. The shockwave visible to the naked eye spread in all directions with the fist as the center, and the air was violently distorted like boiling water. This punch is not aimed at one point, but is intended to shake the entire world and crush and destroy everything. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire corridor shook violently. Jiang Yi's fist collided with the stone wall, causing dazzling sparks to burst out. The cracks spread like a spider web, and gravel fell down, but the wall was still tough and was far from being completely broken. Su Yuli frowned slightly. She could feel that the power of Jiang Yi's punch had reached his limit, but it still could not shake this space. Such high-intensity output puts a huge burden on Jiang Yi's body. If this continues, it may cause irreversible damage. "No," Su Yuli said in a deep voice, "if you continue like this, your body won't be able to bear it." Jiang Yi took a breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and smiled at her. "Don't worry, I still have this." With a thought, he finally took out Xin Yuan, which had been stored in the system space. Boom! The heavy sword fell to the ground, and the ground trembled slightly. Even Su Yuli couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the sword. There was a rare hint of surprise on his cold face. She raised her eyebrows, took 2 steps closer, looked up and down at the heavy sword, and glanced at Jiang Yi again. "All right, kid, you have a spiritual weapon but you're still hiding it. Why don't you take it out sooner?" Jiang Yi smiled and explained, "It's because the enemies we encountered before were too weak to use this big guy." He paused, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "This time is different, we have to force our way through." He walked to Xin Yuan, stretched out his hands and gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. "Drink!" He shouted loudly and used all his strength to lift Xin Yuan up. The heavy sword made his arms tremble slightly, but he did not retreat at all. He took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and lifted Xin Yuan high above his head. Open heaven power. Tian Cheng. The mountains and rivers are broken. He once again mobilized all his strength and poured it into Chenzene. Buzz! The heavy sword made a low humming sound. He swung the sword down, and the heavy sword light carried the power of a collapsing mountain. The air was squeezed by the huge force, forming ripples visible to the naked eye, and spread to both sides. The heavy sword drew a clear trajectory, cutting through the space. Wherever the sword points, everything is cut off, and nothing can stop this unstoppable blow. Boom! The sword's light suddenly increased, and it smashed down suddenly. There were no fancy techniques, only pure power. A deafening roar erupted, the earth shook violently, and shocking cracks spread from where the sword fell. Dust rose into the sky, blocking the view, and everything around was collapsing, shattering, and turning into powder. This time, the entire corridor shook violently as if it was about to collapse. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the stone wall, and the crack quickly spread, and finally, snap! The stone wall completely collapsed and exploded, revealing a huge gap. The light outside could be vaguely seen in the flying dust. Chenzene put away his sword and panted as he held Chenzene. His body swayed a few times and he almost fell down. He breathed a sigh of relief, a tired smile on his face. Finally! I got through. The ultimate attack was not wasted after all. Leelu stood behind him, staring at the pierced wall, stunned for several seconds. A rare look of surprise appeared on his cold face. She couldn't help but walk forward, stretched out her hand, and gently poked Chenzne's arm. Chenzene? Leelu sighed, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. I feel like the gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. Chenzene was stunned for a moment, then he laughed heartily, patted his chest, and said proudly, from now on, just wait for me to take you flying, don't try to be so stubborn. Leelu raised her eyebrows, okay. The two men passed through the passage that Chenzene had violently blasted open and continued forward. After walking for a while, the road ahead suddenly became clear. At the end of the passage is a cliff. Standing on the edge of the cliff, there is a bottomless abyss below. It is pitch black, and vines are entangled on the cliff wall. There was a huge hole above his head, with dim light pouring down from above. He could faintly hear the rumbling of thunder mixed with the whistling of the wind. It's the exit. Chenzene let out a long sigh and smiled with a look of relief. Boom! Suddenly, a loud thunder exploded. Immediately afterwards, raindrops as big as beans poured down. The thunderstorm in this swamp forest hasn't ended yet. Chenzene looked up at the sky and sighed. He felt that a very long time had passed since he entered the swamp maze. Only 5 hours. Leelu corrected him lightly, her voice as cold as ever. 5 hours. Chenzene smacked his lips. It felt like 5 years had passed. Leelu didn't respond to him, her eyes fell on a narrow stone road on the edge of the cliff. She took a tentative step, and after confirming that the stone road was stable, she turned to Chenzene and said, let's go. Climb up this road, and we should be able to get out. Chapter 96,000 Bearded Poison Dragon. The two began to climb slowly along the cliff. Although the stone road was narrow, it was relatively flat. Occasionally, gravel would slide under their feet, causing a hollow echo when falling into the abyss. Chenzene walked in front, took the Chenzene in his hand back into the system space, and used his free hand to grab the protrusion on the cliff. Leelu followed behind, her movements light but her steps slower than usual. It was obvious that her ankle injury had not fully healed yet. Be careful, don't slip. While Chenzene was climbing up, he did not forget to remind Leelu behind him. Suddenly, Leelu stopped. What's wrong? Chenzene noticed her abnormality and turned around to ask. Leelu frowned, pointed at a giant pillar not far away that reached the sky, and whispered, why is there such a tall pillar here? Chenzene looked in the direction of her finger. At first, he didn't find anything unusual. He just thought it was an ordinary stone pillar supporting the rock above. But when he looked closely, his pupils suddenly shrank. Leelu also realized something was wrong almost at the same time. What is in front of me is not a pillar at all, it is clearly a huge stone sculpture. A dragon statue spiraling upwards. It's just because it is so huge that from a distance, part of it is mistaken for an independent giant pillar. This dragon sculpture is over 10,000 meters high, with its head hidden in the clouds, its scales jagged, and its carving so exquisite that it is breathtaking. Lightning occasionally flashed across the dragon's body, illuminating it, and a cold luster was reflected on the stone surface, shocking the two men so much that they were speechless for a moment. The two of them quickened their pace and continued to climb upwards. When we were almost at the top, the rocks beneath our feet suddenly began to shake violently. The rubble rolled down, as if the whole mountain was shaking. Something's wrong. Zhang Yi was startled and immediately realized that there was danger. He did not dare to hesitate. He quickly took advantage of the protrusion of the rock, kicked his feet hard, and flew into the air, rushing towards the cave entrance above. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, trying to grab Su Yuli, who was still below. At this moment, a thin blue line shot out from the bottom of the cliff, as fast as lightning. Su Yuli didn't need to say anything more. Zhang Yi reacted immediately and grabbed the blue thread. Zhang Yi exerted force suddenly and pulled Su Yuli up from below. Su Yuli rolled in the air and landed steadily next to Zhang Yi. Almost at the same time, the rocks beneath their feet began to collapse on a large scale. Large pieces of rock fell off and fell into the abyss, making a dull echo. Retreat! Zhang Yi roared and pulled Su Yuli back. As soon as the two retreated to a safe area, they heard a deafening dragon roar from below. Rumble! The shaking became more intense, and the cracks on the cliff wall expanded rapidly. The entire mountain shook violently. Zhang Yi looked down and saw that the surface stones of the huge dragon sculpture began to peel off, revealing the scales inside that were glowing with a faint blue light. His pupils shrank sharply and he cried out incoherently, This isn't a stone sculpture." Su Yuli also reacted, and her face turned pale instantly. How is it possible? Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck from the sky, hitting the statue directly, causing lightning to splash everywhere, and it exploded with a loud bang. Snap! Amidst flying stone ships, a 10,000-meter-long dragon slowly rose into the air. The scales shimmered with a cold blue light, and the long whiskers danced in the air like tentacles. Its body was covered with dark blue scales, its head was enormous, and its eyes were like two giant lanterns, flashing scarlet light. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, each of which was longer than Zhang Yi's body. There are rows of sharp bone spurs on its back, and the bone spurs are flashing with cold light. An indescribable sense of oppression emanated from the dragon. Su Yuli was caught off guard and was forced to her knees by the pressure, supporting herself on the ground with her hands, unable to move. Zhang Yi's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees, but he gritted his teeth and growled, "Kai Tianjin." The internal force in his body suddenly burst out, and he supported his body and stood up shakily. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the sky. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and dark clouds rolled. A giant dragon circled in the sky, its huge body almost covering half the sky. That is a 6th-rank beast, a 1,000-bearded poisonous dragon. Is this thing alive? Information about this giant dragon emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. The 1,000-bearded poison dragon is a 6th-level ferocious beast that lives deep in the secret realm of swamps. It can reach a size of 10,000 meters, with indestructible scales. Its poisonous beards can release deadly miasma that corrodes everything. Its core weakness is located under the scales on its abdomen, but this weakness is only briefly exposed when it spews poison mist at full strength, and lasts for less than 3 seconds. Poison dragons are violent and have extremely strong perception, so it is almost impossible to launch a sneak attack on them. 3 human masters once joined forces to encircle and suppress a young 1,000-bearded poison dragon, but they paid the price of annihilation of their entire army and left behind this information. That's a 6th-level ferocious beast. You know, a 6th-order ferocious beast is already a very terrifying existence among the ferocious beasts in the entire Blue Star. An ordinary warrior may not encounter one in his entire life, and once he does, 99% of the time he will be crushed into powder, leaving nothing behind. A 6th-order ferocious beast not only possesses the power to destroy the world, but also has wisdom comparable to that of humans, and can even control the power of nature. Creatures like the 1,000-bearded poison dragon are the perfect combination of toxicity, power, and speed. A breath of poisonous mist can turn an area thousands of miles around into a deadly place. Facing a level 6 ferocious beast, ordinary warriors have no power to resist at all. Even masters or grandmasters can only barely protect themselves. It can be said that every 6th-level ferocious beast is a moving natural disaster and a nightmare for mankind. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Su Yuli were facing such a terrifying existence. 1,000-bearded poisonous dragon. When it awakens from its slumber, it will bring destruction and death. Zhang Yi's throat was dry and his mind was racing. He whispered to Su Yuli, "Listen, this guy's weakness is under the scales on his abdomen, but it will only be revealed when he sprays poison mist, and the time is no more than 3 seconds. We have to find the right opportunity." Su Yuli panted and leaned against him. Hearing this, her eyes narrowed and she whispered, 3 seconds? Are you crazy? We can't even last until it sprays the poison mist. She paused, her eyes sweeping over the massive body of the poisonous dragon. If its poisonous whiskers move, we might be dead right here. Zhang Yi grinned, how do you know if you don't try? He took a deep breath, and the internal force in his body circulated to the extreme. The body of Jin Yuan's sword trembled slightly, sensing the master's fighting spirit. The thousand-bearded poisonous dragon in the sky sensed the intentions of the two men, let out a deafening roar, and swung its long beard violently, sending dozens of blue lights shooting towards the cliff like sharp arrows. Zhang Yi pushed Su Yuli away and growled, get out of the way. He swung Jin Yuan, and the sword energy surged, cutting off several blue lights, but a few still brushed past his arms, leaving a stinging corrosion mark. Hiss. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, and white smoke instantly rose from his arm. He looked down and cursed, this poison is too cruel. Su Yuli rolled over and hid behind a huge rock. Seeing this, her face darkened. She quickly rushed to his side, pressed her palm near his wound, and whispered, don't move. I'll help you suppress the poison. Her internal energy surged out, slowing down the spread of the poison gas, but her face also turned a little paler. Zhang Yi took a breath, looked up at the poisonous dragon, and saw its long whiskers swaying again, obviously gathering strength for the next attack. He gritted his teeth and said, we can't delay any longer. We have to force it to spray the poison mist. Can you give me another shot? Chapter 97, Heavenly Thunder, Slaying the Dragon. Su Yuli looked up at him, a complicated light flashing in her eyes. She nodded, forced herself to stand up straight, put her palm on Zhang Yi's back, and whispered, one last fight. If you can't hold on any longer, run away. Don't try to be a hero. A stronger internal force surged into Zhang Yi's body, his aura suddenly surged, and his eyes turned red. Ah! The thousand-bearded poisonous dragon roared to the sky, and the sound shook the 9 heavens. The heavy rain turned into flying silver needles under the flapping of dragon wings. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at the pair of molten gold pupils in the clouds. The flames rising from the dragon's throat turned the entire cliff orange red, as if someone had lifted the lid of hell. He swallowed the rusty taste in his throat, crushed a piece of weathered shale with the sole of his boot, and rushed straight up. The giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and a ball of dark blue dragon breath gushed out. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the air was corroded, making a sizzling sound, and the rocks on the ground were instantly turned into powder. The world suddenly became quiet. It was liquid dusk, smelling of sulfur and rotting flesh. The flame twisted into a snake shape in the rain curtain, and the rain instantly vaporized wherever it passed, forming a boiling vacuum channel. Faced with this terrifying attack, Zhang Yi did not retreat at all. He roared, waved Jin Yuan, and rushed forward towards the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath instantly submerged Zhang Yi's figure. The dragon's breath, a mixture of heat and poison, swept across the cliff. Zhang Yi. Su Yuli's eyes turned red and she almost blurted out. This was a rare instance of her losing composure, and a hint of panic finally appeared on her cold face. Fine. Just when Su Yuli thought that Zhang Yi had been killed by the dragon's breath, a firm voice came from the poisonous fog. The outline of a heavy sword suddenly emerged from the fire tornado. Immediately afterwards, a figure broke through the poisonous fog and appeared in mid-air. It's Zhang Yi. He actually managed to withstand the breath of the thousand-bearded poison dragon. The black sword of Jin Yuan now glowed dark red like a branding iron, and Zhang Yi broke out of the cocoon from the flames. Without any pause, he stepped on the air and rushed towards the thousand-bearded poison dragon like a meteor. Then, Zhang Yi took advantage of the momentum to leap above the dragon, tightly grasped Jin Yuan with both hands, and growled. Open heaven power. Tian Cheng. The mountains and rivers are broken. The heavy sword was swung down, the sword energy was like a rainbow, and it slashed fiercely on the dragon's scales. Clang. With a loud sound of metal clashing, Jin Yuan chopped on the scales of the thousand-bearded poison dragon, sparks flying everywhere. The thousand-bearded poison dragon let out a painful roar. Although its scales were extremely hard, Jin Yuan still cut a deep wound on it. The scales cracked, sending up a few pieces of debris. The long beard danced wildly, stirring up a gust of wind. Rumble. There were lightning, thunder, and strong winds. The rainstorm shattered against the dragon's scales. Lightning bolts as thick as buckets fell from the sky and continuously struck Zhang Yi. This is the thousand-bearded poison dragon controlling the weather and using lightning to attack Zhang Yi. Lightning exploded on his body, and charred marks spread rapidly. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said nothing, enduring the lightning strike, but his hands held Jin Yuan tightly without letting go. He felt his knuckles split open, and blood flowed down the anti-slip grooves on the hilt, leaving a thin red line in the heavy rain. Seeing this from a distance, Su Yuli struggled to stand up and raised her hand. A blue light shot out from her body and connected to Zhang Yi, trying to help him share the injury. But even if she only shared a small part of the damage from the lightning, Su Yuli still felt severe pain all over her body, and cold sweat instantly soaked her clothes. Roar! The thousand-bearded poison dragon roared, enraged by Zhang Yi's attack. The huge body shook violently, and the sound waves were like a substance that sent Zhang Yi flying. He was thrown high into the air, his clothes rustling, and he was about to fall. Boom! At this moment, a loud thunderclap struck down from the sky. The lightning was dazzling, and it struck Zhang Yi right away. A ruthless look flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, and he suddenly raised Jin Yuan and used his heavy sword to meet the lightning. Boom! Lightning instantly gathered above Shen Yuan, the electric arc crackled, and the sword blade seemed to be ignited, emitting a terrifying power. Zhang Yi felt a strong electric current spreading throughout his body along Shen Yuan. His body trembled violently, but he held the hilt of the sword tightly and did not let go. He wanted to integrate this power of thunder and lightning into his own attack. Tian Cheng. Zhang Yi roared angrily and released all the strength in his body, along with the lightning power absorbed by Jin Yuan. Starfall. Above Shen Yuan, lightning flashes and sword energy runs rampant. The air around was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Space is distorting and time is slowing down. Between heaven and earth, there is only this sword left. A sword slashed down. The wind was howling, the dark clouds were rolling, and thunder and lightning were striking. Zhang Yi's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. Above Shen Yuan, lightning flashed thousands of feet high and sword energy was like a rainbow. This sword condenses all of Zhang Yi's strength. This sword. Zhang Yi felt that he had become one with the world. Thunder was no longer an external object, but a part of his body and an extension of his will. Jin Yuan is no longer a cold weapon, but an extension of his arm. He felt like he had touched a whole new world, a world that was broader and deeper. In that world, strength is no longer just physical strength or the might of true energy, but a kind of rule. Yes, rules. Zhang Yi suddenly clenched the sword in his hand. This sword is not only an expression of strength, but also his application of certain rules. Warriors strengthen their bodies, striving to transform themselves into the strongest weapons. A martial artist releases his internal strength and uses his chi to defend against the enemy, and what matters is the use of his chi to the fullest extent. The Grandmaster comprehends the heaven and earth, controls the chi with his mind, and pursues resonance with the heaven and earth. With this sword, Zhang Yi felt that he had surpassed the realm of a Grandmaster. He not only comprehends the world, but also controls it. He controlled the thunder and used its power for his own benefit. Although this kind of control is still very superficial and immature, it does exist. Grandmaster. This word emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. According to legend, the Grandmaster can initially communicate between heaven and earth, forming a domain centered on himself. In this field, they are the masters, able to control part of the power of heaven and earth, strengthen themselves and weaken the enemy. According to legend, the Grand Master has an extremely profound understanding of martial arts and has formed his own unique martial arts truth. This true meaning is their most powerful source of strength, capable of unleashing unimaginable power in their martial arts. According to legend, the Grand Master has transcended the mundane world and begun to evolve towards a higher level of life. Their lifespan will be extended, their perception will be sharper, and their understanding of the universe will be deeper. Although it is still very crude and weak, it is indeed the realm of Grandmaster. The sword light was like the upside-down Milky Way, with the power of thunder and falling stars, and a long crack was torn in the air. Boom! A loud bang shook the sky. Jin Yuan struck the thousand-bearded poison dragon's head with the force of thunder. Time stands still at this moment. Chapter 98, Crazy Money. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light burst out, illuminating the entire world. The wind roared, the thunder roared, the earth trembled, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The thousand-bearded poison dragon let out a shrill scream, the scales on its head exploded, blood gushed out, dyeing half the sky red. With an unwilling roar, the huge body struggled in the air for a few times, and finally could not hold on, fell from the air, and landed heavily on the ground. The 10,000-meter-long dragon body smashed into the abyss, causing the cliff to collapse with a loud bang, and dust and rubble flew into the sky. The whole mountain range trembled. After a long time, everything returned to calm. The thunderclouds gradually dissipated, the lightning faded, and only silence remained. Jiang Yi staggered when he landed, and Jin Yuan supported his body by sticking to the ground. He was gasping for breath, his body covered with burn marks and blood, but he grinned with a smug smile. He raised his head and looked forward. The huge corpse of the thousand-bearded poison dragon lay there quietly, without any movement. It's dead. The sixth-level ferocious beast, the thousand-bearded poison dragon, fell. Su Yuli quickly stepped forward, supported him, and swept her eyes over him, scolding him, "Are you crazy? You dare to fight a sixth-level beast?" Jiang Yi panted, glanced at her, and chuckled, "How do you know if you can do it if you don't give it a try? Besides, don't you still have me supporting you from behind?" Su Yuli glared at him, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She helped him sit down and whispered, "If you act so arrogantly next time, I won't care about you anymore." Having said that, she didn't stop her hands as she carefully wiped the blood off his face. In the distance, the corpse of the thousand-bearded poison dragon lay on the edge of the abyss. The thunderstorm gradually stopped and the sky became clearer. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli sat on the edge of the cliff for a while. After their strength recovered a little, their eyes fell on the huge corpse of the thousand-bearded poison dragon at the same time. The giant dragon lay at the edge of the abyss, its blue scales still gleaming coldly in the dim light, its blood slowly seeping into the ground, emitting a strong fishy smell. This is a sixth-level ferocious beast. The whole body is full of treasures, and any scale can be exchanged for sky-high resources. Looking at the giant dragon corpse in front of them that was as big as a mountain, both of them were a little troubled. This is not some roadside weed that can be pulled out at will. This is a sixth-level ferocious beast, the thousand-bearded poison dragon. Every part of its body contains enormous energy and unimaginable value. This is not gold, silver, or jewelry, nor is it a rare antique. Those mundane things are not even as much as dust in front of this giant dragon. Even if you take a mountain of gold and compare it with a scale on the dragon's body, how can you compare it? The gold mountain is vulgar, but these dragon scales have been tempered by thunder and carried the power of a giant dragon. A single scale is enough to drive a high-level warrior crazy, willing to spend all his money and even risk his life. Not to mention the dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon meat. Which one of them is not a treasure that can cause a bloody storm in the entire martial arts world of Blue Star? If you just take out a piece of dragon meat and throw it on the black market, those old monsters who have been hiding from the world will break their heads to grab it. This is not only a symbol of strength, but also the key to a higher realm, and an opportunity that countless warriors dream of. Jiang Yi stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, walked over and tried to pry off a scale with Jin Yuan. The scales were extremely tough and it took a lot of effort to get a piece off. He waited and grinned, "This thing is tough enough. It will definitely be useful for making armor when I get home." He turned to look at Su Yuli, "Come, share it." Su Yuli came over, squatted down, and touched the dragon scales, frowned and said, "It's too big, our storage space can't hold it at all. This dragon is too big." She opened her storage space, which was already filled with low-level ferocious beast material she had collected in the rotten swamp forest, and there was very little space left. Jiang Yi scratched his head, carrying Jin Yuan and standing beside the dragon corpse, muttering, "How about we go back and get some storage equipment before trying again? It's a shame to just leave this dragon here." Su Yuli glanced at him and said calmly, "This is the corpse of a sixth-level ferocious beast. It's very nutritious. As soon as we leave, the other ferocious beasts here will probably smell the scent and rush over to divide up the dragon. Are you willing to part with it?" Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, stroking his chin, and muttered softly, "That's right, there are quite a few ferocious beasts in this swampy forest." He looked up at Su Yuli, "What should we do? We can't just watch this treasure go to waste, right?" Jiang Yi was somewhat unwilling. Su Yuli was silent for a moment, then said decisively, "I can only give up some things." "Give up?" Jiang Yi was stunned. "Give up what?" "Throw away all the previous gains. Take as much as you can and take away the most valuable ones." As she spoke, she began to empty the storage space, preparing to throw some low-level materials and animal bones down the cliff. "Wait." Jiang Yi hurriedly stopped Su Yuli and stretched out his hand to stop her. "Don't be in a hurry, pour out the things first." Su Yuli was stunned and looked at him with some confusion, but still did as he said. She poured out all the low-level ferocious beast materials and bones that she had collected in the storage space before, and piled them aside to form a small hill. Jiang Yi chuckled, patted Su Yuli on the shoulder, and said, "It would be a shame to throw it all away. I'll just digest it right here." After saying that, without waiting for Su Yuli's response, he walked to the side, opened his storage space, and poured out everything inside. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hands with his palms facing up. The next moment, a black vortex appeared in the palms of Jiang Yi's hands. The vortex slowly rotated, generating a powerful suction force, sucking up all the low-level ferocious beast materials and bones piled up on the ground. As soon as those materials and animal bones came into contact with the black hole, they were instantly swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. This is... Su Yuli widened her eyes, somewhat confused. Then, she realized that this was Jiang Yi's SSS talent. As those materials were continuously devoured, the aura around Jiang Yi began to vibrate violently, and powerful energy fluctuations spread outward with him as the center. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Boom! Suddenly, there was another loud thunder in the sky. A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Jiang Yi right on the body. Lightning exploded and electric arcs scattered. Jiang Yi groaned and his body trembled slightly, but he did not dodge. Instead, he closed his eyes and endured the tempering of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder raged through his body. The burn marks on his body had not yet completely faded, and several new marks were added. However, there was no pain on his face, but rather a sense of relief. His aura, under the baptism of thunder and lightning, began to soar wildly. Su Yuli stared at Jiang Yi nervously. She could feel that Jiang Yi's aura had reached the peak of the 9th level of warrior and was about to break through to the next level. But soon, Su Yuli discovered something wrong. Logically speaking, Jiang Yi's aura had long surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level warrior, and had even reached an incredible level, but he had yet to break through and was still stuck at the 9th level warrior realm. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Su Yuli couldn't help but ask, a little worried. Chapter 99. Why don't you eat these? Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes, a flash of lightning flashing across his pupils. He felt the surging power in his body, turned to look at Su Yuli, grinned, and explained, I want to practice each realm to the highest state. The more solid the foundation, the further I can go in the future. Every realm is practiced to perfection? Su Yuli was stunned. It was the first time she heard such a statement. What kind of perseverance and determination does it take to achieve this? As he spoke, all the low-level ferocious beast materials and bones on the ground had been completely swallowed up by the black holes in Jiang Yi's palms, leaving no residue. The power in Jiang Yi's body has reached an extremely terrifying level. The aura on his body, which originally had the mark of a 9th level warrior, has been completely covered by the aura of a 9th level warrior, and replaced by a deeper and more powerful aura. This aura has surpassed the scope of an ordinary 9th level warrior, but has not reached the threshold of the next realm. It is in an extremely special state. He is constantly accumulating and polishing, striving to cultivate every realm to the extreme. Burp. Jiang Yi burped and smiled, okay, let's deal with this big guy. The two men began to cut up the dragon's corpse with swift and skillful hands and feet. The division of labor was clear. Jiang Yi was responsible for using Jinyuan to split the hard scales and bones, while Su Yuli processed the internal organs and flesh, picking out the most precious parts. The dragon tendons, dragon marrow, poison sac, and core crystal core of the 1,000-bearded poison dragon were first put into the storage space. Each of them is a top-grade material for alchemy and refining. Although dragon scales are valuable, they are too large, so you can only pick a few of the largest ones to take away. As Jiang Yi chopped at it, he muttered, this dragon tendon is incredibly resilient. It'll be great to make shoes out of it when I get home. He pulled out a long dragon tendon and stuffed it into the storage space. He turned to look at Su Yuli and asked, how much do you think this poison sac can be sold for? Su Yuli was carefully extracting the dragon marrow and replied without looking up, a 6th level poison sac, which can be used to refine top-level poisons or detoxification pills. At least it can be exchanged for a few high-level energy crystals. She paused and glanced at him, don't just talk, hurry up, the blood will dissipate and the beast will come. Jiang Yi chuckled and quickened his movements. His eyes fell on the chest of the 1,000-bearded poison dragon. The scales there were blown apart by the previous battle, revealing a slightly undulating piece of flesh. He narrowed his eyes, held Jinyuan's sword and chopped it down. The hard scales and muscles were easily cut like tofu in front of Jinyuan. The scales cracked and blood splattered all over. He gritted his teeth and pried open the chest, revealing a dark blue expanse of internal organs. A strong fishy smell filled the air. Hey, what's this guy hiding in his chest? Jiang Yi muttered softly, but his hands did not stop, and the tip of the sword carefully cut through the fascia. Suddenly, two fist-sized crystal cores came into view, emitting a faint blue light, with thunder flowing inside, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. That's the Beast Core. And there are two of them. 2 6th-level Beast Cores. Zhang Yi exclaimed. Generally speaking, there is only one Beast Core in the body of a ferocious beast. This is the source of the beast's power and one of the most precious treasures on the beast. And this 1,000-bearded poisonous dragon actually has 2 Beast Cores in its body. Su Yuli was also surprised. She looked at the 2 Beast Cores that were emitting powerful energy fluctuations and was speechless for a moment. A 6th-rank beast, it's truly extraordinary. After a long time, she slowly spoke. There are 2 Beast Cores, one is dark green and emits a strong toxic smell, the other is light blue and emits cool water vapor. How do we divide these 2 Beast Cores? Zhang Yi asked. He knew that the value of these 2 Beast Cores was inestimable. Su Yuli said without hesitation, let's split it equally, one for each of us. Good. Zhang Yi nodded without saying anything more. Zhang Yi chuckled, grabbed one and put it into the storage space, then handed the other one to her. Okay, Miss Su, your spiritual weapon is now settled. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Although the materials they collected before were valuable, they were far from enough to create a high-quality spiritual weapon. And now, with these 2 6th-level Beast Cores, plus other materials from the 1,000-bearded poison dragon, it is entirely possible to create a top-grade spiritual weapon. Using the materials from this 1,000-bearded poison dragon as the main frame, and these 2 6th-rank Beast Cores as the core, the spiritual weapon created will be at least C rank, and may even reach B rank. Zhang Yi was even more excited than Su Yuli. He had already begun to look forward to what Su Yuli's spiritual weapon would look like. Su Yuli took the Beast Core, waited, and her eyes stayed on Zhang Yi for 2 seconds. Thank you very much, she said softly. She knew that without Zhang Yi, she would not be able to kill the 1,000-bearded poison dragon, let alone obtain the 2 precious Beast Cores. Next time I will definitely show you black stockings. She suddenly said something in a serious tone. Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard this, then waved his hand. After spending so much time together, he has been able to remain calm in the face of Su Yuli's teasing. Come on, keep it for your own enjoyment. Zhang Yi waved Jin Yuan again, further expanding the 1,000-bearded poison dragon's chest cavity. Deep in the chest cavity, a huge heart is clearly visible. This heart is as big as a car. Although the 1,000-bearded poison dragon is dead, this heart is still beating slowly. Boom! 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 The surface of the dragon's heart was covered with a layer of faint blue light, with the blood veins clearly visible, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. This is Dragon Heart? Zhang Yi looked at the still beating heart, his eyes filled with shock. Such a strong vitality. Su Yuli couldn't help but marvel. The dragon heart is the source of the dragon's entire body's strength, containing enormous life energy and pure dragon blood. Several times more precious than beast cores of the same level. It can greatly enhance the warrior's cultivation, improve physical fitness, and enhance vitality. The dragon heart possesses a powerful healing effect, capable of treating various injuries and even regenerating severed limbs. It can even help warriors break through bottlenecks and improve their realm. Integrating the dragon heart into a weapon can greatly increase the power of the weapon and even give the weapon spirituality. This dragon heart, what should we do with it? Zhang Yi asked. Su Yuli pondered for a moment and slowly said, the energy contained in this dragon heart is too huge. If we split it up, it will destroy its value. The best way is to preserve it intact. So? She raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi. I'll give you this dragon heart. Zhang Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Su Yuli to make such a decision. Give it all to me? Are you serious? You don't want such a big treasure? You contributed the most, so you deserve the most. Stop talking nonsense and take it. I have the beast core, which is enough for me. But... Zhang Yi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su Yuli. Don't say but, she said calmly, it's decided. Zhang Yi looked at Su Yuli's determined eyes and finally nodded, okay, I'll take it. The two of them worked for half an hour, and the storage space was finally filled up, without even a gap left. Zhang Yi stood up carrying Jin Yuan and clapped his hands, it's almost done. If you want to fit more, you have to squeeze me in too. Su Yuli also stood up, wiped the blood off her hands, glanced at the remaining dragon corpses, and said lightly, what a pity, there are still so many left here. How about you eat the rest of these? Chapter 100. I have a martial art. Ah. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. With my talent, I can swallow a little, but swallowing so much is a waste of time. It's better to go back early. He shrugged and grinned. It's nothing we can do. This is all we have. Let's go back and change our equipment so we can get more next time. Besides, these are pretty good. Being able to hold so many is beyond my expectations. Be content with what you have, biting off more than you can chew. Su Yuli nodded and jokingly said, but since we made a lot of money this time, will you treat me to a nice meal tonight? Jiang Yi glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Okay, bring something in exchange. Su Yuli was stunned for a moment, and said coquettishly, stingy. It's just a meal, isn't it enough for me to treat you? Jiang Yi looked at Su Yuli's eyes and couldn't help laughing. Then, he put away his smile and said seriously, Yuli, seriously, can you do me a favor? He glanced around. The thunderstorm had stopped and the corpse of the thousand-bearded poison dragon lay quietly beside him. This place was rarely safe at the moment. He took a deep breath and had to go back today. The system task had not been completed yet, so he had to explain it quickly. Su Yuli looked at his serious expression, was slightly stunned, and then asked calmly, what help? Jiang Yi rubbed his hands and decided to use the same excuse as last time. I have a martial art. Before he could finish his words, he couldn't hold back his laughter and didn't know how to speak seriously. He raised his head and was met with Su Yuli's expression of complete disbelief, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Okay, stop pretending and tell me. The corners of Su Yuli's mouth twitched slightly, and she was obviously trying to hold back a laugh. I actually have a martial arts skill. Jiang Yi said awkwardly, his voice becoming smaller and smaller. Su Yuli didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Jiang Yi was speechless. Before he could continue speaking, suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Then, without warning, a soft touch landed on his lips. Su Yuli actually took the initiative to kiss him. Jiang Yi's mind went blank in an instant. He had never expected that Su Yuli would do such a thing. Su Yuli's breath was close at hand, and her warm breath brushed across his face. The two of them locked eyes, close enough that they could see every emotion in each other's eyes. He opened his eyes wide and met her cold eyes. The indifferent look in her eyes that didn't care about anything had a magic that made people's heart beat faster. I don't know why, but when Su Yuli looked at him like this, Jiang Yi actually felt pretty cool? What are you thinking about? This is not what I want. Jiang Yi's mind was in a mess, with all kinds of thoughts coming to his mind. This sudden kiss completely disrupted his rhythm. But he couldn't push Su Yuli away, after all. He won't suffer any loss in this kind of thing. So, the two of them just looked at each other quietly. The two looked at each other quietly for a few seconds. Su Yuli slowly stepped back and left Jiang Yi. She licked her lips lightly, as if she was still a little unsatisfied. Is that enough? She asked softly. Jiang Yi was silent for a few seconds. His mind hadn't fully come to its senses yet. He managed to utter, it's not a kiss this time. Su Yuli frowned, her eyes stayed on his face for 2 seconds, and she said lightly, kissing can no longer satisfy you? Jiang Yi quickly waved his hands, no, I really didn't ask for it. I really do have a martial arts skill. He felt that the more he explained, the more confusing it became, but he still spoke up. Su Yuli raised her eyebrows and said lazily, okay, tell me, what are you going to do this time? Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said solemnly, I want you to hold me for 1 minute. Su Yuli was obviously relieved when she heard this. That's it. Jiang Yi frowned. Why did he feel? Su Yuli seems a little disappointed? He didn't dare to think about it too much, because Su Yuli had already taken 2 steps closer, stretched out her arms, and gently hugged him. The soft body pressed against his chest, and 2 warm touches pressed against him, carrying the unique fragrance of a young girl. The beautiful girl's body leaned against him without reservation. I'm going to. This touch. Jiang Yi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This touch is 100 times more stimulating than the kiss just now. He looked down and saw Su Yuli leaning calmly in his arms, her expression still cold and indifferent. He was having trouble holding the gun. My mind was in a mess and I didn't know where to put my hands. The moment Su Yuli hugged Jiang Yi, everything around them seemed to disappear, leaving only the 2 bodies pressed tightly together, and each other's heartbeats and breathing. At this moment, 1 minute seemed to be stretched infinitely. The only sounds left in the world were Jiang Yi's own heartbeat and Su Yuli's shallow breathing. At first, Jiang Yi was a little at a loss. When Su Yuli's soft body leaned towards him, his heart beat as fast as a drum, and even his breathing became disordered. After the initial nervousness and excitement, Jiang Yi gradually felt that Su Yuli in his arms relaxed. She was no longer as stiff as before, but now placed her entire weight on him. This feeling caused an inexplicable emotion to surge in Jiang Yi's heart. He slowly regained his composure and was no longer as helpless as before. His hands froze in mid-air for a moment, and finally he tried to slowly put his arms around her, just like she hugged him, and carefully hugged her waist back. His heartbeat gradually calmed down, the heat subsided, and was replaced by an indescribable peace. The two of them just hugged each other quietly, without any unnecessary movements or any verbal communication. Only the sounds of each other's heartbeats and breathing were intertwined at this moment. "Don't touch me." Su Yuli's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence between the two. The voice was cold, but without much blame. Jiang Yi was stunned and looked down at his hands, only to find that his fingers had unknowingly slid 2 inches along her waistline. He quickly stopped and chuckled twice. "Well, I didn't touch her randomly, I just adjusted my posture out of habit." He tried to defend himself, but his hands stayed where they were, not daring to move. The two fell into silence again, with only the sounds of each other's heartbeats and breathing. Time passed by minute, and Jiang Yi didn't know how much time had passed. He felt his body was a little numb, but he had no intention of letting go of Su Yuli. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the loser counterattack mission. Mission: slap the aloof school beauty in the face. Make Su Yuli embrace you for 1 minute. Task reward: 1 chance to comprehend the rules of time and space." The system's prompt sound woke Jiang Yi from his trance. The next moment, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and a strong suction force came. "I guess, how come it came directly?" His consciousness instantly blurred and he lost all perception of the outside world. The breath also weakened rapidly and became almost non-existent. Chapter 101: Understanding Time and Space. A long while passed. Su Yuli felt a little impatient. He frowned slightly and whispered, "Has it been a minute?" However, she received no response. Only then did Su Yuli realize that something was wrong. She opened her eyes, raised her head and looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's face was pale, his eyes were closed, his breathing was weak, and he looked like he had fainted. "Jiang Yi?" Su Yuli was shocked and she quickly called Jiang Yi's name, but Jiang Yi still did not respond. She reached out and put her hand on his shoulder and shook it, but when she saw that he didn't respond, her heart tightened. "Jiang Yi? Wake up!" She called out again, a little louder than before. But Jiang Yi still didn't react. Su Yuli felt more and more uneasy. She didn't know what had happened to Jiang Yi. With a flip of her finger, a blue line popped out from her palm and pierced Jiang Yi's heart accurately. She closed her eyes and sensed for a few seconds, feeling the faint but steady life fluctuations in his body. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and carefully laid him flat on the ground. "This guy, what's wrong with him?" Su Yu squatted beside him, staring at his pale face and muttering in a low voice. Could it be an epiphany? She guessed. In the world of warriors, enlightenment is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. In the state of enlightenment, warriors can enter a mysterious realm, their understanding of the rules of heaven and earth will be greatly improved, and it is even possible to directly break through the realm. But the state of enlightenment also comes with huge risks. If a warrior cannot withstand the shock of enlightenment, he may go astray or even lose his soul. Could it be some kind of martial arts? Su Yuli's mind flashed through his lame excuse just now, which seemed outrageous no matter how she thought about it. There is such a martial art? But the current situation made her a little unsure. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps came from all around. At the same time, a strong sense of oppression also followed. Su Yuli's eyes flashed. She immediately stood up, flipped her palm, and a sickle appeared in her hand. The blade gleamed coldly in the dim light. Suddenly, countless pairs of eyes appeared in the surrounding forest. Those eyes, some are as big as lanterns, some are as small as green beans, some are as red as blood, and some are as green as jade. Every pair of eyes exudes ferocity, brutality, and greed. It is obvious that the owners of these eyes are all ferocious beasts attracted by the breath of the thousand-bearded poison dragon. TSK. Su Yuli gritted her teeth, looked down at the unconscious Jiang Yi, and muttered helplessly, "Zhang Yi, you'd better wake up soon, otherwise I can't guarantee that I can hold on to these guys." She knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. It would be difficult for her to deal with so many ferocious beasts with her own strength. But now, Zhang Yi has fallen into a coma and his life or death is uncertain. She can only face these ferocious beasts alone. Su Yuli took a deep breath, stood in front of Zhang Yi, stared coldly ahead, and whispered, "Come on, let's see how capable you are." Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. A sharp pain came like a tide, instantly sweeping through the entire brain. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp for air, his head a splitting pain, as if he was being pierced by countless needles at the same time, or as if he was hit hard by a huge hammer. The pain was so severe that he almost fainted. He rubbed his temples and cursed softly, "This damn system doesn't even give me a buffer time. It's really fucking deceptive." Fortunately, after a brief period of severe pain, he finally felt a little clearer. He tried hard to calm himself down and recall what had happened before. "The last memory I had was after the fierce battle, when Su Yuli hugged me. Fortunately, the battle is over. There shouldn't be any danger for now." He struggled to sit up, but found that his limbs were weak and his body seemed to have been drained of all strength. He could only barely support his body, slowly turning his head and looking at the surrounding environment. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi was completely stunned. Where is this? He found himself in an indescribable strange space. There are no walls, no ground, and no sky around. Instead, there was a vast and boundless river that emitted a faint light. The color of the light kept changing, from deep purple to dazzling gold, and then to mysterious silver, over and over again. Countless tiny stars are flowing in it, sometimes condensing into blurred pictures, and sometimes dispersing into chaotic light spots. The direction of the river is also very strange. It does not flow in a straight line, but in an incomprehensible curve, winding and circling in the void, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes left, and sometimes right. It is completely impossible to infer its direction by common sense. The scene on both sides of the river was even more bizarre. On the left was a distorted void, through which one could vaguely see the illusion of collapsing mountains and the sun and moon hanging upside down. On the right was a hazy fog, through which countless figures seemed to be looming, whispering, but one could not hear clearly what they were saying. Is this the so-called river of time and space? Zhang Yi felt an inexplicable shock in his heart. He previously thought that what the system said about comprehending the rules of time and space was just a concept, but he didn't expect that such a mysterious river of time and space actually existed. However, understanding the rules of time and space. How should I feel about this? Zhang Yi scratched his head and felt a headache coming on. Faced with such a vast and mysterious existence, he had no idea where to start and had no clue at all. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Shit. Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Isn't the system tricking me? How can an ordinary person possibly comprehend this thing?" In desperation, he could only walk slowly forward along this strange river. He wanted to see what was downstream of the river and perhaps find some clues. The river rippled from time to time, as if responding to his presence. After walking a few steps, he tried to get closer to the river bank and wanted to reach out and touch the flowing light. But as soon as he got close, an invisible force pushed him back and he almost fell. Hiss. Zhang Yi rubbed his sore buttocks in pain, feeling even more distressed. Damn, it really isn't that simple. This thing can't even be touched, how can I even talk about gaining insights from it? He dusted off his hands, frowned in distress, and was wondering what to do next when his eyes suddenly froze. Far downstream, there was a vague figure. Oh shit, there's someone else? Zhang Yi's eyes widened, and his heart beat faster. This is the long river of time and space. Anyone who can appear here must be extraordinary. He swallowed and walked over quickly to see what was going on. As the distance got closer, the outline of the figure gradually became clearer. There was a girl squatting by the river, staring quietly at the flowing water, as if thinking about something. She wore a well-tailored ivory silk shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a fair and slender neck. The hem of her shirt was casually tucked into a high-waisted black miniskirt, which clung to her slender waist, outlining a curve that could be held in one hand. The skirt was of the perfect length, barely covering her perky buttocks, but it rose slightly when she squatted, revealing a pair of long, straight legs. A pair of black stockings as thin as cicada wings, with delicate lace on the edges, can be vaguely seen on her legs. Her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, with slightly curled ends, swaying in the wind, occasionally brushing against her exposed neck, outlining the seductive curve on the side of her neck. The girl seemed completely immersed in the river in front of her, staring at the water surface very seriously, and even Jiang Yi's footsteps could not interrupt her. It was not until Jiang Yi came closer that she noticed the gaze behind her and slowly turned her head. Their eyes met. Jiang Yi's eyes met the girl's eyes in the air. At this moment, Jiang Yi was stunned. Yun Qinxue? Chapter 102 Yun Qinxue 10 years later. How is this possible? Jiang Yi's head buzzed and he froze in place. The girl in front of him had facial features almost identical to Yun Qinxue's. Those clear eyes, the upturned little nose, and the slightly upturned corners of the lips seemed to have been carved from the same mold. But if you look closely, there are some differences. The girl in front of him seemed to be more mature and reserved than the Yun Qinxue in his memory, and there was a hint of the charm of time between her eyebrows. And Jiang Yi's gaze unconsciously moved downwards. Be open-minded. It's really exaggerated. She was more than twice as open-minded as the Yun Qinxue he knew, and was almost at the level of Su Yuli. Jiang Yi swallowed subconsciously, his mind in a mess. The girl didn't care about Jiang Yi's slightly rude look. Instead, she smiled gently, revealing 2 shallow dimples. She slowly stood up and walked towards Jiang Yi. When she reached Jiang Yi, she stopped, raised her head slightly, and looked at him with her clear and bright eyes. Before Jiang Yi could come to his senses, the first words she said completely shocked him. You. The girl's voice was soft, like a clear mountain spring or a spring breeze. You are Jiang Yi from 10 years ago, right? After she finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Yi with a smile, as if she had already anticipated his reaction. Jiang Yi was stunned, his mind went blank. What 10 years ago? What's the meaning? He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something and no sound came out. The girl looked at Jiang Yi's stunned expression and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Hello, Jiang Yi. She took the initiative to extend her fair and slender hand and said slowly, I am Yun Qinxue 10 years later. After saying this, she winked playfully. Is it really Yun Qinxue? 10 years later? Jiang Yi finally reacted, his voice rising a few notches. You mean, you are Yun Qinxue? That Yun Qinxue? 10 years later? He mechanically reached out and held Yun Qinxue's hand. The softness and slight coolness he felt made him more certain that what he saw was not an illusion. He looked her up and down, his face full of disbelief. But how did you know I was? Wait, why are you here? He was incoherent and had no idea how to express the shock in his heart. Yun Qinxue looked at Jiang Yi, smiled faintly, and explained, This is the river of time, a river connecting the past, present, and future. Your current location is a special node in the river of time. And I, for some special reasons, can travel freely here, and I have gained some superficial understanding of the mysteries of the river of time. She paused and continued, Time flows here. The past, present, and future are intertwined. As long as you master the method, you can see something. I have been studying here for a long time. By observing the flow of time and the information contained therein, I have gradually mastered some of the ability to perceive time. Jiang Yi nodded, not quite understanding. 10 years later, Yun Qinxue is actually so awesome? Being able to comprehend the laws of time and space at will, this strength must be at the level of unity between man and nature, or even a martial god, right? However, Yun Qinxue's next words shocked Jiang Yi again. But Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and shook her head. I don't know that you came here 10 years ago by this. Jiang Yi? How did you know that? Yun Qinxue smiled, revealing a slightly playful expression. She leaned forward slightly, got closer to Jiang Yi, and sniffed him gently. At that moment, Jiang Yi only felt a faint fragrance coming from his nose, and his heart skipped a beat. She raised her head and smiled even more brightly, because you smell like me. You just had lunch with me at noon today, with me from 10 years ago, right? Jiang Yi was petrified instantly. He nodded blankly, his brain completely shut down. Is this even possible? Yun Qinxue looked at Jiang Yi's completely dazed expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing, her eyes curved into 2 crescents. Why, are you scared? She asked softly, somewhat teasingly. Jiang Yi finally came back to his senses, quickly waved his hands, and smiled awkwardly, No, it's just, it was a little too sudden, and I didn't react for a while. Yun Qinxue tilted her head and looked at Jiang Yi with a smile. She suddenly asked, By the way, since you already know me from 10 years ago, I want to ask, what is your impression of me now? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yun Qinxue to suddenly ask this question. He recalled the lunch he had with Yun Xinxue and said seriously, "She's very pretty and smart. She has her own ideas, but I find them a little hard to figure out." He paused and added, "It's very comfortable to chat with her. She is a very special girl." Yun Xinxue listened quietly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was quite satisfied with this evaluation. She nodded and said softly, "So that's how it is." After she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly became meaningful. She stared at Jiang Yi for a moment, then suddenly asked a question. "So, how do you feel about her?" Jiang Yi was caught off guard by the question. He subconsciously said, "What feeling?" "It's just a normal feeling." Yun Xinxue shook her head and said softly, "I'm not asking how you feel about your friend. I'm asking, do you have that kind of feeling towards her?" She said, suddenly a little ambiguous, like, or should I say, love. "Jiang Yi? What the hell is going on? We've only met twice, okay?" Jiang Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Yun Xinxue blinked, still with that gentle smile on her face. She tilted her head slightly and asked, "Why, can't we fall in love at first sight after meeting twice?" Jiang Yi was speechless. He felt that he and Yun Xinxue were completely on different wavelengths. Love at first sight isn't really like at first sight, right? Jiang Yi said with a wry smile, "We're not even friends." Yun Xinxue smiled gently and said, "But you just said that she is very beautiful, very smart, and has her own ideas. It feels very comfortable to chat with her. She is a very special girl." She repeated what Jiang Yi had just said, then looked at Jiang Yi and asked, "Isn't this enough to make you feel good about her?" Jiang Yi opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found himself speechless. He had to admit that Yun Xinxue was right. When he was with Yun Xinxue at noon, he did develop some feelings for her. That kind of affection is not the kind of liking between men and women, but more like an appreciation, a yearning for beautiful things. But Jiang Yi still felt a little awkward. This is so far from love, right? Chapter 103. We are a loving couple. Yun Xinxue couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this, and her laughter was as clear and crisp as wind chimes by the river. She waved her hand, as if to calm his excitement. Okay, don't be nervous, I'm just asking casually." She paused, her gaze returning to Jiang Yi, her tone softening. "But you're right. We just met for the first time this morning. I was a bit reckless back then. I thought you were quite interesting the first time I saw you, so I couldn't help but talk to you a little more." Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and recalled the scene in the morning. He touched his nose and muttered, "Interesting? What's interesting about me? I'm just an ordinary person." "Ordinary?" Yun Xinxue shook her head. "That's not necessarily true. 10 years ago, my judgment was quite accurate, and I wouldn't be too wrong about people. You have a strength that's well hidden, but it can't escape." Jiang Yi was stunned. He frowned and looked at Yun Xinxue. "You mean, you had a crush on me 10 years ago?" Yun Xinxue shrugged and smiled without saying anything, which was considered as her agreement with this statement. She turned and looked at the long river of time and space behind her, and said lightly, "Who knows? I was quite innocent back then, and there was no reason to like someone. Maybe it was because you looked reliable, or maybe it was because the way you ate was amusing. Anyway, I remembered you. Okay, stop making fun of me." Jiang Yi rolled his eyes helplessly. He looked at Yun Xinxue in front of him, and suddenly felt that although she had matured a lot after 10 years, her playful spirit had not changed much. He cleared his throat and asked tentatively, "So, what happened to you in the past 10 years?" Yun Xinxue's eyes flickered when she heard this, and she gave him a meaningful look. 10 years ago, my life was quite simple. Later." She smiled and changed the subject. "Aren't you here? Who can say what will happen in the future?" Jiang Yi was confused by her ambiguous answer. Just as he was about to ask more, she had already turned around and walked towards the river of time and space, leaving behind a light-hearted sentence, "Let's go, I'll show you this place." Yun Xinxue took Jiang Yi and walked slowly along the long river of time and space. The silver light on the river surface reflected on her face, making her look gentle and a little mysterious. She suddenly turned her head, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. He just looked at Jiang Yi for a few seconds. She gently played with the hair by her ear and asked casually, "Speaking of which, Jiang Yi, do you have a girl you like right now?" "Ah?" Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yun Xinxue to suddenly ask this question. He paused, scratched his head, and chuckled twice. For some reason, he subconsciously thought of Su Yuli's bright and beautiful face. Well, Su Xiaohua is indeed very beautiful. Well. He hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Probably not, right? After all, he had just broken up with Ding Ruanxi. Seeing this, Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and said, "Why, is this question difficult to answer? Or, do you like more than one girl?" Jiang Yi quickly shook his head and said, No. I'm just not sure." Not sure? Yun Qinxue raised an eyebrow. Not sure about what? Not sure if I like her, or not sure if she likes you? Jiang Yi felt a little embarrassed when Yun Qinxue revealed his true feelings. He stammered, "I think they all." Yun Qinxue sighed softly and said, "It seems that you are really slow when it comes to matters of the heart." She paused, then continued, "I guess, the girl you like is called Su Yuli?" Jiang Yi suddenly raised his head and looked at Yun Qinxue in shock. "How do you know Su Yuli?" As soon as he said this, he immediately realized what a stupid question he had asked. Since Yun Qinxue came from 10 years later, it is very likely that he and Yun Qinxue really had some kind of friendship during these 10 years, or even a close relationship. In this case, it is not surprising that she knows Su Yuli. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I forgot, you are from 10 years later." Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and said, "You haven't answered my question yet. What is your relationship with Su Yuli now?" Jiang Yi felt a little uncomfortable under her stare. He lowered his head and kicked the stones at his feet, saying, "We are friends, very good friends." "Just friends?" Yun Qinxue looked at Jiang Yi, her eyes full of suspicion. "But I feel, your feelings for her are not that simple." Jiang Yi opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but found that he didn't know where to start. The relationship between him and Su Yuli is indeed complicated. From the moment they met online, the two of them could talk about anything and were friends for life. Later, when we met in person, many things happened that were hard to explain. However, whether this feeling is friendship or he himself can't tell. I don't know." Jiang Yi finally shook his head. "I only know that I cherish our friendship and don't want to lose her." "So, your feelings for her can't be considered the kind of love between lovers, right?" Yun Qinxue asked. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, "Well, probably, at least not now." Yun Qinxue looked at Jiang Yi, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. She sighed softly and said, "Jiang Yi, you are lying." "I didn't." Jiang Yi retorted subconsciously. "No, you do." Yun Qinxue shook her head and said, "You just don't know your own heart." She paused, then continued, "Your feelings for Su Yuli have long surpassed ordinary friendship. You just don't dare to admit it, or rather, you don't want to admit it." "Know your heart?" Jiang Yi was confused by her words. He frowned and asked back, "What do you mean by knowing your heart? How could I not know what I'm thinking?" He lowered his head and looked at the long river of time and space under his feet, his heart in chaos. He always thought that his feelings for Su Yuli were just simple friendship. However, Yun Qinxue's words made him begin to doubt his judgment. Could it be that I really like Su Yuli? You can't say no, right? The more Jiang Yi thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt like his heart was tangled in a tangled mess that he couldn't make sense of. He suddenly paused, an idea flashing through his mind, and he simply asked directly, "By the way, you always say this and that about me, so tell me, what will our relationship be like in 10 years? Yun Qinxue's footsteps paused slightly. She turned around and remained silent for a few seconds. She looked at Jiang Yi's face, which was full of anticipation and a little nervousness, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Finally, Yun Qinxue spoke. She smiled slightly and said slowly, 10 years from now, we will be a loving couple." "Jiang Yi? Couple? How is this possible?" Yun Qinxue looked at his shocked expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing again. She waved her hands, her shoulders shaking with laughter. "Ha, your reaction is so funny. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I was just saying it casually, and you really believed it?" Chapter 104. How did this girl become a charlatan? Jiang Yi then realized that he had been tricked by Yun Qinxue. He was speechless for a moment and said unhappily, Can you please stop joking like that?" Yun Qinxue stopped laughing, looked at Jiang Yi, and said, "Who made you so slow? You can't even figure out your own feelings, and yet you ask me this kind of question. I just wanted to give you a little stimulation, that's all." Jiang Yi sighed helplessly and said, "Okay. I admit, I am a little slow." There was a moment of silence. The two walked along the long river of time and space for a while, Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask some questions about the long river of time and space out of his curiosity. Yun Qinxue did not hide anything and patiently answered his questions. Can this long river of time really lead to the past and the future? Jiang Yi asked, pointing at the glittering river water. In theory, it's possible. Yun Qinxue nodded, but in reality, it's not easy to travel freely through the river of time. Even I can only move within a limited range. Then, what would happen if we forced our way into the river of time? It will be torn into pieces by the power of time. Yun Qinxue said lightly, or it will be lost in the turbulence of time and will never be able to return. Jiang Yi was terrified after hearing this and quickly gave up the idea of trying it. So, this place can really help people understand the laws of time and space? I tried to touch it, but it bounced right off without even a splash. Yun Qinxue chuckled and turned to look at him. To comprehend the laws of time and space, you don't rely on brute force, but feel it with your heart. You have to be still and try to listen to its voice and observe its direction. The long river of time hides the shadows of the past and the future. As long as you grasp that feeling, you can get a glimpse of the key. Listen to the sound? Look at the direction of the flow? Jiang Yi frowned, stopped, and stared at the river surface carefully. The river flows slowly, sometimes rippling and sometimes forming blurry pictures. Jiang Yi tried to do as Yun Qinxue said, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a wonderful feeling gradually emerged in his mind. Time was no longer linear, but flowed around him like water, layer upon layer, intertwining. Unconsciously, Jiang Yi felt that his perception of the surrounding environment had undergone some subtle changes. He could vaguely feel that the flowing river contained some strange fluctuations, and those fluctuations seemed to resonate with his own consciousness. Ha! Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yun Qinxue in surprise. I seem to really feel something. It's like a bunch of images are flashing in my mind. Although I can't see clearly, there is definitely something. Is this the power of time? Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and praised, you are very talented. You have touched the threshold of time so quickly. With just a little guidance from Yun Qinxue, Jiang Yi felt as if he had vaguely touched upon something. He suddenly felt a little admiration for Yun Qinxue 10 years later. Sure enough, this girl is at least at the martial god level. He became a martial god in 10 years. So scary. There seems to be no record of such a fast speed in the history of Blue Star. He was about to ask something else when he suddenly noticed that Yun Qinxue stopped, turned around and stared at him. Her clear and bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, which made Jiang Yi feel a little uneasy. He subconsciously took a half step back and laughed dryly. What happened? Yun Qinxue didn't answer immediately, but narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at him quietly. She slowly raised her hand and gently stroked Jiang Yi's cheek. The cool touch on her fingertips made Jiang Yi's heart beat faster involuntarily. You and I, the me from 10 years ago, after lunch today, did you go to find Su Yuli? What? Jiang Yi was stunned and his eyes widened. How did she know? Yun Qinxue looked at Jiang Yi's shocked expression, smiled slightly, and said, it seems I was right. She sighed softly, withdrew her hand, and continued, you and Su Yuli went to the rotten swamp forest, right? Jiang Yi was completely numb. He nodded mechanically and said, yes. Yun Qinxue's fingers gently brushed across Jiang Yi's collar, straightening his somewhat messy lapel. She continued, then, you entered a laboratory of an ancient civilization and encountered some trouble. Mutants? Piranha plants? An infinite corridor? Jiang Yi continued to nod, yes. Yun Qinxue's fingers slid down Jiang Yi's collar to his chest, gently drawing circles. Her voice became softer and more ambiguous. In the end, you also defeated a thousand-bearded poison dragon? Jiang Yi's mouth opened wider and wider, his entire body frozen in place. He stared at Yun Qinxue, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, you even know this? Yun Qinxue leaned forward slightly, almost sticking to Jiang Yi. She raised her head, looked into Jiang Yi's eyes, and asked softly, and then, you two actually hugged each other? After saying that, she straightened up and looked at Jiang Yi with a smile. We. Jiang Yi didn't know what to say. Yun Qinxue tilted her head, said nothing, and just looked at him quietly. She slowly reached out her hand, cupped Jiang Yi's cheek, and gently stroked his lips with her thumb. And then she leaned close to Jiang Yi's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, you're here? Jiang Yi felt his mind was blank and he was completely unable to think. He could only nod subconsciously. Yun Qinshue looked at Jiang Yi's stunned expression and smiled gently. She let go of Jiang Yi, took a few steps back, and said, "It seems that the relationship between you and Su Yuli is closer than I thought." Jiang Yi finally came to his senses and quickly waved his hands, saying, "It's not what you think." Yun Qinshue smiled slightly and said, "Really? But why do I feel that your feelings for her have gone beyond the boundaries of friendship?" She paused, then continued, "But it's nothing. After all, heroes saving beauties and dedicating themselves to them is a very common occurrence in any era." Jiang Yi felt that he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "Never mind. No explanation." Jiang Yi looked at Yun Qinshue and suddenly felt a little confused. 10 years ago, Yun Qinshue, although very smart and observant, was still a normal person. There are many things that she obviously cannot see without sufficient additional information. But how did Yun Qinshue become like a charlatan 10 years later? Not only did she know that she and Su Yuli went to the rotten swamp forest, entered the laboratory of the old civilization, and defeated the thousand-bearded poison dragon, she even knew that she and Su Yuli were hugging each other. How is this done? Can it be explained by careful observation? Jiang Yi was complaining madly in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. At this moment, Yun Qinshue's words shocked him again. "So, it was the system that gave you the opportunity to come here, right?" Chapter 105, Success Insights. Jiang Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his whole body froze in place as if he had been acupunctured. My head exploded with a buzzing sound. How did she know about the system? This is impossible. The system is his biggest secret. He has never told anyone, not even Su Yuli, he has never revealed a word. But why did Yun Qinshue know? Yun Qinshue covered her mouth and chuckled, as if she had expected this reaction from him. "Why, are you surprised?" she said with a smile. "Are you wondering how I knew about the system?" Jiang Yi didn't say anything, just stared at her blankly. Yun Qinshue suppressed her smile and said, "Didn't I tell you? After 10 years, we become an old married couple. Of course you wouldn't hide anything from me." As she spoke, she winked and gave a playful smile. Jiang Yi was silent. Is this true or false? Wasn't she joking before? 10 years later, he and Yun Qinshue, are they really a couple? How is this possible? He considered himself a very cautious person and would never tell anyone about the system. Even though he and Su Yuli are now in a relationship where they can trust each other's lives, he has never thought of telling her the secret of the system. But, if he and Yun Qinshue were really husband and wife, then, would he really tell her the secret of the system? Jiang Yi fell into deep self-doubt. Jiang Yi looked at Yun Qinshue in front of him, his heart filled with complicated emotions. He couldn't help but ask, "By the way, you always say what I'll be like in 10 years. So, can you tell me what I'll be like in 10 years? When Yun Qinshue heard this question, she was slightly startled, then she smiled meaningfully and looked at him with a smile. She didn't directly answer Jiang Yi's question, but instead asked, "What do you hope to be like in 10 years? Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I hope to become stronger, strong enough to protect the people I want to protect." Yun Qinshue looked at Jiang Yi, with some complicated emotions flashing in her eyes. She was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "You 10 years later." She paused, as if choosing her words or recalling something. "How can I put it? The sky is high and the sea is vast, and the road is long and arduous." Jiang Yi frowned, his face full of confusion. "What do you mean? The sky is high and the sea is vast? The road is long and the water is far? Isn't that the same as not saying anything?" He stepped forward and pressed, "Can't you just give me a straight answer? For example, have I become stronger?" "You will be very strong 10 years later." Yun Qinshue finally said it. For some reason, Jiang Yi felt that her tone was a little proud and a little distressed. "Very strong?" Jiang Yi repeated, finally feeling a little relieved. "Yes, very strong." Yun Qinshue nodded, "Stronger than you can imagine." She looked at Jiang Yi and was about to say something else, but suddenly froze. She frowned slightly and murmured to herself, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." The sound was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Jiang Yi was somewhat baffled by her sudden action and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Yun Qinshue came back to her senses, looked at Jiang Yi, smiled slightly, shook her head, and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly figured out something." "What did you figure out?" Jiang Yi asked. Yun Qinshue turned her head and glanced at him. She sighed softly and said, many things that I couldn't understand before, now I understand them. Every sip and every bite is predetermined. Many things were hard to see through in the past because we were caught up in the situation and confused by various factors. However, once we reach the future and understand the reasons behind them, it will be easy to see clearly when we look back. Jiang Yi was completely confused and had no idea what Yun Qinxue was talking about. What are you talking about? He couldn't help but ask. Yun Qinxue looked at Jiang Yi, smiled slightly, and said, forget it, it doesn't matter. It's normal that you don't understand. After all, you haven't reached that stage yet. She changed the subject and asked, by the way, how long can you stay here? Jiang Yi shook his head and said, I don't know either. The system only said it gave me one chance, but didn't specify the specific time. He paused and muttered, this damn system is so vague about everything. It's really a bummer. Yun Qinxue frowned slightly when she heard this. She pondered for a moment and said, then you'd better hurry. Su Yuli is over there and might be in danger. Jiang Yi? Yuli? Will she be in any danger? Jiang Yi became nervous instantly. Yun Qinxue looked at him calmly and explained, although the 1,000-bearded poison dragon is dead, its corpse will soon attract a large number of ferocious beasts. The smell of blood spreads quickly in a place like the rotten swamp forest. I'm afraid Su Yuli won't be able to hold out for long alone. When Jiang Yi heard this, he immediately became anxious. Then I have to go back quickly. If anything happens to her, He stopped talking and looked at Yun Qinxue with a frown. Wait, how do I go back? I don't even know how I got here. Don't worry. Yun Qinxue smiled softly and raised her hand to hold his shoulder. Don't worry. She can hold on for at least 20 minutes. Nothing will happen to her right away. 20 minutes. Jiang Yi muttered to himself, then, what should I do now? Yun Qinxue looked at Jiang Yi and said, you can meditate here for 10 minutes first. The long river of time contains the mysteries of time. If you can gain some understanding here, you may be able to gain some unexpected benefits. Jiang Yi smiled bitterly and said, but I still don't know how to comprehend it. Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and said, I'll help you. As she spoke, she took a few steps closer, slowly reached out her hand and held Jiang Yi's hand. A cool touch came from Yun Qinxue's hand and instantly spread throughout Jiang Yi's whole body. Relax and don't think about anything. Close your eyes and feel with your heart, feel the passage of time, feel the rhythm of life. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Following Yun Qinxue's instructions, he emptied his mind and focused all his attention on his own perception. He only felt a chill between his brows, and a subtle warm current came from her fingertips, seeping into his mind like a trickle of water. Gradually, he felt himself entering a wonderful state. He seemed to be in a void, everything around him disappeared, leaving only a flowing river. The river emitted a faint light, and the color of the light kept changing, from deep purple to dazzling gold, and then to mysterious silver, over and over again. He knew that this was the long river of time and space. He could clearly feel that there was some strange fluctuation in the river water, and that fluctuation resonated with his consciousness. He saw countless images, and those images flashed before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. He saw the past, the present, and even the future. He saw himself and Su Yuli killing enemies online, saw himself and Yun Qinxue meeting, saw himself. Chapter 106 The protagonist returns. Suddenly, the picture froze. Jiang Yi saw a huge ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open, rushing towards him. He wanted to dodge, but found that his body seemed to be fixed and he couldn't move at all. At this critical moment, his body suddenly made a series of incredible movements. He leaned sideways, dodged, punched, and counterattacked. A series of movements, smooth and flowing, completed in one go. The huge beast was actually sent flying by his punch. The picture disappeared. Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. He felt that his body was full of strength, as if he had been reborn. He looked down at his hands. Just now, what was that? He felt that he had comprehended a completely new martial art. That kind of martial arts allows him to predict what will happen in the next few seconds so that he can make the most correct response. Yun Qinxue smiled lightly, withdrew her hand, and nodded, Congratulations, you are very talented. Is this the power of time? Jiang Yi muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Yun Qinxue, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and said, Don't thank me. This is your own talent. I just helped you open a door. Jiang Yi felt the surging power in his body and the new martial arts in his mind, and was filled with joy. He was about to leave the long river of time and space and return to the swamp forest to help Su Yuli. Yun Qinxue suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Jiang Yi stopped and looked at her in confusion. Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and said, "Before we leave, I'll give you a small gift." As she spoke, she slowly stretched out her hand, her fingertips gleaming with a faint silver light. She walked up to Jiang Yi and gently touched Jiang Yi's heart with her finger that was shining with silver light. Jiang Yi only felt a slight chill in his heart, and no other feeling. However, he saw that beads of sweat began to appear on Yun Qinxue's forehead. Her face also turned pale. She seemed to be under some tremendous pressure, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Jiang Yi was shocked and asked quickly, "What's wrong with you?" Yun Qinxue didn't say anything, but just gritted her teeth and continued to persevere. After a long while, she slowly withdrew her fingers and let out a long sigh. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, a tired smile on her face. "Okay, it's done." Jiang Yi looked at Yun Qinxue's weak appearance and felt a little worried. He quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Yun Qinxue shook her head and said, "I'm fine, just a little exhausted." She distanced herself from Jiang Yi and explained, "I tried my best, leaving a trace of regret in you that was cut from my body." "You can understand it that way. What a pity." Jiang Yi didn't understand. Yun Qinxue nodded and said, "You can think of it as a clone of me, or a projection." She paused, then continued, "But unfortunately, my understanding of the Tao of time and space is very superficial. Changing the past is ultimately difficult to achieve unless you reach the level of a martial saint. Leaving this regret with you is already my greatest effort. This regretful thought will take effect when you dream at midnight. It can help you solve many problems and answer your questions. However, the power of this regretful thought is limited. I estimate it can only be used about 10 times. Although Jiang Yi still didn't quite understand what Yun Qinxue meant by regret, he could feel that Yun Qinxue paid a huge price to leave this regret. He grinned and said sincerely, "Thank you. Whatever it is, it feels pretty impressive." Yun Qinxue smiled slightly and said, "No need to thank me. There's no need to be so polite between us." She paused and then said, "Okay, time is running out, you should go back." Jiang Yi nodded, took a deep breath, took one last look at Yun Qinxue, then turned around and walked back in the direction he came from. His figure gradually faded and eventually disappeared in the long river of time and space. Yun Qinxue was the only one left there. She stood there quietly, looking at the direction where Jiang Yi disappeared, with a faint smile on her face. She murmured softly, "This guy is really worrying." As she spoke, she slowly turned around, her dress swaying slightly in the wind, and she stepped into the long river of time and space. Ripples appeared on the water surface, her shadow gradually blurred, and finally disappeared in the silver light. I don't know how long it took. Su Yuli was already covered in blood. His clothes were torn, the blade of the sickle in his hand was full of gaps, his delicate cheeks were stained with blood, and his originally cold eyes were now filled with fatigue. His breathing was disordered, and the hand holding the sickle was trembling slightly due to excessive force. She no longer knew how many ferocious beasts she had killed. The surrounding ground was littered with broken limbs and corpses, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Her strength was almost exhausted. Two huge shadow wolves, exuding a strong smell of blood, pounced out from the darkness, their sharp claws flashing with cold light, aiming straight for Su Yuli's vital points. Su Yuli no longer had the strength to swing the sickle. She could even feel the fishy breath of Shadow Wolf blowing towards her. She was ready to face death, but deep down in her heart, she still felt a little unwilling. Damn! Her vision began to blur and she closed her eyes weakly. Just then, boom! A deafening bang exploded in Su Yuli's ears. The expected pain did not come. Su Yuli opened her eyes with difficulty, only to see two huge shadow wolves being blown away in an instant, crashing heavily into the tree trunks, breaking several towering trees with a dull sound, and then sliding softly to the ground without a sound. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A familiar figure appeared in Su Yuli's sight. Jiang Yi. He stood in front of Su Yuli with his back to her, his posture as straight as a pine tree, like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all dangers in front of him. His aura was completely different from before. Su Yuli looked at Jiang Yi, who was blocking her way. For some reason, a ripple appeared in her originally cold heart. She smiled with difficulty, weakly but relieved. She collapsed on the ground powerlessly, and with her last bit of strength, she cursed in a low voice. Asshole. Jiang Yi turned around and looked at Su Yuli, who was slumped on the ground, with a slightly apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I'm a little late. Leave it to me next. He didn't say much, just a simple sentence, but it gave Su Yuli an infinite sense of security. Su Yuli glared at him without saying anything, just panting and adjusting her breathing. Jiang Yi turned around again, facing the darkness around him. Chapter 107. The 9th grade Great Rejuvenation Pill is finally used. At this time, the ferocious beasts around had gathered together again, and low growls could be heard one after another. Dozens of ferocious eyes stared at them intently. The beasts were clearly enraged by Su Yuli's tenacity, and their killing intent was boiling at the moment. Jiang Yi gently raised his hand, and there was a faint flash of lightning in the palm of his hand. The air around seemed to become stagnant. Those ferocious beasts that were originally ready to move stopped in their tracks when they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Yi, with expressions of fear in their eyes. Roar! Woo! Some timid beasts even began to make low whimpering sounds and slowly retreated. Jiang Yi just smiled faintly, his hands hanging casually at his sides. An invisible pressure suddenly surged from his body, like the surging waves hidden beneath the calm sea surface. Time stood still at this moment. There was dead silence all around, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the heavy breathing of the ferocious beasts. Finally, a huge black bear could not bear the oppressive atmosphere anymore, let out an angry roar, and pounced towards Jiang Yi. It was extremely fast, like lightning, and it rushed in front of Jiang Yi in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he moved. He just waved gently. A dazzling flash of lightning shot out from his palm and instantly hit the black bear's head. Boom! The black bear didn't even have time to scream before its huge body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of charcoal. Flash sale. Killed a powerful black bear in one move. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded in the air one after another. The ferocious beasts were directly blasted into a bloody mist, without even having time to scream. In less than 10 seconds, the originally ferocious beasts were all killed or injured. The remaining few low-level beasts whimpered in fear, turned around and fled into the depths of the forest, never daring to look back. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand and looked at the fleeing beasts without chasing after them. He turned around, walked to Su Yuli's side, squatted down, and asked with concern, "How are you?" Su Yuli reluctantly raised her head, glanced at him, and said unhappily, "You're not dead. You're still hanging on by a thread." Jiang Yi grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Hey, it's already like this, and you're still trying to be stubborn?" Su Yuli rolled her eyes and weakly retorted, "Get lost. If it weren't for protecting you, a burden, why would I be so embarrassed?" Jiang Yi reached out to help her up, but Su Yuli slapped him away. "Don't touch me." Jiang Yi wasn't angry either. He said with a playful smile, "Oh, you think I'm dirty?" I don't know who it was just now, but he held me tightly and wouldn't let go. "Shut up." Su Yuli blushed and interrupted him, "Say another word, and I'll cut off your tongue, believe it or not." Jiang Yi raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I won't say anything. And thank you for protecting me for so long." Su Yuli snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm not doing this to save you, I'm doing this for myself." Jiang Yi chuckled and carefully helped her up. This time Su Yuli did not refuse. "Come on, stop being so stubborn. You're so pale, like a ghost." Su Yuli leaned on him and breathed a little easier, but she was still unforgiving. "You are the one who looks like a ghost. Just now you were pale and your breath was weak, as if you were about to die." "That's not my problem, it's the system's fault." Jiang Yi muttered softly. "What did you say?" Su Yuli didn't hear clearly. Nothing, Jiang Yi waved his hands quickly. "I'm saying, this time thanks to you, otherwise I would have lost my life here." Su Yuli glanced at him. "You still have some conscience." Jiang Yi smiled and said nothing more. He supported Su Yuli and slowly walked in one direction. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Su Yuli asked. "Let's find a safe place to heal you," Jiang Yi said matter-of-factly. "We can't just let you die like this, can we?" Su Yuli didn't bother to pay attention to him and let him support her and walk forward. After walking a few steps, Su Yuli suddenly asked, "By the way, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly have an epiphany?" Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows proudly. "Secret. How can you tell others about such things casually? TSK, then forget it." Su Yuli curled her lips. "Oh, you really don't want to know?" Jiang Yi teased her deliberately. I don't want to, Su Yuli said firmly. Really? Su Yuli was silent, then suddenly stepped hard on Jiang Yi. Ah! Jiang Yi screamed, Su Yuli. Aren't you out of strength? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let you see how powerful I am. Su Yuli said, raising her hand weakly, as if to hit him. Jiang Yi quickly dodged, laughing as he did so. Okay, I won't say anything more, Aunt, please forgive me. He supported Su Yuli and found a relatively clean stone for her to sit on. You take a break first, I'll see if there's anything useful. Jiang Yi said, pretending to search his body. In fact, he took out a pill with a strong medicinal fragrance from the system space. The whole pill is golden red, with 9 clear Dan patterns on the surface and a faint glow flowing through it. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary item. It was the 9th grade Dahuan Dan that the system had rewarded before, a holy medicine for healing. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is still a breath left, you can recover as before in a short time. To be honest, Jiang Yi originally planned to keep this pill to save his life. After all, in this world full of dangers, no one knows what will happen in the next second. Having a 9th grade Dahuan pill in hand is like having an extra life. But Jiang Yi's gaze shifted from the pill to Su Yuli. She was leaning against the stone, her eyes closed, her face pale, her breathing weak. Although she was tough in her words, Jiang Yi knew that she had really tried her best to protect herself. If it weren't for her, I would have been torn to pieces by those ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi's heart moved slightly. Forget it, give it to her. Anyway, I still have the system, and I will definitely get better things in the future. Jiang Yi no longer hesitated. With a thought, the 9th grade Dahuan pill appeared in his hand. He handed the pill to Su Yuli. Here, this is for you. Su Yuli looked down and was greeted by a refreshing medicinal aroma that lifted her spirits. She raised her head in confusion and asked, What is this? Jiang Yi shrugged and said casually, It's for healing, just eat it. Su Yuli stared at him for 2 seconds, her eyes a little suspicious, but she didn't think much about it. She just threw the pill into her mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly spread throughout his body, sweeping away the original feeling of weakness, and the injuries in his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 108 School Beauty Su Treats Me. Jiang Yi watched Su Yuli swallow the pill without hesitation, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After a few minutes, Su Yuli's breathing gradually became steady and long, and her originally pale face regained its rosy color. The wounds on her body began to heal, scab over, and fall off at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the new pink skin underneath. After a while, Su Yuli felt full of strength and returned to her peak state. She moved her arms in surprise and jumped twice. She seemed to be revived instantly and was full of energy and lively. Is this really a healing medicine? Su Yuli turned to look at Jiang Yi, a little surprised. I thought it was something else. Jiang Yi? He looked at Su Yuli speechlessly and couldn't help but complain, Hey, Su Yuli, who do you think I am? After a 2-second pause, he reacted and stared at her with wide eyes. No, you dare to eat something you think is indecent? Su Yuli was stunned by his question, curled her lips, and said confidently, I won't die anyway, so let's give it a try. Besides, I believe you won't hurt me. Jiang Yi. Should I be happy? After Su Yuli finished stretching her body, she stood up, dusted off her body, and returned to her usual cool self. Alright, I'm back to full health. Thank you. Jiang Yi folded his arms across his chest, leaning against a tree, and looked at her with a smile. Just a simple thank you and that's it? I took out the 9th grade Great Rejuvenation Pill, a treasure that can bring the dead back to life. Su Yuli glanced at him and said, Why, do you still want me to marry you? Jiang Yi waved his hands exaggeratedly. No, I'm not interested in you. Besides, promising yourself to me is too cliché. Su Yuli snorted coldly, You are self-aware. Jiang Yi touched his chin, pretending to be in deep thought. How about this, just consider it as gratitude, you owe me a favor, and if I need anything in the future. Thank you? Su Yuli stopped, folded her arms, and glared at him. I've been protecting you for a long time, and blood is all over the floor. And you're thanking me by giving me a pill? Then do I have to kowtow to you too? You don't need to kowtow. Jiang Yi laughed frivolously, just hold me for another minute. I didn't get enough of that last time. Get out. Su Yuli kicked over, but Jiang Yi dodged nimbly. At the end of the day, the relationship between the two became much closer. It can be said that it is almost the same as the online way of getting along. The two of them bickered as they left the cliff where the thunderstorm was gradually stopping. The remains of the thousand-bearded poisonous dragon behind him lay quietly at the edge of the abyss, waiting for the arrival of other ferocious beasts. As night falls, the street lights cast a dim glow. A breeze blew by, bringing a bit of coolness. The plastic table of the barbecue stall was wobbly, and the surface was piled with used bamboo sticks and empty beer bottles. The charcoal fire in the small iron stove next to it was still crackling, and the aroma of meat wafted out. Jiang Yi and Su Yuli sat side by side on short plastic stools whose legs were so short that they looked like they would collapse at any moment. Jiang Yi moved his butt and finally managed to sit steadily. Jiang Yi rubbed his round belly, leaned back lazily, and burped loudly, "Burp great. I haven't eaten so well in a long time." He patted his belly with a look of satisfaction. His beer belly was as big as a small ball, and there was a piece of roasted cumin on the corner of his mouth. Su Yuli sat opposite him, holding a tissue in her hand, wiping the corners of her mouth gracefully. Although she ate a lot, and half of the chicken wings and lamb skewers on the table were hers, her posture was still perfect. She sat straight, and not even a hair was out of place. She glanced at Jiang Yi calmly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "Look at your lack of ability, you're like a starving ghost reincarnated." Jiang Yi chuckled, revealing his white teeth. He reached out and grabbed the last bunch of squid tentacles on the table, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing them with a crunching sound. "Food is the most important thing for people. Besides, you're the one who treated me to this meal, so I have to give you enough face and eat more." Su Yuli heard this and snorted coldly, raised her finger and said, "No need for you to give me face, eh?" Jiang Yi nearly dropped the squid tentacles in his hand. He froze for a second, his eyes widening as he quickly waved his hands. "No, we agreed it was your treat." As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the squid tentacles, as if afraid that they would be snatched away. Su Yuli raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "When did I say I would treat you?" Jiang Yi choked, pointed at her, and recalled, "Before, we were in the rotten swamp forest." Su Yuli raised her eyelids and glanced at him. "Why don't I remember?" Jiang Yi opened his mouth, held it in for a long time, and then forced out a sentence. "Is this something you can regret? Do you have any sense of justice?" Su Yuli sneered, "Sorry, this is not one of my rules." Jiang Yi's face suddenly fell into a bitter expression, and his hand subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. "Miss Su, you can't do this. I'm a poor student. I only have a few dollars left, enough to buy a pancake. You are forcing me to starve." Su Yuli remained indifferent. She took a sip of the mineral water on the table and said calmly, "No money? You ate so much even though you didn't have money? You finished half of that plate of grilled eggplant by yourself, and drank 3 bottles of beer. Who forced you to do that?" She naturally knew that Jiang Yi couldn't really be broke, he was just talking nonsense. Jiang Yi scratched his head and righteously countered, "I've already eaten it, I can't just spit it out, right? Besides, it's sitting here, it would be a waste if I don't eat it." Su Yuli. She was choked by Jiang Yi's rogue logic and was speechless. She stared at him for 2 seconds, her eyes twitching slightly, and she resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang Yi quickly struck while the iron was hot and forced a flattering smile. Okay, don't be angry. At worst, I can treat you back next time. I promise to give you a good meal." He patted his chest, making a loud thump. Su Yuli glanced at him sideways. "Next time? Are you sure there will be a next time? With your poor appearance, I'm afraid you will have to eat my next meal." Jiang Yi glared at her unconvincedly. "Hey! Who's poor? Just wait and see, I'll treat you to a feast next time. You can choose any delicacies from the land and the sea." Su Yuli snorted, leaned back lazily on the plastic stool, and tapped the table with her fingers. "Who cares?" She said this, but a hint of smile flashed in her eyes. Jiang Yi's eyes rolled, and he suddenly moved closer to her. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Hey, Su Yuli, I noticed that you seem a little different today." Su Yuli frowned and instinctively leaned back, increasing the distance between them, staring at him warily. "What's the difference?" Chapter 109 Predicting the Future. Jiang Yi stroked his chin and looked her up and down pretentiously, squinting his eyes in appreciation. I feel like you seem more humane today." Su Yuli's face darkened, and her eyes turned cold instantly. "What do you mean? Have I never been humane before?" Her voice dropped a few notes, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the mineral water bottle in her hand. Seeing this, Jiang Yi quickly waved his hands and smiled innocently. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, you used to give people the impression of being an icy beauty, unattainable. Now. He paused and grinned. I feel more grounded, like a living person. Su Yuli stared at him coldly. So, which one do you prefer? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect her to ask that. He scratched his head and then smiled brightly. I like them all. Su Yuli. She turned her head away, pretending to look at the passers-by on the roadside, and no longer paid any attention to Zhang Yi. After a moment of silence, Su Yuli suddenly turned her head, glanced at Zhang Yi indifferently, and whispered, It's not me who has changed, it's your mentality that has changed. Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard this, his smile froze on his face, and then he lowered his head to think. He thought back to the first time he met Su Yuli offline. At that time, he was always a little reserved in front of her. But what about now? He could actually joke with her so naturally, and even dared to coax her with a playful smile when she was cold. He didn't even realize when this sense of ease began. As the night deepened, the charcoal fire in the barbecue stall gradually went out, leaving only a few sparks flickering under the dim streetlights. Su Yuli said casually, By the way, what kind of martial arts did you suddenly realize today? Zhang Yi was lazily leaning back in his chair, savoring the taste of the grilled lamb skewers he had just eaten. When he heard Su Yuli bring this up, his eyes lit up and he immediately became alert. He straightened up and deliberately kept the suspense. Guess? Su Yuli frowned slightly, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. She had no interest in this roundabout answer. She spat out 3 words coldly, not interested. After saying that, she stood up and was about to leave, her hands already on the shoulder straps of her backpack. Hey, don't go. Zhang Yi saw this and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. He said with a smile, I'll tell you. But I'm afraid that telling you about this martial art will scare you. Su Yuli stopped and turned to look at him. She sat back on the stool, crossed her arms over her chest, and said calmly, Scared me? You're quite arrogant. Tell me about it. Zhang Yi cleared his throat, straightened his back, and lowered his voice in a mysterious tone. This martial art of mine can predict the future. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment, squinting his eyes to observe Su Yuli's reaction. When Su Yuli heard this, she was stunned at first, her eyebrows raised slightly, and then a look of obvious surprise appeared on her face. You know, predicting the future is not a field that ordinary martial arts skills can reach. This involves the rules of time, and only those strong people who have reached the state of harmony between man and nature can barely get a glimpse of it. She obviously didn't believe it and sneered, predicting the future? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? She leaned forward slightly and stared into Zhang Yi's eyes. Zhang Yi smiled smugly, revealing his white teeth. I knew you didn't believe it. However, facts speak louder than words. How about this, let's do an experiment. As he spoke, he grabbed a bamboo stick from the table and turned it around in his hand twice, his face full of confidence. Su Yuli raised her eyebrows and leaned back lazily. What experiment? Zhang Yi was not angry. He pointed at Su Yuli's hands and said excitedly, Put your hands behind your back and use your fingers to indicate a number. Let me guess. If I guess right, it proves that I am not lying. Su Yuli looked down at her hands and thought the suggestion was a bit childish. The corners of her mouth twitched, but she was too lazy to argue with him and cooperated by putting her hands behind her back. She glanced at him and said calmly, Okay, don't waste time. Are you ready? Zhang Yi sat up straight, rubbed his hands, and looked like he was ready for a big fight. Yeah. Su Yuli responded. She casually gestured a number with her right hand behind her back. 5. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In an instant, a blurry picture appeared in front of his eyes, as if covered by a layer of mist. In the picture, Su Yuli has stretched out her hands from behind her back, and her slender fingers are steadily making the gesture of 5. Although the image flashed by so quickly that it seemed like an illusion, Zhang Yi could see it clearly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he opened his eyes, and said confidently, 5. Su Yuli's pupils shrank slightly. She stretched her hand behind her back, and it was indeed 5. She pursed her lips, raised her head and stared at Zhang Yi. Her face remained cold, but the shock in her eyes could not be hidden. Come again. She didn't believe it, snorted coldly, and put her hands behind her back again. This time she made the number 2. Zhang Yi used the same trick again, closing his eyes and activating his ability. The picture flashed again, and this time he saw Su Yuli's slender fingers making the sign of 2. He opened his eyes and said without hesitation, 2. Su Yuli's expression turned serious. That's right again. Guessing it right twice in a row can no longer be explained by luck. For the last time. She gritted her teeth and put her hands behind her back again. This time she made the sign of 0, with her fingers together, cleanly and neatly. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and activated his ability for the third time. The picture was still short, and he clearly saw Su Yuli making a 0 gesture. He opened his eyes and said easily, 0. Su Yuli was silent. She slowly withdrew her hands and placed them on her knees, staring down at her fingers for a few seconds with a frown. 3 hits. This is no longer a coincidence, but a real ability. Jiang Yi grinned smugly, leaned back, and put his hands behind his head. Well, do you believe it now? But he immediately sat up straight again, coughed twice, and added, ahem, but this ability is not very stable at the moment. It can only predict what will happen a few seconds later, and it consumes a lot of energy. He scratched his head and said frankly, I guess 3 times just now, and my head is a little dizzy. Su Yuli nodded thoughtfully, and her eyes gradually regained composure. A few seconds of foresight, though brief, could be enough to change the course of battle if used properly. As the night wind blew, the charcoal fire in the barbecue stall gradually went out, and the bamboo sticks and empty beer bottles on the table were neatly cleaned up by the stall owner. Jiang Yi stood up and stretched. He patted the dust off his pants and prepared to leave with Su Yuli. Su Yuli slowly packed her backpack and zipped it up. When she stood up, she glanced at the bill on the table and said calmly, let's go. I'll pay. The stall owner came over with a smile, holding a portable barcode scanner. Beautiful lady, a total of 238 credits. Thank you for your patronage. He skillfully extended the barcode scanner and aimed it at Su Yuli's wrist. Su Yuli nodded, shook her wrist lightly, and the wristband screen lit up, displaying a string of numbers. She tapped the virtual interface twice, and with a soft beep sound, a payment successful prompt popped up on the scanner. The stall owner received the money and said happily, young man, your girlfriend is quite impressive. Bring her here more often next time to take care of business. When Jiang Yi heard this, he stole a glance at Su Yuli. Seeing that her face had turned even colder, he quickly waved his hand. No, we are friends. Chapter 110 Finale. The night deepens. The breeze picked up a few fallen leaves, swirling around their feet. Jiang Yi put his hands in his pockets, walked in a nonchalant manner, and hummed a tuneless little tune. Su Yuli walked beside him with light steps, her hands hanging casually at her sides, and the light from the street lamp cast a soft arc on her face. By the way, Su Yuli suddenly spoke in a cold voice, breaking the silence of the night, don't forget to meet at the school gate at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Yi paused for a moment and almost tripped over a raised floor tile. He was immersed in the aftertaste of the barbecue, and Su Yuli's reminder made him confused for a few seconds before he suddenly remembered the finding a bodyguard thing she casually mentioned before choosing martial arts this morning. He blinked, scratched the back of his head, and said oh slowly in response. Su Yuli nodded, loosened her arms around her chest, continued walking forward, and said lightly, well, I'll take you to see that person when the time comes. Jiang Yi followed her, scratched his head, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally couldn't help but speak, Yuli, actually, He spoke in a drawn-out voice, as if he was about to speak but stopped, and his toes unconsciously kicked the pebbles on the side of the road, making a slight tapping sound. Su Yuli stopped, turned around, and looked at him with raised eyebrows. What? Jiang Yi felt a little nervous when she stared at him. He laughed dryly twice, touched his nose, and was too embarrassed to say it directly. But his expression betrayed him, and it was obvious that he was thinking something. Actually, he was quite interested in the bodyguard job that Su Yuli proposed, which involved using energy crystals as payment. After all, energy crystals are hard currency for warriors. They can be used for cultivation, refining equipment, and exchanging resources. Who would complain about having too much? He was extremely poor before, and energy crystals were a dream treasure for him. But this afternoon's trip to the jungle completely turned things around. Not only did he suddenly realize the rules of time and space, his strength skyrocketed, but he also killed a bunch of ferocious beasts and harvested a lot of materials. If he just sold some poisonous dragon tendons, wolf teeth, etc., the energy crystals he could get in return would be enough to last him for a while. Now, his pockets are as bulging as a local tycoon, so why would he need that little bit of compensation? Instead of wasting time being someone's bodyguard, standing there like a wooden stake, and having to please others, he might as well go out of the city more often, hunt ferocious beasts, gain experience, and have fun and be free. Besides, the excitement of his sudden enlightenment had not yet died down, and he was holding back his energy and wanted to do something big. But the problem is, he has already promised Su Yuli. Now that I think about it, I was just impulsive and spoke too quickly without thinking. But as a man, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. You can't go back on your word in front of Su Yuli, right? That's so embarrassing. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi glanced at her guiltily, and seeing her calm eyes, he felt even more panicked. He sighed, his shoulders slumped, and waved his hand resignedly. All right, I'll go. I'm just going to take a look anyway, I don't necessarily have to be a bodyguard. Su Yuli heard the perfunctory tone in his voice, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, looking at him with a smile. Oh? Then you'd better be serious, don't embarrass me. She paused and added, that guy has a bad temper. If you act careless, you'll probably be kicked out in just a few words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi straightened his back in disbelief. Embarrass you? I'm the one who killed the 1,000-bearded poison dragon in seconds, how bad can I be? Besides, if I really can't do it, I'll just leave. Who wants to serve me? Su Yuli snorted and chuckled, then turned around and continued walking. Okay, then it depends on your performance. See you tomorrow, don't be late. She didn't even turn her head, and her back looked thin and upright under the streetlight. Okay. Zhang Yi shouted at her back, his hands behind his head, and followed slowly for a few steps before turning into another path, muttering, let's go, it won't hurt me anyway, so I might as well watch the fun. The two figures disappeared into the night, and the shadows under the streetlights gradually faded, leaving only the sound of the wind humming in the street corner. After Zhang Yi and Su Yuli's second expedition, their relationship quickly heated up. Simply put, the brotherhood between the two has deteriorated. After the brotherhood deteriorated, Su Yuli took the initiative to confess her feelings beside a campfire late at night, and Zhang Yi accepted it calmly. The two then secretly decided to spend their lives together in the jungle with the sky and earth as witnesses. After returning to the city, Su Yuli, considering that Zhang Yi's strength was increasing due to the awakening of his talent, proposed to get married as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. Although the wedding was simple, it caused quite a stir in Yuncheng. After the Chen family learned of Zhang Yi's rise, they initially tried to weaken his power through assassination, but failed repeatedly. The enraged Chen family gathered the family elites and joined forces with external aid to try to encircle Zhang Yi head-on. However, Zhang Yi relied on his SSS-level talent to break through to the Grandmaster realm in a short period of time. He displayed amazing strength in the battle and destroyed the Chen family with one move, completely wiping out the Chen family. Even their backers were afraid of Zhang Yi's potential and did not dare to intervene. At the same time, the Ding family realized that the situation was not right, and sent Ding Ruanqi to seek peace with precious resources and family tokens, and was even willing to cede part of the industry as compensation. When Ding Ruanqi came to visit in person, Zhang Yi was testing new skills in the training ground. Upon seeing her coming, he just glanced at her coldly and flatly refused on the grounds that what has been done cannot be undone. When Ding Ruanqi left, the family leaders had already sensed that the end was near. She felt even more regretful because she missed the last chance to reconcile with Zhang Yi because of her previous contempt. Before the multi-school joint entrance examination began, Yun Qinxue entered Yuncheng Martial Arts University through her family's arrangements. She took the initiative to find Zhang Yi and Su Yuli and proposed that the three of them form a team to participate in the competition. With their tacit cooperation and super strength, the three of them defeated all opponents with absolute advantage in the preliminary round of the joint examination and were far ahead in points. In the middle of the joint examination, a beast tide led by a mutant beast king suddenly attacked Yuncheng. The city defense system quickly collapsed. The Ding family, located close to the outside of the city, was the first to be swallowed up by the beast tide, and none of the family leaders survived. When the beast tide invaded the core area of Yuncheng, Zhang Yi interrupted the joint examination and returned alone to rescue. He first used the terrain advantage to lure away the beast king, and then fought a desperate battle with the beast king on the city wall. At the critical moment, he killed the beast king with one blow, and the residual power frightened the beast herd, causing the beast tide to disperse on its own. The joint entrance examination was suspended due to the beast tide, but Zhang Yi's heroic deeds spread throughout Yuncheng and his reputation resounded throughout the martial arts world. After that, Zhang Yi and Su Yuli settled in Yuncheng. End of the book.